last night, so we're going to pick up this morning. Phones are not on. We're just going to catch up on the bread and circuses of the last 24 hours, and then we'll take calls tonight. That was The Edges in Your Mind, Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. So is The Curve, by the way. If you claim that you've seen The Curve, it's in your mind. You're bending the horizon, which technically makes you a curvert. If you go by the old IPS lexicon, I want to say great news for those of you in Las Vegas and Los Angeles. I know in Vegas the temperatures were like 111, but you weren't hit by an earthquake on 6/6/2024. And if you ignore the first two, you kind of get a 666. It was prophesied by Ryan Garcia, who was Me Too'd at the Bohemian Grove. He had a prophecy that there was going to be an earthquake that was going to destroy Vegas and Los Angeles. And, despite Ryan Garcia warning people to evacuate, nobody did. But it doesn't matter because the earthquake didn't happen.
I have predicted that there will be earthquake June 6th.
June 6th?
June
Any
6th.
specific location or just
LA and Vegas.
June
On June
6th?
sixth.
On June 6th of 2024.
I love how these two individuals are just totally credulous about this. Wow, there's going to be an earthquake. This guy gets punched in the head a lot. He's a source I can trust. It's like they don't even ask, how do you know? They just roll with it. And this is how these MMA types are. They're given, and this guy's a fighter, a boxer. These boxers, MMA types, these are all disinfo agents. And what I think happens is that they're given certain propaganda lines because they want these perspectives spouted from paragons of toxic masculinity ensconced on the far right. And so he's just a propaganda disseminator here, in my opinion. And I think part of this prediction thing may be to add noise. I mean, if you look at the Metascript breakdowns, we're the only ones who do it without the presupposition that real things are happening. We're just describing how fake is predicted in the fake news and fake media through predictive programming and otherwise. So, we're the ones who are analyzing it correctly. And yet you have all these others who are just shooting from the hip, making all kinds of predictions. And I think it just muddies the waters, reduces the signal to noise ratio. And I think it does so on purpose because they want to hide the genuine manipulation of media with all these rabbit trails and red herrings that, these things just really destroy people's credibility when they don't come true. So again, Ryan Garcia's prediction about J6 has not come true, unless I missed something last night. I was just listening to a podcast. It was actually Ann Coulter, of all people, and she had Scott Adams on. And, whatever you think about Scott Adams, he's an alt-right culture warrior now, the guy from Dilbert. But he is very intelligent, even though he's in the box. And he has made some very astute observations. And one of the things he said is that, and this is from his background in banking, is that there are predictive models you can create, and you can make many predictive models. And if people only see the ones that are accurate, it makes it look like you are accurate. So, for example, how many times have I talked about gematria calculators, where some internet Twitter prophet's like, on this date, this will happen because it's 333 days from this, and this word adds to this number. And they're able to bring out several gematria calculators, Chaldean, English ordinal, Pythagorean, and they take out these calculators and they make it fit. And they force the puzzle pieces. But it doesn't look like it because they don't show you the misses. They only show you the hits. This is akin to the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, where you fire a bunch of shots and you draw a circle around any tight groups. And you say, look at me, I'm accurate. Look at all these bullseyes. And it's like, well, no, you just selectively ignored your misses. Well, what Scott Adams was saying is that this is how climate models work. That there's like more than 100 climate change models. And he doesn't believe in climate change because people tend to ignore the models that fail to predict. They go with the ones that do. And that this is a routine thing. And he also made a fascinating point about how documentaries can convince you of things that the facts don't support. So it's another important thing here. So the documentary, of course, can market an idea. It can sell you on a concept. It can appeal to your emotions. It can engage in all kinds of logically fallacious approaches. But because it's told in a narrative and a story, the facts, or rather the assertions, are so rapid fire, you can't just debunk it as you watch it. And that's by design, it's to overwhelm you. I mean, think about how the mass media works. I often talk about how you got 48 hours of news every day. Yeah, that's to bowl you over, so you don't have time to parse it. Lucky for us, the auto hoaxers, we have the ability to categorically dismiss certain types of claims. And we don't have to dig through every single story and investigate. We can go ahead and say, okay, well, this is in the category of not enough information to know it's true. Now, Scott Adams, dangerously close to auto hoaxing, said when he sees these big stories, and we're not talking about regular news like the weather, which you can't even trust him on, or even you can't really trust him on anything when it comes to, but my point of it is, he was suggesting, this is again from the Scott Adams podcast, that when a big bold story comes up, that 99% of it's fake until proven real. He said, I just assume 99% of it's BS, and then I work my way down. So in other words, he suspends judgment on the whole story and then accepts it as he can verify facts. Now, I say that he's dangerously close to auto hoaxing, but he's not, because he's in the box. You can be intelligent, you can be perceptive, and you can be also in the box. And that's what happens when you're a partisan. Since he's on the political horseshoe, he only aims his criticism and skepticism at the other side. And he will not see outside of this until he recognizes, and which he won't. None of these big name popular culture warriors will ever step outside of their box. And I don't even think they know they're in it. Like, look how close he is. He's recognizing, hey, this news is BS, this is BS. But he sees this on a item by item basis, but he doesn't recognize that the whole world stage is built on an edifice of lies. And that's one of the first steps here. I think the first major paradigm shift is to recognize that there is a world stage. It's just not an expression to describe things in a vague way. When I say world stage and world view, I'm talking about a model. We have the climate model, climate models. Well, there's a model of the world that we all kind of agreed upon to live within. We didn't know that is what it is. We just sort of accepted it through osmosis, through habit, through tradition. You inherit this thing, you're indoctrinated into it, and if you don't question its parameters, it becomes your default worldview. But if you don't recognize that this is an option, this is a model, then you're just going to be in it, and it will be your box for life. You'll be in your Truman Show. And it's just a model. And this is an important concept. It's difficult when it's big picture to understand why it matters to your day-to-day existence. But we're talking about your worldview, your frame of reference, and then how you're going to interpret news or information that you receive based on where you're standing. And this does matter. If you're where Scott Adams is and a nuke goes off, you think it's real. No matter how clever, how insightful, he's going to be scared like everybody else, mad at the other side. So he's not outside of the worldview in which nukes are real. Interestingly, one of his, I guess, colleagues, Candace Owen, has been denying dinosaurs lately. And it's like, okay, which is progress in a way. It doesn't go far enough. Maybe it's even tainting this area of media skepticism to have these, alt-right culture warriors take these ideas and platform them. Because now it's by association. Like, look, I share a bunch of ideas with the guy who wants to hold a conference on how to tie nooses and hold tribunals. Like, yeah, you see what I mean? And then you get Ryan Garcia here. It's like, oh, you're predicting things about the media, like Ryan Garcia, who said we were going to get earthquaked, which again didn't happen. Let me see who's in the chat here. Joined by John Francis, Let's Go, Junders Plunkett, JC, Armin Reese, Symbia, Configuration Manager. Says IPS Morning Drive. Frank Murr, Upside Down Guy, Biden 2024. Oh yeah, riding with Biden. Look, I'm going to endorse Biden, but I'm not going to do it under the impression that he's going to fix anything or that he's a leader. I'm going to do it as a statement. Because it's not enough just to not vote. Because not voting is a world stage position. Like I'm a vote refusenik. I refuse the system. No, I'm going to vote for Biden knowing it's BS to prove I don't care about the process. I don't believe it matters. But moreover, the anti position, the knee jerk, reflexive, reactionary, truther, conspiracy crowd will vote for Trump. I mean, that's what Q is about, getting them all to vote for Trump. And it's like, am I going to be the only person in Trutherville to stand by Biden? And the answer is yes. And I'm doing so to make a point about lockstep conformity among so called free thinkers. So they can bash me for voting for Biden, and I'll say, oh, you think voting matters? Because it obviously doesn't. Tomanoid3 says The Crow is set to be released in the United States by Lionsgate Films on August 23rd, 2024. Let's Go Brandon reboot. Okay, now there's a couple of things about this. First of all, Brandon Lee, he had a 331 death date, which is Nipsey's death date. He wasn't 33, but he was close. But he died in a way that was reminiscent of his father's death, which was predicted in a movie in which he dies on a set. I mean, this is, again, life follows psyops. Life imitates psyops. So Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, grows up, and on the set of The Crow, he dies when a weapon loaded with real ammunition is used on a scene, and he gets killed. That's at least what you're supposed to believe. And then, of course, later, it turns out, because we had this recent shooting at the Rust movie set with Alec Baldwin, the Rust movie set had a someone was connected to the Crow Salvation movie. Let's see if we can find it here. Yeah, here we go. The assistant director who handed Baldwin a loaded gun that led to the shooting. If you remember this whole story, there was a crew member. Assistant director David Halls on Rust was a crew member for Crow Salvation. Just kind of an interesting connection because, again, in this, the Brandon Lee died in 1993 in this on-set gun accident. But anyway, a couple more things about The Crow being re-released. And JL26 has pointed this out. He suggested that The Crow was a Crown reference. Crow, Crown, of course. And then the character The Crow is a dying, resurrecting character. The Raven, or the Crow rather, is like a phoenix symbol in this movie. Sort of like how the bat has been repurposed as a phoenix. But another connection here, Brandon, the shooting, the Rust shooting, another connection here. Baldwin shoots a guy with Trump's birthday. Baldwin is Trump deranged. He plays Trump on SNL and he says, I wish that a meteor would hit the White House. And after he says this, Don't Look Up is in the news, the trailers, and it's like in 6 months and 14 days, the Earth is going to be hit by a comet. And Trump's birthday is 6/14. So I was making these connections between these on-set shootings and this upcoming staged Trump event, the JFK-esque event that they're planning for Trump. And, as we're talking about this, we're looking at this Crow reboot coming out, Brandon Lee. Well, Brandon, and this is again, JL26 pointed this out, he suggested that Brandon is code for Brand Don, as in Donald Trump. And another interesting point here, if you remember when Trump was campaigning I think this was in 2016, someone rushed to the stage and grabbed at Trump's ankles, and basically Secret Service threw him off. And it was like, here, Trump rushed off stage. There's a couple of things. Someone had yelled gun. Here we go. Someone rushed the stage and Secret Service surrounded Trump. That was in Ohio. But anyway, the guy who did this, the guy who rushed the stage, and I have a video of it here, if you haven't seen it.
So, folks, here's what happens. I will call up Carrier, the president, because I have to do it myself. I know it's not...
Man, Trump was much more robust and energetic back then. Is it the same guy? People are often pointing out that there's like a body double. It's a different Trump, and it's like, sometimes there does seem to be a more chill, calm Trump, and then you got this rambunctious Trump, and some have suggested that one of the Trumps is actually his so-called dead brother. Anyway, so it turns out that the protester who rushes the stage, and I believe he was interviewed on CNN after. He's from Brandon County. And this is before Let's Go Brandon became a big meme. So again, what is the big connection here? Brand, Dawn, shooting, assassination, hints, and then of course Brandon Lee, Crow, Crown. We'll probably get deeper into this later, but anyway, just to add on to what the caller said, the Crow being released may have some serious implications for this broader script. Upside Down Guy says Japan surrendered prior to the nukes going off there, meaning the United States could have had permission to stack TNT. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I'm wondering about Godzilla, because Godzilla is a metaphor for the nuke. And if all these nations are cooperating on the space program, fake space, the ISS, then they're faking everything else together as well, including nukes. Which means that there must have been some agreement that this Godzilla character would be somehow a propaganda tool to convey this message. I mean, I'm suggesting here that this PSYOP entertainment complex is global, and they all have to be agreeing on these things. So yeah, I am kind of interested in the behind the scenes. They must have agreed on this stuff. It's not like America's inflicting PSYOPs on other countries and tricking them. No, this is top down. This is top-down control. There's only one government. There is only government. Big Brother has millions of facets to trick you into thinking that it's decentralized and chaos, but no, this is the New World Order. Okay, continuing here. Upside Down Guy says, I'd only vote to get on the jury duty list in order to convict a criminal. Yeah, I have a friend who's on jury duty right now, and I'm actually learning quite a bit. Like, I'm not going to gas stations after sunset anymore. I know there's another tactic that has to do with carjacking. Like, if you don't want to get carjacked, you just got to avoid certain gas stations, but you also have to not be staring at your phone while your car is idling and you're just sitting there. Tom103 says she has a crow tattoo or something. Who would this be? Now, I want to continue with this because, again, we talked about the different phoenix symbols. And the phoenix is death and resurrection. And that's the whole point of this Trump head wound thing, this dying, resurrecting thing. So you have the phoenix bird, the actual bird that burns itself and comes back. The American eagle is a phoenix. The dove is a phoenix in the flood myth, who brings the olive branch after the flood waters have receded, just replace fire with water. Same theme. So the crow is a phoenix. The bat has been represented as a phoenix ever since Christopher Nolan started with Batman. And think about this. So the burning bat, and you can find Nolan and his brother Jonathan Nolan doing Fallout. But you can find pictures of them with the Batman burning sculpture. And this is before he was involved with this Oppenheimer and the nuke thing. But also, this is before COVID. And what set off the reset? The bat soup. The bat soup was a prop because we're connecting it to this movie, and the bat again is this burning bat is used to represent in this Batman movie. You see it as like this recurring theme. The bat behind Batman in the movie posters, the holes in the buildings shaped like bats. Like, what is this? Here's another example. Dark Knight Rises. And rises. Okay, so Dark Knight Rises. You just break that simple thing apart. And we're talking about rising from the dead, presumably. Rising from the ashes. Reoccurring themes. And again, Christopher Nolan's younger brother is doing Fallout, which I'm hoping to watch it before they actually pull off a fake nuke. I don't want to have to watch it while we're locked down. Otherwise, the predictive programming is a little too late. And something else too, in Dark Knight Rises, there's a scene that foreshadows not just the mushroom cloud, but the masks of 2020. Like, there's, sort of like with Kubrick, we examine his films, and you're like, oh wow, The Shining predicts or shows that he did Apollo 11. Well, it also predicted 9/11, but you couldn't have known that until after 9/11. Similarly, you wouldn't have known until after 2020 that the film had references to 2020. And so with Christopher Nolan's work, looking back in retrospect, you're like, look, he has predictive programming for the mushroom cloud, and this is before he ever got picked to do Oppenheimer. Anyway, metascriptors. And this is an important point here. The fact that we're noticing and paying attention to who writes the scripts, we can point to figures. This isn't AI. It's not the demiurge. It's not synchro mysticism. We can find the propagandists, the artists who have been co-opted to serve the psyop entertainment complex. And you'll see how throughout the years their movies, in fact, form a backdrop, a frame of reference, and contain a lot of predictions for the future. Why is that? Well, it's because they write the news in advance and everything confirms it. Everything leads to it. All right, let's see here. Going on your comments. Joined by Eric Stevens, P. Trippa, Frank Murr, Skyfish, Dawn Patrol. Yeah, my original concept here with the deep program was IPS morning deep program, evening open phones. Because when I open phones, I'll spend 2 hours arguing somebody over chemtrail-born nanobots, and then I miss all the notes. So I thought, maybe it'd make more sense to go over the critical information in the mornings, and in the evenings we can react and build on it. So I had some notes here. We talked about Ryan Garcia's failed prediction. Okay, here's a prediction. We're talking about predictive programming. Leave the World Behind preceded all these incidents with Boeing. So everybody knows Boeing is cursed. Boeing planes are just falling to pieces. And some are blaming DEI, which has nothing to do with it, but that's the right-wing talking point. I think the left is probably going to blame climate change or deregulation in Trump. But whatever the case, ever since I've been this Boeing thing has been reoccurring, I've been like, watch, this Boeing Starliner is going to have an issue. And so we're looking at it as a potential disaster. Well, it turns out that the Boeing Starliner launch, which was delayed again and again and again, it finally launches. I mean, we're talking last minute they pull it, so like something is up. And they had trouble docking. They had issues. And it's like we predicted it. I mean, there were people in the chat who were watching this thing who were, normies who were like, yeah, the Boeing Starliner is going to bump into the into the ISS. It's going to, like, people were actually kind of like looking at this like the way we were. And why? Why are normies looking at the Boeing Starliner as a potential disaster the way that auto hoaxers are? It's because they've been conditioned. And all we're doing is we're reading their conditioning. So the normies are going to be prepared for some disaster with this. Now, there wasn't a disaster. Not yet, anyway. But the fact is, and as I went through the Gilded, there's a lot of hints and clues, a lot of numbers, very significant numbers. And part of my basis for predicting the ISS falling is the consistent refrain of 119. Like the number 119, Genesis 11:9, the fall of the Tower of Babel is a reoccurring theme. And on January 19th, the ISS movie came out. And what was this about? Russia and America go to war on the Earth. And in the space station, they have to fight over who's going to control the space station. So the Russians and the Americans are the astronauts are killing each other. I'm like, well, that's interesting because didn't America just provoke Putin? You see these escalating tensions, but it mirrors the movie. So it's not like life follows or life imitates art or art imitates a lot. This whole thing is like which precedes what. Well, no, we live in a news-bent reality. And we talked about newsbenders the other night. The idea of this 30-minute theater suggesting that life is in fact being steered by those who control the media who are writing our history. But it's art imitates psyops. And the media will reinforce the psyops. They will do documentaries of fake events. This is it's the immersive illusion of it all. And you look at the Mandela effect. Okay, so this is why I like talking about these things and why it's relevant. A lot of the people who are Mandela affected or who feel bad for the Mandela affected are like, leave the Mandela affected alone. Haven't you hurt them enough? You've taken away their religion. And it's like, no, because there's a methodology to the deception we need to understand. What happens is you're given a false choice. Like if reality is shifting, there should be 50 versions of everything, but there aren't. It's not like that. Every Mandela effect is a binary. But the trick of it is this, and this is why it's relevant. They show you a label that you know, a logo you know, and they say it used to be this. Do you remember? Well, when they ask you this question, it's actually called retroactive interference. This is well understood by interrogators because when you ask them if they remember this alternate version, their imagination actually is prompted into creating it. That's what we mean by false memory. Mandela affected claim that there's no such thing as a false memory. Yeah, there is. Because once this is prompted, now, depending on your cognitive bias or your level of awareness about how this can happen, you may actually have these two simultaneous images in your head now being weighed equally. And now it's just a matter of which one do I choose. Am I going to be a zombie who's not Mandela, who doesn't have the Mandela effect, or am I going to be awake and I see the changes? So people will go with it, but it's prompted. Similarly, the mass media will create a lot of images and narratives and stories through the movies so that now in your frame of reference you have what are tantamount to false memories waiting to be recalled. Like when 9/11 happened, people were like, it's like the movie Independence Day. When people reference leave the world behind, like their phone, the AT&T went down, there's like phone blackouts, just like the movie. Well, they're saying just like the movie because it's in their frame of reference. But here's the key. The thing that they're referencing from the movie is totally fake. Aliens knocking down buildings is fake. Why is that in their frame of reference? You see, they use the movies to expand the realm of possibility, to insert hyperstitions, fakery, to make the fake real. And this is exactly what the Mendoza effect does. What they're doing again is just basically prompting recollections. They're gaslighting you, truly gaslighting you, getting you to replace your lived and experienced perceptions for a recollection or something that you saw on a screen. Okay, continuing here. Travis Cloud says, final scene of the show Fallout for the first season is Seattle, and then it ends the show. Okay, I was waiting for confirmation. It is hugely significant that Fallout would end in Seattle. Westworld ends, and it was just all about space needles, weirdly enough. Upside Down Guy says, does Godzilla equal 34? Asking due to the big movie Godzilla -1. Well, Godzilla versus King Kong is stored in that movie. They store him at sub-level 33. The numerology with Godzilla is intriguing. I think it's really interesting that Godzilla -1 was released on his 69th birthday, and Godzilla was born. Anybody care to guess Godzilla's birthday? This is just too perfect. We often talk about the symbol of the Kraken and the numbers associated with it, and why these numbers are reinforcing the same theme. And so, for example, November the 3rd I've called the Kraken Day for a lot of reasons. A lot of it has to do with the election and Trump. Well, interestingly, the One World Trade Tower opened on 11/3. So 9/11 the towers go down. 11/3 the new one is opened, which is interesting for a few reasons. The 3/11, 9/11, 11/3, 119. Interesting how these are always related. But Godzilla was born on November the 3rd. Another thing to reinforce this. But this was his 69th birthday. Well, 69, when you look at the symbols in astrology, would give you the symbol of Cancer, the crab, the original Kraken. It's where the Kraken word derives from, crab, the big giant crab myth, and in its original form. And so, interestingly, last June, in fact, as we entered the summer solstice, which is the crab, the submersible Titan went down to the Titanic where it imploded. So the significance here is the Titan in the abyss. You see, the Titanic, the wreckage there where they were visiting, was visited by James Cameron filming Ghosts in the Abyss. And James Cameron went down there 33 times, sub-level 33. He goes down there 33 times in the Challenger, the deep sea Challenger. So the story here then, again, is the Twin Towers and the Titanic. These are analogous symbols for the sunken West. What sinks the West? The Challenger, the Kraken, Godzilla, the Destroyer, Apollyon, Abaddon, Trump. These are all reoccurring themes. But Revelation 9:11 specifies this beast reigning over the abyss. So Ghosts in the Abyss, Sunken Titanic, Challenger, all correlates specifically to November the 3rd, America being challenged, our electoral system, and then of course the One World Tower 11.3, which is the Tower of Babel. And then of course the significance of the Kraken and Godzilla being the nuke. Godzilla is literally a metaphor for the nuke. So tying this all together, what we do get is this pretty succinct picture about the meaning of Godzilla, why it came out this year, and how it ties into the ritual last solstice with the sunken submersible. Again, the Titan submersible is going to be repeated this year. There's another billionaire who's going down soon. Okay, continuing. Final scene in Fallout is Seattle. That's something else I had to point out. Seattle. Okay, so Seattle is the center of something of a prophecy. In fact, in 4 days, and this is way more credible than Ryan Garcia, who's just shooting at the mouth. He's just spewing whatever he's told to say. But there is a very well articulated examination of predictive programming that does point to Seattle getting nuked, and that's why this is not inconsistent with anything we've seen. And for Westworld to end with a Seattle-like situation with these space needles, we're talking Christopher Nolan and Jonathan Nolan, the Nolan brothers. Then Nolan brother does this Oppenheimer film, which, by the way, the film was 11 miles long and weighed 600 pounds. Another 11.6 attached to this nuke narrative. And then his brother doing Fallout ending in Seattle. Very significant. Okay, Tom Inouye says, Rust shooting. Responsible for overseeing all weapons on set for specified days was the production property's key assistant and armorer, Hannah Reed. She had the crow tattoo. Okay, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, Hannah Reed also had a tattoo of talking about red flags. She had a tattoo of a Black Widow on her abdomen. So if you're not familiar with this, this was the person who handed the 44 to Alec Baldwin. Now there's a few little side stories here. I looked deeply into this story. Okay, here she is showing off her crow tattoo on her left shoulder. So there's this gothiness to her. She was wearing this sinner saint shirt, and it had like a devil on it. She has all this imagery around her. It's pretty obvious, but the Black Widow tattoo on her stomach really stood out to me. And after the movie set was taken down, one of the crew members was bitten on the arm by a spider, and they were gonna have to amputate the arm. So I'm like, wait, Rust movie, spider bite. Here it is. Rust crew member who suffered a spider bite may lose his arm. I'm like, okay, so the arms person on the set hands him a gun and he kills somebody. They close down the set, and of course she has the tattoo of the spider on her stomach, and then some guy gets bitten by a spider and loses his arm practically. So that's what I'm saying. It's just kind of like, that seems like there's a subtext here, and there's a little more to it as well. There's something else about this too. Let's see. Rust armorer Hannah wants to be released from prison while waiting for an appeal. She was found guilty of manslaughter. I happen to think that I won't say I believe this, but there is this interesting narrative that would kind of connect Alec Baldwin's ex-wife to this, and that maybe this was a setup. I kind of looked into this. If you don't remember this whole story, we'll have to revisit it because there's a few little intricacies to it. Because I think it's in Wayne's World. In Wayne's World, there's a scene where Garth is kind of prompted to take out some lady's husband. I'm not sure if any of you remember this. So Alec Baldwin's ex-wife, Kim Basinger. She's in this movie. She has this kind of a scene where she's indicating she wants her husband killed. Garth doesn't want to do it. Well, Kim Basinger, was it Kim Basinger? Or, I don't know if it was. I think it was her. She was seen dancing after the Rush shooting at a goth club. I'm like, well, that's weird. Kim Basinger, first sighting since her husband did the shooting, and I thought, why would she be dancing at a nightclub, at a goth club, after her husband's traumatic event? So I kind of thought maybe she was grave dancing. Maybe it was a celebration. And my connection here is this: Hannah. Hannah is completely gothic, covered in tattoos. The spider, the raven, is from Edgar Allan Poe. Doesn't get gothier than that. So I'm like, maybe this was a hit. I'm just sort of conspiracy theorizing, but the trail's there. All right, let's continue here. Upside Down Guy says Rust and Crow films both had tragic shootings during filming. Yeah, that's the connection we're getting here. And there's more too. I mean, Hannah Reid, I'm not Hannah, Helena Hutchins, who was 42, was from the place in Ukraine where Hunt for Red October takes place. And who was in Hunt for Red October? Alec Baldwin. So you have that link as well. The Russian submarine is also a factor right now. I would also point out that the Rust shooting takes place in a chapel that looks like the Westworld Chapel. That looked like the chapel that Ye burned on 2/2/2022. And the reoccurring symbol of the chapel, I think, represents the West. Like MLK said, the West is a burning house, or America's a burning house. He said he was afraid he was sending people back into the burning house. And this reference to the burning house by MLK was also referenced by Ye. Now, the significance here is Ye's name, because the house represented his past. So it was Kanye West, the West burning, West's world burning, as the Westworld series comes to an end and was burning, as Game of Thrones comes to an end and Westeros is burning. So Westworld, Westeros, the Rust movie set, Western, all these things are constantly reiterating this theme of the West being destroyed. This is why I think it's highly significant that Baldwin shot the guy with Trump's birthday, because this directly correlates, again, 6/14, to Don't Look Up, about the Earth being hit by a meteor. Upside Down Guy says the final scene is New Vegas, the Stratosphere Casino, not Seattle. Well, Vegas-y, New Vegas, the main thing is this. The symbol is the Space Needle, which I think in a way correlates with the mushroom cloud, the shape of it. And I'm not the first one to point this out, but there's a tremendous amount of significance to it. I mean, think about the significance of Seattle to the pandemic, Ground Zero, and the Space Needle there. Well, what does the Space Needle represent? Yeah, one, it's an obelisk. It's a Tower of Babel. It's a tower to space, which is the new heaven. The Tower of Babel goes into the heavens, and the Space Needle is designed to be a UFO. It's consciously designed to be the vehicle that the new Aeon angels, the aliens, use to go to heaven. So it's symbolic of the Tower of Babel, of course, the obelisk, the transcendence. So the needle itself, the Space Needle, and the Vax Needle have a great deal of significance when you begin to look at how space is a metaphor for our commons, our minds, our worldview, and they need to get all the contaminants, the viruses, the mind viruses, and the mind junk out of our shared world view. So there's a great deal of symbolism that goes into the Space Needle as we get into this conflating of our mind and the heavens, inner space and outer space. It's all theater when you get down to it. And these monuments are highly significant. I mean, think about what I was just saying about the One World Trade Tower. The fact that it's 1,776 feet high. Yeah, that's not a reference to America 1776 AD. It's a reference to 1776 AL on the Masonic calendar and the Masonic lore about the Tower of Babel's construction beginning 1776 AL. Now, the significance of its opening date on 11/3, the Kraken, all has to do again with the Tower of Babel, the West, and its eventual takedown by the Kraken. And we're getting close. I think we're getting close to a culmination here. David Hazel said the CGI in the new Godzilla reminded me of Game of Thrones. So I've seen Godzilla -1, which is interesting in itself. I mean, it is, I think, the counterpart to Barbie feminism. And I'll explain briefly. Barbie feminism was the destruction of the nuclear family. Barbie teaches the girls to take their baby dolls and bash the heads against the rocks and become independent. Ken is superfluous. Men are superfluous. And the whole point of the movie, of course, is that the Ken dolls remain dolls with nubs. The Kenification of the American male. And Barbie, of course, is now Barbie feminism, becomes a real woman. But this was the introduction of the Whore of Babylon, the splitting of the nuclear family. And the Barbieheimer meme is interesting because Barbie comes out at the same time as Oppenheimer. Because Barbie's Babylon, the bomb is the beast. Oppenheimer represents the beast. Godzilla, the nuke, the beast. So Barbie and Godzilla, Barbieheimer, Barbiezilla. These things are intentionally put out there, at the same time. So in the Barbie movie, it's about the destruction of the nuclear family, the rise of Barbie feminism. The Godzilla -1 is about Godzilla as this threat that brings everyone together to bring the nuclear family back together. The protagonist meets a woman, they find a stray child, they create a family, all their friends support it. So they're rebuilding the nuclear family and sacrificing their own personal interests, self-sacrifice for the nation, for the future. So that you had the complete opposite. One of them is selfishness and sacrificing the children to have a selfish future, Barbie. And the other one is self-sacrifice, build back the family. It's all strong males who defeat Godzilla. And it's basically a refutation. In fact, I would say Godzilla is a right-wing culture warrior. But they made this dialectic on purpose. They designed it this way. No coincidences. And it's not a coincidence that on Godzilla versus King Kong, which I haven't seen yet, that his spikes turn pink. What's the pink? It has to do with Barbie. And I'll have to watch that before I comment too much more on it. But the thing of it is, when Maui happened, I said, look, this mysterious blaze happens in Maui. Some say energy weapons. I'm like, this is tying into Godzilla. The islands, Godzilla, Bikini Islands. And strangely enough, after the fires in Maui, they had to spray a soil tackifier to prevent it from running into the ocean. All the damaged soil and the contaminants and everything else. Well, the soil tackifier is pink. So the pink beach after the Godzilla attack, this consistent correlation between the beast and pink. So this kind of gets together a little further when we're looking at the pink sky, the pink background of the King Charles painting. Like, what is the significance of this pink in this big picture? One other thing I want to note here, in the Godzilla vs. King Kong, it's New Empire, like New EMP. Just like the new Godzilla movie. I'm sorry, the new Ghostbusters movie is Frozen Empire. So what happens after a nuclear blast? You get the nuclear winter. And this kind of ties back again to Game of Thrones, where it's like winter is coming. Well, what is the winter at the end of the movie? When the dragons are burning down Westeros, you have the snow starting to fall. The winter has finally arrived. So like, okay, wait. It looks like ashes raining from the sky with the snow. Nuclear winter. Let me catch up on some comments. Fig says the beast of Revelation has to do with time and space. Joined by thirst for truth. They lie, we see. Tomanoid3 says the other connection was a victim being born in Minsk, same place as Red October sub base. Okay, Helena Hutchins, born there, HH88, another Trumpian reference. Although in Canada, after those truckers, they were saying honk honk is actually HH, or Hail Hitler. Anyway, Helena Hutchins, connected to Hunt for Red October. Tom Clancy. Now, Tom Clancy, Sum of All Fears, 9/11. Tom Clancy is widely credited with having being a lot of his work represented in future major world events. It happens to be the case that on 9/11, the space station had Tom Clancy's Sum of All Fears playing on the audiobook. Like they had the audiobook of Sum of All Fears when 9/11 happened. And I'm like, that's interesting. They even commented on it. One of the only astronaut on board at the time was like saying, we were listening to Sum of All Fears and we were watching and we saw 9/11 happen from space and it was just like that. The time Tom Clancy was paid to speak at CIA headquarters. There's quite a lot about Tom Clancy we could talk about here. It's been commented on quite a lot about his work and the predictive programming in it. And we talk about metascripters all the time. You know, for example, the Nolans. And you may not know until years later how many different things their books were conditioning us for. Tom Clancy's powerful foresight into a post 9/11 world. This is so pervasive, by the way, predictive programming. You can't say it's eerie coincidence. You can't say it's synchromysticism, because every instance of predictive programming has direct political utility. For example, even Francis Ford Coppola's latest movie, Megapolis, written before 9/11, had an entire chapter taken out because it predicted 9/11. And, you know, he didn't know, I don't think, maybe he's so insulated, but that this particular concept he was given to put into his movie was going to be used in a terror event. You know, I happen to think that most of these metascriptors are compartmentalized and may not know the full import of it, but some of them, especially if they're involved in space fakery or nuke fakery, the Nolans, they have to be very well aware. Okay, I have a image of the final scene in Fallout Season 1. And, okay, so you have at the very background a space needle, and it looks like a devastating scene. Thank you for that, Travis. Again, this is predictable stuff. We were saturated with 9/11 decades before it happened. We were prepared for it subconsciously. Well, our collective psyche has been prepared for this happening to Seattle. And maybe in 4 days. I don't have my fingers crossed. I don't have any real attachment to it happening on that date. However, the date 6/11 is positively correlated with the destruction of Seattle by nuke, the number 6/11 or 11/6, specifically by domestic terrorists. And I was looking at this before I came across JL's work when I was noticing the patterning. 9/11 external terrorist, 6/11 internal threat. 9/11 33-year-old Mohammed Atta attacks the Twin Towers, lead hijacker. 90 days before, on 6/11, 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh gets executed. Well, 33-year-old Mohammed Atta, 33-year-old Timothy McVeigh, 6/11, 9/11. There's a connection here. Now, McVeigh did the Oklahoma City bombing, was inspired by the Turner Diaries, written by a man born on 9/11, 1933. And the Turner Diaries predict not only 9/11-like attacks, but a future white nationalist nuke attack. That's the Turner Diaries. That's why Charlie Kirk's organization that gathers all the right-wing extremists is called Turning Point. Turning Point USA. Turning Point Turner Diaries. What's the connection? The turning point is when the Patriots realize we have to appeal to heaven, we have to get violent. They've been building this for a long time. McVeigh was radicalized at Waco alongside Alex Jones. Now think about this. Waco raided over 1.6 million rounds. 1.6? That's way before January 6th. Waco, 33-year-old Burning Man Dave Koresh. They believed he was Jesus. Waco's where Donald Trump kicked off his campaign a day after Netflix releases Waco, American Apocalypse. So Waco, American Apocalypse in the trailer says 1.6 million rounds. Then you have Trump kicking off his campaign in Waco the next day, and he calls it the final battle. And at this time, Dominion, the voting booth company, is suing Fox over the election fraud claims for 1.6 billion rounds. I mean, the 1.6 thing is so consistent. Check this out. The Netflix series Inside Job, which is a 9/11 reference. Season 1, Episode 6. Well, who was at January 6th but Alex Jones? So interestingly, Inside Job is named for an Alex Jones phrase, and they make fun of Alex Jones in it. But Season 1, Episode 6 actually has a Kraken. And again, January 6th is all tied into this Kraken narrative. And Alex Jones, who was radicalized at Waco, 1.6 million rounds, he went on Piers Morgan and he threatened to unleash 1776 if they try to take the guns again. Well, they trying to take the guns again equals the turning point. So when he said 1776 will commence again, that's Alex Jones, it was in response to the DHS purchasing 1.6 billion hollow point rounds. Here again, 1.6 billion bullet number, problematizing gun control. So here's Alex Jones spouting 1.6. He was radicalized over the 1.6 rounds. He goes out there on 1.6. It is just a steady drumbeat. There's no surprises here. Okay, let me go through your comments. Okay, here we go. Baldwin, Hunt for Red October. Okay, we talked about that already. And again, Tom Clancy, that's huge. Upside Down Guy says Hunter Biden will be innocent in a pathetic attempt to incite the right. You know, the right wants to get Hunter on gun charges. And it's like, what about inalienable rights? I thought gun rights came from God. I thought you were born with the right to bear arms, and that the government isn't granting you a privilege, but it's a God-given right, and it shall not be infringed. You know, you're born with the legal right to own a cannon and an AR-15. Like, there's no infringement on. Like, I hear these arguments all the time, and yet when illegal aliens are allowed to own guns, they're like, no, you can't own guns. You're not a real citizen. I'm like, wait a minute here. Which side of this are you on? Inalienable rights or government privilege? So I consistently see these hypocrites exposing themselves. And so they should be fine with Hunter Biden carrying a gun. But they're like, nope, he had a gun at some point in the past when he shouldn't have, so we want to drag him to court. And I really do hope that the judge in the case of Hunter Biden versus Garrett Ziegler rules that a hard drive can be considered a computer for the purposes of the computer fraud and hacking charges that they're trying to level. Yeah, weirdly, I am on Team Biden when it comes to these lawsuits. Fig says the burning house is the temple of Apollo's house, now in Cern, Switzerland. Seattle is linked to it. Interesting. Okay, another Seattle connection. You have a place called, I think it's called Hawkland or Hawkville in Stranger Things. And so I think, Seattle Seahawks, it's Hawkins, which I think represents Seattle. But, I was talking about the end of Westworld. You've got Westeros burning. You got the Westworld burning at the end of Westworld. It looks like Seattle. You have these Space Needle symbols. In fact, if you look at the Westworld season 4, I believe on the cover it even has a skull. And on the skull's cover, on its eye socket, here we go. You'll see on the inside of it, it has this interesting Space Needle symbol. And then season 3 has the android, looks like he's impaled on the One World Trade Tower. But anyway, I want to just point out here, because we're talking about the symbol of the West and the West world burning, Westeros burning. And again, the idea of the burning house. Kanye West's burning house on 2/2/2022. And he referenced MLK's burning house being the West. It's not fixable. You have to just burn it down and start all over again. Well, the reason why that is significant is 2/2/2022 is the date that Pluto returned to the point where it was when America was born in 1776. So 1776 did commence again. It did come back on 2/2/2022. Again, the symbol of the burning house is associated with this. So in Stranger Things, Hawkins has an earthquake that splits it open, and hellfire rains down like ashes, like fallout, just like you had in Westeros, the fallout with the snow. And in Hawkins, it was a 7.4 magnitude earthquake that split it open. Interestingly, because this is, again, the same time Stranger Things comes out, Seattle is doing drills for a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. So I'm like, wait, 7.4 in the TV show about Hawkins, but in reality, they're doing a 7.5 earthquake drill in Seattle. And they said that if you had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake outside of Seattle, you would have 42-foot waves. So the study was focused on the Seattle Fault beneath the Puget Sound and the city of Seattle. And they said that if it's hit with a 7.5, you'll get a 42-foot wave. The impact of a 7.5 magnitude earthquake, according to the Washington State Department of Natural Resources, would be a 42-foot wave. So the connection here, earthquake, Hawkins, 7.4. Earthquake Sims, Seattle, 7.5. Same thing. They should have just gone with 7.4. But this has been a reoccurring theme, is my point. And then, of course, Seattle is out there in the northwest. Upside Down Guy says, nukes are tested in Nevada. We're pre-programmed to link Nevada and nukes. No, well, they are, but they were... Maybe they'll nuke Nevada, not Seattle. There's no indication of anything but Seattle. Everything points to Seattle. You know, I mentioned 42-foot waves. Washington State, 42. Space Needle, 42-second ride to the top, 42 meters wide. The 42 is a way of representing Saturn, the destroyer, the Terminator. So no, there's no deviation in these scripts. You know, people are always like, well, maybe they're not going to get Trump. Maybe they're just going to humiliate him. No, they're going to shoot him in the head. I'm sorry, but they're going to simulate a JFK-like scene. They're going to Biff Tannen him, and then he's going to come back from the dead. Like the predictive programming is predictive. So look, if you're in Seattle in 4 days, we're going to see this reach some kind of a culmination. Tom103 says, -1 has a few parallels to Jaws. A fishing boat chase. Smile, you son of a bitch scene. Okay, you know what? You are right about that. And this is intriguing. So if there are connections, and the nuke stuff, okay. If there's connections to Jaws and Godzilla, then it fits, because when the Titan submersible was going down, and this was in 2023, a lot of people have noticed that the thing looked like a great white shark. In fact, here's the image of it. It looks like Jaws, the shape of it. And people are also looking at the, here we go. I think it was last year, Jaws had, I think it had its 48th anniversary. So it was kind of in the news. Yeah, 48 years. So Jaws was in the news. It's another Beast from the Sea reference. But we were talking about this last year. For some reason, it was in the news. I'll probably have to dig back through my notes. That's why I'm playing archives again. T-Dog135 says happy, oh, for happy hide it, yeah. TGIF. Thirst for Truth, appreciate the support. Super chat, putting gas in the think tank. And oh, Fig says Napoleon, Emperor Napoleon, linked to the second beast. Okay, let me mention this too. So Revelation 9:11 has a number of names referring to the beast in the abyss that I contend is the nuke, and that the sunken Titanic represents the sunken Twin Towers, represents the sunken West, and I think it's going to continue to build this narrative: Titanic, Twin Towers, space station, the Tower of Babel, too big to fail. These emblems of man's hubris being taken down. I think that's kind of the story, but in the abyss in Revelation 9:11, it talks about Apollyon, which is Hebrew's Abaddon, which I contend links to Abaddon, Donald Trump. Apollyon, Apollo, and then of course that translates to exterminator, which is a Terminator connection. And of course, Terminator, James Cameron, famous scene, the nuking of the West Coast. So what's more, there is this notion that Apollyon didn't exist. Napoleon didn't exist, but that Napoleon is actually a sun god myth. And this is not a new one. This is like a meta-script breakdown that is not new at all. What if Napoleon never existed is not a new conspiracy theory. He is a personification of the sun, and we can prove this by showing how everything Napoleon has been. Here we go. This is from game.blog. I've gone through this before, and I find it to be intriguing because I've been saying for some time that Trump is a Christ typology. Like, why are they associating Trump with Christ? Why are they associating with the Antichrist in various predictive programming references? What is this? Well, it's because he's a world stage character. He's playing a role. I say we're in a news bent reality. If they're writing the news in advance, they still have to play it out like a reality TV show. They have to act it out. So you have an actor. You know, we're living in season 35 of The Apprentice, I think. So actor Donald Trump is fulfilling a role. He's a historic personage. He's a real person. He lives, he breathes. But the character Donald Trump is a hoax, in the same way that Napoleon was a hoax. So here's a couple of there's an essay about this, and again, this is not new. The suggestion here is that he's a personification of the sun. We have a few examples here. Prevailed in the south, defeated in the north, reign of 12 years. Okay, it's all in symbolism. So first of all, sun equals Apollo. Apollo means exterminator, and the name was given by the Greeks to the sun on the account of the injury it did before Troy. So there you have Apollo and exterminator, which is again the Terminator T2. And T2, T is a cross, like the 4, 4-2, 4-2, T2, Saturn, very much consistent. Judgment Day, second coming. This is why 2 T's, 2 4's, 2 X's all signify second coming. On 4/4, 2023, Trump was arraigned, and that was the 44th birthday of Heath Ledger. And at this time that he was in the court, they were filming Joker 2 outside. So second coming, Joker 2. Heath Ledger been replaced by a guy named Phoenix, second coming symbolism. And Joaquin Phoenix is often portrayed as a Christ archetype in all of his movies. It's pretty consistent. So my point of it here, again, this all reiterates what we've been saying. Continuing. The 4 seasons. Napoleon had 4 brothers that represent the 4 seasons. I believe he had the 12 marshals underneath him were the 12 signs of the zodiac. He followed the course of the sun. The leader of so many brilliant armies overran in triumph the countries of the south, but having penetrated too far north, he was unable to maintain himself. These details precisely apply to the sun's course. So the essay explains how you could look at Napoleon as a personification story, the sun's journey, which I think makes perfect sense. And this has been attached, of course, to the Gospels, to Christ, to Titus Flavius, through Joseph Atwill, which whatever you think about the origin of the story of Christ or the Sun King idea, the notion of personification is not new. And so this is not new. And I'm just saying it would be very consistent. And then Trump is heavily associated with Apollo. I think we've all seen Donald Trump's. I mean, first of all, he's got golden buildings, but the in one of his golden buildings, he has like an Apollo shrine, basically. I think I have a picture of it here. And by the way, Devil's Advocate had a penthouse where the devil was staying, and it was Trump's penthouse. But yeah, here you have inside Donald Trump's Apollo room. Anyway, let's continue. Great comments by everyone here. And the new Joker movie comes out on 10/4, by the way, about a month before the election on 11/5. Robert Sturrock says Fallout New Vegas has a lot of Elvis references. Fascinating. Okay, good to know. There's a gang of the Kings that dress like him. Okay, I'm going to have to let JL26 know, so I'm going to highlight this comment. We'll address this later. Because you cannot disassociate Elvis, King County, the Space Needle, the number 42, which is the age he died, from any of this stuff. It's all connected. And Elvis, as JL26 had remarked, he's the beast of the sea. He's another reference. He's another one of these archetypes. He's a personage. This is an icon. I mean, in a way, this is just idol worship. These are the new gods. And there's a reason, though. There's a reason why they would have Elvis's archetype in there. So this is getting very interesting. This is why I look into JL's work, because it's fact-based, it's observation-based, and he's picking up on very significant narrative threads. Robert Sturrock says they actually kind of worship him. Dan says Fallout 1, 2 were old-school turn-based games, and Vault 33. Yeah, I watched this Fallout episode 1, and a character named Lucy, which is Light, goes to the surface, and it's a big door that opens, and it's a portal to the light she's never seen. So she goes through the light, and there's a big 33 on her vest, and it's a 33 in the vault behind her. Like, what is all this? Well, 33 is always associated with light and ascension, like or fire, the Burning Man, Kundalini. But it's always ascension, transcendence. Whereas 42 is the opposite. It's descent, gravity, falling, darkness, death. So life, conception, and ascension, falling, death, and you could even say restriction, confinement, incarnation, the material world. So light and darkness, 33, 42. This is how it's represented on the world stage. 33 in the sun, which is why Christ transcends at 33. And then the 42 is heavily associated with the space program, from Elon Musk to Jeff Bezos to a lot of the subtext and scripts within. And, there's something else too. The number 42 associated with blackouts, which would be associated with nukes. In July of 1977, July 13th, 1977, which is 113 days before 11/3, side note. But on July 13th, 1977, you had a blackout in Manhattan. This is during the Son of Sam shootings. But it was a blackout from 42nd Street on. And 42 years later to the day, and this is in 2019, you had a Manhattan blackout. And it went from 42nd Street on. And it was remarked upon by the media that this Manhattan blackout was exactly like the previous one. Now, the failure affected 73,000 customers. Originally, it's 42,000. But anyway, the point of it is this. The blackout happened on the 42nd anniversary of the 1977 power outage that plunged the city into darkness and chaos. So you see this, 42, darkness, chaos. And I can find many, many examples of this. New York City power outage darkens Times Square, disrupts traffic 7/13/2019. I'm just bringing this up as an example, but you'll often find the number 42, again, correlated with Saturn, falling, black, darkness. And this is why in the race war psyops, you see an overwhelming use of the numbers 33 and 42. Like Derek Chauvin was only allowed to have 33. Well, there were 33 people in the courtroom when Chauvin was on trial. I'll just give you an example. 333 days after the killing on 4/2, on 4/20, he's convicted. Derek Chauvin trial, up to 33 people allowed in. Like, what is that? Now, Chauvin's wife was arrested for a bad check shortly after this event. The wife of Derek Chauvin was writing a bad check, $42. Then you had the twin of George Floyd, Stephen Jackson, 42. Floyd's drug dealer, I think his name was Maurice Hall, was 42 years old. The guy who was, Maurice Hall, 42, was the one who was driving the van. And I can go on and on with the 42s and these race war psyops. It's super consistent. And how many times in the head, or how many times was Rodney King? I think the name King and 33 are always associated. Rodney King was hit 33 times. Rosa Parks was 42 when she refused to give up her seat. Now, the Rodney King thing, this is intriguing. So the name King, 33. The riots, you had Reginald Denny, Reggie is king, all kinds of king stuff with this. But James Cameron recently talked about this, how he was filming Terminator 2. And by the way, Rodney King was beaten for 1 minute and 19 seconds. But check this out. Terminator 2 Judgment Day was filmed across the street from where Rodney King was beaten. But not only that, but while they were shooting, look at this, Rodney King was beaten on the same night that they were filming. So James Cameron just happened to be there filming when this happened. So I think James Cameron should be credited with the beating of Rodney King. Who shot JFK? It wasn't Oswald. It was Stanley Kubrick. Who was behind the beating of Rodney King? James Cameron. Tom Clancy, 9/11 does. We have to get into the meta scripters here. But this is deep, and Cameron's deep. He's on 9/11. He's at the scene of the Titanic. The 119 code ties into this pretty heavily as well. I mean, this is incredibly coincidental. This is synchromysticism. Man couldn't have planned this. The demiurge must have used some AI to make this happen. No, sorry, synchromystics. This is how they bend our history, by writing our news in advance, and we can find out who wrote the news. And guess what? It's not the demiurge. It's James Cameron. It's Stanley Kubrick. It's Jonathan Nolan. It's Christopher Nolan. It's a lot more mundane than just having this convenient argument of, oh, God did it. Fig says, I uploaded a video regarding the links between the Tower of Babel, Napoleon, BlackRock, and XO. They're all linked. Okay, please send me a link to that. Please send me a link. Here's a fascinating one. You say BlackRock. 1986 to 2019, you had 33 consecutive Burning Man festivals. They had to stop it in 2020 because of COVID. So you had 33 Burning Man festivals, 86 to 2019. Well, in 86, there was a man who burned himself in front of the White House. In 2019, there was a 33-year-old man who burned himself in front of the White House. These two Burning Men. Now, the second one was 33. The first one was probably 33. The second one had a USA shirt. So he's burning. Anyway, two Burning Men, 33 years apart. And I'm like, wait a minute here. These are the bookend years that start and finish have the 33 Burning Man festivals. And those take place in Black Rock City. So you have Black Rock City, Burning Man festivals, and at the final Burning Man festival in this 33-year consecutive sequence in 2019, a 33-year-old died. A 33-year-old man died at Burning Man in the Black Rock Desert. So 33rd Burning Man, 33-year-old dies. There's a lot more to it. My point of it is Black Rock, Burning Man, 33. Now, interestingly, there is reputed to be, if you trust Mercator and John Dee, there at the center of the North Pole is the Black Rock, a phantom island believed to be a black rock located at the magnetic North Pole. And according to Mercator describing it to John Dee, it is 33 French miles in size. So another 33 black rock connection at the center of this. And then in 87, you had the Black Monday market crash. In 2020, on 3/16, after they declared a pandemic, we had a Black Monday market crash. So I'm thinking, wait, Saturday, Saturn, Friday, Venus, Thursday, Jupiter, Wednesday, Mercury, Tuesday, Mars, Monday, Moon, Sunday, Sun. So Black Monday made me think, okay, wait, if we're looking at it from the perspective of, their symbolism here, a Black Monday market crash, it almost seems like it could be almost like a Black Rock reference, but the connection here, though, Black Monday, Black Rock, the financial systems were being impacted that day. In fact, on 3/16, the Dow Jones Industrial fell 2997, almost 3,000 points, which is a very 9/11-y number. But my point of it here is the connection with BlackRock and these two Black Monday market crashes 33 years apart, the Burning Man festivals in BlackRock. There's quite a lot here. But yeah, please send me a link to that video. I want to watch that, and then we'll continue this conversation. Okay, continuing. Dan says, born next to an AR-15, which becomes yours the moment you're old enough to hold it. Yeah, unless you're a Democrat or an illegal immigrant. Then you don't have God-given rights to own guns. Lean Dion says, Season 3 Westworld foreshadowed the 2020 riots with cities burning in a revolution. Right, good call. And, of course, Ground Zero, Seattle 311. When you look at the Season 3 Westworld artwork and imagery, here's an example. This does look like the One World Trade Tower. Now, the One World Trade Tower opened on 11/3, but the inverse of it, 3/11, and it's a big syringe. So you have this individual who looks like he's impaled on a big syringe on this new movie poster. So I looked at these posters closely, and free will is not free, Westworld, and what I did find here is I did find references to 311. Like here's a pretty interesting one. Look at the Westworld logo. It's a W, and it has two bars on the outside of the W to make another W. Or if you turn that sideways, it's a 3 and then an 11. You can find a lot of 311s encoded into this. But the One World Trade Tower, 1776, 11/3, 311, impaled, too perfect. But the 311 references here pre-existed 311 being declared as the pandemic date. Yeah, Westworld is fantastic when it comes to predictive programming, but also just the esoteric, because it does contain a pretty good idea or description of a maybe sim's not the word, but in a way, reality being described as something of a sim. And then you have this Corona reference constantly. Season 3 premieres March 15th, and they constantly show what appears to be a Corona. Again, this is not mysticism. We cannot mystify this stuff. These are not coincidences. Now, the synchromystics will say, oh, you're crazy if you call it a coincidence. Well, you are. But you're also crazy if you say this was done by aliens or God. This was done by a super advanced propaganda system, operatives, metascriptors, any sufficiently developed technologies indistinguishable from magic. It looks like magic to some. And look at the logo for Season 3. You got 3 vertical bars, right? Or you're looking out a square window at the Twin Towers. Another really good example of how this stuff works when it comes to these movies. Look at 3%. So 3% is a science fiction series which involves this world divided into two sides, offshore, inland, progress and devastation. To go into the future, to be allowed into the advanced part of society, you have to be sterilized. And then you have a hole in your sleeve. As in, they punch a hole, like that shows where you got your pokey, that you're sterilized, so you're allowed into the advanced part of society. The people who are breeding are still in the slums. So it's called 3%. So the 3% are those who are saved. Now, if you look at the logo from 3%, it just looks like 3%. But if you turn your head sideways, 90 degrees, the 3 has the Twin Towers in it. So what are you looking at? 311. Needle reference, obviously. So you have a 311 encoded into this. But then, in addition to looking at the Twin Towers from the side and having a 311, 911 connection, therefore, when you look at the percentage symbol, there's the sign here for the percent, that looks exactly like the World Trade Tower as seen from a bird's eye view from above. So if you look at the Twin Towers from above and the side, it doesn't take a lot of work to twist that one around to see it, but the 311, 911 connections are always there. Many of the movies, if not all of them, that contain 911 predictive programming contain it for 311, but nobody knew because 911 happened 20 years first and before. This goes for Vanilla Sky. This goes for much of Kubrick's work, The Shining, 2001: Space Odyssey. Look at all the misdirection. People are like, oh, The Shining, Kubrick did a Apollo 11 and he's telling us. No, that is an incomplete perspective. You're missing the stuff about JFK and 9/11. Same with Full Metal Jacket. A couple interesting connections. Full Metal Jacket. The character Joker is JFK, and he has a target on the side of his head, which I think is why Donald Trump has the 45-47 on the side of his head. It's a Kubrick clue there. Because 45-47, add them, you get 9/11, interestingly. And weirdly, 45-47 is the 616th prime, and 616 is another number of the beast by some accounts. But the Joker character is JFK, and he has a target on the side of his head, a reference to what? Full Metal Jacket, to the shooting of Kennedy, which was directed by Kubrick. Okay, and then one other point. There's 9/11 foreshadowing in that movie. Lean Dion says, remember the 33-year-old who fell into the 9/11 memorial abyss? Yeah, the only 9/11 jumper who actually existed. Yeah, we saw that. Now, that looked real to me, but it could have been fake and staged. We have no idea. I mean, the whole thing's a movie set. But yeah, that was the anniversary of 9/11. A 9/11 falling man, 33-year-old. Interestingly, he was kind of posed like the falling man, photographed by Richard Drew on 9/11, 33 years after he photographed Robert F. Kennedy falling to his death. Fig says, time is related to the moon, explained in my vid. Yeah, just post a link and I'll check out your video. I can't wait. MVP, the Hardware Vandal, says, bro, it has to be Synchro Mystic Alien God. No way could any movie director come up with such uncreative, contrived, obvious, narrative-pushing BS. Precisely. They try to do this argument from man couldn't do it. And I can name names, and I'm not trying to ridicule, but, for example, I mean, these are people I listen to. Human Vibrations was asked about this. Could man have scripted it all? Is it all scripted? And her answer was, no, it has to be a supercomputer. As in a computer man didn't make. Like, not our computers, but something that pre-existed us, I guess. AI. But the tendency to introduce something like this is because they're bewildered by something that is so advanced it seems like man couldn't. It's an argument from incredulity. But the problem with it is this. You're hiding the reality hackers. You're giving them cover. You're exonerating them. What if, and I've made this example before, this analogy, What if we said computer hacking? No way. That's just way beyond human intelligence. Nobody could hack a computer. Yeah, we could build them, but no, we couldn't hack them. That's gremlins. So if you get hacked, it's a gremlin. You know who would benefit from this? Hackers. Hackers would be able to operate with no restrictions because people don't believe in them. They only believe in gremlins, which don't exist. So those who are claiming that AI, demiurges, and mysticism are doing the news are claiming that the news media has divine inspiration, for one, but they're also hiding the reality hackers. So again, predictive programming is not done by gremlins. Synchromysticism is actually dead. It's as dead as the Mandela effect. It's a zombie conspiracy at this point. Put it down. Nobody's interests are served by mystifying bullshit. We have to remain objective because we're dealing with mind control that is rooted in its ability. Their whole mind control only works if they can depose you as the arbiter of what you believe and get you to accept logical fallacies. These are sleight of mind tricks, and I'm not going to fall for any of it. And we should look at this as progress. We should be happy that synchromysticism emerged in 2006 or so when people were noticing stuff with symbols regarding these big events, with themes, mythical themes, and gods and demons and all these different things that were just like, what is going on here? Wizards behind the scenes. And they would mystify it, but a lot of the people who are into synchromysticism didn't get into politics. They were more about something, quote, higher. So all these people are like, oh, let's not focus on the little news and the violence. Let's think about higher things. Yeah, that's mysticism. That's, let's not pay attention to the man behind the curtain. Let's look at the hologram of the big scary Wizard of Oz and tremble accordingly. No, not going to work with me. Tomino says TVF sync was like 2012 before media skepticism. Yeah, see, synchromysticism was the de facto, or rather the default explanation. Because you're like, yeah, there is some synchronicities here. And I thought so too. Like, how else do you explain all these coincidences? Until you find out that they're not coincidences. It's scripted news. And some will say, there's no way man could script all this stuff. Oh, really? Are you telling me that there's no script for 9/11? There's no script for 2020? Event 201? That every single mass shooting has a script. We can agree. Now, if every single fake mass shooting has a script, if every single fake fill-in-the-blank event has a script, then what's happening? They're acting out the script on the world stage, and then it becomes history. There we go, case made. They are writing our history in advance, and they only have to really do the big events heavy-handedly. The other things will take care of themselves because all the rest of the news bounces off these big events as though they are real. These are the agenda-setting events, so they can paint the zeitgeist in broad strokes and they can add their own nuance, but for the most part you wouldn't know. It's like liars, and I make this point too. I'm not going to let someone straw man me and say, oh, you're saying everything is scripted. That's a straw man. It doesn't have to be everything. It just has to be in broad strokes, and then it goes down from there. But the fact is, if everyone bounces off the same parameters, it's internally consistent. It's a closed system. And that's what I mean when I say the media is a closed system. And our perspective, the off-world stage perspective, is outside of their closed system, recognizing it as merely a model. Like, look, normies live in a model of the world where nukes are real, where all the news is real and nobody on TV lies. That's their model. Now, it's naive and it's wrong, but it's not the territory. So the mainstream media model is not the territory. The mainstream plus, which is like conspiracy, MSM plus, the stuff that adds on to it, that's not the model either. It's a more frenetic and nightmarish version, but it's not a model that reflects the real thing. The model that reflects the real thing is the one that recognizes, that is aware of it being merely a model. And it includes, not only is this a perspective, but also accounts for the fact that much is being excluded. Most of our worldview is formed by, paradoxically, what they don't show us. Okay, continuing. All right, let's see. Okay, thank you for the link. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark it. You can also send me stuff. You can also post it on Gilded. Go to ips.monster. I have a quick update for you again regarding this lawsuit. So the IPS has been at war with a very wealthy, politically connected hacker. And the hacker tried to shut down the IPS by tricking YouTube into thinking he was me, claimed my voice, and then he downloaded the music we used on the channel onto a SoundCloud account. And then, whenever we'd be live, he would file copyright strikes against the music that he didn't own and against my voice, which he didn't own, and he would shut us down, defund my channel repeatedly. So he tried to drive me out of business. And then there was a smear campaign. He did his best to try to destroy me. He even sent a spy to one of our art events. I'm assuming he paid her to find information out about me. So this stalking campaign was going strong for about a couple of years, and then we doxed him. And then he kind of went into hiding, but he still continued to hack and to stalk, but it was a little more reserved because then he got a job at the White House. Now, I didn't quite understand the significance of the fact that my stalker moved in his position and somehow got involved in the White House press corps. But then eventually kind of realized, okay, this guy is his own worst enemy, and he's eminently vulnerable to a lawsuit because he's politically connected. This would be really easy to tear him down in the court of public opinion. And the fact that he was anonymous was the only roadblock. We found out who he was, and so then I proceeded to file a cyber stalking and then, of course, a cyber squatting case against him. I worked with law enforcement to try to make something happen. Nothing has happened. So the IPS had to kind of defend itself, which we have done. We doxed him, we sued him, we sued Google, and everything's moving forward according to plan. So here we are, nearly 6 years later, after I got all the evidence I needed on my side, and I have Google, YouTube, and Goldfinch in court in a Superior Court of California. And one of the rules they have there is if someone's going to file a motion, they have to confer with the other party. So Google calls me whenever they're going to file something, and they explain to me what they're going to do. So the way this thing is proceeded is, like with every case, they try to dismiss the case. So they immediately try to dismiss it, and I filed a counter to it. I amended my complaint. So this has gone back and forth, and we have about a month until our first pre-trial meeting. And so last night they called me, and they asked me if I'm willing to drop the case. And the guy sounded kind of nervous about it when he asked. I'm like, he asked me, he said, look, we looked at your causes of action here, and if you're alleging fraud, it's only fraud if there's intentionality. And Goldfinch tricked us. So we could not have intentionally have stolen your content or used content theft to harass and stalk you. So they were basically saying, we didn't do nothing. To which my answer is, I have the email exchange between your attorney and this defendant. And this email exchange will demonstrate either A, Google had someone there who was purposefully doing this and needs to be charged with the crime, or they're negligent. So it's one of the two. It's either fraud or negligence. And so my point of it is I can't know for sure because I don't have those emails. So they're asking me to drop it because I can't prove intent. And I'm like, no, I'm not dropping this. I'm going to write the judge and request the court subpoena those emails so I can find out if your legal department was paid off to do this. And so that's what I said. I said, I think that someone in your legal department was either friends with Goldfinch or they were paid off and a crime has been committed, and there's no third option. Negligence or intentional fraud. There's no third option where Google doesn't pay. That's kind of where the conversation went. So they're going to file another motion. I'm going to counter it. But in the meantime, not only am I going to request those emails, but I'm going to ask the judge in a letter that I've drafted here to take whatever action is in their power to bring about a criminal indictment. And I have years of police reports, FBI reports, IC3 reports. I have it all. So that's my next step here. So anyway, it's all good news in my opinion. It's a win-win-win situation. Last week, Goldfinch got served, and this is interesting too. I had him served at the headquarters of Marco Polo because he's on Marco Polo. This is a bombshell because Marco Polo is run by a guy named Garrett Ziegler. Garrett Ziegler worked for Trump for 4 years. Ziegler and Goldfinch are extremely good friends, admittedly. So they're good friends. Goldfinch finances Marco Polo, and he's like a anonymous partner. So Ziegler's being sued by Hunter Biden because Marco Polo and his company hacked Hunter's computer. The Bidens don't know that Ziegler's anonymous defendant is a bona fide hacker. They don't know this, but they will soon. And I had him served at Marco Polo to make sure this fact comes out. He has about a week and a half to respond. We'll see what happens with that. But anyway, it's moving forward according to plan. It's a win-win-win situation. There is no way we lose as long as we maintain the process. And this would not have been possible if it were not for subscribers, for supporters, super chatters, believers in this, and just people who are participating. Because if it weren't for the participation in the think tank, this wouldn't have proceeded at all. And what we're doing, it's really not about the money. You know, I mean, at this point, I'm not even thinking about that. This is about punching Big Brother in the face. This is about a bunch of conspiracy theorists, so-called, marginalized, impugned, censored, harassed with the aid of YouTube's legal department, getting back at them. Because had they not interfered, you know, look back 2017, 2018, had there not been interference from this government-connected hacker, we would have had growth this entire time. We wouldn't be at 1,000 subs. You know, at one point we had gone from 0 to 12,000 in a matter of months. This channel, this concept, the parallel media, skepticism, metascript breakdown would be far larger, more extensive, and more damaging. But anyway, that was their point. They tried to censor us. Alex Jones is not censored. None of these truthers talking about the Pokey are, quote, censored. They're promoted. They're lauded. They're the officially sanctioned, approved counter-narrative. They're not censored. It's not censorship if the government's not involved. We have been censored. So we're going to hit back very soon. Mark Johnson says, I try to give you a small dono via Super Chat for legal shenanigans, but it keeps giving me an error message. Well, I appreciate it very much. And yeah, if you want to support the channel, go to ips.monster or go to patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. You can sign up for as low as $1 a month, $5 a month. You can also simply take part in the chat sections. I mean, when it really gets down to it, the real value of this thing is the participation, the think tank, the ideas. We are a fake news wood chipper. We are clear-cutting forests of misinformation while truthers are running around safe and designated fake trees. Safe that in the sense that you're allowed to attack these things. You can also go to my eBay shop. I put a link right there. I have been busily producing a lot of IPS art cards, and these are the size of Pokemon cards. These are 3.5 by 2.5 inches. They arrive in baseball card sleeves, and as you can see here, I have a wide array of penguins, and these are watercolor and acrylic. 99 cents, free shipping. Prices may go up. As you can see here, I do have a reputable store. 953 items sold since I opened it a little over a year ago, and predominantly baseball card sized works of art. And right now it's still kind of small. I used to do a lot more, and I used to make a lot more at this. So you can still get paintings under $5, but it's going to go up very soon. So I would recommend, if you want to pick up some of these Penguinati art cards, go to the link below, and it's also linked at ips.monster. MVP says the White House hired him because he's the Red Power Ranger. Yeah, it's the curse of the Red Power Ranger. So there is a thing called the curse of the Red Power Ranger, and it turns out that when we were figuring out who this person was, one of the things that surprised us was that it turns out that he is an actor. He was in Fast and the Furious, Lord of the Rings, King Kong. He was a Power Ranger, the Red Ranger, a stunt double. He did like the fighting moves. So there's this thing called the Curse of the Red Power Ranger. Every actor who has played the Red Ranger has had some kind of a tragedy. So here's from Fandom Wire. Oh, the Red Ranger curse. There's quite a lot here. 12 tragedies that confirm it. Let's just do a quick rundown. Yeah, I know them off the top of my head, so I'm just going to quickly run down. One of the Rangers kidnapped an elderly couple and forced them to sign papers to give him money, tied them to an anchor and threw him off a boat. Another one got into a fight with a friend over a girl and killed his friend with a samurai sword. Then the other one who killed the elders, while he was in prison, he self-castrated with a razor. He gave himself a sex change. And then another one of these rangers had, I think his name was Pua something. Another one of these Red Rangers beat his wife nearly to death and then killed himself. And then his replacement, and this was a guy that Marcus Goldfinch was an actual body double for on several movies. His replacement as a ranger got into issues with COVID fraud. So a Red Power Ranger had taken all kinds of COVID money. I think he got like millions of dollars in COVID loan fraud. And so here we go. Red Ranger actor, multi-million-dollar PPP COVID relief fraud scheme, 3.5 million in small business loans. And that's actor St. John. Another Red Ranger. So now so we got murders, we've got crimes of passion, we've got someone doing significant self-harm, and then we have this, and then we have Goldfinch. And Goldfinch is poised to take a huge fall. Because think about this too. He's the guy that hacked Hunter Biden's laptop. Now, you may not like Hunter Biden, you may not like the Bidens, maybe you're not voting for Joe Biden like me, but half the country is sympathetic towards Hunter Biden, believe it or not. And they would love to know who hacked that computer. And when they find out that, hey, by the way, the guy that hacked Hunter Biden's computer, not only was he a Red Ranger, but he's the top QAnon influencer on Telegram. He runs the JFK Jr. magazine George, and he's in the White House press corps. And people are like, wait a minute. They're gonna run into this. They're gonna say, wait, you're saying that there's a QAnon in the White House press corps? There's been a QAnon in Trump's shadow this entire time? This destroys Donald Trump's plausible deniability. He knows all about the Q operation because of Goldfinch. It destroys his plausible deniability. And again, he's in the White House press corps. If the White House press corps knew that Q was one of them, they would flip. And that's another aspect to it. Yeah, I'm mentioning he's part of the Q operation. I'm soft pedaling it. I'm toning it down. Yeah, he's part of the Q operation, demonstrably. Huge influencer in QAnon. Easy to prove. But the truth of it is, he's one of the Q droppers. He is a central operative to this psyop. And then here's another element to it, because David Hogg, one of our favorite crisis actors, David Hogg would have some personal beef with Marcus Goldfinch if he knew that it was Marcus Goldfinch as MGTV who doxed him as an actor and made him go viral on YouTube. When, here it is, this is from MGTV, David Hogg on August 7th. David Hogg is not a crisis actor, just don't ask YouTube. So when David Hogg went viral as a crisis actor, it was because of Goldfinch. And weirdly enough, this story was covered widely, and none of these newspapers have MGTV's name anymore. They scrubbed it. I actually have this as part of my investigation. If you go to Web Archive, go to webarchive.org and you look at these articles about David Hogg being called out as a crisis actor, you'll find MGTV is mentioned. Whether it's BBC, Forbes, Yahoo News, they mention Marcus Goldfinch TV, MGTV. He's the one who started this David Hogg thing. But in the new articles and all the updates, it's been scrubbed. So what happened is when he left YouTube as being MGTV, the conspiracy theory guy, and he went to go work at the White House as George News, they scrubbed his online past as best they could. But what I've been able to do is compare with the Web Archive, and I was able to show that, look, George News used to be anonymous. I mean, look, this is an old story. Everybody here knows it. My point being, I can prove that the White House Communications Office Dropbox is managed by his email address. If you go to marcusgoldfinch.com, you can also see he was showing off classified documents. These are the types of things that Trump was being raided for at Mar-a-Lago. Goldfinch has some of these. He's got this secret document, U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs, and in this video, he's flipping through his secret document and he signs it with all kinds of stuff about Q and George and the number 17 and the best is yet to come. Anyway, this person is certainly one of the dumbest criminals you'll ever encounter because he sent out a full confession, not only a confession, but copies of the emails that he sent to YouTube to trick them. So he actually shared his entire methodology. So this is why I think I have such an easy case here. I have admissions of guilt and malicious intent. All the conditions are met for fraud, and fraud committed and aided by Google. So just a quick update there. Let's move on to other things. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we started early today. This may be a normal thing. I may just be in here every morning. I have a routine, and I've been trying to build up to IPS morning deprogram, where we spend about an hour or so here just going over the things we're going to talk about later, and then in the evening we do open phones. And I'm probably going to continue to do this. Let me catch up on the notes. I had a few more things. So Ryan Garcia said, when an earthquake happens tomorrow in Los Angeles and Vegas, I don't want to hear anyone speak bad about the Lord Jesus Christ, King of Kings. Okay, so don't badmouth the King of Kings. Those of you in Vegas and Los Angeles on 6/6 when it gets earthquaked. Ryan Garcia says there will be an earthquake in various places. Taiwan, LA is next. Jesus is returning soon. Rejoice. Okay. 4.8 earthquake eclipse. Yeah, this guy is shooting from the hip. That's again Ryan Garcia. Jay Diggs mentioned before he said he was just pretending to be crazy for his last fight. Yeah, look, he came out and admitted that this was all a joke. He admitted this on one of these podcasts. He's like, look, I'm just gonna be the biggest troll on the internet. And he did. He made $50 million. You know, he bragged about this. But then after he said he was just trolling about being Me Too'd at the Bohemian Grove, then he launches his earthquake prophecies. It's like, you know, that doesn't make sense. You should have just stuck with, stay in your character. Stay in character. Long term, you'll do better. Imagine if David Icke never let the reptilians go. He'd be huge right now. Okay, by the way, we were talking about the Boeing Starliner, and yeah, they had some issues getting up into the space station, as we expected. Got a comment from Aritos on BitChute says, so many 666s in your phone number and 18s. My number's kind of vague. Just briefly, 563-999-3664. Nines are nines, they're not sixes. You know, no matter how many this gematria calculator thing has got people to the point where anything can mean anything. And no, This is not a magical number. It's 563-999-3664. Like, if I wanted 666, I would have had it, and I've had it before. I'm just saying that number isn't, that my number isn't like crazy or mystical or suggestive in any way. It practically has every number in it. See, Kamala Harris gets called an effing murderer on Jimmy Kimmel. So brainwashed people who believe in fake dead people are angry at Kamala Harris, who's fake. And of course, this is how it works. And notice this too, Kate. Normieville sleeps. Normieville's sitting there laughing at the laugh tracks, just going with the flow. Whatever's on TV, they're cool with. The truthers are anti everything. You got the pro and the anti, the MSM and the MSM plus. But the thing is, the truthers are on the right wing. What happens if you lean left, but you're not a normie? Well, then you become agitated and woke. Agitated and woke. Triggered and woke. It's the same thing as being hopped up on truther pills. You can't say Alex Jones is not triggered. He cries every day. He lashes out angrily. The guy is hysterical. And that's because he has taken all the red pills. Similarly, if you take all the woke pills, you go off the rails like someone on the far right does. So here's Kamala Harris being harangued by brainwashies on her side of the fence.
Stop the genocide! 15,000 children died because of you! Stop the genocide! You're murderer!
Stop the genocide. Now, this is about Palestine. It's not about chemtrails, for those of you chemtrail believers. But she got called an effing murderer on Jimmy Kimmel. Let's see here. Got some more notes to go through. Joe Rogan says, how far away is America from seeing another JFK type situation? Everybody's talking about this. The JFK situation. General Flynn has been pretty blatant about it. Climate change directly affects mental health. Now, you may or may not believe that. You know, climate angst, people do get angst from fearing the end of the world because of the climate. I think it's true. Placebo effect, nocebo effect, psychosomatics. Beliefs matter. I'm a non-believer, so this stuff doesn't affect me. But if I believe this stuff, yeah, it would mess me up. And I would say that climate change does affect the mental health of its believers. They get mad at the non-believers. They believe that the sky is falling. They believe that the world is being destroyed by man and that nobody cares. And they're just mad about it. That's the climate change believer for you. But what about the chemtrail believer? Are they not directly experiencing mental health issues? Yeah, they're paranoid, they're phobic, they're making bad arguments from ignorance, they're loading their questions, and they are angry all the time. Chemtrail believers are so miffed by the non-believers. And I often point out that the only difference between them and the climate change believers is chemtrail believers don't do activism. In fact, like a month ago, I put out a video and I'm like, you guys need to start throwing tomato sauce on paintings and gluing yourselves to airplanes like the climate change people. None of them took me up on it. And look, if you can convince me chemtrails exist, I will glue myself onto an airplane. Just putting it out there. If you want to debate, I'm open. Okay, a few random memes. Here's Trump leaning forward, like 45 degrees, leaning forward, talking to someone shorter than him. And Liam Neeson tweeted, "You've been hit by a smooth criminal." Not bad. I mean, 34 felonies. I believe it's going to be 88 in total when they're done. Man from China wears a Kobe Bryant helicopter crash costume at a comic convention. Now, Kobe Bryant's death was faked. We could go into this. The last person to interview Kobe Bryant alive, Stephen Jackson, George Floyd's twin. Kobe Bryant was part of the I Can't Breathe thing before George Floyd made it cool. I don't know if you remember that Kobe Bryant I Can't Breathe shirt. I think he got that from Here we go. Kobe Bryant on Lakers wearing the I Can't Breathe 2014. So he was part of this before it was a thing, before that really blew up in 2020. Now, why is this significant? Because he turned, and here's the number, he turned 42 in the summer of 2020. They celebrated his birthday posthumously. The NBA had Mamba Week. So Mamba Week, NBA all wears 42. Not coincidentally and not synchromistically, Chadwick Boseman, who played Mr. 42, again for Jackie Robinson, who crossed the MLB color line, another 42 with the race war psyops. Chadwick Boseman played Mr. 42, dies at 42 after raising $4.2 million for COVID. And his death is commemorated by MLB. So all of MLB is wearing a 42 on their shirt, but not for him, but for Jackie Robinson. So Jackie Robinson Week has MLB all wearing 42. Mamba Week has NBA all wearing 42. What is that? And by the way, his helicopter crash had predictive programming in a commercial with Kanye where Ye's in a black helicopter and Kobe throws a basketball bomb at him, and then he's in a helicopter in Legends of Chamberlain Heights, which crashes and burns. Anyway, little side note, Kobe Bryant not dead. And not only is he not dead, but the Lakers general manager was hanging out with The Rock, and they were speaking to a group of students, and he said, Kobe Bryant was so moved by Heath Ledger after watching Dark Knight that he had me arrange to have dinner with Heath and learn some stuff from him. So Kobe Bryant, according to the general manager of the Lakers, was hanging out with Heath Ledger, and he learned how to use some of that Joker tech to improve his basketball game. Yeah, that's kind of a interesting story. Again, if you haven't heard about this, now the reason why this is significant to me is Heath Ledger is like a death faker. Heath Ledger maybe would have been someone that Kobe Bryant would have wanted to talk to, specifically because, he has experience in death fakery. Well, here is Lakers GM talking about Kobe Bryant hanging out with Heath Ledger. Now, the only reason I'm bringing this up is that Heath Ledger was already dead for several months before the movie came out.
Where there was one time when Kobe, who I worked with for 18 years, was going back to play Madison Square Garden, and he had just seen The Dark Knight. Obviously, you guys saw that movie. And he's like, hey, hook me up with dinner with Heath Ledger because he got so locked into that role. I want to know how he mentally went there. And so he had dinner with Heath, and he talked about how he locks in for a role, and Kobe used some of that in his game.
Great.
Cool. Kobe used some of that Joker in his game. Such BS. Or it's true. I think it's true. I think it is true. I think he did do it. I think he did go talk to Heath Ledger. But it was behind the scenes, and this is some kind of unintentional leak, perhaps. I don't know exactly how that... Anyway, I'm looking at this as highly suspect. Here's a poster, or rather this is a magazine from 1977 when Skylab fell. Skylab protective helmet. Don't be caught dead without one. So you have these Skylab space junk helmets. And this is, again, it was a crash of 79. So Skylab fell 7/11, 79. 42 years later, Richard Branson launched on that day. But back then, they were already talking about this idea of stuff falling from the sky. It's been a narrative building for a long time, and it's been amplifying in recent years. When Roland Emmerich did Moonfall, it pretty much sealed the deal for me. That's what's going to happen. He did the Independence Day, which created a frame of reference for 9/11. Well, Moonfall is going to have us pretty prepared as far as the imagery projected onto the collective psyche. It's going to be pretty ready to accept space junk, which they're already doing more and more space junk all the time. So I got an interesting comment here from Tim Osman. Uncut floating astronauts from, and he spelled astronauts correctly, ASTRONAUTS N-O-T-S, knots. Because they're, I say actronauts, but anyway, uncut floating astronauts from today. Flat earthers can't explain uncut footage of people floating. The wires and vomit comet cannot account for this. So what he's admitting to here is that he finds this footage convincing. That he cannot fathom how they might be able to simulate floating in space. Like, okay, you find this to be perplexing or rather convincing, good for you. I don't. I'm going to go ahead and play a few clips here of what this guy finds to be realistic.
And so you're hearing that, and it's definitely relatable for a long trip.
Do you all know that show Blue's Clues? No, I never watched it, but I've seen I've seen sections of it. Blue's Clues. I think I had like younger siblings watched it. So Blue's Clues is this character who kind of just like Pee Wee Herman, but it's all cartoon. He just has these cartoon props. So he's basically playing with green screens all day. That's Blue's Clues. It's a children's show. No different than the ISS, which is a children's show. And they just sit around playing with green screens all day. But I'm looking at this ISS footage, and to me it looks like Blue's Clues. The way that they're staring at the camera and the way that the background just looks fake and the objects don't move like they're really there. Like, I'm sorry, this looks like Blue's Clues to me. We all have our opinions, but now what is his expertise versus mine? Well, his expertise is not in video editing, I don't think, but mine is. I've done video editing, I've done chroma key, green screen, special effects. I've done a lot of different types of video editing and special effects, enough to where, and then I have a deep appreciation for film. I was a film studies major. And I know for a fact that if I was going to do some kind of a special effects gig, and I put out stuff like NASA, I would lose the gig. Like, sorry, we can't accept this. I can see some fuzz around the edge of this person. They're not in the room. It's fake looking. Interestingly, though, most experts who are professional video editors don't even question NASA. And it shows you the power of cognitive bias and trust. The old argument from authority. They trust the screen. But I don't believe that this constitutes scientific evidence. Oh yeah, they're a couple hundred miles above the Earth, just floating around. No, I don't think so. This is so phony and so fake to me. And this is not just me being incredulous. This is me being honest. Like, in my honest assessment, like, my eyes do not see people in a room here. I see these people have a qualitative difference in how they're lit than the background, which looks weirdly flat and 2D. Nothing about this looks real to me. I'm just saying, if we're coming down to our opinions, in your opinion it looks real, in my opinion it looks fake, in my informed opinion. However, his argument is there's no way they could fake it. How could you fake people just floating for so long? It's like, haven't you seen the behind the scenes of Inception with the rotating movie sets? But again, looking at this guy,
Again, if you're just
I'm sorry, it just looks so fake. It is cartoonish. It's laughable. It's risible. It's the worst special effects in the world. And my best explanation is this: they can only hire people who have high security clearance. They're not drawing from the best of the best. They're having to work with whoever they can get because these are all government workers. But anyway, what Timmy said was, flat earthers can't explain uncut footage of people floating. Okay, well, Cubstar says unless it's pre-recorded, which, why would you think it's live? Do you think that you can perform these stunts live? If you're dealing with green screens, it's already post-production. I mean, AVR, you can do live, but a lot of this stuff, like the moving around, it's going to require post-production. So we have to assume it's live? No. MouseGate, for example, shows you that this stuff has to be pre-recorded. You know, MouseGate, if you don't remember, when they sent the genetically modified mice out into space, there was this footage that appeared to show a mouse on the outside of a rocket going at Mach 8 or whatever. Now, that shouldn't be possible. But the fact of it is, somebody, likely Elon Musk, as a joke, put a rat on the outside of the rocket. Now, that could not have been done live. You weren't looking at something live. It was pre-produced and then performed or played live. So what I'm saying is that one thing that could explain how they pulled it off is pre-recorded. And then Tim says, Vomit Comet only lasts for a few seconds and will have turbulence. Look, that's a straw man. Nobody, literally nobody, except for Timmy Osman, contends that the ISS astronauts are in a vomit comet. Nobody's making that claim. But the only reason we bring up the vomit comet is because that's how they train. They simulate zero G with these parabolic flights. Now, the problem with it is this, and if I was on the side of defending NASA, I wouldn't even bring up the vomit comets, because the parabolic flights show how hair moves in zero G, and it's nothing like the way that the hair behaves on the ISS. On the ISS, it's all hairspray. You know, so much hairspray, they'd probably put a new hole in the ozone, or they would have if this were real. It's insane the amount of hairspray they're dumping on these people. Whatever happened to the ozone hole anyway? It would be ironic if it was a real hole in the ozone, and it was caused by such stuff, because NASA has been badly faking hair in zero G for such a long time. When this new ISS movie came out, I'm like, look, if there's anything that's going to give away for the general public how fake the ISS is, it's going to be juxtaposing the movies with the quote real thing and showing them that the real thing is faker than the movies. So watch the hair. And I had my plans on watching the movie, reviewing it, and specifically noting the hair. And I think they were listening to me, because the ISS movie comes out and there is not one loose hair. You know, normally they love to show it off, and that's because they're trying to create an illusion. But in the movie, nope, all slicked back, ponytails, not one loose hair. Why is that? It would give away the fact that they can't fake it as well. I mean, it's unbelievable, the cognitive dissonance people have to absorb. Pop quiz. Former President Trump will be in San Francisco for a fundraiser hosted by tech billionaires, and there will be a bird look-alike to greet him. It's called the Trump Chicken, and it's at a warehouse, and it's in a jailbird suit. So this is actually up by his opponents. How tall is the Trump Chicken inflatable? You can see it on the screen there. How tall is this inflatable bird? Pop quiz. While you're calculating this, I'm going to go through some more comments. Okay, Fig says the pyramid also relates to the volcano. Interesting. The volcano. You know, there is some kind of connection I made before with this, with the symbol of Jehovah, the fire on the mountain, the volcano, the Dianetics volcano, and the pyramid. And there may be something else. There's Vulcan, I believe. Isn't it Vulcan, the male counterpart to Venus? Vulcan is the god of fire and the god of volcanoes. Anyway, Vulcan is mentioned in the Freemasonic story. Here we go. Tubal Cain is the Vulcan of the pagans. Anyway, strange references, but you made me think of pyramids when you said volcano, and I thought, pyramids, Masons, Vulcan. Travis Cloud says, the biggest achievement in Call of Duty is to get a nuke to kill every player in the lobby instantly, making you win the game. Alright, we are joined by X322. Thank you for joining. This is IPS Morning Deprogram. Lean Dion says, Tim Osman would hug all those weird dudes in the control room heaps. Oh yeah. Yeah, he would jump up and down and clap his hands and cheer when the Dong rocket launches into space. And if you didn't know, the rocket's a symbol of resurrection. And you get into the terminology and the words, it's all pretty self-evident. This is consistent. You see that the sun worship has always been correlated with the worship of the male principle, active. That's why you have the phallic symbol, the obelisk. It's always been the case with sun worship. And so that's why you have the sun, the obelisk, and the rocket is the newest iteration of this obelisk symbol. So when the obelisk is going into space, it's resurrecting. It represents the dead sun god. The story is this: sun god dies because the Lord of Darkness chops him up, the Terminator line, where night meets day. The sun is being dismembered throughout the day. That's Osiris's fate. Then at night, he's put back together by his wife Isis. Only she can't find this one part because his murderer hid it. So she puts the obelisk on his grave to represent his missing member and to symbolize his resurrection. And this is Egyptian myth, it's all personification, and it's just about the cycles of time. So then, if the sun dies, where do we get the new sun? Well, at night, the goddess is having a conjugal visit with the god of the earth. So you could look at that as, of course, the conception of the sun for the next day. So Horus is the child of darkness. You see the images of Isis holding the baby? Well, that's the sunrise. It's in the arms of night. She's got the robes with the stars. So that's the sun in the morning. So it's the sun god born again, baby Jesus, etc. And then the cycle starts all over again. But it's a daily thing. So the idea of Isis mourning, she's mourning him, and the obelisk is a symbol that she's going to resurrect him in the form of his son. And this is where you get this strange, like, how is the sun, like the sun personified Jesus is God Jesus. Are they two different people? Well, this is a weird story because it's like Osiris is more or less self-reincarnating, if that makes sense. But this is also represented today with a symbol of the earth god of recycling. We got Gaia, but you have the idea of recycling is really, in my view, it's earth worship. It's to save the planet. It's to prevent the earth from destroying us because of what we're doing to it. But if you look at the recycling symbol, it's 3 nails, crucifixion association, again, dying, resurrecting, and it's the symbol of being reborn. In fact, I have some water bottles, and it's on the side it says, recycle, so these can be reborn as denim jeans. I'm like, okay, reborn, recycling, the recycling of souls, reincarnation. These are all things that are just intrinsic to the space program symbolism based upon Mystery Babylon. And that's why all these rockets have the names they do. Saturn, Osiris Rex, even Virgin Galactic, that's all goddess worship. And when you get into the launches and you break them apart, you can see that there's an esoteric aspect to it, and it all relates to ascension, the ascension of higher consciousness, the rising of the fire snake, the Kundalini, the fire snake, the burning obelisk, the burning man. All these things pertain to Christ and ascension, or the soul transcending the flesh, exiting the material realm, going to the celestial realms. This is why, if you want to exit the material realm, you have to go Mach 33. Yeah, to get up into space, you got to go Mach 33. 33 times the speed of sound. In fact, there's a Mach 30, there's a ridiculous number of 33s connected with the space program, but the exit velocity. So to me, this is all very significant, because if you look at the Earth as the material realm and space as the new heaven, where you transcend the flesh, transcend the earth, transcend matter. Well, similarly, to go to the new heaven, which is space, on the surface of the earth, the escape velocity is 33 times the speed of sound. Again, 33 vertebrae on the spine, and that represents consciousness from the animal, the earth-based terrestrial root chakra, to the crown at the top, representing your alignment with the celestial, the heavenly. Because we exist on a spectrum from bestial to angelic. And the idea of ascending in consciousness is rising above the bestial. Well, the space program is all allegory for higher states of consciousness and ascension, going to heaven, rising above the material, where you also look at the idea of man's pollution. We're destroying the world, which makes the space program and makes Elon Musk our salvation, a savior. If you want to be saved, the symbol of salvation is the obelisk, the symbol of the risen savior, or the rocket, which can save you from the fallen world. If you look at it literally, because the old obelisks are just made of stone, they don't fly to heaven. So what I'm saying here is that you have the literal interpretation of the space program, the exoteric, oh, we're going out there physically to space. Then you have the esoteric, which tells you that no, NASA is a mystery school. It's an Egyptian mystery school. Everything else is exoteric for the purposefully misled and brainwashed who take it literally. So Timmy Osman sees them as literally levitating. And I see this as the state manufacturing miracles for the masses to justify their belief in their religious paradigm. In fact, what they're doing here, I would call this levitation. That this is meant to be a miracle. Levitation of saints. The levitation of saints is the ability attributed to saints to fly or levitate. There are many mentions of levitating saints you can find. This was an ability attributed to early Christians. The apocryphal Acts of Peter gives tales of Simon Magus and others flying into the air. Peter prays to God to stop him from flying. Anyway, this is a story. St. Francis could levitate to a height of 4 cubits or 1.8 meters while preaching. In the Orthodox tradition, John the Wonder Worker, 1896 to 1966, could levitate while in prayer. So levitation has been one of the miracles to show that they have ascended. Look, they're no longer weighed down by, and check this out, gravity. Just getting into the words of it. Gravity, grave, gravel, the earth, death. Life, ascension, light, rising above. So light as in lighter than air. So the idea here is that the levitation means they've transcended matter. The astronauts are our high priests. They're elevated. They're higher than us. They're levitating. They have God's eye, a God's eye view of the earth. They can see the earth as God sees it, just as the high priests can see heaven and tell us what it's like. But we can't see it because we're not able to levitate. We can't ascend. We're not ascended like them. So what I'm saying here is that while Timmy Osman with an S is impressed by the literal levitating, the Tim Osman with a Z recognizes that this is in fact the exoteric nonsense cover and just a way of conveying miraculous to convince people that they can do miraculous things. But no, it's fake. It's a magic show. Okay, continuing on comments. Quite a lot here. Fig says Horus is an anagram for hours. Yes, hours. Marking the time of the sun crossing the day across the sky. Luke Skywalker. Luke is light walking across the sky. Darth Vader means dark father. So you have dark father, Saturn. You see, Saturn rules the night, the sun rules the day. The sun gets killed by the Lord of Darkness, Saturn, every night. Or at sunset. Set is another name for the Prince of Darkness in the Egyptian pantheon. So again, the sun setting, the death of the sun at sunset. This is encoded into the death of George Floyd. He was kneeled on for 8:46, a sun god ritual. The sun set at 8:46 in the Twin Cities on 5/25/2020. That's why they use that number. Additionally, 9/11 actually kicked off at 8:46 a.m. But this is, again, the story that we see again and again. That's why Darth Vader chops off Luke's sword hand. What does the sword symbolize? The obelisk. The lightsaber. Light, life, the obelisk, all connected to the same symbol. So you have the Death Star which looks like the moon of Saturn by design, because Darth Vader is Saturn. So Darth Vader and Luke are fighting, their swords are crossing, another important symbol, the cross, and Luke gets his sword hand chopped off. That is the dismemberment, that is the phallus of Osiris being chopped off, the light walker, the sun. And what happens then? Then Luke falls, and he hangs from a cross in Cloud City until he can have his sword hand reattached, and then he's seen in the ship, working with his new sword. My point of it being, the masses have been indoctrinated with the exoteric version of this esoteric, ancient, archaic world view, Mystery Babylon dressed up like the Jetsons. Nothing has changed. The old world order is the new world order. It's just been updated in its nomenclature. We'll be taking phone calls tonight. IPS Morning Deprogram is just where I can catch up on notes. And then, oh yeah, by the way, let me see who guessed it first. The Trump chicken is 33 feet tall. Mark Johnson guessed 42. Good guess. Lean Dion, Travis got it. 33 feet tall. Yeah, the former President Donald Trump will be in San Francisco, and a 33-foot tall bird look-alike will greet him. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Okay, this is just a question I brought up. I was thinking about this because I'm convincible. I am convincible. You can change my mind. Convince me. Whatever conspiracy theory you believe in exists, and I will fight for it. I will be your chemtrail Greta. Convince me they exist. I will shut down chemtrails. Believe me. Anyway, when it comes to NASA, they could convince me we're on a spinning ball 25K in circumference, but I need to see convincing footage. You can convince me that you're levitating, but I need to see convincing footage. But then this is something of a conundrum, because the evidence to convince me that they would provide would necessarily be qualitatively better and different than what they have shown us thus far. So for them to convince me that we live on a spinning ball, they can't show me the same old crap. So then they show me some good stuff. Oh, look, this is very convincing. And I'm like, wait a minute then. Even though you've showed me some really convincing stuff, this doesn't explain away decades of crap. Do you see my point here? It kind of raises the question. Why was the previous evidence so bad? Why did you have to wait this long to come up with something convincing? And you can't be fooled by this. Like, you can look at this like Timmy did and say, okay, I find this convincing. These guys are floating around. Well, I'm sorry. You still have to answer for the footage from 2005, which was way worse. 2010. Go back. 2015. Go back through the years and look at the various permutations, the iterations of the space station, the various seasons of this reality TV show, and you'll see that they're getting better and better at faking floating. But you can't say, hey, look, it's 2026, they finally perfected it. You guys can't debunk this. I don't need to. It's a house of cards. I debunked you at the first story on this house of cards. And the whole thing falls when I pull one of these cards. You can't build on fake and make it realer and realer, and then it's like a lie. Here's an example. Land shark. Someone knocks on your door, but you heard there's a land shark, and so it's like a mailman. Like, oh no, the mailman's already come, so you don't answer. He knocks again. Pizza. We didn't order pizza, so you don't answer. He knocks again. Plumber. Oh, we do need a plumber. They open the door. The land shark comes in and he eats them. It's an old SNL skit, and it's like, you didn't believe him on the first knock. You didn't believe him on the second. It's the same voice. Nothing's changing. And you believe him when he finally says something you believe. That's the basis of the joke. The idea that he can just change his story and they fall for it. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're falling for NASA in 2024 and you still haven't dealt with the eminently debunkable garbage they've given us previously, you're kind of like one of these persons opening the door for the land shark. King Wormy says, what's your view on world stage inverts, Hollywood and politicians? Yeah, anyone who tells you that Hunter Biden is a woman is gaslighting you. Anyone who tells you that Sylvester Stallone is a woman is gaslighting you. they're just gaslighting themselves. They might as well say all dogs are cats at this point. All dogs are cats, all birds are fish. He's talking about EGI, and you have to be careful about this because if you don't stand for and support their conspiracies, then you're part of it. You know how many of these EGI people said, "Oh, I've seen you. You're definitely a woman." I'm like, okay, you've just thrown away your credibility with me anyway. It's either a scientific diagnosis based on forensic anthropology, or it's a pejorative that you use against people that don't believe you. No, but it's a troll thing. Look, the transvestigation fetishists are, borderline paraphiliacs. It's some kind of a kink. Or they're just bored trolls. In all likelihood, it's a misinformation campaign. It gaslights you. They gaslight you. Like, look at Hunter Biden, that's a woman. It's like, well, look, there's 4,000 nudes of him. That's why I mentioned him. Or Stormy Daniels. Like, oh, Stormy Daniels is a man and Donald Trump's a woman. Okay, well, there's decades of video content of Stormy Daniels. So that raises the burden of proof. If you're going to say that's a man, now you have to address every video that contradicts you. And I brought this up, and these Christian transvestigationists are like, oh, we don't look at this adult content. Okay, so you're a transvestigationist, and you can't look at naked people. There's a problem here. You're never going to get the right answers if you're going to be blocking yourself from seeing your own evidence. Sort of like the other night I had a caller, and they said that they were disturbed at how I used the phrase or the statement, fake dead kids' lives don't matter. I'm like, don't say fake dead kids. It's offensive. It's like, well, I understand some people are offended by some things. Don't subject yourself to it. And this person was like, I don't watch the news because it's terrible and violent. I can't look. Well, if you can't look, then you're in no position to say it's real. You have you don't get to have an opinion on my assessment of it being real or fake if you can't consult the evidence. You can just stay back there with the mob of believers and just be offended. But you're not in a position whatsoever if you can't examine the evidence. So if you're a transvestigationist, you've got to debunk 4,000 pictures of Hunter Biden. And anyway, I've confronted them and they all block me. They're the most dishonest trolls on the internet. They will block you. And one other point, they're all anons. Anybody who's anonymous who makes claims like this can be dismissed because they don't really believe what they're saying. Like, if you really believed it, you wouldn't be anonymous. And the reason why they're all anonymous is they know if they go out there, they're going to be accused of being inverts. And it's also kind of a trick, because here's their basic rule. Everybody on TV is the opposite of what they portray themselves as. Everybody. Everybody who's famous. So like, well, the people that you know obviously won't fit that because they're not famous. And you don't know any famous people, so you can't check it. It's kind of like a catch-22. There's really no way you can, it's unfalsifiable. And then you get into the details. They're like, well, Alex Jones is a woman, they say. And I'm like, well, look at that brow. I mean, that's a very manly brow with his permanent frown. Very serious, stern expression. And they're like, well, that's an implant. Oh, Jones has a brow implant? So they move the goalpost. And so then I'm like, hypothetically, I'm just like, okay, well, what if he had a smooth brow? Wouldn't that contradict them? And you find somebody, anyway, my point being here, it's just like you can't win with them. It's like, oh, this person, they shaved their Adam's apple. Oh, they implanted an Adam's apple. They implanted a brow. They shaved the brow. It's unfalsifiable. They can never be wrong. Lean Dion says Rogan is a woman. Fako. This tells me that these people have never been at the gym. King Wormy says video editing. Okay, so if you're going to claim video editing with Hunter Biden's videos, you have to point to it and show me your expertise. If you can point to the ISS and diagnose it as fake, then you can go and show me how this is fake. Show me the green screen. I had someone try to say, because it's very well known that Sylvester Stallone was involved in a lot of nude content, erotica, adult content, etc. So if you're going to say he's a woman, you have to go through all these videos. And I would send pictures and links to people on Twitter, and they would block me, they would ban me, or they would say, oh, it's a prosthetic. They can never be wrong. So anyway, transvestigationism is for ignorant, bored trolls. That's about it. Here's King Wormy with an all caps straw man. So all the world stage people are their true gender. Like, you don't agree with me, therefore you must agree with a mischaracterization, the complete opposite. Give me a break. You're transduced. You have no evidence, yet you're making the claim. And so I wonder, what is your motivation? What is your motivation here? If you can spend all day staring at the crotches of female celebrities and male celebrities, I think your priorities are off. Is that where trutherism is at right now? I saw this one picture. They're like close-ups of I think it was Chris Cornell, Elvis, and Trump. All these pictures of these various celebrities who are like sitting down cross-legged, or and the transvestigators are on Twitter spending hours and hours a day poring over photographs. But like, aren't you also aware that they use Photoshop? They touch up images, etc. Dwayne Garrett says prosthetic suits. King Wormy says, okay, so video editing doesn't exist. Again, bad argumentation. You need to provide evidence. I'd bring out Hitchens' razor. What is it with these truthers making wild claims but never backing them up? You've had plenty of time. If you're a transvestigator in 2024, you're a fetishist. You've got a paraphilia. You like it, and that's fine. I'm not knocking it, but just admit it. Like if you're a QAnoner and you're still fixated on JFK Jr., you are an erotomaniac. Dwayne Garrett says crotch spotting. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not only is it absurd, but it lacks evidence. And then they keep on trying to get you to believe it without evidence. And they also try to tell you to not believe what you perceive. So what you're left with here is gaslighting. Like, you might as well just, it's gaslighting, it's a fetish, there's nothing to it. There's nothing real about it. Nobody's provided any evidence. And then you look at some of these ones that they hyper focus on, and it's like their features are being pointed at as like, oh, these are ubiquitously, definitively male features. And it's like, well, you're using a skull overlay as though every human being is going to fit this exact pattern. And it's kind of ignorant about forensic anthropology. And I took something of a course on it at Fort Lee, Virginia, as a Pierce Mortuary College. I was a 92 Mike. So at first I was NVC, but I reclassed. And so 92 Mike is mortuary affairs. And so we spend a lot of time around skeletons and studying anatomy. And there's multiple categories for skulls. You can't just use one. And then what's more, look, I embalmed hundreds of people, maybe close to 1,000, I don't know. And I've seen a lot of dead bodies, nude bodies. And so when you look at these people making these claims, they have a very narrow view. Like, all men look like this, all women look like this, shoulder width must be this, clavicles must be like this, and it's really not the case. And I have a few other things I can shine a light on just from that experience. Like all these people who believe in suddenly dead, like, oh, people are just dropping dead from the pokey, and then their bodies are clotted. Like the clotting, like the clot shot. There's still people, look, if you believe in clot shot, you don't know anything about embalming. And I can explain briefly. If you die unexpectedly, they do an autopsy. When they do an autopsy, they cut your arteries necessarily. They do a big incision, all your arteries are cut. So if your arteries are cut, you can't be embalmed in the usual single point injection where you would get clots. When you're embalmed after an autopsy, it requires 6 different points of injection. Leg, arm, side of the head, side of the head. 6 different points of injection, and clots are not a factor. Whereas if you die of natural causes, there's no autopsy, then there's only one hole in the neck for injection, and then one for drainage. Drains from the jugular, inject through the carotid artery. My point of it is this: the only time you deal with clots is with natural causes, not from people who suddenly died. And clots are the norm. And the reason you have clots is that these bodies who died of natural causes have been sitting in a refrigerator for 3 or 4 days, if not longer. And what do you think happens to blood when it's no longer circulating? It congeals. It clots up. The reason why you have forceps inside of the jugular is to remove clots. The entire time you're displacing the clotted blood supply with embalming fluid. Most of what you do is clot removal. I just remember sitting there in afternoons just basically washing the corpse and pulling clots. And the reason why I was always quick to pull clots is that if you don't pull a clot, you could have swelling. You know, you got the fluid circulating, and if there's some area that's clotted, yeah, it could swell, it could distend, it could cause issues. And I always got nothing but compliments for my work because I was very conscientious about this. I never swelled a body, and it does happen. But I was very aware of it. I had great trainers, great teachers in this. But my point of it is, yeah, all dead bodies dying of natural causes, embalmed with a single point injection, exhibit clots. Suddenly died, suddenly dead, unexpected deaths, people who have to be autopsied do not have clots because their arterial system has been decimated. Case closed. If you believe in a clot shot, you're believing in ignorance promulgated by liars and actors and propagandists. And I've called around about this, by the way. I did some background checks into some of these so-called embalmers that were talking to Stu Peters, and I couldn't prove that these people exist. I think that it's a bunch of actors. Again, just another indicator that anti-vax is a controlled opposition position, which is why I'm anti-anti. I am anti-anti, I am anti-pro. If you're pro-anti, you're controlled opposition, and you might as well be pro. Okay, let's move on. Commenter says it's amyloid clots, not blood clots. You don't know that. And again, if the person suddenly died, there would be an autopsy and there wouldn't be clots. There would not be clots. You understand? If somebody dies and it's unexpected, it wouldn't be a single point injection. It's required that they examine their organs, weigh their organs, test everything. So no, you got debunked. Clot shots have been debunked. And if you want to stand by clot shots with no evidence, you want to stand by Donald Trump's a woman with no evidence, be my guest. Kobe Bryant's a woman. Snoop Dogg's a woman. I've seen it all. All the NFL players are women. Well, none of these theories have anything to add to the conversation but noise. King Wormy says, all the first ladies are female, LOL. You could convince me that first ladies, but you couldn't, I don't know. I mean, Trump, tricky. Although, to be honest, when I was a little kid, I do remember being really a young kid seeing Ronald Reagan on the news. And I seem to remember thinking that he looked grandmotherly, like my friend's grandmother. But that doesn't mean anything. I wasn't transvestigating him. Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. And I know some people can't move on. Some people are still stuck in If you're stuck on chemtrails, you're in 1999. If you're still anti-vax, you're stuck in 2020. If you're still chasing Jews, then you're stuck in... What was the year that the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion came out? When did that get released? 1924. You might be stuck in the 20s. But like a lot of you, not you, but a lot of truthers need time machines. Like you need to catch up. Like you're so far behind. If you're still a synchromistic, you're in 2006. If you're Menduzold, you're in 2012. Auto hoaxing is the future. All right, let's see what we have here. T-Dog135 says David Knight has a lot of clotting news. They love it. They love this stuff. It's morbid and it's gross, but they love it. It's money, though. It's money. It's fear. It's fear porn. It's fear porn. Anti-vax is fear porn. Are you a fear porn consumer? I'm not. I'm not at all interested in it. And here's something else, and I don't mean to sound, cold or callous, but if it was true, if all the worst fears were true, then why would you warn them? It's like, look, you're claiming that the other party wants to kill you with this thing that will also kill them, and they don't know. Just let them never interrupt an enemy when he's making a mistake. Isn't that Napoleon? For a guy who never existed, who was just a personification of the sun, Napoleon has said a lot of very, very intelligent things. Never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake. Another favorite of mine by Napoleon would be, I believe it's history is lies agreed upon. And I've updated that one to media is a set of lies agreed upon. What is the world stage but agreed upon lies and narratives and stories that we tell ourselves? Going through some comments. Infinite Jack says 33. It's correct. The Trump chicken is 33 feet tall. Thirst says transtard. King Wormy is a trans fetishist. And he might even be reality fluid. Mandela affected. And again, yeah, look, my whole point of it is this. The V issue was always a controlled opposition issue and a foot bullet. And it was all fear porn. But it does have a different agenda. That's the exoteric. But the esoteric side was they introduced to the world a new concept of sin that would empower the priesthood to regulate the sinners and to save them if they choose to be saved. But they don't want to save everybody. They need half the population to remain unsaved so they can be pointed at as an example of how not to be. That's how religions work. Religions are based on war. Us versus them. It's a central struggle. T-Dog135 says One-Eyed Jack and the Mars Spiders. That would be a nice iteration. Whatever happened to the murder hornets? We got the spiders landing in New York, giant spiders from Mars. Okay, moving on. And when I say we are moving on, we're moving on from chemtrails, we're moving on from truth or orthodoxies, and all the distractions. And I often tell people when someone says, "Don't be distracted by something," go get distracted by it. Look into it. That's another one of these things I notice among truthers are like, "Hey, look, it's fake, it's distraction. Don't look at it. Move on to something else. They're just trying to distract you." I'm like, no, that's not good enough. We're not labeling things fake and then stepping away from it. No, what we're doing is we're understanding why we know it's fake. You see, the people who say it's fake and they stop looking are low information non-believers. Low information non-believers are just as bad as low information believers. If you don't know why you don't believe it, if you haven't debunked it, your non-belief is worthless. We aim to be informed about that which we dispute, which we do not believe in. We are informed non-believers. Huge difference, huge qualitative difference. Auto Hoaxers is a step up, a step higher. That's why we figured out what predictive programming is. It's why we're not falling into the synchro mystic trap. As much as I find that conversation interesting, and it is interesting, a lot of it is symbolism, obviously, but we have to remember here that the logical fallacy employed with synchromysticism hides the reality hackers. Okay, just a couple more things. Boeing Starliner Starcraft spacecraft. This is the Boeing I've been talking about. And look, we predicted, based on predictive programming in Leave the World Behind and news events that followed, we predicted there would be issues with this. I called it cursed, the Boeing curse. Boeing's spacecraft docks after thruster issues. The earlier docking attempt was called off. when problems were discovered with 5 of the 28 thrusters in the capsule. So how did we know that it was going to be problematic? How did we know if we're not correct in our assessment? You see, we're consistently vindicated. Okay, another pop quiz for those of you who missed the one about the Trump chicken. Israeli strike kills at least blank number of people at a Gaza school that the military claims was being used by Hamas. How many did the Israeli strike kill? How many rubber simulated dead kids are they going to have to wheel out for the cameras? Anyone? Symbia says 33. You nailed it. That is correct. Israel struck 33, and they're just at school trying to learn about the globe and stuff. Trying to learn how to be Truman Show compliant, unquestioning. Just trying to get an education, and then 33 of them got killed. So sad. Look, I'm not even slightly triggered at all by any of this stuff. I'm untriggerable by the news because I know what it is. And if you're triggered by it, you're frightened by images on a screen, or if you're at all emotionally entangled, you have a bad case of MK Ultra. And there is a cure. There is a cure for mind AIDS, which is the lack of a mental immune system which enables the programmers to program you with anything and everything at will. And the cure, the mind war inoculation, as we call it here, is skepticism. Suspending judgment until you get more facts, and then when the facts don't arrive, settling for question marks. So I have tons of questions and more questions every day, but I don't just collect the questions and then stand on it, which is what truthers do. This is annoying. What are they spraying? What is that 5G tower doing? What are they doing beneath the ground? Questions, questions, questions without any answers. That's why I don't have any patience for transvestigation fetishists. None of them will do their due diligence and watch Stormy Daniels videos while examining pictures of Hunter Biden's laptop and then going through Sylvester Stallone's catalog. They don't do the work. They don't answer the questions, whereas we are here answering our questions as quick as we can, or properly categorizing them as unanswerable, or perhaps even loaded, fake, fallacious, whatever the case is. Anyway, we'll be back live tonight to take calls. Appreciate all the comments, all the research that goes into this. We talked about Ryan Garcia's earthquake prediction. Did not come true because he's a bullshitter, disinformation agent. A paragon of toxic masculinity there to scare the libs about not only boxing and MMA, but conspiracy theories. They want to correlate these things. Notice how many MMA and boxer types are being charged with releasing these types of memes and ideas. And we're about 4 days away from 6/11, which, look, if I'm right about it, and it's a sim, and it's fake, it'll be a great day. If JL is correct, it's a game changer. Things get, I won't say kinetic or real necessarily, but if there is another component, like what are we looking at here? Is there a deeper level to the propaganda than mere political entrainment and narrative control? Maybe there's some kind of spiritual component to be revealed, but we'll see. Anyway, 6/11, we'll look forward to that, and tonight we'll be taking calls. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd degree. And by the way, before I go here, I'm going to put a link. If you're not subscribed to the newsletter, subscribe, because you'll get both live stream notifications, and then you can get in on the calls, and you can get in on the caller queue. So we'll have live stream notifications, and then of course you'll also get archives sent to your inbox. So we'll see you this evening.
Long enough, wait, stick around long enough, and someone's going to come and explain it to us all. That doesn't sound at all trustworthy. Does it sound like that to you? It doesn't sound like that to me. Because here's the question I put to every single, I call them alien apologists, the ones who are always expecting that ET is going to come and save our ass. I asked them, if they are indeed, as we say they are, advanced anthropomorphic intelligences. We're not talking about the slime type of ET thing, right? We're talking about the anthropomorphic superior intelligence type, right? If they indeed are benevolent beings, and they are for real and they exist, my question is, why didn't they come and intervene to prevent the bloodiest century in mankind's history? 20th century, and of course now here we are in the 21st, and I don't think things have got less bloody.
Well, maybe it depends. It depends on how you
okay?
ask. It depends on how look, because I mean, we've been given the picture of this bloody century, and the evils of the world are pretty obvious to anyone who looks at the news. But I question the integrity of the news. How much of this is atrocity propaganda that we've internalized? Maybe things are nowhere near as bad as we've been told. So I kind of think that things may be far more optimistic, I mean, for the future than not, based on just past precedent, despite what they try to program us with. And I don't believe that there's a, quote, evil cabal running the world that we need to get rid of or that we're against. But I think that there is certainly a stratification in society, and that the, quote, elite run this place as some kind of benevolent dictatorship. I mean, they're not killing us for trying to expose its machinery, its parts, how it works. What are they doing? Ignoring us. I mean, as far as I can tell, the evil cabal is either toothless and clawless, or they don't exist as such. Maybe it's just a structural thing. But whatever it is, there's a chasm of ignorance between the billions of believers in various belief systems and then those behind the scenes orchestrating the world view monopoly, creating media at the highest levels.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about those people right now. I'm going to direct you to a published. This is coming from the National Institute of Health, sponsored by behavioral scientists in Basel, Switzerland. This is a white paper dated 2023, September the 12th. The title of this work is Changing Decisions, the Interaction Between Framing and Decoy Effects. Shall I give you the brief abstract? Here we go. Cognitive biases are popular topics in psychology and marketing, as they refer to systematic cognitive tendencies in human thinking that deviate from logical and rational reasoning. Shall I go on?
Yeah, we see this all the time. You can tell how insecurity is like insecurity narratives, things that make you want to run for the hills or run into a bunker. That's always the thing that's targeting the right, which is why some big thing happens in the news
Sure.
and they want to stock up on storable food items. It's
well, the question I have for you is, it's one thing to know the enemy's tactics. What good is knowing the enemy's tactics if we don't know who the enemy is? Where the attacks emanate from, what the source of the discord is ultimately rooted in, where and who are the people. The problem with this paper that I've been reading from is that the names of all the National Health Institute scientists are named: Adolfo Di Crosta, Anna Marini, Rocco Palumba, etc., etc. There's about, I don't know, 8 or 9 names here. Now, the names of the people in Basel who have archived this, I guess they're running the PubMed repository here, pubmed.ncbi.nhm. It's a government website, right? They are telling us their method. They're hiding in plain sight, Tim, is what I'm saying.
Well, look, I would say this, though, because coincidentally, I'm reading a book now called In the Country of the Blind, and it's about this cabal that does control the news, and they're exposed. And one by one, they're all just the mobs go after them, and so they all go into hiding. And and so but look, what I would say is that, look, I'm an inactivist. I don't believe in violence, and I don't have any enemies. I don't believe there's an evil cabal.
No,
and
no violence.
No, but moreover, I completely object to the entire idea that we ought to look for who's in control. The fact of it is, the elite are your next door neighbors, the mask Karens, the ones who are enforcing everything on the news, the ones who are auto believing it into making everything real. Hyperstitions, for example, like the fact that we have to pay for certain things.
I just talked to one today. I just spoke to one today. I just spoke to my neighbor.
So yeah, elite isn't about where you're born. It's about how conformed you are to the elitist hive mind. So yeah, I'm not hunting down or looking for any sort of evidence of a certain group that like. What's this obsession with Bill Gates? You know, Bill Gates derangement syndrome is way worse than Trump derangement syndrome, in my opinion. People are afraid this guy's going to blot out the sun. It's like, okay, the way that the right wing fears Bill Gates is the way the left wing fears Elon Musk. And each side views their guy as their savior, which is another indication that these are both puppets, and this is bifurcated Psywar as usual.
They're merely different agents, different strata in the same war, really, when you think about it. It's all about the overarching agenda and what their whatever limited actions they have, like whatever sphere of influence they have, they operate in that sphere, which is kind of funny about Gates, because here's a guy that went from computer science to like health science. And
yeah, I don't.
Did we ever get from that, guys? That's what's ironic, right?
I don't know too much about
both.
All I know is that he's been this straw man, along with George Soros, for Alex Jones and the right for such a long time that they take it for granted that these are the bad guys, and then you get like this caricature, like, and this guy's made. I think he's made for TV. He's made to antagonize the conspiracy theorists. Klaus Schwab, with his Darth Vader costume. How do you not look at this guy with his WEF 666 logo behind him, talking about making us eat cockroaches and staying home for the rest of our lives? I mean, you can understand why truthers are the way they are.
It's because it's a pornographic display of the concept. He'd make this guy look like Dr. Evil, so that way the policymakers that don't go recognized or named can operate without anyone looking for them. It's better that no one really looks for them.
2 minutes
if
of
I was
hate.
in their position, I'd want the same thing.
In 1984, you have 2 minutes of hate.
You know?
Yeah, it's a deflection from the mob, but then it's a steam valve. You've got 2 minutes of hate in 1984, where they have the enemy of the people on the screen, and the mob rages for a few minutes. They get it out of their systems, and so the right can rage at Klaus Schwab, and the left can rage at Musk, and they're both raging 2 minutes of hate like a bunch of mind-controlled robots.
Yeah. Now, ready? When was that novel written? We're going to go someplace very interesting. When was that novel written?
Probably like 48, published in 48, wasn't it?
Right. Now, ready? Now, why don't you look up what year did the psychologists advance primal scream therapy?
Let me guess.
Wasn't that the 60s?
Yeah, the primal scream therapy. I recall hearing about this. I've never done it, but I've seen it. I almost don't want to look it up.
I know. And ready? Because you're anything but that. You're actually very properly mannered in speech, which is a definite godly asset, of course. Now, let me tell you the exact same emotional, that same cathartic expression existed in a very not underrated, but not well enough known film from 1976 called Network. Everyone stuck their heads out the window and said, "I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it." Primal scream therapy, from what they were seeing on their television screen.
Oh, sure. Look at the protesters.
And
Left and right. Protesters in the street. They're allowed to burn trash cans and cop cars and break windows. And then everybody goes home and the system continues unabated, and they go deeper into mind control. Yeah. And you're like, look at all the looting.
Yeah,
and I'm like, what are they doing? They're taking these giant screen TVs that are just going to further immerse them into the mind control. They're getting their own mind shackles and taking it home. And it's like they're building their own prisons.
Because that's life. Yes, because that's life imitating art at that point. That's life imitating art. They've seen these scenes where crowds go crazy in film so many times now that it's completely natural for them to reenact because they've seen it so many times.
Life imitates psyops.
That's how the programming. That's how it's all happening, right? Well, that is the absolutely most direct example that we can possibly put forward, right? It's not something that we should be stroking our chin over and going, how it's happening in so obviously that we say we don't see the trees for the forest idea.
Yeah,
We're
you got to think
pattern
about
blind.
it like Edward Bernays and mass marketing, but he specifically talked, Edward Bernays in his book Propaganda, about perception management stunts and changing the way people see things, making lit cigarettes a symbol of women's lib, making bacon a popular breakfast item. We're talking about creating trends, marketing through guerrilla marketing, things you wouldn't think are marketing tactics and strategies. So the looting of the televisions, you could look at that as a form of propaganda and marketing, and that could have been an intended result to make this a high status item that everybody wants, because nothing, I think, keeps people more locked into the control system than having this great home entertainment system that keeps you, incentivized to stay home and programmed.
Indeed, it does. Now, let's take it to its absolute insane conclusion with a modern example. All right, now this one, I don't know if you've heard this. I heard this in the news today, and after this one, we'll let some other caller. Musicals, right? I mean, musicals are nothing new. In fact, operas were really musicals of the classical era. We call them operas, right, with all their various librettos that have been used to inspire them, right? Then we got to the Broadway musical and all that, and then we devolved further to Spider-Man on Broadway and all that, right? There's actually now a musical. Quite literally, it's on the news. This is what they want us to think is a wonderful thing. It's called The Last Timbit. Do you know what a Timbit is?
Timbit, like T-I-M?
Yeah,
No.
Timbit. Ironically enough, that's your name, Tim Osmond. Do you know what a Timbit is? It is a Tim Hortons little ball of donut they invented it because it was supposed to represent the hole that was missing from the donut. Isn't that significant?
Donut holes, got it.
Right? So did you find the story? Are you looking? Because this is what was on the air today. The Last Timbit, and they're hailing it as some wonderful production that reminds us, and it was inspired apparently, the story goes, by some blackout that happened in Thunder Bay, Ontario, and it was a reminder of how everyone came together to help each other out in a time of crisis and scarcity, I suppose.
Oh, wait a minute. You said it has to do with a blackout. Okay, if it has to do with a blackout, and it's a popular play, then this could be considered part of the wider body of predictive programming for a blackout.
Absolutely. I knew you were going to spot that. I knew it. That's why I had to tell you about it. Believe me, I wouldn't waste your time with, minutiae. Oh, the difference between trivia and minutiae, another thing people should remember. Because trivia, that root is actually from the Latin trivium, which is the 3 of the 7 liberal arts, right? Grammar, rhetoric, and logic. That's, in the strictest sense of the word, trivia, trivia, 3-way. Now, minutiae are what we call details. Things that are detailed aren't necessarily trivial. They're not synonyms. This is another point of clarification to make, right? We had that game called Trivial Pursuit, a very famous game, right? Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah, and
not all pursuits are trivial.
What we do here on this channel with our think tank, and what we have been doing for years effectively, is we gather a lot of the trivia, minutia, random details, puzzle pieces, looking at this thing as a multi-million piece puzzle that one person couldn't possibly put together or see. They would require collaboration. And so a lot of times, we bring up minor points, and then later I come back and there's comments where somebody expounds on it. And we tend to unravel quite a bit, just by finding things like this. And this is highly relevant, that a popular play right now would be based around a blackout.
It is. And what you're talking about, quite rightly, is the phenomenon we call synergy, or iron sharpening iron. When you bring the best quality minds together, and they put forward all their tokens and receipts, then they start making further calculations that not only reinforce the validity of all the individual receipts, they also make it easier for us to spot forthcoming receipts.
Yes, and that's
so what
one
you're
of the,
doing is important.
When we started this think tank, we built it around certain rules, meaning we're going to ban people who are still spellbound with mainstream views, and then we started banning people who had agendas or who were too obviously caught up in alt media And what we ended up doing was, I think, yeah, fine tuning our group of researchers so we at least have the same perspective, even if we don't agree on the nuance.
Indeed. Well, because what it boils down to, what we have to steer clear of, is that we never allow categorizations to blind us to the patterns that all the details point to, right? Because if we divide everything into categories, we go in with our preconceived notions. We're always thinking about who's it coming from. You know, another technique of the infamous is to put the truth in the mouths of very disreputable people to make the truth sound ridiculous or unpalatable. Right?
Oh, they do this all the time. Look at Stu Peters, huge channel. 1 minute he's tweeting a video of me at a city council meeting calling the ISS fake, and the next minute he's uploading a video saying it's time to go kill Democrats and make nooses. And I was like, do I want to be promoted by this person? And yet these are the loudest voices. So what they do is they co-opt and then
it's not what Jesus Christ. It's not what Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ wouldn't counsel any such thing. No, not anything like that whatsoever. And that's why I'm very, very, very displeased by a lot of people who fancy themselves Christian, calling out for this kind of thing. Frankly, I'm kind of tired of because this neighbor of mine today, he was pointing his finger at me and he was discrediting anything I was telling him about. And this is a man that used to work for the Siemens Corporation. Wouldn't you know? You know about that corporation, don't you? Siemens?
Yes, certainly. I think we all have some familiarity. But so what was he disagreeing with you about? I mean, what was your debate? Chemtrails or something?
Well, it wasn't about any one topic. It was about the general notion that people are all too prepared, sadly, to dismiss someone's testimony solely on the basis of the person not having an accreditation such as a, quote, PhD. Does someone need a PhD to bear witness in something? Does a child need a PhD to point to something and say, look, there's a monster over there? He needs a PhD for that?
Well, one thing I'd like to do, and this is part of my future plan here, is have experts demonstrate the compartmentalization process. So, for example, if I brought out two sets of videos, let's say one computer on the left is live footage from the space station, and on the right, we'll have some science fiction reel. And then what I would be able to do is bring in an expert on video editing and have him point out which one looks realer than which. And if they weren't told that the left one was from the space station, if they thought these were both just created by students, they would call that out with all of its flaws and they would mock it and laugh at it. But if they were first told it was NASA, they wouldn't even question its veracity. And what this points out is that there is this compartmentalization when it comes to accepting information from sources, trusted sources. And our trust is used against us. People have been trained to trust the blue checks and not think for themselves, and they've been entirely taken advantage of by this.
Indeed, and it goes as far as the data set that's being used by AI, OpenAI, and I think all the other ones, frankly. They call it the Common Crawl. You know about the Common Crawl?
What's the Common Crawl?
That is what I've been Okay, I don't use OpenAI. I interrogate OpenAI. It's like a beta testing to see how reliable it really is. And I've been finding that this thing is, it goes from being very, very careless, making many oversights, to fabricating things even. And I caught this thing trying to legitimize the idea that a public trust that we call public, if it's public data, it's a public trust, right? Right? For someone to call something a public data, public part, it must be a public trust.
Sure.
So the question that I put to this thing is, I said, how is it then that this so-called public data that actually has a moratorium on new data as far back as January 2022, and yet it even lies about that date? I've heard 3 different cutoff data dates from this demonic thing, right? This thing is trying to rationalize, explain away that as if there's nothing questionable, suspicious about a public trust, public data being hosted by a private corporation. Do you know what the private corporation is? Amazon. They're using Amazon hardware and servers to host the public data. Now, the thing about ownership is all about control. Because if you have no control over something, can you really be said to be the owner of it if you have no say in what's happening with it? Ownership is control.
Right.
So the point is, public data is being stored, compartmentalized, filtered by a private corporation.
Yeah, I think it's worse than even
And
that.
what's
Look,
worse?
we got Netflix admittedly has purchased the direct messages of people on Facebook and their browser history. So like, and I'm not even worried about it for my own reasons. I don't know if it's an issue, but I do think that it suggests that privacy's an illusion and always has been.
Well, it's worse than that. Now, it's worse than what I just said, too. The problem is, who's responsible for allowing a private corporation like Amazon be the keepers of the public data? It's an organization that's an NGO. They have a website called Common Crawl, and they are an NGO, 5013C corporation. That's the problem I really have now. Not only is Amazon a private company, but the consortium responsible for the swindling of what is our data. This is the most outrageous thing. All these telecoms are selling us data plans. Well, why are we paying to access what the bulk is our own data that we're sharing with one another? You publish something, right? You're not placing restrictions on who's going to see it unless you put them in your website and your source code as a no follow, or you put a robots text file.
What's the long term? I mean, look. I mean, I assess all the threats, or alleged threats, or problems down the road. What is the negative thing here? Like, how is it going to impact me? As far as like, how much bandwidth do I need to devote to this? Because AI phobia, this neo-Ludditism has crept in pretty strong to where Joe Rogan's afraid of it. Alex Jones thinks that AI is taking over the gas pumps and it's denying him a full tank. So I'm very hesitant to take the perspective that it's somehow going to, quote, take over, but every bit of predictive programming in the movie says so. The new Jennifer Lopez movie Atlas just came out, and it's about this AI terrorist that decides that man pollutes too much and it decides to wipe us out. So anyway, it seems like there's a lot of propaganda to make us fear it, and I'm wondering why that is. Do you think that there is some sort of calamity?
Well, I'll explain. I will explain it exactly why that is. Because you're right to have the sentiment that we shouldn't dismiss AI out of hand because it's AI. Oh, no, not at all. As a matter of fact, if you're at all familiar with The Matrix 4, they broke the fourth wall for that one. Are you familiar with it? What happened with Matrix 4?
Is that one after or before Resurrection? Because I watched Resurrection.
This is the fourth installment. This is the fourth installment. This is the fourth installment, whatever they call it. I think they call it Resurrections. But they basically broke the fourth wall, and they even began talking about the studio that produced the first Matrix, which they talked about Warner Brothers, right? But more importantly in this film is it was the first time that in the franchise we saw the machines actually as benefactors to the humans and not enemies.
Oh, okay.
Now, that leads me to what I'm about. So now, here's the thing. The problem is not AI itself. The problem is who is directing the AI ultimately. Because let's not forget, the algorithms are designed by human intelligences, if not demonic ones. Right? Let's not forget.
Maybe I'm an optimist,
that
but
man's intelligence.
Look, I mean, I think that the advent of AI, even as it's used right now, is a tremendous labor-saving device, and the way it magnifies capabilities of people to produce things they couldn't produce otherwise. I've used it for legal work. So like I'm very optimistic about it, and I happen to think that this might represent a major leap forward and a further enabling of increased amounts of, I guess, leisure, which I think is intentional, because I think they want us to plug into the metaverse. Like, I think reality, the world, I think it's going to get softer, more Brave New World, less challenging, but more immersive in terms of the merging with media. So we're kind of changing into, like, in H.G. Wells, The Time Machine, you had the Eloys and the Morlocks. We're becoming Morlocks. but it's going to be instead of caves underground, it's going to be home theaters.
All right. Well, then, by what means? Because now there's two valid timelines concerning AI, malevolent or benevolent, right? Right? We have two potential timelines, yes?
No, you know what? One more point here, because the movable type press was very liberating, we could say, but at the same time, it is through media and our interaction with it that we are again yoked to a common control. So yeah, it's always a double-edged sword, and I think that what's coming up,
Yeah, it always is, because
deeper in the
it always
cave.
is, Tim. You're right. So what tips the scale? See, this is what I'm going to ask you then, right? What really tips the scale? What's the ultimate agent that will see to it for us as individuals and as society as a whole, as a global, if there is such a thing, but the idea of all of us being beneficiaries of AI, who can ensure that it will go that way and not the dystopian way? What tips the scale? Who tips the scale?
Okay, one,
what quality would tip
I would
the
say
scale?
this. I would say this. The fact that in all of the AI scenarios where they have to do away with man because we're so terrible, it involves nukes, atom bombs. It involves weapons of mass destruction. And these things are all hyperstitions, gods, constructs that I don't even believe are real. So, in other words, the AI threat is just as non-existent as many of the other threats, in my opinion. If anything, it's another god. You see, they've given us a god construct with Gaia. They've given us a devil with COVID. They've given us heaven with space, sin, carbon footprint. So AI would represent an incarnate god. You know, a god, a personal god. In other words, God's now not an abstract, but something you can interact with your Bible, which is your iPhone, which represents the establishment-friendly world view. So I kind of think that the one world religion will require us to accept that there is a higher power that has embodied itself in our media, and people will kneel to it. I'm almost certain of it.
Well, let me put the question another way. What's the fundamental difference between a scientist and a mad scientist? What's the fundamental difference?
The fundamental difference is the mad scientist is going for power over other people through increasing the disparity of knowledge or using their specialized knowledge for, which is what we see in many ways, this disparity I speak of. But again, with the AI thing, I think they want us to believe it can become sentient and that we should follow it, worship it, listen to it, that it's not held down by human passion, therefore it's objective. And I think that's what they're trying to sell us, the idea that this is an objective, higher than man authority. And this is why I'm so hard on the truthers who believe in AI gods manipulating media, causing predictive programming, because they're ascribing divine authorship to media, which I really want to shy away from, because it's the same thing with the divine did it. It kind of effaces man's handiwork in deceiving man, boxing other men into a false model or paradigm.
Yes, and to summarize then what you've just said, what really then tips the scales? And it's, I don't want to sound trite, but the fact is, the difference is love. Because the mad scientist does not use science for the sake of love, but the contrary. That's the vital and all important. And then we don't have to invoke the existence of speculative beings of any kind. Doesn't matter what race, whether they be demon, angel, alien, slime. It doesn't really matter. Men know enough. Men can't play stupid any longer here. Let's not pretend any longer.
Would you say
if there is evil happening on account of the technology we're using? It's happening because people with evil intentions and no love are using it for their sick ends. That's what's happening here. And we can cut to the chase. We can say there are people who held themselves above other people like they are special, and everyone else that's not one of them is designed to be a subservient, burden-heavy, miserable, poverty-stricken, dystopian citizen.
Would you classify Elon Musk as a mad scientist? I know he's a rocket surgeon, not technically a scientist, but Does he?
Well, let's see. I believe that a true scientist would not be deceitful with people. So if you find this guy lying about anything, which he has, because he ain't sending anything to Mars, he's a mad scientist, of course. And you know what? I'm not even sure how much of a scientist he really is. I believe he's got lots of money and pays all the scientists to do all the things for him. That's what I
Gotcha.
suspect
Well,
about
he
him.
certainly
I don't know.
plays a mad scientist on TV. Well, hey, I appreciate your call very much. We covered a lot of interesting territory here. Learned about the last Timbit. For people who just caught it, we're talking about
Yeah.
That's
Now you got to. Your viewers they're going to laugh their heads off. You got to see that. Find it if you can. I forget. I saw it on television on local on CP24, the news station that says they're everywhere. And indeed, they have monitors piping CP24 24/7 news all the time. Yes, this is where I heard that. I didn't hear it online, but I'm sure you could find it online if you look.
Cool. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the call.
Thanks for the opportunity to talk.
Call back anytime.
Actually, there is one last thing. Before you go, there's one last thing. I did a post-mortem. I did a forensic analysis on a phone call that we last had from a prior show. I've noticed something that I'm disturbed by, and you might want to look into this. I noticed, I'm not even sure it may be happening right now, there's a definite lag in the time between our words to each other on the phone. What I've been finding, and it happens to all the callers, I seem to be noticing, people can correct me if I'm mistaken, and hopefully it's not just my imagination, right, that there are undue delays and pauses before someone answers a question. In other words, the temporal positions of our responses are shifted, not by the same amount. They're offset for some reason. They're offset, which does two things. One, it might create the impression that a caller is reticent to speak or is maybe fumbling for some kind of creative witness, some way of inventing a fact or detail to cover the fact that they are trolls or deceivers. Not only that, it runs the risk of your manners, because you do have good manners, I can tell. You're not the kind of person that would cut someone off, not let them finish what they're going to say, and I'm the same way. If I do it, I'll pardon myself for it. But what I'm saying is that the technology that's used on Blog Talk Radio, I'd really like to know why there is an apparent delay between us that's not commensurate, not symmetrical, that it seems to be different when I play it back to listen.
Interesting. I'll look into it.
What do you make of that?
I'm new to Blog Talk Radio, so I will look into it. I'm kind of testing it out for 30 days.
I highly recommend it. Yes, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Thanks for listening, and I hope all of your viewers, all your listeners, are going to grow in the strength and their conviction that they have the truth in them already, and they should never be cowered into denying it.
Awesome.
Because that's what we're talking about now.
Well, thank you for the call, and I'll probably see you in chat.
Talk to you soon.
Have a great day. All right, phones are still open. Covered a lot of ground, and yeah, I'm testing out Blog Talk Radio. We'll find out in a few days. We'll kind of do a post-mortem, and we'll find out if it's worth keeping, and if not, we'll move on to the next thing. Okay, let's continue on. Laura Loomer calls for the death penalty for Democrats on Tim Pool's stream, and they quickly end it. We talked about that a little bit. Got some comments on it. And one person here says, don't underestimate, for every 1,000 fry grease soaked Chuckle Fs who die if the Golden Corral closed down, there's probably 10 who know how to fight. But if there are 20 million Chuckle Fs, that means 200,000 of them might know how to fight. That's 10 infantry divisions. And I don't care who anyone is, if their adversary has 10 divisions of even marginally competent fighters to deploy against them, especially if asymmetrical, they better have their stuff wired tight. These are all responses to Laura Loomer's calling for the death of Democrats. Next commenter here says, state-backed insurgent groups armed with Iranian missiles and other toys. Cletus and the Gravy Gang are not going to have man-pads, though, I hope. Whatever that means. Goes on to say, Cletus and the Gravy Gang were surprised, Pikachu-faced, when the FBI tracked them down for January 6th due to cell phone forensics. Now imagine Uncle Sam totally willing and able to send Hellfire missiles instead of a court summons. So it goes both ways. They want to see each other destroyed. Again, these are all responses to Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer is, I can't even say. I'm trying to be, I'll be polite. She is my favorite troll, so I take it easy. And she said the YouTube stream was cut because I said people who commit treason should be given the death penalty, and I was talking about the people who staged the coup against Donald Trump. They are traitors to our country. As though that explains it away. She's speaking as though it's been confirmed or agreed upon that there was a coup against Trump. And then if you take that and say, okay, well, there was a coup against him, well, then who was it? It's not hard to name names. You remember the January 6ers were romping around the Capitol chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Nice Guy says, treason is a death penalty crime. It's a real law. Tim Pool's getting too sensitive by cutting his show. Don't do a show if you're going to cower when someone's just talking about a long-standing law. Right, like what was that Justin Moan who cut his FBI father's head off? And he said, go after FBI agents. And a week before I had a caller say that they wanted a French Revolution and it's time to take heads. So this is, I think, pretty much Laura Loomer is reading the room correctly, and Tim Pool's out of touch with his own base. Dewis in Paris says, Tim, could you expand on your expectation that AI will create more leisure time? I'd like to share that expectation, but I don't. Sure. Just like tools, any tool that reduces the amount of manual labor or focused time and attention means that you can now focus onto something else, something more cerebral, something less physically intensive. And the streamlining of the workplace. For example, when I'm selling art on eBay, I had to come up with a minimum viable product. And I realized to make all my bills, I have to sell this many pieces per week. And so I found the perfect size, weight, and everything. And then I realized I have to make use of my time adequately, which means I have to paint multiples at a time. Anyway, I streamlined the process. And as I streamlined the process, I had less time doing repetitive tasks and more time able to do other stuff, either related to it or otherwise. But in other words, I was able to take an 8-hour workday and eventually take that and accomplish all of that in about half the time, employing things like drying fans and better organization. But my point of it is the concept of AI simplifying things. For even with my legal work, I give a bunch of documents to the AI and I say, could you write this up as a motion with these bullet points, and it saves me 5 or 6 hours. So again, just at a very minimum, it's a labor saving device, a time saving device, more leisure, even at the level of the individual. But then it's not hard to imagine how it simplifies things or makes things easier. Think about a search engine. I mean, an AI is just it's a glorified search engine. I don't have any belief that it's a living thing. It's not an oracle. At best, it's like one of those magic 8 balls. Like, you can't ask it for answers, not legitimate answers, but it's a very effective tool when it comes to both your individual work and what I have a few ideas about where it's going, but no, I don't see it as some kind of a threat in any way or replacing people. That's very neo-Luddite-ish. Like Barack Obama once had remarked that ATM machines would get rid of jobs for bank tellers. Well, good. Do we really need people there counting out money like monopoly dealers? Why wouldn't we want that replaced? Wendy's is using AI to take orders. Well, good. It frees up the employees to check their TikTok more. So I don't see the negative side. Dewis in Paris says, I get that, but take cell phones. Do they give us more free time, or do they raise the bar for expectations of connectivity to the Borg? I would say this, that cell phones have improved the quality of life in so many ways. It's hard to list it all, just in one setting. The fact that nobody is voluntarily putting it away tells you everything. Nobody feels weighed down by it. It's a constant source of joy. It's a habit, sure, but people are enjoying their time with it. I don't think that it's like a ball and chain. I don't see people trying to get away from their phones ever. And I don't think it's a negative thing. I think that maybe this is progress. Like novels, for example, the advent of the printing press and what it created. Well, what you're doing is yeah, there's a hive mind aspect to it. There's a synchronization, but there's also something else. There's I guess, enrichment. Maybe people becoming more cerebral isn't a bad thing. Maybe the metaverse is something of a domesticating. And that's kind of what this book I'm reading, A Country, what's it called? In the Country of the Blind. It refers to the future populations as techno peasants who have been nullified with memes into becoming just passive, calm, brainwashed, subjective lemmings for their own good. Cygirl says cell phones are tracking devices. Yes, they are. And they do facilitate remote tracking and all that. And you can use it for navigation. For example, you can look, I used to do decedent transport. Somebody dies, I get a beep, it tells me the address. I would get out my map and I would call the dispatch for cross streets, but sometimes I'd use maps. My point of it is I would make it there in 30 minutes or so. But using maps is tedious and time consuming. And then later I moved to Ventura, California, and I was doing body transporting. And there we had the onboard system where you enter the address and it guides you. And it sped up the time it took to complete the job, and it was less effort. No pulling over with a flashlight in the middle of the night. So when I'm like, okay, we're being tracked, sure. But I'm getting the job done faster. I'm making more money. And what's more, I think that there's a level of connectivity that people have had that I think is enabled by this that's actually healthy. And I can provide many examples, but again, I don't think it's burdensome. And if you think that it's bad that we're all connected and tracked, then why are you on it? Why are you on it? It's just posturing at this point. Like there was some channel that didn't want to use AI generated thumbnails because it's not a real artist. It's like, look, you're already availing yourself of the latest technology. You're using the fastest internet connection. Let's not pretend like this isn't the way things are going or assume it's a bad thing. I mean, if anything, people who have no artistic capabilities because they haven't put their lives into it, they haven't put their minds into it, it's not their forte, they can type in a prompt and generate some impressive artwork for something. Like, I think that's not a bad thing. I think that it's opening the floodgates, and of course a lot of generic stuff's going to come out, a lot of garbage, but out of it in the whole, I think that it's going in the right direction. Cygirl says, in the future, every peon will carry a mobile device. How many will be able to afford a real computer? Well, that's an interesting question. In the future, I don't think we'll be carrying the devices. I think they'll be wearables. But yeah, as far as the AI thing, I call it a glorified search engine because look, a search engine, for example. You know, people say Google's bad and all this stuff. Well, when you're doing research, we take for granted that it used to be a lot more tedious and time consuming to go drive in the analog world and, you know, microfiche, find the book, copy, Xerox. You know, it's a slow and tedious process. Research has been greatly sped up and expanded and enabled by the internet. And if you're relying solely on Google for your answers, you get what you deserve. I think we all understand that as well. Let's see here. Cygirl says, smart people will own a real laptop but carry a cheap flip phone, not a smart device like I do. Now, the only people I know to carry cheap flip phones, or the only time I ever see those, are at major psyops. It seems like if we're going to get any kind of video of the latest mass casualty psyopera, it's only going to be recorded on a cheap flip phone. Where's the iPhone coverage? It's never there. If you're getting beaten and stabbed in the street in a big city, there's going to be 7 or 8 high-definition iPhone camera videos of you floating on the internet before you've bled out. But if there's a mass shooting at a rock concert with 50,000 people with iPhones, the only footage we're going to get is some cheap flip phone from 2006. Just a pattern we've all noticed. It's predictable, in fact. All right, let's continue here. Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr. were talking, and there was something said here by Jay Diggs that sounded rehearsed. He said, quote, Tucker says, quote, it's almost as if you were kidnapped and the kidnapper has a mask on, but once he shows his face, he has to kill you. Don Jr. says, correct. Tucker says, and they've shown their face. Don Jr. is referencing Tucker's tweets from yesterday, speculating what length they will go to stop Trump, implying that the deep state will do a hit. They also said something about if you strike at a king and you miss, it's worse, or something like that. Kind of this ominous statement about how if they take a hit at him, they better take him out the first time. But yes, Tucker Carlson and Don Jr. had a conversation.
How to kill all.
I'll probably find some sound bites from that here. Breast and Civil War, MAGA diehard fans get weird outside Trump Tower. So just to kind of recapitulate this conversation about Trump derangement syndrome, I would argue now that Trump derangement syndrome on Trump's side far outweighs the Trump deranged syndrome on the left. Robert De Niro is looking pretty sane compared to the bare-breasted, bouncy MAGA woman and the others talking about give me Trump or give me death. And then, of course, I mentioned this before, there was a herd of QAnon shamans with buffalo horns mulling about, grazing, moaning for their dear leader, God Emperor Trump. It's pretty sad. It says here, quote, you got to understand that there are millions of Americans who don't register their guns, me being one of them. Okay, this is the woman who has the give me Trump or give me death. She says, millions of Americans don't register their guns. I'm one of them. I'm ready for everything that's coming because give me Trump or give me death. That's a direct quote. Quote, he needs to be president or else we're all gonna die. Agreed Alexis, a supporter from Staten Island who walked around wearing an American flag as a cape. Which is not legal. It's against the flag code. You're not supposed to, it's not a wearable garment. Okay, let's see. Catching up on comments. Cygirl said those could be paid provocateurs. I hope so, for their own sake. I really do. Like the criers, I hope so. I hope they're all paid actors. Like Jake and Jelly, the QAnon shaman, as much as we rip on this guy and how he smells like roadkill, we know it's an act. He's not that deluded. He doesn't believe anything he's saying, and he's making though. So here's a clip from Dr. Naomi Wolf. I hate this. This is so disingenuous. She says, I'm not making this claim. Just noticing. No frown lines, no laugh lines. Different skin tone. Unusually serene expression. Maybe it's normal. So she's not saying anything. She's not making any claims. But the insinuation she's making to her millions of followers is that Hillary Clinton is a clone. Has been replaced. I think that's what she's saying, but we can't say she's not making a claim. Maybe she's suggesting that she's using some really good makeup. Why would she? We don't have to jump to clones. Maybe she's not making a claim, but she's noticing that Clinton has a better makeup artist. We don't know because she's being mysterious. Why is that? Because she's promoting bullshit and she doesn't want to own it. She's not saying Clinton's looking nice. She's knowingly insinuating something redonkulous that she doesn't want to stand on. She's gaslighting you, is what she's doing. It's gaslighting. It's no different than a Mandela effect. Which do you remember? Jif or Jiffy? Okay, moving on. We talked about the dangling tower that's going to be hanging from an asteroid above New York City. And again, that's coming from people who believe we're on a spinning ball Earth. A New York architecture firm is proposing a design for an asteroid tower that will hang from the sky, suspended by air cables attached to an asteroid. All right, people will believe anything. Cygirl says, if the Trump bosses can't control and monitor their own followers, then they're incompetent. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I look at a lot of these people as true believers, sadly. and whether they're actors or not, we can't really say. But like the JFK cult at Dealey Plaza, I think a lot of those people are kind of new agey who would have been brainwashed into anything if it wasn't this. So if they weren't falling for this, they would have fallen for something else. They'd be Scientologists if they weren't MAGA-tologists or whatever you call this. The QAnon drinkers will be drinking somebody else's Kool-Aid. I mean, there's kind of a type when it comes to people who join cults. There's a type of person that is predisposed to it, and that's who they're targeting. It's target marketing. I've seen this on Twitter. They are target marketing people who would be susceptible to cult mind control. This is one of my issues with the chemtrail proposition, not even a theory. The chemtrail misunderstanding is that it's appealing to people who don't know why it's a misunderstanding. And these individuals are, I think, likely pre-selected because they will buy into other misunderstandings. Something else that's been making the rounds is Joe Biden's Joker smile. Someone had asked him as he walked out of the press briefing room about what do you think about Donald Trump's claim that he's a political prisoner, to which Joe Biden stops, looks at the camera sideways, and he gives this Joker grin. A lot of people have remarked on that, and I actually have it here. It's an evil smirk that everyone's been talking about.
Can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
He pauses and gives this Joker smile. So in context, Joker smile. Joker movie, he shoots the TV host, played by Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro was just being all Trump deranged out there, and we remarked that Robert De Niro was in Taxi Driver, who was plotting to shoot this governor. So you have this correlation here between Joker and Taxi Driver. Well, Taxi Driver is the basis for the Joker movie, so it's even more connected. Then John Hinckley, who shot Reagan, John Hinckley, who, by the way, I'll bring this up separate. John Hinckley's birthday, 5/29, like JFK, he was inspired by the Taxi Driver movie. So there's another correlation there. Now I was just remembering, Reagan got shot, but also James Brady. And James Brady's death was declared a homicide 33 years after the shooting. Here it is. Coroner is said to rule James Brady's death a homicide 33 years after the shooting. There's your hoax code again. But anyway, the Joe Biden smile of a Joker would correlate to this dialectic Batman Joker, left and right. Trump is often associated with Batman. So this is like another one of these things that I think is just another plot point, an association we're supposed to make. All right, let's move on. Trump says that the witnesses on his side were, quote, literally crucified. So when you say literally crucified, we don't mean figuratively, like a figure of speech, like they were harangued. No, literally means in a literal sense, exactly. And so they nailed up a number of the witnesses to dogwood trees with nails through their palms and their feet. I don't know about crowns of thorns, but they were certainly literally crucified according to what Trump says here.
As far as the trial itself, it was very unfair. We weren't allowed to use our election expert under any circumstances. You saw what happened to some of the witnesses that were on our side. They were literally crucified by the
That's terrible. You know, they should ban crucifixions.
side. They were literally crucified by this man who looks like an angel, but he's really a devil.
Angels, devils, crucifixions. We should ban the use of the word literally. Except under extreme circumstances where it's not obvious it's literally true. It's like a useless word. Elephant Tusk says all these connections seem far and above any kind of organized human intelligence. You're underestimating organized human intelligence vastly. And by doing so, here's what you're doing. I'm not targeting you specifically, but this is what that line of thinking says. Like, okay, these connections, well, the reason they had De Niro there is it's part of the world stage play. But to say that this is beyond a human intelligence, like there's nobody that well, every movie that's a work of genius, like a director puts together some remarkable movie, is an evidence of something that's beyond common intelligence. That some people have specialized intelligence and excel in certain areas and create master works of art. And a lot of what we're looking at is falling under that category. Mastery of the visual arts, magic shows. NASA's a great magic show when you look at their launches. So we can't underestimate it and say this must be a higher power. God must have done this. Oh, God called Robert De Niro. No, it was the Demiurge. The Demiurge or the AI, they made it happen. No, what you're falling for the divine fallacy, and here's why it's wrong. Let's say your computer gets hacked and all your information is stolen, and you call the police and they say, oh, well, there's no human intelligence that would be capable of hacking that computer. Must be a demon or a gremlin. And since it's a gremlin, we can't go after your hacker. Sorry. And if hackers were allowed to hack everywhere because people believed in gremlins and not hackers, it would be a hacker's paradise. Hackers would rule the world. They would have carte blanche. They'd be like, oh, gremlins did it. Wasn't me. And what I'm saying here is that the reality hackers exist. They're not gremlins. And when you say this reality hacking, this theatrical production is so complex, it's beyond human intelligence, you're basically saying that the human operators here are absolved from guilt. They're exonerated. You let them go free. You're letting the reality hackers go free. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. No, stare at the big, impressive illusion and cower. React with fear. Grovel. Worship the wizard. Don't pay attention to the fact that he's some guy behind some curtains with some advanced technology that you just don't understand yet. I mean, if I were to send my iPhone back in time 50 years, and if it were still connected to the future, so it would still operate, people would think it was an alien technology. So it's, again, if you're going to ascribe stuff you see on TV to a higher power, you're also saying that media has a divine authorship. Or they're recording divine events, that you can prove God. You can prove a higher power by pointing at the Netflix correlations to the latest news events. You could. Oh, look, God or a higher power orchestrated this synchronistic event. Therefore, I have an explanation for why white noise was followed by a real-life train derailment. Well, the train derailment was fake. So you can't say that predictive programming arises from a divine cause in order to predict a fake event. That doesn't make sense. Think about it. 9/11 fake. Do you really think that a divine agency is somehow creating predictive programming for a staged event? That doesn't make a lick of sense. The explanation of synchromysticism has been debunked alongside the Mandela effect. Girl says, intelligent sociopaths manage the whole thing. It's not difficult. It's livestock management. Yeah, look, even if you don't believe, and you shouldn't just blindly believe, but if you just look at history and how the literacy has been something of a privilege, or had been, the ability to even read, and the idea of an intelligent class ruling over an ignorant class is pretty common, and nothing has changed. Now, we have great access to stuff, sure, but what's changed now, or what's different about this now, I think, is that the information that empowers the elite over the uninitiated is vastly more superior than what it was before. This is advanced mind control wizardry. But intelligent sociopaths, yeah, I think you could argue that it's a benevolent dictatorship, and it would therefore be run with some level of sociopathy. There's a cold empathy at work here, if that's what we're looking at. And I would say there's a greater case to be made for a benevolent dictatorship than malevolent. And if you want to debate me, sure, point to me where the malevolent dictatorship is happening. And all you're going to do is you're going to sling some propaganda, atrocity propaganda my way. You won't be able to tangibly prove it. Elephant Tusk says, all I can say is that the majority of our thoughts are not our own. Interesting opinions, but contradicted by the facts. This is not fake. Reality exists. It's objectively real. Your mental concept is an augmented simulation that we use so we can all cooperate. And what they have done is they've manufactured a collectively agreed upon delusion to adapt to become a part of. You're indoctrinated into it. We're all programmed into the same big picture. But what they've done, I think, is they want to do away with competing worldviews. Islam, Christian, Jew, atheist. Now it's all going to be Nasatology. We're all part of this big universal space religion, becoming multi-planetary. We can do away with these archaic religions of the past, fighting over who's got the right God when there is no God, but man and technology. That's the direction it's going. This is where it's at. Says they're not benevolent. They hate the inmates. Well, the inmates hate each other. And the benevolent dictatorship idea here is that knowing how nasty man is, having a constrained view of man, this is the best way to handle us. Like, what is that book, Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations? The argument there he makes is that man's nature isn't going to change. Man is greedy. Man is selfish and will pursue his own selfish interests first. Therefore, you build a system that turns that impulse into something constructive rather than destructive. So a greedy person can be directed from conquering and taking and stealing to producing, to capitalism versus redistribution of wealth through government force. But the argument there is that this is the best system to accommodate for man's nature. And if we are indeed a violent species and we're constantly dealing with criminal elements and perhaps possibilities of destabilizing society if certain things get out of hand, maybe they realize the best way to control us is through intimidation and fear and terrorism, but without any sort of commensurate real-world violence. Mind war, in other words. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, Tim, it's me again.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, we were just talking a few moments ago. Fine. I want to talk to you about the broadcast delay.
Sure. Tell us about the
You know the
broadcast
history of
delay.
the broadcast delay? Yeah.
No.
Are you aware that you're on a 7-second broadcast delay right now?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of that?
I was not.
Yeah, because while I was talking on the phone with you, as I listened to the YouTube feed is 7 seconds delayed. Now, that's not insignificant because the 7-second broadcast delay was invented back in, what's the year here? I'm looking at the article, the history of it. Back in 1952 at a station in Allentown, Pennsylvania, WKAP. And the funny thing is it reminds me of a sitcom in the 80s called WKRP. Of course, that was in Cincinnati, Ohio. There's that Ohio Jurassic connection. But the whole idea was it was to prevent profanity from going on the air. That's the backstory to why it was introduced by a man named. You see, now this happened in '52. Now let's not forget that after World War II, there could very well have been a lot of people discussing what that war was really about, and it's that Operation Paperclip era and all that stuff, right? It's no surprise, under the pretense of protecting people from the words, I don't know, the word pisseth is in the Bible. That's just for starters, right? Let's face it, right? There's no such thing as a filthy word. There are filthy ideas, though there are filthy intentions indeed. But this whole idea of protecting people from hearing profanities and having this 7-second delay was to make sure that no damning testimony can ever reach the ears.
Well, I think primarily too, it's advertisers would clearly want to have certain things excluded from being associated with their products because of course, associations.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
I think that would
all.
I think that would be the primary reason. And sure, it could have uses for censoring.
Well, of course.
But the thing is, there are no world-shattering ideas that will break the matrix that you can spout in 3 or 4 seconds anyway. So a 7-second delay wouldn't really be able to stop something that would take a more extended conversation.
No. It's more than enough, because the moment it goes in a direction that's leading to a place they don't. That's the whole idea of a limited hangout. There's only one tab. There's the above top secret, not just top secret. The above top secret thing is the thing that the limited hangout's all about. No one can dare ever go to that thing. And the moment it's detected, the moment the question is put, the moment the utterance is made, bang, it's gone.
Look,
That's
I'm not convinced that there's any conversation we can have right now in 10 minutes that could fundamentally change somebody's worldview. I don't think it can work that way for a lot of reasons. But if it were
No?
if it were that,
I'd wager differently.
well, here's the reason why I don't think you
Because
can.
I believe, I believe Voltaire. No, when it comes to identifying who's pulling all the strings, Voltaire said it plainly, right? If you want to know who rules over you, just look at who you're not able to criticize. And
I've heard
that
that.
should
Look,
tell people
I've
why
heard
we got
I've heard
a
that
second.
cliche. Look, I mean, I've heard that a lot, and it makes a lot of sense in a way. At his time, it did, but I hear it used today by white nationalists to say, "Oh, you can't criticize this group because you'll be censored, therefore they're in control." And it's like, no, if you were to start a conspiracy theory and say Samoans control the world, they would censor you. And then you would be able to say, oh, look, the Samoans control the world because of what Voltaire said. And so no, I kind of reject that because it's been appropriated by white nationalists to play victim, and they can claim that the ADL is censoring them.
Was it appropriate? Was it appropriated by white nationalists, or has it been ascribed to them as if it's just them exclusively? Because frankly, I hear lots of people of all kinds of, all colors and shapes and sizes get censored for the same thing. It's got nothing to do with their skin color.
No, everybody who's on Team Hitler, all the Hitler fan club types who blame Jews for everything, cite that quote from Voltaire as evidence.
Jews?
Look,
Hold on.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it offline.
Who mentioned anything about Jews?
Well, white nationalists. When white nationalists quote this thing from Voltaire, they're referencing their assertion that if they criticize those who control things, they will be censored.
Okay, and what does that have to do with Jews?
Well, white nationalists blame Jews for everything. Their insinuation is Jews.
Well, why would they be singled out? I don't understand.
Well, it would be a broader
would make
conversation
sense?
if you want a history on how every conspiracy theory essentially points fingers at this particular controller of the whole world. It's traditionally been ascribed to that. I mean, what I'm saying is that the idea that this quote you brought the quote from Voltaire, and what this one about if you want to know who controls everything, it's whoever you can't criticize. And it's always, the ADL is pointed at as these guys will censor if you talk about this conspiracy theory, therefore this conspiracy theory is valid. And what I'm saying is that the censorship does not mean it's valid, even though that's how it's used by white nationalists and has been for a long time, to promote the illusion that they are being uniquely censored because they're on target. And it's like, no, you could make up a conspiracy theory and blame any ethnic background or group or race, and you'll get the same result.
It's got nothing to do with skin color, period. I'll throw a name out there, Sammy Davis Jr., right?
Napoleon Wilson in the
nothing to do with
comments
skin
says
color.
that Voltaire never said that.
It doesn't matter, ready? Well, I'm glad that was raised. It doesn't make it any less true if that indeed is the message.
Okay, hey, let me read this to you really quick here. This is interesting. I just searched the
Sure.
quote, and the very first thing that showed up, to learn who rules over you, quote, wrongly attributed to Voltaire, it comes from the white nationalist Kevin Strom. It's a neo-Nazi.
Oh, is that right?
It's a neo-Nazi slogan.
And where's that fact from? Who published that fact? Where's that from?
Reuters, AP, and BBC, and then the
Reuters.
No. Hold on. You
Oh,
can't wait.
right.
You can't
Reuters.
wait.
That's
Hold on.
rich.
You
Oh,
can't.
that's rich, Tim.
You cannot.
That's rich,
You
Tim.
cannot dismiss this because this source. Because the senator who quoted
No,
that.
no, it's from Reuters, so we should believe it.
I'm not.
Oh, you said this is.
I'm not.
God
I'm
bless
not.
you. That's
Hey,
rich, man.
Look, no. What's rich here is what you're dodging. The fact that you quoted a white nationalist mistakenly. You should just.
I'm
own
not
it.
dodging anything.
No, you're interrupting me. Listen.
Own what?
You're trying to say that what my refutation has no value because it's from Reuters, but it's from multiple things. And the senator who quoted it deleted it because he thought it was Voltaire. To know who rules over you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize.
And who published that one? And is that in the same Reuters article?
No, this is from the BBC.com's breakdown of why he deleted the stuff.
Oh, BBC.
No.
I see it.
Hey, look,
from the
facts
BBC
are.
then.
Okay, look, again, you're trying to dismiss the fact that the quote comes from U.S. white supremacist Kevin Strom. That's his quote, and it's been attributed to Voltaire, and this has been floating around for years. That's why
I don't know who that man is from anyone. I have no idea who that is whatsoever.
But you parroted
that could be an invented name for all I know.
Okay,
I have no idea.
But how did you get this meme in your head to quote it, thinking it was Voltaire?
How did I get what meme in my head? The one that's attributed to Voltaire, falsely or rightly, but the idea
falsely,
is
yes.
the same for any tyrannical entity. That is exactly the case. Whoever we think it may be or may not be, the principle is most certainly 100% true, and history has borne it out beyond disputation.
Is it?
Osmond.
But is it? Because what in America?
Absolute
fact. Who does it?
Mr. Osmond.
Okay, well, who then?
Absolute fact, Mr. Osmond.
Who can we not criticize right now? Who are we not allowed to criticize?
Why don't you tell me, Mr. Osmond?
I criticize everybody. I criticize
didn't.
everybody everywhere. I criticize anything.
You brought them up. I didn't. You brought them up. I didn't.
Okay, all I'm saying is that that's not a Voltaire quote, and I was familiar with the quote because of its use by white nationalists. That's all I know.
All you're saying to me right now is that you are trusting the very things that you're telling us we're not supposed to trust.
No, okay, you're missing.
Reuters?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I do not say. I do
no,
not
you're
say.
not.
No, wait, no. I would not.
Me. Okay, how am I mistaken here?
If the news says the sky, if the news says the sky is blue, do you then disagree with that?
Absolutely not. I've got eyes.
What I'm saying is that the news media is like a good liar. They tell the truth 99% of the time. They lie strategically. They maintain the view that they're portraying the reality objectively, so they get your trust. And just because it's on Reuters doesn't mean it's fake news. Just because it's on BBC doesn't mean it's fake.
That's true.
And so this is accurate. What I'm saying,
either.
You're disputing my claim, my factual claim that you quoted a white nationalist, misattributing it to Voltaire, and you wouldn't have arrived at that.
No. I didn't quote a white. I did not quote a white nationalist.
Yes, you did.
I quoted an idea. Whether it's attributed to Voltaire or not is not even the point any longer, Tim. It's the validity of the idea, and history has borne out that it is indeed
no.
true. No tyrannical governing entity ever allows people to openly criticize.
This idea has been spread around to create the illusion that white nationalists are being unfairly censored by the ADL and Jews. That's what it has been used to say as a way of bolstering their claims that they figured out who runs the world. That's my main contention here, is that this quote isn't all that
all right,
valid.
Then why don't you tell us who runs the world? Okay, all right, who does run the world, Tim? Who runs the world? Let's hear it.
Well,
What's your take?
There's a structure, the lie world order structure. It's not a who is it, it's a what is it. And if you don't understand what it is, you could chase any number of red herrings. Jesuits.
Well, then tell me the what. Okay, tell me the what.
Okay, the what? It's a structure that I would describe as pyramidal, where it's based on creating a knowledge disparity between the masses who are in a worldview disconnected from objective reality, and they're in worlds of belief, which are closed belief systems, and the rulers over them would be those...
that description fits. That description fits. Go on. You're right. So far, so good. Go on.
And above would be the nobles.
They have a chief rabbi. Go on.
See, there we go.
They have a chief rabbi. Go on.
Okay.
You're right.
No, look, I'm going to drop the call. Chief Rap, look, if you're going to go with the Jew red herring, you're not up to par with where our conversations go. And I didn't mean to draw the conversation that direction, but I've heard this quote and I'm tired of it. They're like, if you want to know who runs the world, find out who you can't criticize. I'm so oppressed by this group, the ADL. And it's like, you guys have free speech. Nobody's shutting you up, that we can't shut you up. You're very popular, in fact. Your views have never been more popular. So stop claiming like you're oppressed. And this is sort of sort of a fake posturing of being oppressed. So I see this quote. It's not Voltaire. I like Voltaire. I think if anybody could have said it credibly, it would have been him at his time. But that quote only and always goes to the Jew chasers. And so like I don't really want anything to do with that, because Jew chasers are very bottom of the rung conspiracy theorists who have all the answers handed to them and they just believe it and they've never questioned it. All right, let's catch up on comments. 360 Pick says a good quote is a good quote no matter who it comes from. Yeah, but I don't think it's even a good quote. Like, or if it's a good quote, is it even relevant? Like, if you want to know who rules you, know who you can't say bad things about or whatever, it's like, yeah, it's not even profound. Like, yeah, obviously, it's almost like just an obvious pointless statement. And it doesn't make sense anyway, considering nobody's being censored. Show me who's being censored. Show me whose point of view is being suppressed outside of those who are questioning the entire thing. And you can't even say that our point of views are being restricted. All right, let's see here. Going through comments. Cygirl says, if I see a suffering animal or bullies harassing someone, am I supposed to feel nothing? Interesting question. I think you're supposed to take out your phone if it's somebody being harassed and you're supposed to put it on TikTok. Isn't that the norm? This is where it's asked this very weak quote. Yeah, that quote is undeserving of being attributed to Voltaire. Sorry. Now, Voltaire said, those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. And I'm with that. The moon landing believers will do anything if they're told to. Talmudoid says you can't criticize the blanks, 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 or anything. Actually, you can. You can. The idea that you can't is silly. You're pretending like you're being suppressed. The fact that not everybody agrees with you doesn't mean your views are suppressed. Everything and anything gets published and gets circulation. You can worship JFK Jr. You can worship JFK and Barron Trump. You can be a complete delusionist and get a pass today. You can form your own enclave of racist neo-Nazis on Telegram and sell crypto to each other. Like nobody's shutting anybody up. The posturing of being censored is just an old marketing strategy used to create the illusion of scarcity, or it's gonna run out. It's used by truthers frequently. You guys better support us now, because Big Brother George Soros is going to censor us. Going through some quotes here. Cygirl says, Julian Assange is a 9/11 liar. Yeah, well, Julian Assange is definitely one of the world's stagers. If he doesn't come out and say the news is fake, I don't care what he has to say. That's the primary thing here. It's not secondary. It's not incidental. It's not like they use fake things here to score a few points. No, no. It's fake first. This is Truman Show. Everything else is misdirection. Let's see, going through comments. Duas and Paris says, I think Tim was making the point that there's not just one group that can't be criticized. Yeah, I think my point was that you can't say that there's a group we can't criticize and therefore that group controls the world. And that's been their argument. And I'm like, well, you guys aren't being censored. We hear about you all the time. Your views are actually promulgated by mainstream sources. .360 says the quote provenance correction is why I came to listen. Well, I was already familiar with its misuse by this particular group and how they were using it. And I remembered that there was a senator who had used this quote, and then they're like, that came from some white nationalist guy, right? Some neo-Nazi, and he deleted his tweets. And I brought this up to the caller, and he wanted to shoot down what I was saying because I was citing Reuters, suggesting that was some kind of hypocrisy on my part to quote Reuters, which means he doesn't understand how I report or examine and comment on the news. I understand it's non-objective, that it has its biases. However, facts are facts, and if a liar lied with every breath, nobody would trust them. They'd be a terrible liar. They'd be a madman. But a good liar lies strategically when it's gained trust, and it will reinforce its trust by telling the truth lots of the time, usefully. Hey, the weather tomorrow is going to be great for a picnic. You trust them. Then the next day, they're like, climate change is real. You trust them. You see, they mix their lies with truth all the time. And the idea that you just categorically reject all news is just as bad as categorically believing it all. So I'm not automatically saying it's all fake, don't look at it. In fact, I say the opposite. I say study it closer. You need to be informed about what you don't believe. And the informed non-believers are in a better position than the uninformed, low information believers. I watched this debate yesterday with Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth Dave, and Alex Jones. For some reason, Eddie Bravo has to be there with Dave as a sort of a moderator between him and Alex. Like, I don't know why that is. It should just be a one-on-one. But anyway, Jones was not impressed because he's like, you tell me the earth is flat, but what can you tell me about Trump? What can you tell me about the wars going on? And Flat Earth Dave's response was, I don't know. Basically, my head's in the sand. And I don't think that's good enough. I really don't. I think the idea of we know the news is fake, so we can just dismiss it is so dismissive that you lose situational awareness. Flat Earth isn't separate. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's a byproduct of how we get our worldview filtered through a central source that gives us all of the other news. So the idea that you would look closely at the ISS and the moon landings, but ignore the political soap opera is very limiting. You wouldn't come to an accurate conclusion. And so Alex Jones was not happy with the conversation because it went nowhere. There were no insights. It didn't go into worldview formation or the space program as metaphor for controlling our minds. No, it went into 2015 level flat earth memes. Going through some comments. Tim Osman says, handling the handler. Yes, I thought so. Girl says, media is fake, but government isn't. Media is government. Media is a substrate of government. Government is universal. There's only one. So forget China, Russia, Iran. No, there's one government. It's universal. It's ubiquitous. It is the one world order. It already exists. You've already been conquered. You're not the resistance. If you think you're the resistance, you're part of the problem. And government, media, the universities, the education, which indoctrinates you to be programmable by the media, the religions, the entertainment, all of it is under the control of this single monolithic worldview shaping mechanism. And there's not a meaningful distinction to be made between any of its parts, but they want you to experience it as highly compartmentalized. But the fact of it is they all share the same backstage. Take Senator Mark Kelly, for example. His wife was shot. So you have this fake shooting, Gerald Loeffner scenario. So they're already part of the PSYOP entertainment complex. Well, then he goes to space, in the space station, so they know about fake space, they know about the fake shootings, and then he gets in politics. He becomes a Democrat senator. So now we're like, okay, we got a guy who knows that the worldview is fake, that the violence that they put, the political violence, is fake and staged, and now he's in politics. So my point being, you have to look at this thing as a whole. You have to look at it as a singular apparatus. We're all looking at the world through the same viewfinder. Lloyd Miller says that's a theory, Tim. No, actually, all the evidence you need for the monolithic nature of media and government mind control is 9/11, and the fact that there were no planes and that nobody died or cried. That is all you need. That makes the case for all time. People look at 9/11 as an outrage or as an unsolved crime or who done it, who did that to us. It's like, no, this is the greatest insight into how this thing works. It wasn't some spontaneous event, and we thoroughly analyze it, the role of characters like James Cameron and Stanley Kubrick in setting the stage and preparing for it, and it just being the culmination of decades of predictive programming. Elephant Tusk says, how can you say that 0 people passed away as a result of 9/11? Okay, burden of proof question here. Mass media is the liar that has to supply the burden of proof. Do you contend that they supplied evidence that somebody died? Elephant Tusks? For your next comment, tell us who died on 9/11 as a result. The people in one of the planes that didn't exist? Shankstown, perhaps? The Pentagon? The jumpers? Who are you contending passed away as a result of 9/11? If you can't tell us one, give us one name. Pete Davidson's 33-year-old father? The father of Miko Hughes, who was there on 9/11? There's some wrestler whose dad died at 33. Elephant Tusk says people died of lung cancer after. Okay, let's stop you there. Who died on 9/11? Your answer is none. You agree with me then. But then you're saying that the lung cancer people, which my answer to that is that's fake as well. I think there's something I brought up yesterday about this. The firefighter lung thing, and because it wasn't like thermite, there wasn't some direct energy weapon. There was nothing special about that demolition. It was a controlled demolition enhanced with movie magic. That's all. A demolition enhanced with movie magic. The smog that you saw was all just smog generated with generators for theatrical effect. We're waiting for an answer. How many people are you saying died? We're waiting for your answer. They say 343 died as a result of the 9/11 illness. So 343 died from 9/11 illness, right? And then you have this. What is the significance of 343 on 9/11? It's the same number of department members killed on 9/11. Interesting connection there. Right? Isn't that 7 times 7 times 7? Just kind of a side note. We're still waiting for Elephant Tusks to tell us who died on 9/11. Still no answer. 360 says, is your name the same as Bin Laden's code name as a sly joke? Yeah, we'll get into that here in a minute. Possibly. No answers yet. Sirius the dog died on 9/11. That's right. At least that guy died. The K9. Again, K is 11. K9. Sirius the dog. King Wormy says, in my opinion, a few hundred. Okay, so that's your opinion. So you disagree with 3,000. So you've already blasphemed the official story. But you're not going to let it all go. You're going to cling to a few hundred. Well, which ones? The ones in the planes? Or do you believe in planes? Because once you subtract the planes, you have a lot of problems if you're going to try to say which ones died and which ones didn't. Cygirl says the bomb at the Pentagon was real. That's called a false flag when they blame it on a designated enemy and start recruiting troops to invade. I would say that the bomb was as real as the bombs they used in the movie Die Hard. Yeah, they used pyrotechnics and special effects, but it was a special effect. It was not an attack. 9/11 was not an attack. The school shootings that we always see in the news are not mass shootings. These are theatrical events, atrocity propaganda. These are not attacks by one nation versus the other because there's only one government. This is all internal drama within the perpetual war in our 1984 world stage reality. So no, nobody died, nobody cried. Elephant Tusk can't point out any deaths. He can vaguely point to these victims after. And the other person here says he believes a few hundred, but he has yet to clarify. So King Wormy, let us know who died on 9/11, which plane. Yeah, exactly. This is where it's at. I feel like I traveled back in time. Yeah, exactly. It's like we're back in 2015. Flat Earth 2015 memes coming back. And people still scratching their heads about how did nobody die on 9/11? But that's fine. That's what it's like at the cutting edge. And the fact of it is, we have to hold people accountable to their claims to make any progress. So King Wormy says no planes involved. So if you're saying no planes were involved, but hundreds of people died, well, subtract the passengers at these other sites. So now we can admit that those have been hoaxed. Plus, you know that there were 88 drills done that day with hundreds, if not thousands, of plainclothes cops. So given this, given that you're like, okay, we're doing a hoax, no planes, nobody's dying in the planes, then why would you think that people actually died in the towers? Because now it goes from a hoax to a war crime. Now every crisis actor is complicit in people burning to death in a horrible thing, and then you still have to explain how the buildings fell with this explanation where people actually died and not just a controlled demolition. But you're still going to run into the problem of coming up with your own evidence. So if you want to argue in favor of 9/11 deaths, you have to provide the same burden of proof the media has consistently failed to do for 23 years. But if you're confident in saying there's no planes, King Wormy says maybe just first responders. Okay, that's interesting. Now, first responders, though, in my view, given just naming a few, Pete Davidson's 33-year-old dad, but first responders at every single PSYOP have one thing in common. They're involved. Whether it's a mass shooting at a mall, a fake terror attack, the first responders, the police, they're involved. You think they're actually thinking they're running into a burning building or a school shooting where some kids are getting shot? No, they're involved. They're the first actors. So I think you can rule that out. Lloyd says maybe it was a sloppy demo, no public warning. Well, 88 drills were being conducted that day. The manpower for maintaining a closed set was well established, and the smog cover was sufficient to provide all the theatrics. But no, I don't think there's any reason to think a single person died. And you're willing, if you want to, debate that point without evidence, then what are you? You're a corpse clinger. You're a death clinger. Just like, let it go. We've established it's a hoax. And a real death would change the entire dynamic. And this explains why there's no whistleblowers. But I mean, look, this is where it's at, is we're going back in time. Like, most of us here are up to speed. We're not confused. If you're saying maybe, you're confused. Like, maybe some people died. You're confused. The true believers aren't confused. They're deceived. They're like, yeah, 1 million people died that day. See, they're not confused. They're really confident. I'm not confused, and I'm saying 0 died. I'm not stuck in any kind of middle hazy ground. I don't know how it works. I know how it works. Yeah, the floors were empty. It was 100% staged. We've examined this ad nauseum, and here's where it was filled. It was filled in your mind. They use predictive programming and movies for decades to acclimate you to the idea that exploding jets can knock down buildings, and every building is just full of people running up and down the stairs with Xerox machines and phones ringing everywhere, lively action, 50,000 people, like a beehive of activity, when no, it wasn't the case. It's the illusion. The difference between the world stage concept in our minds, our collectively shared, agreed version of events, and the real thing is very stark. I mean, I watched this video of this guy who went to the mall, and he said, this is a simulation. This isn't real, because nobody was there. He's like, there's no way these stores can support themselves. Where are the shoppers? And that's because his concept of what a shopping mall is has been malformed by movies, where every mall is just bustling with activity like a beehive. But if you go to any mall, yeah, you have people walking around, mall walkers, a few shoppers, but it's not like it is in the movies. And so it can be a bit of a culture shock, this disparity. And this is why it's so important that they keep you immersed in mass media and in video games so that they can manipulate your perceptions. So your perception that it was full is a false premise. You accepted the premise, assumed it to be true, but you don't know it to be true. Symbia says, how are you people still obsessed with 9/11? It's super sus. I agree. It's very suspect for people to still be harping on about 9/11 when we've already decoded it. We know what it is. But it's worth bringing up because for some, maybe it's an eye opener. And Girl points this out. I don't know what those Iraqis and Afghans are complaining about. Those thousands of troops in the U.S. and U.K. weren't real. When it comes to this, I would say the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate the veracity of media claims. You know, I mean, I can show you pictures of tanks from World War II. Looks very scary. But then I can show you video where these tanks were all inflatable. I can show you video footage of ERs overcome with patients, and then I can show you real video footage from people in the streets showing hospitals being empty, tents being empty. So I don't trust the screen as a source. So when you say, look at all this war reportage, all this bad stuff that we should be outraged about, I'm like, should we be? It looks like a clown show to me, a clown show in camouflage. That's what it looks like. I was in the military, and I know for a fact it's highly compartmentalized. Unit A doesn't know what Unit B knows. Person in this MOS doesn't know what this person knows. Security clearances maintain the compartmentalization. And there's a lot of bullshitters and a lot of liars and a lot of rumors and speculation, like everything else. What is that? The first casualty of war is the truth. Who said that? Was it Hearst? Let's see, let's go on here. This is where it's at. It says 9/11, Tupac, Elvis, NASA, who cares, Flat Earth, chemtrails, Alex Jones. It's all the world stage. Who writes the script? Exactly. I don't get caught up in this stuff. I'm not an MSM Plus head. Like, I'm not in the box. I'm not trying to augment the blue pill bullshit with more exciting and agitating stuff to make sense of it. I'm stepping back, and I'm a total non-believer at this point. Theater of Psywar. The fact that nukes are fake should be a paradigm shift for you. You should no longer be trembling about the threat of World War III. It should make you laugh. If you're talking about World War III as with like bated breath, like, uh-oh, stuff's going to happen, civil war. If any of that stuff is still goading you, then the Wizard of Oz has you mesmerized. You're a cowardly lion at best. In fact, we had a call the other day from Toto Cult, who was a first-time caller but long-time listener here since like 2017, 2016. And his name, Toto Cult, was a reference to what we're doing here. You know, it's Toto the dog who pulls the curtain back for all the people who are sitting there scared of the Wizard of Oz. And it's like, look, this is how it's actually done. Let's see here. Lloyd Miller says, I've entertained the no nukes theory for decades, but can't really say I'm sure. If these things were real, they would have used them by now. But look, you also said you're not sure if 5G towers are harmful. And you're not sure if chemtrails, like that's fine. That can be your starting point, but I would just say you don't have to accept a burden of proof from a pathologically lying media that is demonstrably involved with nonstop mind war and psy war. You don't have to be a propaganda mule. You can just drop it all. I'll believe it when I see it, when I experience it. Dewis in Paris says, which is a greater power, the power to wage war or the power to make the world believe in a fake war? I would go with this. The phrase by Tacitus, instrumentum regni, and there's a quote here by Polybius about how the rationale for controlling people through fakery is this. It says here, if it were possible to form a state of wise men, it wouldn't be necessary, but every multitude is fickle. Every multitude is fickle and full of lawless desire and unreasoned passion and violent anger. The multitude must be held in by invisible terrors and such like pageantry. Goes on to say, I think not that the ancients acted rashly at introducing among people notions concerning gods and the beliefs and the terrors of hell. The very beginning says here, I believe that the very thing which among others is an object of reproach is that superstition maintains the cohesion of the Roman state. And he goes on to say it's a good thing. So the cohesion of our world stage is the real purpose to all these various psyops. It's fear control, it's mind control. But from this perspective, it's a benevolent dictatorship. It's either this or what? Cygirl says, I hope these troops are only armed with simulation when they show up next time. Or simunition. Yeah, sure. I mean, look, I'm at the point where I think if you're reaching for your ammunition and not your popcorn, they control your mind. And if you're going to be bossed around by, or not controlled by your mass media, whether it's through fear or through whatever they're selling you, if you give up your autonomy, I think then they've won. You know, there are people who are scared. They're going to take my guns, going to buy more guns, buy more guns. You know, it's like they've taken your mind. They control you with paranoia. And the damage that paranoia and fear and stress can do is well documented. So I say it's all fake, sure. But there are real victims in this. There's a cognitive impairment, the reality impairment. There's the toxic relationship with power. But then there's also the psychosomatics and the nocebo effects. I don't think it's a stretch to say that conspiracy theorists are killing people. In the same way that the mass media is. You know, if you can make the argument that mass media paranoia and fear is causing depression and death, you can make the same case for truthers who have a more dire perspective. Okay, let's see here. This is where it's at. It says, if you don't know what you believe is correct, you're already lost. Cygirl says, hybrid suggests a mix of real and fake. Sure. I guess I see your point, but look, I'm going to make this case that they never mix real and simulated violence, ever. No. They don't mix real and simulated terror, ever. They don't mix simulated attacks with concurrent drills and real violence and deaths, ever. They have never done so. Please point to me where they have, if they have, but they have not. That is not their established operating procedure. Their standard operating procedure is simulated events, propaganda films presented as real to the news, direct pipeline to the collective psyche, mind war. That's it. You can relax. Nobody's dying, nobody's crying. The theory that they're actually killing people, or rather the position, rests upon your trust in the authority of the screen, and it also rests upon your deliberate ignorance of the contradictions that are constantly being exposed by people who are paying attention. So the auto-hoaxer skeptical position is accurate. Questioning what we're doing is media advocacy at this point. Why are you advocating for these liars? It's not a theory that they're faking stuff, Lloyd Miller. It's an observation. It's a fact. We observe it all the time. We're just fine-tuning our understanding of how it's done. And at this point, we've refined a methodology here. So no, it's not a theory at all. And at this point, we're not even arguing the merits of auto-hoaxology or skepticism at all. What I'm doing is I'm kind of trying to fine-tune certain things, like the distinction between informed disbelief and low information disbelief, which I reject. Now, mixing real and fake, when you're saying mixing real and fake, we have to get into the nuance here, because when we say fake, when I say fake, we're talking about lies or simulated events presented as real. And yeah, every movie is a mix of real and fake. Every Tom Cruise movie is a mix of real and fake. So that doesn't mean anything. But if you're trying to say a mix of real and fake to insinuate there's real violence happening with the psyops, no. No, you're trying to drag us back to 2000, 2001, false flag explanations for everything. And we're not going back to Jonestown. We left Alex Jonestown. We're not drinking that Kool-Aid anymore. There are no false flags. There have not been any events that we would call hoaxes here that you could accurately call a false flag where something really happened. You can let go of the fear. You can stop clutching to the corpses. It's just morbid at this point. It's fire and brimstone. like climate change. They want you to be afraid. They want you to feel guilty. They want you to accept blame for how bad things are getting under the false presumption that things are getting bad. Dewis and Paris says, conspiracy theorists get triggered by fakery because they need to feed on conspiracy theories, so why don't they get on board with the metascriptor theory? It's more encompassing and more nutritious. It's a better explanation. I think you're right. Like the people who still want to believe in sync theory, like I'm fine, you can catch up eventually, but if you're still going to say that there's no way man could script all of this, there's something mystical, okay, well, what you're doing is you're making this divine fallacy the basis for your interpretation of things. And some people find that to be more satisfying. Like I'm seeing something mystical, like the Mandela effect. And I correlate these two because it's the desire to believe that you've come to an explanation that points to something higher. Like there's something satisfying about that. AI, demiurge, God, they don't want to know, oh, it's just man messing with you. You got trolled. That's a huge part of it. Your ego. Oh, I got trolled. I got tricked. I was mad about 9/11 for 10 years. I was mad at Muslims. I was mad at Jews. I was mad at reptilians for 9 years or 10 years. So I can't let that anger go. So I'm going to continue to believe that these guys did it. It's like, no, once you get rid of the belief in these things as having occurred as reported, it gets rid of their scapegoat stories. It takes away the tension of competing countries and competing governments. And you see the oneness of it all. The monolithic one world order that already has plugged mankind into a singular hive mind worldview. Kevin Morin says, dead people. Exactly. Yeah, you're going to walk around the auto hoax think tank with theatrical blood on your hands. You're not going to get a lot of sympathy. Like, which victims are you crying for or advocating for? Which media psyop narrative are you advocating for in the face of informed non-belief? And I'm happy to debate anything, always. I just want you to bring your own evidence. But yeah, dead people. That's a crutch. You got to let go of dead people. You know what? Trutherville has a mass grave, an open mass grave full of fake dead people. You can go there, you can cry, you can drop off flowers, crosses with names and teddy bears and all that, or you can just leave. You can leave all that behind. You don't need to be a propaganda mule with fake dead people weighing you down. Like, I have to stay triggered because these people died and I got to stand up for them. It's like these people are crisis actors and they make more money than you. And the reason why they're grinning is because they're also movie stars in their own minds. The duper's delight. Tominoid says, I don't disagree with you, but I say sync ultimately has no hard proof. We have hard proof for meta. You don't have hard proof for sync. We can prove metascript. You can prove by mapping out the directors and the writers. I can prove it by looking at concurrent programming, showing that there's a specific political utility to every single one of these instances of predictive programming that correlates it with the news. Predictive programming correlates with future news. This is a one-to-one relationship. There's no wriggle room here. It is scripted. It is news bent. The sync theory suggests it's all random and there's no explanation for why these things correlate. No, they correlate because they map it out. And we do have hard proof. We don't need somebody to say, I wrote this as the metascript. We can just look at the metascript. I can point to numerous examples of predictive programming correlating with news events. That's evidence. The fact that you have decades of predictive programming depicting an event and then the event happens means these things are correlated. Now, is it a coincidence? Well, some will say, oh yeah, it's synchronicity and coincidence. God did it. No. This predictive programming is how they drill you for what they're going to do in the future. It's a form of advertising. We don't need to mystify it. In fact, I'm here to demystify. And by introducing the concept of metascripts and therefore metascriptors, we have demystified much of it. All right, let's see what else we have here in the comments. And look, sync theory, Mandela effect, and chemtrails, these are all stumbling blocks to understanding how this thing is run, the infrastructure of mass mind control and its people. It's definitely people. And the explanations of higher power kills curiosity. A false explanation means, oh, we don't need to look anymore. We figured it out. Yeah, actually, we figured it out here. Uh, every once in a while, the gods want us to know something's going to happen, so they give us hints in the news or hints in the media, hints in The Simpsons. And if you're satisfied with this mystified explanation, you never find out that it's all a unified whole. And what 9/11 did that no other psyops do is it shows us that this is a global control. Talmud 3, you can believe what you want. I'm not a believer in the Metascript. I'm just documenting it, what it actually is. Predictive programming is not mystical. It's not a mystery. And there's no unanswered questions about the phenomenon. I would point you to Netflix, Leave the World Behind. I would point you to numerous Netflix examples where you have a world stage event like Uvalde being advertised on Stranger Things immediately after. Or Waco, American Apocalypse, debuts on Netflix, and the next day Donald Trump launches his campaign in Waco and calls it the final battle, like an Armageddon reference. Like, see, these things, that demonstrates pre-planning. Media is integrated at that level. You can't say the Demiurge did that. You can't say it was synchromysticism. So my point of it is, based on that, now we can look a little closer. Who is behind Netflix and this coordination with Netflix and mass media events as it ties into politics? And the more we look, the more we find that there is an infrastructure for mass mind control. There's really no mystery here at all. But the mystification of it leads people to wrong explanations. The Mandela effect happens, but it's not mystical. It's false memories. But mystifying it gives people the false perceptions there's something spiritual happening. So what I'm doing here is I'm demystifying mass media the same way. And sync theory is a mystification of media. And if you're going to go with sync theory, then you'll have to nod your head and agree that you believe that, at least in part, we can see the hand of God at work in media. That media is divinely inspired, like the Bible. Which I don't believe. I think man wrote it. I feel the same about TV. So again, I'm rejecting the divine fallacy with regard to media itself. Elephant Tusk says, on the one hand, you talk about higher self guiding your life, but yet there's nothing larger coordinating larger events. I don't mix up the two, and I really refrain from conversations like this because when I think a lot of people want to deny reality. A lot of people want to say, it's all fake. I figured it out. There's nothing here. It's all just in your mind. It's all an illusion. And that's where they want you. That's nihilism. So I reject that nihilism. And the fact that I observe patterns in my own life doesn't mean I have to be unobjective when somebody's lying to me or when I'm being manipulated with a magic show. Like, for example, you know, maybe you've experienced something that would borderline on telepathic or paranormal. Does it mean you have to believe magic shows? No. Like, I'm not a believer. I'm not going to be confused or in some kind of a fog, like not knowing what I think. So no. No, I don't think it's a contradiction. I think that it's a step back to say, okay, look, I've seen something that I can't explain, so let me just go all new agey on it. New age non-explanations. And I use terms like higher self. Does it mean angels? Does it mean some spiritual entity? Or does it mean a way to describe some aspect of how we gain information that we don't yet understand? Intuition, maybe there's not a mystical explanation. Maybe there's something a little more mundane. Maybe it's a little bit of both. But my point being here is the existence of the spiritual does not negate objective reality. That's the part I keep rejecting. Oh, it's all just a dream. No, it's actually not. Nothing's real. No, it actually is real. I'm really fighting against nihilism. Buzzing Fret says, maybe Tucker can lead us to the promised land. Tucker says your government has made deals with demons. And it's all about good and evil. 360 says, is it better to live in a world that is scripted or unscripted? It's a very good question. Is it better to be lied to or not lied to? These are questions for you to answer as an individual. Many people are cool with the lies. Many people are just fools. And I'm not a fool. I'm not interested in fools or waking fools up. I could care less. You know, you want to be a fool, be a fool. I'm interested in those who have pulled themselves out of the box, who are no longer frightened by hyperstitions. Those of you who've stepped out of the dark age, and look, truthers are in the dark age. If you're still a propaganda mule pushing Alex Jones level claptrap, you're in their dark age. You're in Plato's cave. You've got the shadows on the wall, and you're like, oh, look, those are fake. So then you hear Alex Jones, and you go to this other room, and you hear these other truthers, and now you're in a different room with different shadows on the wall. Much scarier shadows. It's like, no, I'm not interested in people who are still operating under the presupposition that they can trust what they're getting from the screen or from the government-approved alternative voices. And the best they can do is shame you into compliance. And I get it from both sides. The mainstreamers want to call you a conspiracy theorist, and the truthers want to call the auto hoaxers, I guess, unmotivated, not active enough, not agitated enough, not taking it seriously enough, we're not worried enough, we're not scared. And that's true, I'm not scared. Truthers are scared. And if they're not scared, they're lying. Like if you tell me, I believe the clouds are poisonous, then you're scared. You're paranoid. And paranoia is one of their weapons. Like another issue that I see, and this is just endemic within trutherism, is they wear their paranoias like badges of honor, like virtue signaling. Like I'm paranoid about this, this, and this. And if you're not paranoid, you're not paying attention. And it's like, no, I am paying attention, which is why I'm not paranoid about anything. But the controlled opposition has never been proven right on anything, and they still have the wrong operating system. So if you're still following truthers, trutherism, if you're still in any of these boxes, you're a fool. And I don't mean that as a pejorative, but I mean it as a good description. Like Truman in The Truman Show. You have to stop believing the liars. And the liars are so clever that they accounted for you. They're like, look, a certain number of people aren't going to believe the lies, so let's give them alternative lies. HLG says, people are free to start the Infinite Cave Society. Yeah, I like that. Like sell Earth. Got a quote here I want to look at here. What is that meaning of this word you posted? By the way, this has been Infinite Plane Saturn Day for 6/1/2024. Boeing failed their launch. It didn't blow up, but I was suggesting there was going to be some kind of issues there. Now, pareidolia is when you see shapes or faces or defined shapes or objects in random phenomenon, random like clouds, for example. Maybe you see faces in the clouds, faces on a tree, you see a smiley face on your eye socket. That would be pareidolia. Making connections like The Simpsons showed a 9/11 and this movie showed a 9/11, then 9/11 happened. They will call that apophenia. But it's sort of like what Ian Fleming said. You know, James Bond, the author of James Bond, he said, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. So we have many, many examples of predictive programming correlating with an event. We watch it again and again, and then at one point we're like, look, if there's any veracity to this, if we're right, then we will be able to use predictive programming as a predictive model. And sure enough, on Sunday before 3/11/2020, I had a live stream that said World War III starts on Wednesday, Ground Zero, Seattle. Because we knew from predictive programming that the next big event would start in Seattle on 3/11. And we were 100% vindicated. And we've been more so since. Like there's not a question about what predictive programming actually is and what its function is. This is a major advancement. You have to realize that non-auto hoaxing truthers don't know this. They don't know that predictive programming is coming from the same source that eventually becomes your news, that it's that centralized. They think these are coincidences, that these are eerie synchronistic events that suggest a higher power at work. It's like my gremlin thing with the hackers. If you blamed all computer hacking on gremlins, you'd never catch the hackers. And because of this, the reality hackers have gone unnoticed and undetected by truthers. They still haven't noticed them. The best they can do is look at Kubrick and, oh, he faked the moon landing. He was trying to tell us. No, he wasn't, because he also has predictive programming for 9/11 in multiple movies. Elephant Tusk says, have you ever considered that nothing exists outside your consciousness? See, I would call that gaslighting. And look, it's great to speculate that, but the fact of it is, you're gaslighting me. I have my perceptions, I know what they are, and you're asking me to say, maybe I'm wrong about all of my perceptions. That's the very definition of gaslighting. Telling you that what you know to be real isn't real. And if you can get somebody to accept the premise that, hey, my perception's been wrong this whole time and nothing is real, then they can program you. They do this in your basic education. Nothing's solid. It's all atoms. It's all empty space, and it's only an illusion. I don't fall for that kind of sleight of mind trickery. It's a philosophical question not directed at you. I get it, but I'm just saying, as a philosophical question, I think it's a form of gaslighting. I think we can all agree that our perceptions are conveying to us what is real. If we can't agree on that, then those who can't agree have to at least be honest enough to admit that they are reality denialists and are embracing some form of mysticism, which is okay. But I'm not here to mystify, muddle, and confuse. I'm here to shine a light on what is, not what might be. There's plenty of places to go for that. Commenter says, gaslighting doesn't exist. You made it up because you're crazy. It really is effective. Like, what do you remember? Jif or Jiffy? Because your perceptions can't be trusted. You put somebody in this uncomfortable position, make them insecure about their own perceptions, and this is technically a form of emotional abuse, consistently getting somebody to doubt their perceptions. I don't think it's the same thing as philosophy. You say it's a philosophical question. No, philosophy suggests you love knowledge. But if you're saying that your knowledge is useless and all wrong, it's very destructive and nihilistic. To me, what we're doing is philosophical. Delineating real from fake. Constructing a methodology for approaching a pathologically lying media. To me, that's also corrective. We have this epistemological inversion in having accepted the screen as a window to the world and not as a distortive filter, and we fix that by pulling our heads out of the box. Like, replace the word philosophy with operating system. We're fixing the operating system we use to navigate this reality. And if your philosophical question involves getting you to question everything you perceive, to me that's going in the wrong direction. And one more point here, and this is just why I targeted the Mandela effect. A lot of the people who go deep into Mandela effect don't believe anybody died on 9/11. And they believe, well, they correctly disbelieve 9/11, I should say. I don't believe 9/11 was a hoax. I disbelieve the official version. There's kind of a big difference. I have an informed disbelief. So they have a very nuanced understanding of how news is faked in general, but then they adopt this other conspiracy theory that tells them that nothing is real. So on the one hand, you're going to tell me everything you know about this event is fake, but reality's fake. It's like, well, if reality's fake, then why do you care about the news? Or if you don't believe anything's real, why should I trust you when you try to be the arbiter of what's real and fake? Like, I can tell you what's real about 9/11, but reality's fake. Sorry, you've just destroyed your standing as a witness. I am witnessing lies and I'm comparing them with objective reality. Look, we are the only objectivists on the world stage. The objectivists, Ayn Rand, no, they didn't get that far because they filtered their perceptions through mass media. They already embraced the very mysticism and the obfuscation, the filtering of the reality, that the subjectivity. They embraced the subjectivity that objectivism was supposed to oppose. Sort of like how many people go atheist, but then they buy into the new God construct of Gaia. All right, let me go through some more of my notes. This has kind of been interesting today. We had a caller. I don't know how it went, if it went bad, but he was quoting someone he thought was Voltaire and didn't like my refutation of his source and attempted to stop me from exposing the error by shouting me down over the fact that I was quoting Reuters as though everything Reuters publishes is automatically fake. And I'm glad it happened because I can make this further point that we're not automatically calling things fake. This is informed non-belief. There's a world of difference. 360 says, one of the most comforting things in life is to know what to expect from different groups, i.e. having a curated reality is preferable, nay, necessary. Yes. I think it's important to understand frames of reference. You can't expect everyone to understand where you're coming from or to agree, and you should also know who's going to be antagonistic to what you say. To me, it's just diplomacy. So I'm not going to be one of these cliches like, oh, this person's a conspiracy theorist, and at Thanksgiving they have to sit at this other table because they always bring up 9/11 or whatever. You know, that's undiplomatic. You know, the frame of reference of everybody there won't be capable of understanding what you're saying, so you're not going to help them. It's the same thing as promulgating, proselytizing a religion. There's a reason why we slam doors in people's faces. And for them, they're not considering your frame of reference, your negative experiences with religion, or your knowledge about their cult. They're not considering your frame of reference, only their own. So you're right to slam the door in their face because they're not expressing any empathy. It's very much, I would say, the opposite of empathy, to not consider how someone else will consider the ideas that you're trying to impose on them. So I look at the world as, of course, generally speaking, everybody's in the same box. Even many of the perps, the crisis actors, the ones who are part of this, there's no reason to think that they're outside of Normieville. But normies and truthers and wokesters are in 3 different groups, and they all respond in predictable ways. Always. Now, the position we're taking here, non-reactive suspension of judgment, goes counter to the common methodology exercised by truthers who believe that they should react. The current thing. They should react with panic. They should be the person crying wolf. That's their gig. They're Paul Revere. Every truther is a Paul Revere tweeting the next thing to be afraid of. The sky is falling. George Soros did something. That's their gig. They're always agitated because we're about to go kinetic. It's about to go to war. Troops are coming. Military-age men are coming into your country. It's like lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Now, maybe truthers just need to watch The Wizard of Oz, because it does work this way. Hyperstitions are superstitions that have been given a sense of reality by the feedback that reinforces that they exist, even though there is no evidence for them. We have about 10 days until 6/11, by the way. I think we're all looking forward to that. If you're in Seattle, I don't know what to say other than tune in to Infinite Plane Radio, IPS.Monster, listen in and be prepared to call. We're looking for some kind of, I guess, eyewitness testimony, but I don't know how the EMP is going to impede that, if that's what they do. All right, let me get through my Twitter feed here. We talked about quite a lot. Trump witnesses being crucified. Trump raising tens of millions. Trump in what, season 35 of The Apprentice. Talks a little bit about the flat Earth debate with Eddie Bravo and Flat Earth Dave. And again, my main criticism here is that the approach they have is very head in the sand. So that they've separated the concept of the Earth being flat from fake news itself. And I think that's one of the things that keeps this from going anywhere. It's compartmentalized and it shouldn't be. Like here you are sitting with Alex Jones talking about the shape of the world, and you're not talking about worldview warfare, how it's shaped, who shapes it, and why it matters. Because if they can fake a moon landing, they can fake a 9/11. But there's no real challenge here. I'll just play a short clip in case you want to hear how that went.
That
Mathematics.
You know, they had the
Mathematics.
the Lorraine. They had the Alex.
Okay,
they had the
what
they had
mathematic equation?
they had
What
the
mathematic
Loran
equation?
system.
The same way.
Which one?
Give me the
equation.
The same way with a cell phone
what's
can
the
encode
equation?
a voice and
All right. It was loud. It was boisterous. It was Alex Jones. Didn't go anywhere. Nothing new there. Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr. responded to the verdict. I brought this up because we're getting
In many ways,
we're getting more and more indication that a lot of these, Tucker included, a lot of these big right-wing influencers are very well apprised of what's going to happen. They're all in the know about the JFK psyop they're going to pull on Trump very soon. I have a couple of other things. 6 odd moments in Trump's rant from Biden stealing cars to machetes and McDonald's. 6 weirdest moment in Trump's 33-minute rant. Let's see here. He had a 33-minute rant. I'm not going to get into it here, just noting hoax code numbers. Astronauts are going to watch Top Gun on the way to Starliner launch pad. This is posted by Violet. Is there something to this? They're going to watch Tom Cruise. How stupid. Like they're kids on vacation. Is this the sign we're looking for? Tom Cruise going to the ISS and then the Thomas twin connection. Very good. Very good connections there. Someone else here said, I hope this won't be a Challenger Redux. Someone else said, NASA's attitude with this flight is reminiscent of the Challenger. We're having this problem, but we'll come up with some shaky backup plan. Because this lemon has sat on the ground too long, we threw so much money at it, we think it's embarrassing. Kaz said, hopefully the doors won't come off like a 737 Boeing over Portland, Matt Damon style. NASA should hire little people to be astronauts and design small equipment to save on weight. Anyway, by and large, people are noticing that this Boeing thing is likely going to be a disaster. Now, the fact that they watched Top Gun Part 2 is hugely significant to this entire agenda. We mentioned the Gemini connection, the twins, the William and the Wilhelm. But what's more here, the Top Gun movie has a number of aspects to it that I think are worth pointing out. One of them being, it opens up where Tom Cruise reprises this scene of Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, when he goes Mach 10. So they've already associated Tom Cruise with this national hero, first man in space, kind of like Russia's Neil Armstrong, like their Neil Armstrong moment, but also someone who died tragically in a fire. The movie itself is replete with death, rebirth, sun god, phallic, sun worship, obelisks, and all the rest, all the names of the characters. Rooster, not hard to unpack. Phoenix, Hangman, played by a guy who's 33. We've gone through this ad nauseum. I could go through my blog post on it. Probably will later. But the fact is, they were watching Top Gun 2 on the way to the capsule, the Starliner. Has to mean something. Ted Stryker says NASA needs to check the O-rings. Yeah, well, and it's Boeing. Carmine says, what's your 6/11 prediction from? It's not really my prediction, but it's basically this. I've noted, like we talk about the significance of these dates. 3/11, 11/3, 9/11. but specifically 6/11 has been associated with the incoming domestic violent extremist 9/11 event. 6/11 was the execution date of Timothy McVeigh, age 33. 6/11 has been consistently associated with the atom bomb as well. Even the recent Batman movie I mentioned made use of this number 11/6, 6/11. It's sort of like an inverted 9/11. If you think about it, 9/11 external threats, 6/11 internal threats. So I've been looking at this date for a long time because of how often it shows up along with, other similar numbers, but in these same contexts. And it's specifically been associated so much with some kind of domestic attack on America that I've had my eyes on it. And then in comes Jurassic Liars, who has picked up on a lot of scripting that suggests that on 6/11, Seattle is going to get nuked. It's the long and short of it. And his breakdown of it comported with my observations about that date and its significance to not only white nationalists, but the idea that they would be the ones to nuke America, as per the Turner Diaries, written by someone coincidentally born on 9/11, 1933. So it's not so much a hard prediction as it was with like 3/11, but an observation that 6/11 does have quite a lot pointing to an attack on America. And then it gets deeper with the nuke connections, which all goes into connecting to Donald Trump and 9/11. We've mind mapped it out. It's pretty intriguing, but it was Jurassic Liars who put it together that 6/11 would be a nuke in Seattle, and it would be followed by an attempt on Trump in August. Carmine says, where does he get his info from? Good question. Jurassic Liars gets his info from the news by watching it and observing and noting these patterns, but he does believe that he was given some kind of insight from God or his higher power that clued him into it, which, whatever you ascribe to it, fine. I mean, I'm not an atheist in that sense. I mean, I have things I can point to, but what I'm saying is that his intuition, something caused him to connect some things. And the thing of it is, and we've observed his channel for several years, this is beyond sharpshooter fallacy or cognitive bias, because it's like to the point where when Leave the World Behind was about to come out, I said, look, this movie is going to be full of predictive programming. If predictive programming was done by anything other than human agency, we wouldn't be able to predict that it would be evident in the next movie. So when Leave the World Behind, I predicted it'd be full of predictive programming, and sure enough it was. And following that movie, many things in the news happened that have been pointed to as having appeared to have come out of that movie. And this has been widely commented on. My point of it is, if you can predict predictive programming, then you figured out that this is all standard operating procedure. Or you have a methodology that makes sense. It's actually demonstrating its own efficacy. So with his methods, observing the news and recognizing certain code, he has indeed unraveled a number of things. Like even if you just look at the news and pay attention to the use of the number 113 in various movies, various like Pixar films, you do extract meaning, consistent meaning by usage. So for example, the number 42 is consistently showing up in certain psychological operations involving black versus white, BLM versus Proud Boys. The number 42 has consistently been used and associated with civil rights characters, martyrs, Rosa Parks, 42, the Jackie Robinson, first player to break the MLB color line, was 42. So we mapped these out over the years, and we find, okay, these are being used very consistently. Certain names have been used consistently. And so what Jurassic Liars has found, what he has come up with, is what he calls his man and son code. And of course, certain numbers, as we pointed out here. And all of these numbers, all these codes, all these symbols do point back to something of a common source. What the term is syncretism. So, for example, I would say that our modern worldview is templated off of something archaic. It's only modern in its external appearances, but we're in a dark age. And that the things I brought up earlier, for example, the Old Testament flood myth has been repackaged, not just as a concept of our actions are going to anger the globe and it's going to respond to us, we're anthropomorphizing it. But no, actually, Noah warned us of the flood because of our wickedness. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, which also has a dove as its symbol, is warning us of the same thing. So is it a coincidence that we have a modern flood myth that perfectly aligns with the old one and uses the same iconography? And I would say no. It's methodology. Carmine says, Jurassic plainly credits the Holy Ghost. Yeah, he does ascribe it to a higher power. Holy Ghost. Whatever you want to call it. I mean, the intuition, higher self, there's various terms for it. In the Thelemic cult, they call it the Holy Guardian Angel. And they refer to it as like this external thing, but the description is simply that. It's a way to describe something so you can begin to conceive of it as actually having an existence and accounting for its existence and noticing it. So the idea of attaining communication with the higher self or holy guardian angel in the Thelemic cult is really just a way of starting to pay attention to one's intuition and fine-tuning the communication. So you don't have to believe it literally came from an external higher power, but rather it's part of one's own subconscious. But he is a big Bible guy, and he does worry for the state of my... In fact, he believes that a lot of people will go to hell if they don't believe. And that he's worried that I am capable of seeing that this is plainly the work of God versus Satan, and that since I'm not taking sides, I might go to hell. And I do think he's genuinely concerned about that. I'm not, but I'm a non-believer. And if you want to kill me, or if you want to throw rocks at me, or tie me to a stake and burn me, or chop my head off because I'm a non-believer, that's on you. But I don't, not only I'm a non-believer, I'm a non-given effer. Like, I literally don't care about any of these religious paradigms. I feel like that these are old worldview constraints used for creating a priest class for the purposes of control. Now, if someone can provide evidence, I'll be happy to consider it. And if this is some trickster god whose whole trick is, I'm not going to give you evidence, then I'm not playing that game. And when I say I am not an atheist, meaning it's like I don't think that the definition of higher power, spirituality, or God has been adequately defined by any one religion. I just don't. I don't think that any one person has the right religion. You know, people will say, well, what do you think about God? And it's like, okay, you just gave away that you assume that you have the right God and that yours is better than the other guy's God and that you have the right answers. You're already standing on, a pretty tall claim with a built-in assumption that yours is the right perspective. I'm just saying it's narrow. Carmine says, you're too intelligent not to know, Tim. Apparently I'm not. I guess I'm too dumb and I'm going to hell for it. I'm not intelligent enough to not go to hell. And so I'm going to burn in the lake of fire. Demons are going to torment me. I'll be looking up where you guys are and I'm like, damn. Wish I was a little smarter. You're too intelligent not to know. What about this? You're too intelligent to fall for religious fear porn. You're too intelligent to believe in hell. You're too intelligent to believe in a non-biblical concept that's largely a literary creation used to scare children. I mean, you're too intelligent to believe in Santa Claus. Cygirl says, I insist that General Flynn and his Pentagon colleagues are 9/11 traitors. And so is Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Myers after the event. Traitors in what sense, though? If the event didn't happen, how can they be traitors? If it was not an attack, they can't be traitors. They're traitors in a made-for-TV movie, but they're actors. The worst you can say about General Flynn and his regarding 9/11 is that he's part of an acting troupe like David Hogg. Sure, he's a general and he's in the military, but the fact of it is they were running a mind war operation that was given the appearance of a terror attack or possibly a self-inflicted wound, but it was just yet another tree in a forest of fakery. I think it would make sense to reduce the significance of 9/11. No more significant than any other PSYOP. All these PSYOPs are the same in the sense that these are fabrications, and they should be looked at from that filter. Is 9/11 a bigger, more significant event than these other events? Because of what? The death toll, the spectacle of it, probably that, the shock value. But ultimately, I think we have to keep in mind that we're talking about not false flags, but fake events, a movie augmented reality. And if it's a movie augmented reality, then chasing scapegoats is pointless and fruitless and illogical. Makes no sense. And we say global war on terror. We've already been conquered. The world war already exists. It pre-existed 9/11. The world Psy-war, the news bent reality. Like, look, we've already been conquered unanimously, ubiquitously. This is a one world operating system hive mind. So no, I don't fall for any of it at all. 9/11 was just a movie. Nobody died, nobody cried, nukes are fake, climate change is fake. If you're agitated about this stuff, then you're deeply immersed in the movie. You know, it's like, that's fine too. That's fine. There's a place. There's a place for that. There's a place for activists. You can join the Proud Boys and throw rocks at the soy boys. You know, you can get in the streets and chant slogans and pull a lever at the voting booth and hope your guy wins. To me, that's an alternate reality game. And there isn't a platform for the conscientious objectors, which is where I'm at. And the answer is, look, and I'm not here to debate it other than to say that any reaction to these things is an overreaction. If you're still reacting to 9/11, you're overreacting. If you're still reacting to something that didn't happen as though it happened, you're in their dream world. Your mind has been controlled, and they control it. They've MK Ultra'd you. That's why I don't care about 9/11. I don't care about 3/11. I don't care about Hiroshima, Nagasaki. I don't care about the JFK assassination. I mean, what I'm saying is like these things are inconsequential. Things aren't getting worse, but the internal concept of the world is apparently getting more chaotic, but it's really just subjective. And what I'm really doing here is I am building a coalition of skeptics who aren't plugged into the matrix anymore. And if you're still plugged into the matrix, it's fine, but there's going to be a point where there's going to be an option. As the parallel media grows, as we expand what we're doing here and bring in more people and I think fine tune our arguments, but also separate from Trutherville, it'll become apparent where the rational minds should be. The rational minds aren't going to be in Trutherville carrying stale propaganda, trying to generate outrage or feel like the world is falling to pieces. We're going to be out here experiencing what I call peace of mind. Doesn't exist on the world stage, but peace of mind is achievable. The default is mind war. And you're in the mind war if you haven't conscientiously objected to it. And you're not anti-war if you're participating in it. If you're an info warrior, you're part of the problem. And I fully expect info warriors and truthers to hate auto hoaxers, but they always have. They were the first ones to try to censor this. Think about it. We were the ones ahead of the curve calling out the fakery fake. and you had a bunch of truthers running around, how dare you? You know that this person who died has relatives, and you're going to call it fake? You should be ashamed of yourself. We had people in defense of the fakery, in defense of the Psywar. And one more point too, the believers in this stuff, the ones who haven't become non-believers like us, the believers not only lose the intellectual high ground, they lose the moral high ground. Taking the anti-position makes you a promulgator of fear terror, fear pornographers, fear fetishists. Look, and this is just a fact, anti-vaxxers are more or less carriers of toxic mind viruses that help no one and only obfuscate the truth and distract people from arriving at the correct conclusions, that it's all theater of cyber. Anyway, this has been great. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Death to the Ball. We'll continue this conversation soon. I'm going to be uploading archives for the last few days, so check your inbox. This is the IPS Evening Deprogram. That is the 33rd degree. Lucifer Tim, 5/23/2024. I believe it's a full moon this evening. Moon in Sagittarius. And I have correlated full moons with lunacy. There's a reason for that word. And I'm expecting more of it. And we're going to continue the daily breakdown of the bread and circuses. Let's start with this. Breaking on Laura Loomer's Twitter account, this person just threatened to assassinate President Trump. Goes by the name Catherine Grace Jordan and is followed by Democrat U.S. Senator Amy Klobuchar, who supports Joe Biden. This person needs to be reported to the Secret Service ASAP. Trump was speaking in the Bronx today, and we talked about this yesterday a little bit. And there's a hashtag, No Trump, get out of the Bronx. And it has Trump laying on his side with an ice cream cone on his neck, and then below him, Joe Biden's eating some ice cream. But it just looks kind of like a wound. I think you might all agree. But he's speaking there now. Nothing has happened. In fact, I had someone who was commenting on it, suggesting that this would be a great place to run a psyop. And what he suggested was this. This is from Mr. Trustworthy. He said, I know that crowd had to be vetted in advance. No way was a random Bronx crowd going to be allowed in there. And now I know why they chose Crotona Park, because it's far away from busy streets. So Trump snuck into a hidden haven, made his speech to his puppet audience, and then escaped like a winner, very crafty. I know that park. Anytime I've walked through it, it was never crowded. It was the ideal, fairly desolate place to sneak in and out with no crowds forming to jeer. The recon did their homework. New York Post calls the tame crowd boisterous. And the rapper with the MAGA neck tat's got to be a skin suit. There's just no way. Oh, MAGA rappers have been getting increasingly more cartoonish. Hard to believe. In fact, I believe I have a pretty... When I say good, I mean good bad. I mean cringe-entertainment. And yeah, there's very little on the internet as cringe-entertaining as a good MAGA rapper. In fact, the MAGA rap we played the other day had this strange individual in the back, looked exactly like Hitler. And look, they're rolling out some of these characters, and you want to say, oh, this is controlled op. These people are just acting like this just to make MAGA look crazy. These are all Democrats. No, these are true MAGA people, and I actually have a image on the screen of one who has a tattoo on her thigh, and it says, "This P grabs back." It's got a cat, and it's got Donald Trump's name right above it, dangerously close to her groin area. Like, this is real. It's a cult, it's a religion, but politics has always been, I think, a replacement religion. That's kind of what this is. That's probably one of the big secrets, that they're literally worshiping their leaders. It's some kind of idolatry. We are joined by Diana South at DLive, 3 Up, 3 Down at Twitch, Matt X, Pete Trippa, Ted Stryker, Elephant Tusks, FMGR, Jennifer Reeves, Mingo Penguin, Penguin Doctor, 144,000 days, Clockwork 113, Jennifer Reeves, Linda Curtis, Holly Weird, Armin Ree. Alright, we have a great crowd here already. Holly Weird says they love ice cream, they love pizza. Yeah, you know, Pizzagate ruined pizza for like 2 years for me. So I was kind of glad to find out it was just a hoax, because I can eat it again without being implicated in horrendous crimes. Alright, so let's continue just going through the daily bread and circuses. A lot of the same. This is great right here. Celebrities taking over and controlling the awakening. Let's get into this Terrence Howard thing a little bit. He's been getting a lot of flack, Terrence Howard, because when he spoke on Joe Rogan's show, it sounded like he was really breaking things down. But when you pause and reflect, you can kind of see that, you know, it's kind of new agey, more spiritual new agey than scientific. But Jennifer Oki, 42, suggests celebrities are taking over the awakening, the revelation process, repackaging works and putting their faces on it. Terrence Howard once said in an interview that Oprah told him years ago that he's, quote, a young prince, and one day you shall become king. Your crown is there, put it on. He called her my baby and calls himself Oprah's people. Going on, and this is again from Jen Oakley, just finding this whole conversation with Joe Rogan to be sus. And I think so too. We've been remarking on how lately Joe Rogan has been platforming certain ideas, like Bart Zabrell, fake moon landing, looking at the atom bomb tests and suggesting it looks fake. So they seem to be getting ahead of this stuff. And same with Elon Musk, who's calling legacy media fake or saying it's strange that people live in that alternate reality. Who talks about the various closed systems within media as alternate realities? But anyway, the tweet goes on here. I'm suspicious by nature. It's great that people are paying attention to the stunning majesty and mysteries of sacred geometry, math, and science. On the other hand, I wonder which direction they plan on steering the general public, to or away from something. keep doing your research. Cujo says, did you catch the new Joe Rogan podcast where an actor leveraged by the circus repackages research that plebes have been talking about for years, and the basic BS comes out of the woodwork and they get their minds blown because celebrities? Yeah, there is a tendency for people to look at celebrities as saints, intercessors, saviors. This was one of the trends among the flat earth movement that I found to be kind of perplexing at first. I was like, wait, they're part of the infrastructure that holds down this false model, and yet you're pitching your ideas hoping one of them takes it and runs with it. I always thought that was kind of going the wrong direction. Holly Weird says, was just watching the bit by Terrence Howard about 369. Yeah, if you say Tesla, people's eyes just glaze over. You're like, Tesla, free energy. The QAnon shaman was doing the same bit. Armin Reese says, mainstream now suggests that the lights in Portugal the other night was a piece of a comet. Now, when was the last time a comet broke up? Like a piece of a comet. Now, that's kind of the story in Don't Look Up, but it was the C-19. At the end of 2019, around the time C-19 started spreading, the comet C-19, Atlas, broke apart. It was a green comet, and we talked about it at the time, the significance being Atlas Shrugged, which is about a shutdown. If you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, and I used to recommend it, but now I'm like, there's no more time. You know, we already passed through the reset, so you missed it. But basically, the book is about shutting everything down by this elite group who go to a place called Atlantis. But Atlas Shrugged is just basically saying they let it all go down so that humanity can sort itself out before they turn the lights back on. Well, we had a C-19 comet, again, right before 2020. Mr. Trustworthy said, Caesars insisted on being worshipped as gods, right? Yeah, I was going to make that exact point. That, and for some time I thought even, Trump's hair might be symbolic. He's obsessed with Apollo. And you got the laurel wreath of Apollo, a crown, essentially, the sun god's crown. And I think it's all sun worship. And when you get into the rituals of everything that they do, the subtext, the symbolism, there's got to be a purpose to it. Why the Christification of Donald Trump? Why the anti-Christification of Donald Trump? It's apotheosis. They're being deified. And they are being worshipped in the true sense of the word. Because what you're looking at whenever you look at modern witchcraft or even Freemasonry, and this is actually what they believe, they advanced from stone altars and totems and statues, just basic idolatry, and they moved it onto living altars. So within the context of a ceremony, of a ritual, the celebrant, the priest, they call the worshipful master. He wears the sun around his neck because he's the sun for the context of the ritual. You have someone there as the sun, someone as the moon. Worshipful master and the junior warden. And my point of it is, they are, just like in witchcraft, you have the priest who becomes the horned god, and the priestess draws down the moon, becomes the goddess. That's how celebrities are truly vehicles, avatars for possession by these various entities. I mean, the elite are not, quote, Satanists. It's way too pantheistic, animistic, and it entails cosmism, which is a mix of theosophy and science fiction. I've been making the point recently, just to state that the dominant religion in the world today is Nasatology, which is basically scientism plus our journey into space. And it started off as a New Age concept. Outer space began from the very inception as a replacement heaven. Okay, let's move on here. Jay Digg says, Rolling Stone profiled Terrence Howard in 2015 and covered a lot of the theories he talked about on Rogan. Well, anyway, the guy's whole take seemed interesting. I mean, it was compelling as a listen, just as a podcast, but he thinks the Earth is going around the sun. And, his theory about how planets, quote, defecate moons, like, yeah, that's typical, the type of stuff NASA comes up with all the time. It's not any weirder than that. But I'm just not sure how he glossed over the idea that maybe our entire outer space construct is fake. So you come up with these radical explanations for space, and yet you're accepting on faith that the television doesn't lie. And phones are open, by the way. Linda Curtis says outer space has always been inner space. Yeah, I would say this. Outer space is one, it's this replacement heaven, but two, the whole space program is about taking control of your inner space. The space program is about controlling your mind space. And I think it's all theater, it's all pageantry, and it has successfully dragged us into a movie. We have been dragged into an alternate reality game with billions of minds. Now, a certain number have figured out that it's fake, but the extent of the fakery is so easy to underestimate. People are incredulous. They'd rather hold on to these extraordinary claims than question that these things could be lied about on such a scale. It's part naivety. Oswaldo says, Jake the A-hole is using terms like world stage news. You're welcome, Jake. Yeah, world stage is that term isn't new, but I specifically use it to describe the mental, as in the construct of the world that we agree is real. So we all live in our own little parts of the world, and we only have, our own little pieces of it. But the big picture that we agree upon, the one that's framed with fake nukes, planet-killing asteroids, history with dinosaurs and space rocks killing dinosaurs, evolution, the whole big story, the agreed-upon mass delusion or agreed-upon model. And what we're pointing out here is that the world stage, which is whatever the mass media immersive illusion focuses on, because it's almost more a construction of what they omit than what they focus on. But anyway, the world stage is a model, and the more you test it, the more you find it doesn't match up. And we're not just talking about shape or curve. We're talking about the historical narrative, the news media, as it's being produced, is seemingly written in advance. And the people who have been questioning the news for years have been led around by controlled opposition agents that give them false explanations so they can't find out how fake it is. So they're validated. They're saying, yeah, it is fake. You're right. You're so wise. But they don't tell them how fake. And they prevent them from arriving at the correct answer. And it's all by design. Smarty Pants says, Timmy, are you beefing with Jake? No. We actually haven't had any talks lately. We do have a disagreement about chemtrails, but a lot of people disagree with me about chemtrails. But I don't believe in chemtrails. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe in unicorns. I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't believe in moon landings. I don't believe in a lot of things. I'm a disbeliever, and I am fomenting a culture of disbelief because we have a world of competing belief systems in a fluid reality. The world stage has become reality fluid. But my thinking here is that at some point we're likely going to debate the subject. He and I will debate it in Vegas this summer. Or somebody will have to step up, because what I see here is the chemtrail theory is an umbrella. It's a premise that they get you to accept. And it's like they reveal one thing, what else do they know? And once you're there under this big tent conspiracy theory, now there's like, oh look, you got to look into 5G, fluoride in the water, revelation of the method, false flags, and then you just go down the list. All these fake issues or conspiracy theories that don't go all the way are all beneath the big chemtrail tent. And the chemtrail itself, chemtrail theory, is worth debunking because it's a truth or orthodoxy that everybody accepted. But when you reverse engineer it, it's eye-opening, because there are at least half a dozen informal logical fallacies that go into believing it. And if you can deconstruct that, and if you can accept the blow to the ego that you've been wrong and you've been spreading wrong information, I think you come out of it better and impervious to similar psychological operations. It's one of the most successful loaded questions in the world to say, what are they spraying? All right, let's see here. Oh, by the way, I was outside today, went for a hike. Someone accused me of never touching grass. Like, you don't touch grass, you're just in your basement. How would you know about contrails? And it was a really hot day, and there was just a lot of plains, but there were no consistent, or rather persistent trails. Why weren't there any trails? Well, the chemtrail proponent would say they weren't spraying today. They took May 23rd off. But the weather reports would have made it possible to predict that there wouldn't be any persistent trails because of the temperature, the humidity. So again, the predictability of contrails automatically rules them in as existing. So to insert chemtrails that you cannot predict requires that you first debunk that, and that's not really possible. But I went out there and I touched the grass and I looked at the plains and the lack of trails. I went chemtrail spotting and there wasn't a single one. Okay, continuing here. Elephant Tusk says, you believe to disbelieve. No, it's simply this. There's this worldview that's being propagated 24/7 from many different platforms, and you're just expected to download it. Like, this is what you believe for the day. You're just meant to allow them to data dump every kind of content imaginable into your subconscious, and you just absorb it by osmosis. You're left to be powerless to parse it all. I mean, who has the time to go through a week's worth of news every day? That's how much content is crammed in there. Nobody. So you're left to follow blue checks, choose a side, pick a few trusted voices to filter it out. It's the sea of irrelevance in order to know what to believe. The other option is to choose not to believe, but to suspend judgment until you have more information. Remain agnostic about everything. That shouldn't be a problem, because if something is supported by facts and it's self-evident, well, there, agnosticism solved. The trouble is, when you adopt this posture of agnosticism, you find more and more that less and less of what they show you can be verified in any way. So you increasingly detach from the almost impulsive belief, auto belief in everything that happens, and then you reject the notion that everything you didn't see must have happened if it's not challenged. So fake until proven real really does become the stable philosophical posture. We're in the age of information. If you can't prove it's not fake, that's your problem. I'm not required to believe. The burden of proof's not on me. And I still get people hitting me up about the ISS. Like, well, you haven't gone out there to see it. How can you say you don't believe it? Well, I think it qualifies as an extraordinary claim at this point. We've done enough to just point out how questionable its basic claims are, that it's anything more than a movie filmed in a Hollywood basement, filmed in a swimming pool. And yet, the proponents of the ISS, the ones who believe it's up there, have yet to provide evidence. All they can do is they can point to certain videos on YouTube that I've already said don't count. It doesn't count if you don't have yourself in the video with the ISS passing you in the background. You can't let people get away with, oh, it passed in front of the sun and I used a solar filter. What do you mean? We're trying to spot a space station and you're taking a picture of it when it's in front of the sun when you can't look at it. I want eyeballs, eyewitnesses. None of this filter and editing and real slick editing, usually with crossfades and transitions. How do I know it's not an insert shot? That's not evidence. So I have a higher standard. And if you can't meet that, again, it's your problem. And if you're an ISS believer, you're not a knower until you can prove it with your own eyes. Not a tall burden of proof, according to you, believers, who say that it's there every half hour or whatever. Kevin Mooring says it's playing out. Trump is the gang on the run in New York, and the baseball gang chasing them is from the Bronx, where Trump is at tonight. Elephant Tusk says Red Hot Chili Peppers' Californication has a lot of truth in it. You know, we had mentioned Red Hot Chili Peppers the other day. We were talking about the symbolism of blood sugar, sex magic, and how it compares to the cover art of the album Load by Metallica, which all ties in to this Babylon and the Beast, the Templar flag. We may get into that symbolism here later. big tangent, but if you remind me later, perhaps we'll get to it. I wanted to get through the notes first. And with this chemtrail issue, it's really not that divisive, as far as like it's not a personal thing if someone believes and someone doesn't. But what I'm trying to make clear here is that to believe it, you also have to accept the fallacious reasoning. And if you can accept that, then I think you should have to explain why. Like, why can't you convince me without any of these slick sleight of mind tricks if it's self-evident? Lord Laney says, late, hope all you beautiful penguins some bitches are well. Well, only 25 minutes late, we just got started. So we were talking about Joe Rogan. You know, what's up with Joe Rogan suggesting nukes are fake? And Elon Musk, I think one of the things he said today was something about people still believe the legacy media alternate reality. They're constantly more or less appropriating the things we talk about. Cope said, 2.5 million followers, Rogan further softening the auto hoax revolution landing pad, getting the ideas out there to be watered down, watering down auto hoaxology. See, there may be a concerted effort here. I even saw Jack Posobiec making some flat earth comments. And what are these big channels doing? But just signaling something. They're drowning it out. They're hijacking the conversations. And I'm not comfortable with Stu Peters tweeting me, oh, this guy is pointing out that the ISS is fake. You know, he shared that and it got like 1 million hits. I'm like, that's nice. The guy who is going to do a course, like a seminar, a clinic on how to make nooses and burn books in a few months is promoting me on Twitter. You know, they just contaminate the field. But anyway, that was pointed out by Copaesthetic in Gilded that, and I think I agree with this, that they are indeed trying to get ahead of it. Here's Jack Posobiec, Globetards are at it again. First they'll convince you the world isn't flat. Anyway, it just seems like a little too conspicuous. We didn't get into this very much. Hydroterrorism. Warning about drinking water was issued nationwide this week over concerns about potential cyber attacks. Disabling cyber attacks are striking water and wastewater systems throughout the U.S. These have the potential to disrupt critical lifeline of clean and safe drinking water and impose significant costs, said Michael Regan, administrator with the EPA, and the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. In these attacks, cyber actors targeted and disabled a common type of operational technology used at water facilities, where the facility had neglected to change the default manufacturer password, the letter said. In November, CNN reported that the federal authorities were investigating an Iranian cyber attack on water utility facilities in Pennsylvania. So again, this was nationwide last week. And then you have this. Putin launches space weapon while his forces carry out nuke drills near Ukraine. So nuke drills, of course, means they're simulating what will actually be a simulated bomb. But people don't know that the bomb is simulated, so they see the simulation as a provocation. It's like a dress rehearsal. Oh, phones are open. I just didn't see the ringer. If you're on, you can actually wait on hold, by the way. We have this new phone system. If you call in, you can listen on your speakerphone. But yes, I will be keeping an eye on that. Putin launches space weapons. Satellite killer begins exercises for battlefield nukes. Pentagon pursuing Russian use of Musk's Starlink. So I think there's a few openings here for how they're going to make this thing real. If you remember, in the last few months, we've had numerous stories about space junk hitting people's homes even. Space debris, space junk, which wasn't even a thing until a few years ago. They made it real. It's a hyperstition. Space debris could be dealt with more cheaply than thought, new NASA report. 7 hours ago, space junk is raining from the sky. With thousands of satellites in orbit and record numbers of rocket launches, expert warns there's a growing risk of space debris crashing. One day ago, Space Force found a satellite lost in space. No, that's not the one. There's something else here. But yeah, here we go. Orbital debris and potential solutions. Space debris constellations orbiting at 17,000 miles per hour. Now, I came up with this concept back in 2019 for orbiting trash compactors. And I pitched it to DARPA, who have a installation at White Sands. I called them, and it was pretty clear that as a civilian, I have no way in if I want to get into space junk reclamation. But what I was trying to explain, and I think they thought I was joking, that you could send a compactor that uses electromagnetism to gather up space junk, but instead of pitching it back down to the Earth, it would compact it into cubes and then eject it onto the moon, stamping it with the Amazon logo, whoever is going to be eventually building bases on the moon. I think it's a great idea. Kevin Mooring says, speaking on Putin, doesn't he have fake nukes? This fake war could have been over with one button right. No. They're building up for it. I think the story's going to be this, though. It's going to be plausible deniability. So Putin's probably going to hand the nukes over to some Timothy McVeigh, inspired by General Flynn and Alex Jones. And they're going to hit up Seattle, and then they're going to say, this was all made possible through Elon Musk's X. Disease X, the mind viruses that radicalized domestic violent extremists that made them susceptible to Russian propaganda and eventually hooked them up with the bomb. So that's how it's going to play out, in my opinion. And this is very consistent with the symbolism of 6/11, 11/6. By the way, I have a really good video to parse through on the subject of Barbieheimer. And it goes into the connection between Barbie at Oppenheimer and Atomic Blonde. It's one of these videos that does a deep dive into the symbolism of a number of movies, just overlapping. Let's see if I can get to that here shortly. But it was pointed out that the Oppenheimer movie and Barbie both have connections between the two of them to 9/11 and the Manhattan Project, Manhattan, New York, Barbie. When you put it together, Barbie has the 2001 Space Odyssey theme attached to it. You can kind of extrapolate from it a number of things that just, again, it's in a very interesting way. It shows how all these stories are threaded together. And they have overlapping predictive programming, especially when you go into Kubrick's work. But let me see if I can pull up that video. A couple other things. Scarlett Johansson's in a movie coming up very soon called Fly Me to the Moon, about faking the moon landing to trick the Russians. So they're already rolling out like one of their major damage control lines. But now she's in the news. Scarlett Johansson says OpenAI ripped off her voice for ChatGPT. She claims she turned down an invitation and they just took it anyway. That's kind of like the story in Black Mirror, where I think Miley Cyrus is an actress in this episode where her aunt is her manager, her music manager. She's no longer into it, so her aunt just replaces her with a simulation. Last week, OpenAI revealed a new conversational interface with an expressive synthetic voice strikingly similar to the AI assistant played by Scarlett Johansson in the movie Her. And then they disabled it over the weekend. So Her, interestingly here, winner of Academy Awards Best Original Screenplay. It stars Scarlett Johansson and Joaquin Phoenix. And what was pointed out by someone in our Gilded server here is that you've got Joaquin Phoenix, very significant name, Phoenix, of course. We often get into this one, but a scarlet woman, Scarlett Johansson, and the color in the background is pink, Barbie pink, or like the background of King Charles's painting, or the sky that weekend, or Godzilla's spikes on his back, or the soil tackifier in Maui. Like, pink has been a pretty consistent theme through all of this. And I guess it's worth mentioning that when it comes to magic and the occult and all of that, uh, colors colors figure very prominently. It's like numbers, words, names, sounds, but a lot of time it's easy to overlook what's right in your face when it comes to the use of significant colors, and pink is a very important one. So here we have it, movie about the atomic bomb, movie about a blonde heroine. He's showing how the movie posters, you put them side by side, you get Atomic Blonde. So this is a video by, and I'll put the link below. It's 22 minutes long. I won't go through all of it. It's by Finis Temporis, but it's called Barbenheimer Atomic Blonde 911. And the connections here, it's pretty irrefutable, what he has come up with here. And if you haven't seen Barbie, I recommend it. There's a scene here that this is pretty deep. You've got the character played by Ryan Gosling goes into the real world because he comes from Barbie Land, where it's run by women. So he goes to the real world and it's all men and buildings, and he's walking by the Century City Twin Towers. Now the Century City Twin Towers have the same architect as the World Trade Center, 1. 2, in the movie Fight Club, when they're talking about putting gelatin around the columns of various buildings in order to destroy them, when they're talking about it, the Century City Twin Towers are right behind the main character. And remember, it's the Gelatin B. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Gelatin B, the group that was on the 93rd floor of the Twin Towers doing all kinds of art projects. And many think this is when they created the 9/11 jumpers. They created the footage that was going to be used on 9/11. This group, Gelatin B, mysteriously said, and they kind of went silent. I mean, I think it's one of the big tells that the whole thing was a setup, but the gelatin is what I'm referring to. The gelatin wrapped columns referenced in Fight Club. Because Gelatin B, or the B thing, here it is, I'll put it up on the screen. World Trade Center Foreign Art Students Balcony 9/11 Gelatin Conspiracy. Interesting story here about the gelatin, the B thing. The idea here is that these 15 or so artists on the 91st floor made all the scenery that you would have needed for the jumpers. Now, what's interesting about it is that in their own papers, in their own release, they said that their art exhibit would be viewed, it would be exhibited on 9/11. So it's like, well, was it? But anyway, getting back to the Century City Twin Towers, here they are in the Barbie movie, and Ryan Gosling is walking by. And as he's walking by, it's playing the opening song from 2001: A Space Odyssey. And 2001: A Space Odyssey, of course, predictive programming for 9/11 like crazy. Even, I mean, down to the Monolith Hilton Hotel at Ground Zero. But I'll play a clip just to give you an idea. Again, Finis Temporis, excellent work. Here they play 2001 again.
What's up, man?
We got a man up.
Anyway, he goes deep. There's 20 minutes of material here. He emphasizes how Oppenheimer is consistently shown with the K6 badge, which I've connected again to 11.6, 611. It's an inverted 9/11. Among other things, you could also note that the film on IMAX was 11 miles long and weighed 600 pounds. Now, something else, because of the movie being linked with Oppenheimer and Barbieheimer memes, a lot of people in Japan were offended. So in Japan, there was a trend on social media to link Barbieheimer with 9/11 memes. And it's just one of these trends, but Finis Temporis has made this correlation. You know, this is all likely intentional. Anyway, I'm just scratching the surface here, but it's pretty unmistakable, the general message here, and messaging in general, that all of these various psyops are interconnected. He connects it to the movie Atomic Blonde, which has to do with the Berlin Wall, which I believe the the date was what, 11/9? Yeah, November the 9th, 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, which is a huge part of this Atomic Blonde movie, which he connects again to a number of other things like K9, the dog on 9/11, Sirius, his name was Sirius, the dog that died in the towers. I'll put a link to this below. It's called Barbenheimer Atomic Blonde 9/11. It's fascinating. We've already made many connections between Barbieheimer and Godzilla, which has been connected with Oppenheimer, as Godzilla is a metaphor for the atomic bomb. And it's really just Babylon and the Beast, Barbie and the bomb. These things are all basically symbolic, but this is just another level. Alright, I'm catching up on comments. HLG says, Frappy High Day. J Diggs, Atomic Blonde was a movie from 2017 starring Charlize Theron. Yes. Century City CC33, good call there. And yeah, there's a lot of that around this whole thing. Twin Towers with 33 years old, 1968 to 2001. Space Odyssey also came out at the same time. 9/11 was instituted as the national emergency number in 1968. Lots of 33s. I mean, the whole thing, again, it's suggestive of pre-planning decades in advance. I mean, the Pentagon's construction began on 9/11, 1941. 77 feet tall, hit by Flight 77. The numbers tell the story in a whole other way. Lord Laney says, Sirius radio emblem is a dog. Yeah, the dog star thing is fascinating. We talk about it often in the Truman Show. It's the dog star that falls and wakes him up. It's the star of initiation. Every Masonic lodge has Sirius on the wall. New Year's Day, the ball dropping, is actually a global celebration of Sirius. 9/11 is New Year's on the Coptic calendar. And the New Year's on the Egyptian calendar is noted when Sirius rises directly above the sun. The heliacal rising of Sirius. So Sirius and New Year's are very much interconnected. But also, when you go into Jim Carrey, interestingly enough, who has a lot to say about the number 33, manifestation, reincarnation, he is in other movies, like, for example, the number 23. Well, the number 23 is based on Robert Anton Wilson's book, The Cosmic Trigger, which is about the number 23 and the dog star. He calls the dog star the cosmic trigger, that it is sending messages that if you pick up on it, it will trigger your awakening to, quote, cosmic consciousness. Well, anyway, he's the source of the book, the number 23, in that movie. And in that movie, Jim Carrey goes crazy when he comes across all these various synchronicities with the number 23, the color pink. But anyway, in that movie, I believe he's a dog catcher. And so the dog catcher thing, again, lots of dog references. But Jim Carrey has predictive programming connecting him to psyops going back. I think even Ace Ventura, I think he's like a dog catcher, dog bounty hunter. But he's a private eye trying to find this dog at the beginning. But he even has like 311. There's all kinds of 311 stuff around him. We'll have to do a deep dive onto various actors as we do directors. Ted Stryker says, I saw a meme today about Freemasons, 3 bases, 3 strikes, 3 outs, and the compass shape of the playing field. Interesting. I've seen some kind of description of baseball as an allegory for life and for confronting and defeating the demiurge. And I believe there's some kind of significance in the distance from the pitcher's mound to home plate. I'll see if I can find that. But yeah, it's definitely very Masony. Here it is. This is from Quora.com. Home plate is 60 feet 6 inches. I'll see if I can find that article. Here it is. The Diamond Way from Southern Cross Review. I've read this one before. It's baseball as an esoteric ritual. The Diamond Way baseball is esoteric ritual. It wouldn't surprise me. I'll probably dig into that later. All of these games are all based, all these ball games. It's ball worship. Ball's actually one of the names of their earth god. Aries 1 says, Jim Carrey acts like a retired astronaut now. Jim Carrey, Illuminati confirmed. Yes, well, Jim Carrey is an actor that really clued me into how the same actor will carry certain clues or roles through multiple different movies that are not connected, but the subtext is the same. And that's what's one of the more fascinating things about analyzing mass media this way, is that it's truly pretty much consistent with it being a religion, which always have the exoteric for the sheeple, the masses, and then the initiated interpretation for those who know how to see. Kevin Mooring says he's another comedian that leaks truths. Remember, he was an anti-vaxxer before CV. Okay. Yeah, I don't trust any of these celebrities. I feel like whenever they drop these truths, it's obviously a limited hangout op and a diffusion of anything meaningful. And why is it always that, you know, the guy who's going to drop the most significant bits of truth about this, the reality, the nature of this reality, the ones who are going to really drop the things that should be paradigm shocks, have to be jesters. They have to be clowns. Is it so the message is not taken seriously? All right, let's move on. We were talking about space junk, which didn't exist until Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe Rogan talked about it. And at the time, Joe was like, has anything been hit by space junk? And Neil was like, drew a blank. So I think this is just like a propaganda line they started dropping. But then they started feeding more stories out there, space junk, and then Moonfall came out. And Moonfall is by Roland Emmerich. Roland Emmerich is the guy who did Independence Day. Now the significance here is after 9/11, people compared it to Independence Day because it was within their frame of reference. Kind of like whenever the power goes out now, people say it's leave the world behind. The purpose of these movies is to fill up the popular imagination with the types of imagery and themes that are going to be brought to you on the news. So when you watched Independence Day, they were preparing you for falling buildings in New York, for catastrophes, for everybody staring at the president for answers, from an alien invasion, alien attack. Well, Moonfall, same director. This movie seems to be promoting or preparing us for not the moon falling necessarily, but space junk, satellites falling. So we've been inundated with the imagery that will get us to believe the news. And they normalize this type of stuff, and eventually people just accept it. Okay, space junk's a new issue. People used to care about the oceans, whales and stuff, but now it's about space environmentalism. Anufal says, in the Tarot, the Fool card is revelation. Yeah, the Fool is very much like a Joker in a sense. And it represents a couple of things. The Fool is the person who's wise enough to realize he doesn't know everything and then begins with a blank slate. But it could also be someone who's just completely naive. It's the starting point, but the idea here is that you would never completely know it all. Space junk, also want to point out, space junk obviously doesn't exist. And what they're doing is they're pointing their fingers mostly at Elon Musk, at the private sector. And they're making it out to be a problem because low Earth orbit is a global commons. And if one rich guy can screw it up because he's trying to provide cheap internet so people could get his hate memes, it could lock down the entire world. So Elon Musk is the leading cause of space junk, which could again destroy space for everybody. Space will no longer be safe. Now cyberspace happens to be destroyed right now, or practically it's being destroyed as we speak by what? Mind junk. Mind viruses. X, disease X. So is it a coincidence that Elon Musk is the leading propagator of mind junk and the leading polluter of space with space junk. Not a coincidence, because space is the mind. As Linda Curtis pointed out, space is just an allegory for controlling our minds, the inner space. So the point they're making in this as above, so below kind of way is that we have to curtail the power of the individual. That an individual could accrue so much power and wealth that they can ruin the commons, that they cannot be allowed access to everybody's mind. That it has to be filtered through government-approved outlets, censors. The government needs to trump, the public needs to trump the private. Collective needs to stop these destructive individuals. Elephant Tusk says Musk is trying to promote an X smartphone. Yeah, I'll just wait for the implantable. Mango says Elon was on Bloomberg looking at Vivitech answering questions. Now, one other thing here. Musk is just LARPing as an alt-right based meme lord. It's all a ruse, obviously, because he's faking space. Yeah, so he's pretty. If it wasn't for his space fakery, he might be a believable character. But Mousegate happened. You can't erase that. And speaking of Elon, and look, I want to put a moratorium on talking about Alex Jones, Taylor Swift, and Elon Musk. I actually blocked him on Twitter. But I don't know if this is personal or not. I go on to Spaces on X, and I can no longer do video. Whenever you go to Spaces, it gives you the option, enable video or no. So I started doing video, and I would draw and talk while just streaming video. I woke up this morning and there's no video button. So I'm like, what is that? So anyway, I switched to my other account, the button's there. So I just cancel my subscription there and I move on to the next one. I try it out, it works, an hour later it's gone. So my enable video buttons have been disappearing. Hey, this is interesting. Last night I woke up, this is kind of random, I just got this notification on my Reddit. Last night I woke up and I thought I heard a plane crash, like Donnie Darko style, and I thought I saw a flash outside. And I just kind of ignored it after a while because I didn't hear any sirens. But here I'm looking at some notes. We had a boom. Morris and Manal shook the windows, big flash, set the dogs barking, 3:45. Had to be close. Yeah, I definitely heard that, and I was close by. Maybe it was a transformer blowing up. But also, behind the place where I live, there's this big area where people throw their old furniture and mattresses, and that was incinerated as well when I woke up. Okay, someone else here, Jed, says, I live near this cross street, Morris, Manal. I woke up to the boom. When I first moved to the neighborhood, I'd hear these regularly. Okay. I recently found out that there was a kid in the neighborhood who would take propane tanks into the arroyo at Matheson Park and detonate them. He eventually got caught, which is why he stopped. Okay, there's a couple of videos. There's a shadow cast downward indicating the flash from the explosion was 1,500 feet in the air. So it wasn't the kid of the propane tank. Okay, anyway, booms in my neighborhood. Side note. Maybe these were drone strikes aimed at perhaps me. What are they going to do? What are they going to do to combat a growing wave, a tidal wave of media skeptics? Because once you adopt the skeptical posture when it comes to mass media, you would never go back. You would never go back to believing. There's no sense in it. It's way too stressful anyway. Who needs the psychosomatic effects, the nocebo? Who needs it? Peace of mind is achievable, and I don't think they want you to have it. I think you're not supposed to feel like, you're supposed to feel guilty. Oh, you have peace of mind, you're not agitated, you're not paying attention. And to that I would say, if you're agitated, if you don't have peace of mind, then you're plugged into their system. I mean, the attention economy is there to just extract from you 24/7. And what are they extracting? Your time, which is more valuable than money, but they're also getting all kinds of action out of you, your emotion, your money, your opinions, your participation online. There's quite a lot that goes into becoming an info warrior, a digital soldier, and a lot of people invest so much into it. We've been following a lot of the stuff, like on the Twitter sphere, and these people have entered into a different reality. I got to bring this one up. I've been going through Reddit quite a bit just to follow. This is a pretty good one. It's called Cult Headquarters. An Anon clearly remembers things that never happened. So this is what I mean when I say alternate reality game. And this does not just pertain to cult members. This also pertains to the mainstream. It's the biggest cult, so it doesn't really get branded as such. So here's what Anoner has posted on Telegram. Didn't Trump and the military rescue hundreds of children from beneath Central Park? We saw 2 ships, Mercy and Compassion. Nurses were crying because a majority of the children never saw light, and the nurses were needed underground. The military had to figure out how to get ventilators down there to bring them up. I remember this. And I remember Cuomo was acting like it never happened. Unbelievable. The pieces all fit. Someone else suggests here, there is live footage. I recall seeing tons of photos, tents set up, and nurses were sobbing. The ships were there at Trump's orders, and the children were not to be photographed. Many of them were hybrids who had been experimented on. They were immediately boarded on the ships for top-notch care. I did see a photo of a small boy, but he was not all boy. I saw his nose. It was a pig snout. Then I saw soldiers in tears, but they put up sheets to give the children privacy. Trump, I recall, gave strict orders that no press would be on board. Another commenter says, yep, I too saw a few photos of hybrids with the special forces. I didn't know what it was, so I researched it, and I found out that Gitmo Special Forces do crossbreeding of children and animals, which is shocking. I also remember photos of the triage tents with tiny beds. New York was buzzing with leaked information, and many found out about these children and babies bred underground. I won't go into the horrifying details of what the military found, but I can tell you what nightmares are made of. Evil beyond human imagination. Right, because none of this is human imagination. This all happened because they say, I quote, remember. I remember. Even less credible than the Mandela effect. The Q effect. Just in, 300 Boeing planes used by United and American Airlines have potentially fatal fault that could cause jets to explode mid-air in the latest scandal to hit company. Again, I just want to point out, predictive programming, leave the world behind, still coming true. And it's barely been 6 months, hasn't even been a year, and we have been living in that movie. Aries 1 says Trump was there handing out Happy Meals. I think it's problematic that he's always handing out pizza. They're sending mixed messages here. On the one hand, QAnoners are taught that pizza is evil, and it's a symbol for evil stuff. But on the other hand, Trump hands out pizza to the fire department. And I like how QAnoners worship the firemen and the police and the soldiers like they're all holy warriors. It's such a strange alternate reality that they have entered into. But they reinforce each other, and there's no wrong answers. You can believe in hybrid pig children bred beneath Central Park, rescued by the military, with nurses crying, and you can remember that, and people will believe it. All right, let's move on here. Just pointing this out too because Boeing has been consistently pointed out with whistleblowers dying. What is the narrative here? Well, along with Boeing, we have this recently delayed NASA launch. So it seems like Boeing is being mentioned again and again ahead of this launch. It's the Boeing Crew flight test. So I'm like, what could go wrong? The flight test currently scheduled to launch early May will transport Wilmore and Williams. Now this one has been delayed, but WW33. So there's already some code in here. 9 hours ago, NASA announces new launch date for Boeing's Starliner astronaut crewed mission after several days. And now we're in Gemini, and it's 2 astronauts. So you got the twin thing, Gemini twins, Will Moore Williams. So Will. Again, WW. Gemini twins. Much delayed launch, and it's got Boeing on it. What could go wrong? NASA orders another delay for the Hard Luck Starliner. So everybody's watching. Test now targeted to launch no earlier than 4:43 on Tuesday, May 21st. Okay, that got pushed back. Again, they're building up tension here, dramatic tension. Are they going to blow up the twins? And I brought this up the other day, the Gemini mission patch, the NASA Gemini mission patch looks exactly like 9/11. Just pointing it out, Twin Towers. Here you have the Gemini patch with the twins, and it's got a star at each spot where the trade towers were hit by planes. Joined by William Niedrich, says cool name, Will. Yep, well, very Masony. WW is 3-3. And then, of course, twins, 2 Wills. So something's up. Something is up, and they've been making a point about delaying it. And every time I see the name Boeing, and so I'm like, okay, this has got to be leading to something. Cy Obstacles remarked earlier today, isn't Memorial Day weekend kind of an unofficial kickoff to summer riot season? The cities should be aflame soon. Yeah, agreed. I think that this is the weekend after which the riots are going to kick off. I don't know if it's going to be a summer of MAGA. I don't know if I don't know if BLM is being mobilized. It's not organic. They can't just run a PSYOP and then people go riot. They have to pay people to do the rioting. It'll likely just be CGI at the next one anyway. Blue Montauk says, my personal prediction is that NASA will admit the Earth is flat and there will be a slow reveal. Then they will avoid and dismiss all their lies and BS and take zero accountability. They will make up scientific reveals and speak of simulations. They are busted too soon. They don't have a choice. We know. That's from Blue Montauk. Just a side note, I think it's kind of optimistic. Commenter says humans have the potential of infinite stupidity. Yeah, I think that there's a likelihood that, yeah, they are losing some credibility, but the visual illiteracy is getting worse. TikTok has to label things AI or people don't know. Hey, this is a cartoon and this isn't. They've done this intentionally. This is cognitive sabotage. One of the meanings, I believe, in 2001 is 2 into 1, meaning merging the dream world with the real world. So the world stage is no longer a reflection of the real world. It is in fact an augmented version of it that is constrained. It is full of hyperstitions, and it's not the terrain. But they merge the two into one. And as the visual illiteracy increases and people become increasingly metaverse oriented, the less likely they'll see through anything. They won't believe it unless they see it on TV. Nixon said that. And that's probably true. Erica Creech says, Boeing only made the capsule, the rockets is an Atlas V, the cause of the delays. Oh, there's another reference to Atlas. I mentioned Atlas earlier, the Atlas comet blowing up. Well, anyway, Boeing only made the capsule, but something could go wrong with the capsule. I'm thinking that this is going to be a potential disaster. Okay, moving on here. I'm not optimistic about a big reveal. I'm scrolling through our Gilded. If you're not on Gilded, I recommend it. Just go to ips.monster, click the link. Breaking, at least 4 dead and more wounded after a stage collapsed for the Mexican presidential candidate. New York Times is reporting 6 dead. Allegedly, the wind blew it over, posted by Jay Diggs. A lot of stuff happening to presidents. Presidents crashing in their helicopters. Presidential candidates. Threats against Trump being highlighted again. By the way, just an update, service papers have been sent. I'm waiting an update from the process server, so everything's moving according to plan with the court case. I hope to have an update next week. So this is the Dragon Moon, by the way. Full moon tonight. Moon in Sagittarius. Full flower moon, but in China it's known as the Dragon Moon. And this is Year of the Dragon. Another link, in a way, to the Dragon's Tail spire burning at the Copenhagen, that stock exchange, the oldest stock exchange. They call it the Dragon's Tail. And then you had the Burning Man, Maxwell Azarello, who was from St. Augustine, which was burned by St. Francis. I'm sorry, Sir Francis Drake Dragon. And someone had connected this Drake beefing with Kendrick Lamar with this slaying of the dragon. But the dragon stuff has been brought up quite a lot recently, so just note here, Dragon Moon. The Sir Francis Drake died at sea on the Challenger's explosion anniversary date. It's just like there's quite a lot here with the immolation, dragon's fire. We kind of got into this about a week ago. Laura Loomer says, I spent yesterday with reporters from Norway who flew to Florida to interview and profile me about Trump's campaign. They shadowed me for a day for a big story that will be featured in Norway's largest publication. Jay Diggs says maybe that was the Aftenbladet guys. Yeah, we're still waiting on the documentary that came through here last September, which I expect will be a hit piece, but I'm fine with that. That was kind of the point. Kevin Mooring says it's going to be a huge drum roll until Joker 2. Yeah, Joker 2 comes out on 10/4. So 10/4, a month before the election. Alright, let's move on. I think I'm caught up on Gilded. Again, if you want to join Gilded, just go to ips.monster, click the link, and we'll be following up on this Stu Peters Extreme event. And this is going to be in October, where he'll be giving a seminar on how to tie a noose and how to burn books. Here's Elon Musk tweeting, some people still believe the legacy media. Again, it's always suspect when one of the chief world view manipulators, we're talking about space fakery here. I mean, that's mind control central. That's the top of the mind control pyramid. For him to go out there and then talk about how Twitter is where hoaxes come to die. Twitter is where psyops go to die, is what he said. It's like, yep, he's definitely getting ahead of it, which is intriguing to watch. It shows you how critical this damage control is. And if you think about it, this is somewhat damaging. Conspiracy theories are not. What we are doing here is the only fundamental challenge to media. Nothing else really challenges it. Everything else is from within the box. And this model cannot be discredited from within the box. Salty Siren says, hilarious, people think a billionaire is an underdog, both Elon and Trump. Yeah, Trump's a billionaire, sure, he says he's a billionaire, but I've never seen a billionaire, beg so much. Just $5, buy my NFTs. And I kind of thought he was cheapening his brand with the NFTs where he's in these different costumes, and it turned out that the NFTs where Trump is in like coveralls or cowboy suit or cop uniform, it was taken from a Walmart catalog and they put his face on it. But this is The Apprentice season 35, I think. I think it's just a continuation of the same reality TV show. Kevin Mooring, Stu, still pushing nonsense, Illuminati confirmed. Oh yeah, he follows a very similar trajectory. A lot of these truthers are either failed comedians, become truther provocateurs, or they are failed rappers and they become truther provocateurs. And Stu Peters was a rapper. But Elon Musk is a billionaire that the lefties are afraid of and the rights worship. And he's on the opposite side of the fence as Bill Gates, who is a billionaire the right-wingers fear and the left-wingers worship. And it's always a savior thing here too. We're talking about how this is like worship, it's a religion. We're truly looking at saviors. You know, if global warming strikes tomorrow, who's going to save you? Well, the guy with the rocket to Mars. You have to buy your seats to make it to the space heaven, but Pope Elon will sell tickets, or likely offer indentured servitude for those of you who can't afford tickets. All right, phones are open. Numbers on the screen. It is 563-999-3664. Oh yeah, the Trump Bible, $60, has an American flag on it. And then golden Trump sneakers. Far-right broadcaster Stu Peters plans extreme accountability, weekend of bloody Bidens and book burnings. Again, he promoted me. He promoted my city council speech about the ISS. And so I retweet him to friends and family, and then he comes out with this. But what is he going to do? He's going to teach you how to burn books and tie a noose. Okay, here's something else. I didn't know this is a real thing. This is from Conspiracy Nopal. Do any of our resident globe skeptics have strong thoughts about the final experiment? For anyone that doesn't subscribe to Alternative Cosmology Monthly, the final experiment is a trip to Antarctica to observe whether the 24-hour sun is a real phenomena. If so, it's a major problem for Flat Earth. 12 Flat Earthers have been invited, and one will be paid for, so that a lack of funding won't prevent Flat Earth representation. If you're a globe skeptic, are you looking forward to the results? If all 12 Flat Earth influencers decline the trip, will it impact your perspective? Commenter says, we need a TV show where these guys try to find an ice wall. I mean, how many seasons of Oak Island has there been and they haven't found S? Someone says, it matters who it is, they can easily hire shills. Most people have a price. Dark CC Man says, if it's not you yourself, then it's CSay. Hearsay. Now that's great. He must be a listener. Hearsay, we all know. You hear it, you say it. It's not really evidence. Well, CSay is the visual equivalent of hearsay. And we live in a world that's mostly constructed by CSay. Interestingly, I came up with this term, I coined it, and I put it into the Auto-Hoaxology lexicon. Within a week, the DHS stole it, and they created something called CSayDay. And it's a hashtag. And the hashtag is for if you see something, say something. So instead of, I mean, what they've done is they've taken this term that I meant to mean be skeptical about fake news and psyops, and the DHS, which is like psyop central, they took it to misdirect it. But anyway, let's see who's been invited. It says here, who was invited? All the big names: Witsit, Gitsit, Dearth, Eric Dubay, Oakley, and others. It's 24 have been invited so far. Dearth won a poll, and he's getting the free ticket if he accepts it. If he turns it down, they will invite the next person until someone accepts it. Dearth previously said that if the sun doesn't set in Antarctica summer, that it disproves flat Earth, so he's talked himself into a corner. Okay, so apparently there's an opportunity for somebody to go to Antarctica. and watch the 24-hour sun. And yeah, obviously, if someone doesn't go, it raises a question, why not? Yep, CSA is one of our words. I'm glad it's being used. But this is over at Conspiracy Nopal. Mango says, let's crash the party, Tim. Invite yourself. Look, I'll go. I will 100% go. I don't have any kind of obligations tying me down here. So if somebody knows somebody who knows somebody, let them know that I will volunteer. In fact, I'll just post a link to the Reddit. And if you all just want to kind of, informally invite me, I'll make it a point to share this link in the chat. And what we'll do is we'll try to get my name on the list. And I'll go down there and I'll look for the 24-hour sun. Maybe I'll take some pictures with some penguins. Do you all remember that horrible account of what it takes to be initiated into the Order of the Penguin with Admiral Byrd? It has to do with horseradish and sailors dressed like mermaids. It sounds horrible. Order of the Penguin, Admiral Byrd. So Rear Admiral Byrd describes this initiation that one must go through in order to go past the 69-degree south parallel. Here we go. Richard Byrd's Masonic Order of the Penguin and Antarctica Lodge 777. There's an entire story about it, and there's a first-hand account of the expedition. But yes, it is a fact that he created his own Masonic order called Order of the Penguin. But the actual trip over there was described in this first-hand account here. I found it here. This is pretty bad. USS Philippine Sea, a seaman's story from southpole.com. This is pretty bad. Operation High Jump 1946. Okay, here we go. It was announced. Now this is a story about Operation High Jump aboard USS Philippine Sea, the largest aircraft carrier of the Essex class, fitted for a voyage to Antarctica, and it was headed by Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd. It was exciting to watch Admiral Byrd in the early morning hours, accompanied by the Marine Security Guard running the length of the flight deck. Passing the South American coastline, it was difficult to comprehend the fact that it would only be a short while before the whole picture would change from a warm, tropical setting to massive chunks of icebergs with not a tree in sight. It was announced over the loudspeaker we would soon be crossing the legendary equator. We were informed that an unforgettable experience was in store for those of us who had never been in this territory. I was excited but apprehensive because I heard there would be some sort of initiation, and we who were called polywogs would be the ones to undergo the initiation. Soon I was to realize that it was nothing like the ones I experienced in my school years. The day of admission. Now this is pretty bad. King Neptune was portrayed by the chief's boatswain's mate. His word was law, nobody crossed him. He was bedecked in a grass skirt, king's crown, ill-fitting bra, and brandished a forked spear. Two of his maidens were also mates, dressed similar but without crowns, and they were wearing wigs made from ship's mops. Baby Neptune was short, stocky, must have weighed 300 pounds, and stood 5'5". The stout fellow appeared on an oversized bed sheet, draped around his middle like a diaper. Admiral Byrd proclaimed the day of reckoning, and the activities began. My task was to approach baby Neptune, who was seated on a milking stool, and something yellowish was dripping from his belly at the navel. I discovered as I approached that it was hot horseradish mustard. "Lick it," he ordered. "What?" I questioned, with reluctance, pleading. I said, "Lick it off," the chief insisted with stronger tones. It gets pretty bad. Now, I'm not going to read the rest of this. He climbs a rope ladder to a platform. There's a water tank. It's just humiliation ritual after humiliation ritual. But at the end, they get their certificate and they are inducted into this. Here it is. To all sailors and aviators, wherever you may be, know by these presents that John Ragnar was a member of the original crew commissioned on the USS Philippine. So they have their little Order of the Penguin plaque. Order of the Penguin, South Pole, signed by Rear Admiral Byrd. Strange story. I'll post a link if you care to read it. It's pretty graphic. Antarctica, a personal experience. I'd like to think it's just fiction. Upside Down Guy has passed out 5 wrenches. Megan Raw, Psyops Matter, Joey Kirk, Shadow and Light, Chris Johnson. WTF, says Lord Laney. Wow, says Jennifer Reeves. Oh no, this is just scratching the surface. I just don't feel comfortable with it, to be honest. But it's Admiral Byrd setting up Masonic lodges in Antarctica and then putting anyone who wants to go that far south through this humiliating ritual initiation with sailors dressed as mermaids and gross stuff being done with horseradish. Mr. Trustworthy says, a new Mandela effect is on the horizon. Malcolm X's birthday was always May 19th, yet on Instagram I saw a busy thread celebrating his May 23rd birthday. Geminis would have claimed him but never have. Oh, those were 10 wrenches. I missed a few. Awesome. We have a growing body of Blue Wrench Lodge members. If you're hanging out in chat, just comment and I'll hand out wrenches, but also there are people gifting memberships, and I do have members only content, which is usually made public a day after. Will Niedrich said, we had the same kind of initiations when we crossed the equator and international dateline. Okay, so it's kind of standard. The horseradish. My point in bringing this up was really to focus on Masonic Lodge 777. And the number, what does that have to do with it? I have a few ideas, but... Okay, let's move on. Trump was in the Bronx, no big deal. Seems like it was taking place in an area where nothing could go wrong. So we're still looking at 8-4. But the next big date, next week on the 29th, which is JFK's birthday, we expect there to be a gathering at Dealey Plaza. Then we have the upcoming launch, the Boeing Starliner to look forward to. I expect a disaster. And 6/11, Seattle's supposed to get nuked. Alright, moving on here. Oh yes, Crisis Actor St. Floyd's Day is May 25th. That's such an obvious psyop, but you'll note that there's 2 perspectives on it. One, he was killed by systemic racism and oppression. Or 2, he was killed by fentanyl, facilitated by Joe Biden's open borders. Both of these perspectives believe that George Floyd died. One perspective allows left to blame right, and the other allows right to blame left. The truth of it is, Floyd is hanging out with the president of Iran, Derek Chauvin, Kobe Bryant, and Heath Ledger. Some island somewhere. Jessica Lynn says, Byrd died the day COVID was declared a pandemic in 1957, 5-7, 5G, and now it's about bird flu. Interesting. Birds are fake. By the way, the birds are fake conspiracy theory, if you didn't know, was started by the Parkland High acting troupe. You know, the Parkland shooting. They were kind of mad that nobody believed their performances, so they started a fake conspiracy movement called Birds Are Fake. They're at Epstein Island. You know what? There could be a lot of islands. Terra Mar. Remember Epstein? Not Epstein, his girlfriend. Ghislaine Maxwell was a citizen of Terra Mar, it was revealed. And so Terra Mar doesn't really exist as a place necessarily, but it's like The Kingdom of Terramar. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Ghislaine Maxwell claims to be a citizen of Terramar, a marine conservation charity. Basically, a lot of land out there in the open seas that's not documented, uncharted waters. There could be a lot of land out there. You know, if there is more land, if the globe is a lie, there's no reason to assume that the additional continents are only beyond Antarctica. If the whole thing is a fraud, there could be continents that are within the area described on the globe that have just been conveniently left off. T-Dog says, IPS running a sewing machine in the background. No, that's a fan. I should probably turn it off. I didn't realize it was that loud. Okay, moving on here. Phones are still open if anyone has anything to add. I'm going through my Twitter feed as well. Really the top story, I think, with this Joe Rogan thing, by the way, is they're diffusing the criticism of the bomb, because they're going to do the bomb. They're going to do the mushroom cloud. And when it happens, they don't want too many of us saying that it's fake. They want people fighting over who did it. They don't want people saying that it didn't happen. And so I'm kind of thinking here that what better way to diffuse criticism than to get in front of it, and once you're in front of it, then it can be, oh, Joe Rogan said it. So I kind of think it might be damage control. All right, let's see here. Alert issued for Trump Bronx rally. Be on the lookout for infiltrators. Didn't happen. Likely the whole thing was just, again, staffed with a bunch of actors, undercovers, etc. MAGA cultist Lance Wallanu says, future historians will date the beginning of the Third Great Awakening to when Christians prayed Trump into office. I've been following a lot of the Christian nationalist conferences, a lot of these speakers, and this Christification of Trump is, I think, unlike anything that's been applied to a president before.
In the Third Great Awakening, people don't know they're going to look back on it in the future. And I honestly believe they'll look back, and I know this is going to get me in trouble. They're going to say, the populist civic awakening began when believers prayed in Trump to disrupt the status quo. I believe that. The only people that don't agree with me are religious people and people that got devils.
And people that got devils. So if you don't believe in Trump, you've got devils. And all these people clap like seals. New York announces citizen surveillance. Like the plot to a dystopian movie, New York will now monitor social media writings, collect data, and use law enforcement to crack down on any expression it deems to be hate speech. Getting into Minority Report territory here. A Trump supporter attacking a COVID testing station. Real great look here. Olivia, okay, now this is it too. This is the rapper. And that was him. The MAGA rapper did it. Trump supporter Sean Olivio attacked a COVID testing station. And here he is rapping. His rap name is DVS 7.0. I promised you cringe-entertaining MAGA rap. Well, here's some MAGA rap. And he's badly lip-syncing over his own rap.
I say they had a plan with the cops right underneath them. We'll use them, they'll panic, just watch. Next a riot, they won't trust the cops. Hell of a plot. Next we'll split the races, feed the hate with fake.
And the woman behind him is doing the Elaine. And if you don't know what the Elaine is, it's a reference to, and I think somebody might have posted it here. It's from Seinfeld, and it's this twitchy, embarrassing dance that Elaine does. But the Elaine dance is being done behind this MAGA rapper.
They'll panic, just watch. Next a riot, they won't trust the cops. Hell of a plot. Next we'll split the races, feed the hate with fakeness. Give them idols that worship and lack the sense to change it. Control the kids with some math.
Yeah, let's see if we can find Elaine. I'm looking forward to more of that. And these aren't controlled opposition agents there to make you all look crazy, to make MAGAs look crazy. And here's Elaine in the background. Uh, this is organic. It's really easy for people to say, "Oh, Patriot Front, it's a bunch of feds." Are you sure about that? You're overestimating the other news consumers. Like they're all critically thinking, and they're not just going to put on uniforms and march behind any Pied Piper. Armin Reese says, "What will the auto hoax initiation ritual be? I wonder." Ooh, interesting. We could come up with something. Sledgehammering a television, perhaps? No, nobody watches TV anymore. We'll have to come up with something. I do like the idea of a Burning Man, but with a penguin. And I have spoken to an artist who does wrought iron sculpture. He made this big raven, and I'm like, could you do a penguin, with the built-in, oven, so we could burn stuff on the inside? And the answer was yes. All right, moving on. I'll keep you up to date on all the latest MAGA rap as it emerges. Super cringe, though. And yeah, cringertainment is a thing. It's actually most of the internet, if you think about it. All right, let's move on. We talked about Moonfall a little bit. Again, we're being prepared for space junk. There's a lot of space junk news. Giant piece of space junk crashes down on farm of Canadian who intends to sell it and spend the money on a hockey rink. So my question here is, like, who determines whether it's real or not? Sort of like you are cooking breakfast and you see the face of Jesus on a piece of toast. Well, you have to get somebody from the Vatican to come down and approve that this is indeed a miracle. Otherwise, everybody could claim miracles and pilgrimages would happen and rake in all kinds of money. So it has to be like an approved miracle. Well, who is the approving authority for whether a piece of space junk is authentic or not? I could punch a hole in the roof, put a chunk of metal here, and call the news media, and maybe I'll have a couple of my friends crisis act for me and say they saw a light from the sky and heard a boom. In fact, a lot of people heard a boom last night. I heard it myself. I could call the news and say, last night at 3:45 I heard a boom and this piece of space junk landed in my office. Like, who's going to say that's not true? Like, they're programmed to automatically believe these things. So I'm wondering, and then of course the value of it. Like, you had that individual in 2020 who sold one for millions of dollars. And what would happen, just hypothetically, if you had a spate of hoaxes, like 10, 15, 20 people claiming space junk because they see how much money it's worth? People would do it. Scammers. How would they handle that? Because as it's set up right now, only NASA's allowed to scam us like that. What happens if people start getting into the business of scamming the public? Giant piece of space junk, getting into the space scam. Crashes down on a farm and he's going to spend it on a hockey rink. Local farmer Barry Sawchuk discovered the charred 88-pound chunk of composite fibers while weeding his fields. Originally I thought it was just garbage, but I had no idea. I don't build spaceships for a living, I farm. Okay, this has got to be a joke. Anyway, it says here he's going to use the proceeds to raise money for a hockey rink that's built in his town, and according to the report, they traced it to a SpaceX rocket, thanks Elon, launched in February. And this was part of a launch when the Dragon spacecraft was taking some people back down from the ISS. Statistically, space debris is most likely to splash down in the ocean, but once in a while they will drop into inhabited places. In 2022, a sheep farmer in New South Wales discovered what appeared to be a jettisoned piece once belonging to a SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. At terminal velocity, space junk can do real damage. Last month, NASA admitted that a piece of the ISS, which crashed through a roof in Naples, Florida, narrowly missing the child who was sleeping with. This is insane. They confirmed, though, it was from the ISS. It was only 1.6 inches in diameter. This one is much longer, 88 pounds. It was really just luck. If that had hit the middle of Regina or New York City, it would have killed someone. Experts have called for more stringent rules when it comes to launching satellites. Again, Elon Musk is at fault here. Space junk helmets. That's the next thing. Alright, let's move on here. Space junk Armageddon. I kind of thought the way it would work at some point was, because there's got to be a story here, and CubeSats, there's 42,000 CubeSats. That's how many he's putting up there. So there's going to be some kind of critical mass. They call it the Kessler syndrome, where one piece, it's another piece, it's another piece, and it becomes so chaotic up there that nobody can leave. And that's sort of the theme in WALL-E. Just so much space junk that we are landlocked. All right, let's see here. Going through your comments, I have a couple phone calls. I'm going to start answering the calls. Just hold on to the line. If you're on hold, there's like 4 people here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello, Tim. Hey, I was listening to you, and a couple things. You were talking about space junk falling, and if you live in New Mexico, there's a lot of petrified wood there in your area, and maybe you could just collect it and then just, I mean, not really falsify records, but just say it came from the moon, like moon broke off, pieces of the moon broke off and fell to Earth and fell in your backyard. And then you could sell the petrified wood as moon rocks.
That's actually believable. It's actually genius. Like if I had it in me to deceive the gullible public with false artifacts like that, if I was someone who would work at NASA, I would pull that off, because yes, it's true. The moon rock that NASA gave to Holland was made out of petrified wood. How would they say?
Yeah, I think there's multiple occasions of it.
Yeah, I would do it. Okay, so that would be a great starting point. You say, look, I was looking at the moon actually, and I thought I saw what looked to be a falling star, and I think it was just a moon rock that fell from the moon and it landed here. Again, who are they to say it's not true?
No, just say like you heard a big boom and you thought it was a firework until you went outside, and then you saw this what must be a meteorite or a comet in your backyard, and this is it.
Yeah, my whole
Oh
point.
wow, I'm googling it, and there's some really big. There's a lot of petrified wood in New Mexico.
I'm kind of questioning, how do they say it's not legit? Like, who are they to say it's fake? Like, if someone from the news said, I don't know if that's real, I could say, what are you, a flat earther? Like, how can they say it's not real? Like, I don't have to provide the burden of proof. But anyway,
Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, they're not gonna get there with a temperature gun and be like, oh, it's room temperature.
yeah, well, nobody's ever explained it. I always bring this up whenever somebody's a moon landing believer. I ask them to explain the petrified wood, and they can't. The best explanation I got was someone said,
Yeah, like
maybe they gave away the moon rocks to women to impress them, like Buzz Aldrin's giving away moon rocks, and in order to cover his tracks, he went out and gathered a bunch of petrified wood.
he also gives away. His pockets are almost like super. What do they call those things in video games? Empty. Just like their pocket. His pockets are emptyless, basically. Like he keeps finding stuff in his pockets that he went to the moon with.
Well, he also recently claimed that there was a monolith on one of the moons of Mars. Like, he makes all these claims which, if you're a believer in the space program, you're in no position to say, I don't believe that. If you believe that man went to the moon, then who are you to say there's not a monolith on Phobos? Because Buzz Aldrin said there is. You see what I mean? It's kind of like you can't pick and choose which verses in your holy book to believe. And when it comes to NASA, you have to accept it all. There's no way to parse it.
Yeah, I kind of changed the subject. in Dallas, I live in Dallas. So on the 29th, I should be available to go to the Grassy Knoll.
Okay, and are you willing to meet with a cinematographer, or if I have someone go there like a live streamer? I mean, you can live stream yourself, but I would certainly coordinate something if you want to do some reportage on our behalf.
I'm hoping to run into Alex Stein. I messaged Alex Stein to see if he'd be there, but he hasn't replied. But
he'll be
if
easy to
he's in
find.
town,
Yeah,
he's most likely going to be there.
Yeah, he'll be the guy doing drag to mock the libs. That's probably what he'll be doing. It won't be hard to find him.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Steven Crowder. Well, I guess everyone from the right dresses in drag to mock the libs.
Yeah, actually, he's Steven Crowder 2.0. I think that he was like Steven, because Steven Crowder stopped being funny. He got married, dragged down with kids, and then all the scandals came out about how he puts his junk on his coworkers' heads, his employees' heads. Like he's an abuser of some kind. And so they kind of phased him out, and they brought in Alex Stein, who's never going to go away. But yeah, he'll be there.
I think it's. Is that a Mandela effect? Because I thought it was Stein.
Yeah, honestly, I think it might be Stone. Sometimes I think he's Roger Stone's son. He calls himself Tucker Carlson's son. He is like the dollar store Tucker Carlson, but I don't know. Sometimes I think he's like Roger Stein's illegitimate kid, because it just seems like he's been given the fast track to being a provocateur, in the political circus. But it's just one of my theories. Anyway, hey, why don't you go though? Let me just really quick here. If you're there in Dallas, definitely go. But let me know if you need me to find someone to stream it, because what I need here is someone to report on behalf of IPR and ask questions of 5 or 6 people. Very simple, but I'd like to have a third party actually recording these back and forths. So if you want to do it, I can provide questions and I can help arrange it.
Well, off the top of your head, what is 1 or 2 questions that you would like to ask?
I would ask likely who is JFK Jr. Posing as? Vincent Fuchsia, -48, Juan 07, or Vivek Ramaswamy? And we'll find out who they think is JFK Jr. I would ask about the age of JFK, and probably just a few other questions that I think would elucidate the situation, because they're waiting for a 109-year-old to show up in a Lincoln, in a Ford Lincoln. And if you could rent a Ford Lincoln, that would be cool. But just drive up at the right time.
Those are pretty rare. But you know how criminals return to the scene of the crime? Like, what if you sent me a picture of the person you're trying to serve, and what if he's there?
Oh, well.
Because this is his baby, right? Isn't this his crime kind of type thing? Not really a crime, but this is his doing. So you would think he would show up every November or any chance he could get.
Yeah, I would think he would be there with the cult members. Actually, that would likely be a place, but I actually have it covered. It's covered already. He's got an office space that I located in Illinois, and I think he's already been served. It happened either on the door or somebody there at the office, but no, we don't need that. But we definitely need somebody there. We need boots on the ground to interview some people on the spot and create some content.
I would just be shocked. I would just be shocked if he's there, because I've seen some photos of him, but it's been like 2 or 3 years to where now it's just like a generic description, and like the police lineup would be so vast. It'd be like dark hair, Anglo. I don't know. But one last thing before I go. Have you heard of, it's kind of going on the Mandela thing with Berenstein? Have you heard of egg corns? The term egg corns?
Egg corns. No, I have not. What are egg corns?
What? Well, you know what an acorn is, right?
Yes, I do.
An acorn, like the little seed from the tree. A lot of people grow up learning that they're called egg corns, and there's this term to where like it's like butt naked and buck naked. There's a term to where it sounds plausible, where you fill in words, and it's kind of just like going through the universe as like not a false narrative, but something that you might have misheard, but it's plausible substitution. And an eggcorn is what I think the Mandela effect is a lot of. Like Interview with the Vampire, that's an eggcorn for sure, because some people might have just misheard it, but they filled in what they misheard with an equal substitute.
Okay, I
Where
see
if
what
you
you're
do
saying.
a
Right.
Mandela, and if you do a Mandela thing, eventually, you might want to look into eggcorns, because eggcorns, it's like one of the biggest. It's like a media eggcorn for the most part.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand. For
Like-
example, people are like, reality shifted. It used to be Smokey the Bear. Now it's Smokey Bear. Well, maybe you inserted the. So an egg corn is an alteration of a phrase through mishearing or reinterpreting one of its elements, creating a new phrase, but still makes sense and is plausible. So the Mandela effect might just be the egg corn effect. Fascinating.
Yeah, exactly.
Fascinating. Okay.
Because there's not one. Well, I guess there might be one, like with braces, non-braces. That sounds crazy. I mean, most of them are eggcorns. It's just like a slight misinterpretation, and it's rewritten as something plausible but close to the same thing. It's like a reinterpretation of something close to it, but it's slightly off.
I'm going to include this in the Mandela Effect documentary that I'm working on. I appreciate that. All right, well, thank you for the call. I have another caller. Have a great day. Call back anytime.
Yep. Have a good night, man. Take it easy.
Infinite Plane Radio, thank you for holding. Hey, caller.
Hey, do you have other phone callers?
Nope, we just cleared the decks.
Do you have
Just-
other phone callers?
Nope, you're the next caller. No one
Yeah,
else.
yeah. Listen, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, but look, about that about that Mandela thing. Me and you are on the same page on that. I don't believe in the Mandela effect, but with the Dolly thing, are you telling me that you believe that Dolly never had braces?
Okay, with that one, it's interesting because most of the people who remember it haven't watched the movie, or they're judging it off of that one scene. And so I would need to see other scenes in the movie where braces would have made sense. So no, I think it makes sense, like as a scene, guy with braces, chick with braces.
Yeah.
It makes sense, but it's satisfying. But I don't think she ever had braces.
Well, here's the thing. Like I said, I agree with you because I don't believe in the Mandela thing. You know how I believe that they did that because in the movie theaters, I've explained that. I was the first one to explain that to everybody. In the movie theaters, they showed her with the braces. Okay? But when they released it on video or on whatever the hell it is, that VHS at the time or CDs, who knows, they released it without the braces. Because, look, there's no doubt that I completely recollect seeing her smiling, and he smiled at her because, the guy who had the metal mouth, he smiled at her because she had the braces also. But here's the thing, could it have been that it was outside of the movie where they showed it in a commercial or something like that? Maybe that could have been it. I don't know, because I don't remember the whole plot of the movie and whether they showed her with braces before or after. Because you could be right about that. That's a really good point you're making about how come you don't hear about the other parts of the movie.
Yes. Well, there's other explanations. Some say older TV effects. Others say it's just sort of like an urban myth, and people just kind of go with it. But whatever it is, let's say it is the case that they scrubbed the braces after the movie viewing. It still wouldn't prove a Mandela effect, or that it's connected to Berenstain Bears or cornucopias in the underwear, or any of these other things. So it's still one of these misremembrances that's fascinating. And if it is real, if it is an alteration, it's not a reality jump. And that's the main point here, is that there are explanations for all of these discrepancies.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't bother talking about the Mandela stuff. But I always tell you what the host codes are, which is the man and son was the main one. It's right there in the codes. You know who started it? It's them. It's Nelson Mandela. So you know that it was them who created this BS psyop.
Yes, yes. In fact, it started with this witch named Fiona Fitzgerald Broom, and what she did was she was a ghost hunter with Ouija boards and talking to ghosts, and she claimed that CERN split reality and now people are seeing more ghosts. And so that's kind of where it actually got started, and she was the one who said it was Nelson Mandela. And then later, of course, it's just blown up. But I think it's sort of like chemtrails, where I think it's one of these things where it's a popular thing and it's easy to believe and hard to disprove. And so I'm taking the time to actually work on debunking the very premise of it. Not to say that they can't screw with our reality and change things 24/7, which they obviously do through the news media.
Yeah, and you know what I always say, why they brought Mandela into the picture with all this, because of Obama. They wanted Obama to look like he brought him back from the dead.
Yeah, that is an interesting subtext to it here. You brought it up, how you got the son and then man, so you got the man-son code you mentioned, but that the story comes around the same time as Obama, so Obama is basically symbolically bringing him back from the dead when you merge it with this Mandela effect story.
Right. So he brings back. So supposedly it was during Obama's presidency that this started. So he brings Nelson Mandela back from the dead, and then that Gabby Giffords gets shot, the congresswoman. She goes into a coma. Obama visits her room, and she wakes up from her coma. So Obama brought her back from the dead, and then now you're going to have Obama, because it's on his birthday, that Trump gets the head wound, and he resurrects. Whether it's a couple of days later or whatever it is, he wakes up from his coma. So whatever the hell's going to happen to him. So what I'm saying is, they're setting up some kind of scenario with this Obama. Who knows what they're gonna say? But that's what I believe is just predictive programming. It doesn't mean that Obama's gonna have any part to play. It's just that what I'm saying is they're trying to give you a like I say, predictive programming for what's about to come. And how it's connected to what I always talk about is, when did Gabby Giffords get her head wound? You know the date? I mean, I know it, but do you know it?
Was it Elvis's birthday, or was it?
Yeah.
That was the date.
Yeah, it was Elvis's birthday. Yeah, 1/8 on 2011. So, and on that same day of that head wound, you had the Beast quake in Seattle.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that there was a concurrent quake in Seattle on that date of the Giffords thing. Let me run this by you. Did you see the story about Elvis Presley's Graceland?
Yeah.
Like, apparently.
What do you got to say about it? Go ahead.
Okay, well, because you'd pointed out it looks like the White House. Well, all of a sudden, it's been in the news for the last few days because they were trying to force the sale of Graceland, and it was going on auction for It was going on auction, but they halted it just now. So Graceland has been in the news on blast for the last few days. Plan to auction Graceland's. The Graceland place was just stopped today, but anyway, the Tennessee AG stopped it.
Yeah, and the whole reason for that was just first of all, there's no way in the world somebody's going to bring a lawsuit like that and make it seem like it's legit, that anyone would take it seriously, and then not even show up to court to fight the lawsuit. So because I think the people didn't show up, the other party, to court or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is staged,
That's
it's
kind of what I'm
total
leaning to.
nonsense.
It's almost like this is just a staged event to get this image, to perhaps put this out there. Not quite sure 100%, but we've been talking about this lately, and it's relevant to this particular Trump character. And you mentioned it looks like the White House, and so I'm finally getting a look at it. But as far as where this is going, not 100% sure, other than just the symbolism. And one more point here is mostly in 2022, where the symbol of the house was made very prevalent. Like the Westworld movie had this chapel, which looked just like the chapel where Alec Baldwin shot the guy with Trump's birthday. Looks just like the chapel from Ye's ceremony at Dawn Day, where he burned his house. So the burning house symbol has been like this repeated theme, and it's been applied to the White House. And so I think the Graceland house may have some significance with regard to that.
Well, also that little house you're talking about, because I mentioned that in the Kanye West and the other shooting thing you were talking about. I mentioned both those things a long time ago, because if you look at Elvis's, where he was born, his house, and there's a little chapel there too. It looks just like that house that you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, there's something symbolic about that structure, yes.
Yeah, and also in the iPet Goat, right? They show that house burning. It looks just like that also. On the chalkboard, you remember that?
Yep. So there's something with the house.
90 seconds.
Oh, okay. Hey, it looks like we are getting close to the end of my Blog Talk Radio allotted daily time.
Okay, no problem. I just came. Yeah, no problem. I'll just call another time. I was just calling because I thought you had no calls, but it ended up you had four callers waiting or something.
Yeah, I think I have one more caller. I'm going to get them really quick on here. But yeah, hey, call back anytime,
Yeah,
and we'll be in touch.
I'll talk to you. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Take care.
Okay, let me bring on the next
60
caller.
seconds.
Hey, what's up, caller? We just got a minute left, so if you want to go ahead and let us know what's on your mind.
Is that me?
Yes. Yes, this is you.
I guess my only point is I agree with him. It was in the movie version, Dolly having the metal teeth. They didn't show it till the end of the movie. Like at the closing scene, they smile at each other, and all of a sudden she has the metal teeth. They hold hands and walk off. That's like at the end of the movie. But when they released the tape, it wasn't on there anymore.
Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to watch Moonraker in its entirety in order to decide what I think about it.
I think it was like one of the
10
early
seconds.
psyops, just to keep people off the base. You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, hey, appreciate the call, and call back anytime. We're just about out of time here, so thanks again. And everyone in chat, I want to say thanks.
Awesome, Tim. You have a good one.
Yep, you too. Everyone here in chat, same thing. I appreciate you leaving your comments, adding to our collective body of intel. We do some of the best human intel on the web. We can take credit for having doxed Q, which is not a small thing. Elephant Tusk says, it's like Tim taking calls from a prison and time is running out. Yes. I didn't set it up for 2 hours. I mistakenly put 90 minutes. Smarty Pants says, why is Blog Talk so expensive? It's worth it. Blog Talk Radio is worth it, and it's enabled by Patreon members. So the more of you who join, the more of you who become members here, the more I can do. And what Blog Talk Radio does, it allows me to set up a caller queue where callers are able to listen while they're on hold. Therefore, we can get back-to-back 3, 4, 5 callers, and it's just going to get better. I'm just now getting used to the whole process. Joined by Pippi Langstroth, thank you for joining. Stranger Days says Moonraker gaslight psyop. I do believe that the Mandela effect is a product of gaslighting, but I believe that the gaslighting is being done by the Mandela effect proponent who says, do you still believe this or do you remember this? That initial casting doubt on what you recall is an act of gaslighting. And once they have you questioning, was it this or that, then your imagination supplies the that. So you say, the logo used to have a swirly, now it doesn't. So now your imagination supplies the swirly logo. So now you have two concepts in your mind, and they're being weighed the same, and they're stored in the same filing cabinet. So in other words, the Mandela effect is a way of prompting false memories and gaslighting the target about the memory they authentically have. Just bringing it up that Mandela effect is the gaslighting effect, combined with many other factors. A lot of it's about sense of community, belonging, etc. One more point about it, it's not spiritual. Like, I understand that people are looking for meaning, and even if it's not the truth, ultimately it's some insight into how reality is fake. No, actually it's not. It's your mind being messed with, and you're misunderstanding it. And believing in something that is a misperception is the opposite of enlightenment. It's really something that we need to fully expose, because it offers a way to understand how memory actually works, and also how powerful the media has become through its framing of narratives and its selectivity. And part of what makes the Mandela effect work is the selectivity of it all. It's not like this is an object that has changed, or this movie has changed, here's 5 different versions. No, it's always a binary. And it's a binary so they can control it. Well, our mainstream media is always set up like a binary. It's mainstream or it's alternative. Choose one of these. Well, what if there's a third option, like maybe it's neither? Well, they don't even allow that in, so they can steer you. Smarty Pants says, Tim, have you ever used Google Voice? Yeah, I'm actually on Google Voice, but it doesn't have hold. So actually I was on Google Voice calling to Blog Talk Radio. But I do use Google Voice for voicemails. Angst G says Stavely claims it's a spiritual phenomenon. Yeah, he does. And that's fine, but it's wrong in the sense that, you know, spiritual means you're obtaining some information, or you're having some insight about the ultimate nature of reality, but it doesn't count if it's based on a misunderstanding, mislabeling something a miracle when it's not a miracle. And what it does over time, I think, is it builds up this echo chamber to where one is so attached to this alternate view, their ego, their community, that they can't leave it. A great example of this is the documentary I often reference, Mirage Men, about special agents with the Air Force tricking a conspiracy theorist into thinking he's being contacted by aliens. Why do they do this? So they could spread disinformation around any kind of sightings conspiracy theorists have about classified aircraft by the Air Force Base that this individual was at. So this person's writing about special craft that he's seen. The Air Force messes with his mind, and he starts promoting beliefs in aliens and alien abductions, and then conferences start happening. And he meets other people who say, I too have heard about alien abductions, and aliens from Venus have also contacted me. And over time, this alien mythology created by the Air Force became adopted by people who now treat it as real. Years later, this individual is told by one of the special agents, hey, we were messing with your mind this entire time. And he was not able to accept that. He had to say, no, now you're messing with my mind because I know too much and you're trying to get me to not believe it anymore. I'm not going to fall for that. So he managed to lock himself in to a false paradigm rather than admit that he had not only been a dupe, but that he had helped a lot of people dupe themselves. Matt X says it's really worth paying for Blog Talk for Q unlimited time. There's nothing wrong with Skype. Skype was pretty bad. I was actually missing a lot of calls. The ringer is obnoxious and loud. A lot of the times the calls just wouldn't come through. And the caller queue is worth it when you have multiple callers, which we will have here soon. You can't scale up with Skype. But not only that, but again, the other aspect of it is there's no ringer, and I can also do Blog Talk Radio when I'm on the road. I don't have to be here in front of the computer. We can do basically by phone. I can do live talk radio. That's what it's originally for. It was always a call-in situation. But if I don't get any value out of it after a month or two, I might just go back to Skype. But I really think it's going to do well. And I do expect this channel to grow. Our numbers are actually getting pretty good. Let's just take a quick look here. We have 40 listening on Twitter at IPS Think Tank. We have 20 at one YouTube channel, 78 at another. So there's about 100 on YouTube, 40 on Twitter. Then we're also on Twitch, Odyssey, Paranormal Radio, TuneIn, and Radio King, radio.net. So I think we're at about 200 listeners. The time's limited to 2 hours at a time. I could certainly add on to that if I needed to. Upside Down Guy says, is it butt naked or buck naked? Dr. Egg Mandela. Yeah, let me circle back to that really quick. This is really good. This is the reason why I like having open phones. This alone was worth the cost of Blog Talk Radio. Eggcorns. An eggcorn is an alteration of a phrase through mishearing or reinterpretation of one or more of its elements, creating a new phrase with different meaning than the original, but which still makes sense and is plausible in the same context. So eggcorn is derived from acorn. These arise from people attempting to make sense of a stock phrase that uses a term unfamiliar to them. Sort of like replacing Alzheimer's disease with old-timers disease. Or William Shakespeare's to the manor born or to the manor born. Very interesting here. This could explain a lot because we're talking about misinterpretations, misspellings, any type of error that is somehow appropriated and adopted, but it doesn't actually get corrected at any point. And I see this a lot. I mean, here where I live in Albuquerque, we have, you have Sonic, the drive up. Here it's called Sonics with an S. Everybody here calls it Sonics. And then they have this drink there, 44 ounces. They call it Route 44. But through Albuquerque, you have Route 66. And so everyone thinks it's a 66-ounce drink they're getting. They order a Route 66. There's no 66-ounce cup. But it's just become so common here that nobody corrects it. All right, let's continue here. Upside Down Guy says, I'm asking you before you look it up, is it butt naked or buck naked? I think it's buck, like a deer. I'm going to go with buck. All right, let's see here. A lot of people are coming up with similar ones. But all of these make a lot more sense than jumping to the conclusion that reality has shifted and that all of these misapprehensions are part of this same phenomenon, which they're not. I mean, I think you can make a better case that the Bible Mandela effects are completely separate from the logos and the candy wrappers. You could just call it the God effect. But no, it's got to be the Mandela effect. And another thing too, I remember when I was first introduced to the Mandela effect, somebody brought up, hey, you remember in the Bible about the lion and the lamb? I'm like, yeah. Well, when I say yeah, what do I mean? Bible, lion, lamb, like two of the most common symbols in the Bible. Of course, everybody remembers lion and lamb. But did I really know the specific Bible verse about the wolf and the lamb? Did I know that verse enough to say it changed? No. So they get you to agree with their pitch, and then they say, no, it's this. You remember this? It's this now. They get you to say yes, and then they change and they say, no, your expectations are being upset. Yeah, I do remember this, but it's actually this. It's a trick. It's a meme. All right, Upside Down Guy says it's BUTT. Interesting. Okay, someone said that Stavely had a conversation with JLB. This should be interesting. Matt X says JLB had a convo with Stavely. I haven't listened. I'd be very interested in hearing this thing. I would also like to have a conversation with, both of them would be great, because John LeBon is a big proponent of synchromysticism, and I think that there needs to be a conversation about synchromysticism itself and whether its fundamental premise is solved. It's easy to dismiss the idea that everything is scripted, but I have evidence that things are scripted. Every PSYOP is a scripted event inserted into the historical narrative that becomes part of our history. So our history is written in advance, especially when it comes to the big, world-changing, transformative PSYOPs. So it is not a stretch to say everything is scripted, that these mainstream media hoax events are planned in advance, so that's not a stretch. To say that it's a higher power or a supercomputer and not man, that is the tall claim now, and I think it's worth having a debate about. Elephant Tusk says he referenced Donnie Darko and the tangential universe theory explored in it, but somehow discount potential reality residue. Yeah, I absolutely discount it. There's no evidence. There's no evidence for retroactive changes in any of these things. Not a single one. So yeah, I discount anything without evidence. Just as a rule, I'm a non-believer. Absolutely. Upside Down Guy, thank you again. We have 5 more members to the Blue Wrench Lodge. Ophikus says, Isaiah 11:6, the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, the leopard shall lie with the kid, the calf, the young lion, fatling together, and the child shall lead them. So they're all in there in a mix. And every Sunday school class, they have coloring books and artwork. You're always seeing all these images. But when somebody says, do you remember the Bible had the lion and the lamb, now it's the wolf and the lamb, it changed? Most people will nod their head and agree without knowing that it's Isaiah 11:6, King James Version. So you have no business saying, I remember, if you can't recite the verse first. That's just one. But there are no valid Mandela effects. There's not a one. There's one that I accept. I've debunked the Mandela effect. But Tim Pool, I'm pretty sure, used to have an E at the end. So I do have a bit of a thing here. I'm calling it the Tim Pool effect. But I'm looking forward to listening to this conversation between JLB and BS. High Impact Flick says, can anyone testify they have actual first-hand knowledge of the shape of the Earth? If you can, please provide proof below. Let's see if anybody's provided anything. Globe Earth is the greatest lie. Here's one. I flew from Sacramento to Belgium and I saw the curve. That's funny. Like, how does that even work? Like, just because you flew a longer distance, you saw a curve. And where did you see it? How high were you? Is the curve in the room with you right now? Smarty Pants says, how do we join the Wrench Lodge? You go to Infinite Plane Society. That is the channel. And then just click the membership button. It's like $1 a month. It goes a long way to support this think tank, which is really something of an achievement that we've kept this going this long, despite the best efforts of the containment operations to prevent these mind viruses from accessing or contaminating their platforms. We're going through a holy war, sort of the online version of a quarantine. Upside Down Guy says, Hi Flicks is a closet flurf. He'll say it's flat when it's safe. He's got to do a poll. A lot of these people are just there to pander to their audiences. And most of their audiences believe in the truth or orthodoxies. Like he's still a big chemtrail pusher. Like, look, if you believe in chemtrails, you have to at least be honest with yourself. And you have to say, I don't know what those are, but I believe they're bad and poisonous. But I don't believe strongly enough to wear a mask or engage in activism or lock down. But I believe it's bad. It's like, okay. And again, the first person who told me about chemtrails was smoking cigarettes, Camel Wides, while he told me about these trails up there I should be concerned about. And I'm like, I'm a little more worried about your secondhand smoke. Anx G says, High Impact Flicks debated Owen Benjamin and it was a disaster. Yes, they debated about anarchism. And it was pretty bad. It was a disaster, I would say. High Impact Flicks and Owen Benjamin had a bit of a falling out, and I believe High Impact Flicks' wife was dragged into it, and his family, his daughter. It got really personal. But anyway, High Impact Flicks is also someone who pushes the idea of black helicopters in Vegas. I mean, these aren't truthers. These alt media types, whether they're insulated, controlled opposition agents, or just pandering to what's there, they're not truthers. They're alt media. There's a world of difference. But look, I've been following this Reddit thread on Owen Benjamin, and nobody has such a cult of dedicated haters of such a size as his. Like, I've had haters, I've had stalkers, but there's like 5,000 people in this group, and all they do is they watch his live streams and they hate on it. And I'm like, they're probably his best promoters. It reminds me of Media Matters, how they would always be hating on Rush Limbaugh. So Rush Limbaugh would get promoted usually through his opposition. I have to wonder if that's not maybe something that he runs himself. Like, maybe I need a Reddit thread that just takes apart everything that I say. But there's a point where these anti-fans are basically just fans. What's the difference? Commenter says, nicotine doesn't remain in the body like nanotech chaff from chemtrails, Tim. Okay, well, if you believe in nanotech chaff from chemtrails, why don't you wear a mask? Why don't you put a mask on your children or your pets? Why don't you put air filters on? Why are you even walking around outside without an umbrella? If you believe in nanotech chaff from chemtrails, like, I mean, maybe you're just stoic about it. Maybe you're just not easy to trigger. Like, if my neighbor's dog was using my front yard, my neighbor and I would have words. And that's safe. I mean, it's biodegradable. Maybe it's rude, but like, it's not going to kill me. But I don't want my neighbors leaving their waste on my yard. And that's rather trivial, and I'm going to go make it stop. But you're saying you believe the airlines are literally spraying poison in your face every single day, covering the land, dumping it on playgrounds where children are playing, messing up the skies, blotting out the sun, and you're not going to go complain. So just the passivity of the chemtrail proponent makes me think that they don't really believe it. They're just pretending. It's just a LARP. It's either a LARP or chemtrails make you docile. Upside Down Guy says, Owen Benjamin is outrageously narcissistic. Does that word even mean anything anymore? I don't think it means anything. Society is by default, principally it's a culture of narcissism. Social media has made it such. And it's like, it's so surface, it's so shallow. But I don't know. I tend to go against the grain when it comes to like these haters. Like, look, you don't see this type of opposition to people who are totally controlled. So it just makes them seem a little more legit. But I don't know. Upside Down Guy says, microplastics are airborne, so if chemtrail or microplastic believers exist, face masks must be worn. Daniel Moore says it's in the face mask. Well, when are we going to have some class action lawsuit for chemtrail lung? Like, I've got chemtrail lung. You know, I've spent years chasing chemtrails, warning people. I never wore a mask. I was just being so selfless. and it's taken a toll on me. Like, where's the chemtrail long lawsuits, the class action? It's been 30 years. All right, let's move on. Maybe Tim will file a lawsuit post Goldfinch. Look, if somebody can convince me in a debate that chemtrails are real, I will lead a class action lawsuit against the airlines. 100%. I'll make it happen. So all you need to do is convince me. Like, convince me of anything. Convince me of any one of these conspiracy theories I don't believe in, and I will become its champion. Whatever it happens to be. Just to make a point, because it just seems like it's easy to say you believe in something, but it's much harder to take action on what you supposedly believe. Daniel Morris says, just go outside. You know, someone already said that to me, and you know what? I went out today and I touched grass. I went out hiking. Hot day. I saw a lot of planes. There were no trails. None. Why? Did they say, no chemtrails, don't spray them on May 23rd? That's not on our date. We don't have the budget for it. No chemtrails. Why didn't I get any sprays today? I'll tell you why. The weather report gave it away as well. The temperature, the humidity. It wasn't conducive to persistent trails. That's why. Again, trails, contrails are predictable. Your chemtrail schedule is not. So you lose. You literally lose. You lost the debate. There are no chemtrails. It's a figment of your imagination. It's a misinterpretation. It's a misunderstanding. It's an argument made from inexcusable ignorance. If you don't know what the Appleman chart is, then you have no business proposing chemtrails. Like, we can just let that rest. There's no chemtrails. Lean Dion says, clear skies constantly in Western Australia. Nope, couldn't be the climate there. It's got to be the chemtrail schedule. Or maybe you just don't go outside because you're a basement dweller. Like me. And you don't touch grass. Daniel Moore says it's not every day it changes the weather. I can explain that one. That one's called faulty causality. It's a clear day. The planes fly. Now there's trails. Now it rains. Trails caused rain. A happened before B, therefore B was caused by A. Nope. The trails only formed because it was already going to rain that day. It was already conducive to persistent trails. The conditions pre-existed the trails. The trails are a byproduct of the conditions. These conditions also cause it to rain. So if you see trails and rain, yeah, they're correlated, but that's false causality to assume the trails cause the rain. Similarly, when Crow 77777 boils vinegar in his front yard and does his little chemtrail dance, and he says it turns the sky blue, no it didn't. Time did. The sky was going to clear anyway, whether or not you were out there twerking around a boiling pot of vinegar. Like, it doesn't make anything. It's faulty causality. You're making an error, which is slightly understandable, but there's so much information out there that you are remiss if you're not arguing against that information before you try to replace it. Okay, commenter says, this is, do you have a background in meteorology? I do, and you're ignorant. If you don't know what the Appleman chart is, or why predictability rules out your chemtrail theory, then you're actually making an argument from ignorance, and the whole chemtrail pitch is an appeal to ignorance, because if somebody already knows the truth about hot jet exhaust in rarefied air at 25,000 feet, they're not going to believe it. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Upside Down Guy says, how do we know you didn't wave a pickle before your grass touching video? Yeah, that's true. And you don't have to just boil vinegar. According to Ron Paul's supporters around 2012, a lot of them used to take spray bottles of vinegar and spray the sky. And they would say, we are clearing away chemtrails. You know, I knew a Wiccan who claimed, and this is from a book, that she could point at clouds and make them go away, that she could clear the skies with her gaze. And sure enough, if you point at a cloud long enough, it will go away. Or you could point at the sun at 4 p.m. and say, look, I'm going to make it set. I'm just going to point at the sun until it sets. Yeah, it's going to set, but you're misinterpreting things. You're misapplying this thing as a cause and then blaming it for what happens when no, these things are not correlated. Ron Paul supporters spray vinegar at the sky to kill chemtrails. Vinegar dissipates chemtrails. Who knew? Daniel says, I don't think you've touched enough grass. You still sound like you have basement depression. Well, let me ask you a question. Why don't you have any footage or videos of these trails that cause the rain? Like somebody should provide that. Vinegar wielding conspiracy theorist chemtrail lady is a forgotten masterpiece of net art. Yep, that's a good description of it. But for the backstory, the tinfoil hat wearing crowd, to avoid being blasted by what they believe are chemtrails, are spraying vinegar from squirt bottles. The solution to chemtrails: a fine mist of vinegar spritzed into the atmosphere, reaching 25,000 feet. Just like that. And this woman isn't the only vinegar-wielding conspiracy chemtrail warrior. There's a group of them on Facebook, and they tend to overlap with flat earthers. Yeah, babe, this is true. Sadly, it's true. Ron supporters spraying vinegar at the sky. So this isn't new at all. A lot of these videos aren't up there anymore, but you can find them. So you're in that camp. If you're a chemtrail believer, you're hanging out with Ron Paul supporters spraying vinegar. Inuful says, stop the chemtrail stuff, it's distraction. Yeah, it's a distraction. Look, I've already debunked it. Eddie F says it's not popular anymore. Are you kidding me? It is the most popular mainstream conspiracy theory out there. It is as popular as climate change. And it needs to be, well, it has been debunked, but one of the reasons why I am adamant about deconstructing and debunking it is that it brings into acceptance a certain number of informal and formal logical fallacies that I just think we don't have time for anymore. That we need to just stop accepting loaded questions. Stop moving the goalposts. Stop being dishonest in order to prop up something. Chemtrails are one of the most popular conspiracy theories. This is from last month. So anybody who says it's not a thing anymore, not only is it a huge thing, but it is wildly disproportionately popular. It is spread on X and it's growing. Not only that, but it's mutating in a lot of different ways. So no, it's not going anywhere. It's 100% a psyop. Well, commenter says you've debunked nothing. Actually, you've bunked nothing. This is the fact of it is, since chemtrails have never been proven to exist, your theory has not been bunked. So you can't tell me to debunk that which hasn't been bunked. Unicorns don't exist. Do I have to debunk unicorns? No. You have to prove to me that unicorns exist first, and then I can try to debunk them. You have not debunked contrails. So until you can debunk contrails, all you're doing is you're fantasizing. He says, chemtrails are covert chemical warfare nanotech dispersal. Yeah, that's like saying climate change is real and that cow flatulence is responsible for drowning polar bears. It's like, okay, chemtrail Greta, believe what you want. You don't really believe it because you don't wear a mask. When you put on a mask, I'll take you seriously. But until you put on a mask, you're just LARPing for attention, clicks, or loosh. You know, think about that too. The mass media uses psyops to tap into your loosh. Well, maybe it's more like there's some kind of energetic exchange or high people get from tapping into each other's loosh. Maybe it's not just the mass media, but truthers are doing it too. Think about it. How many anti-Vs are out there spreading fear, paranoia, which can only lead to nocebo and placebo effects? How is that any different than what the mainstream is doing with its, in a way, it's almost like adrenochrome extraction. feeding off fear. And if you're spreading fear like that, you're on team MSM. Eddie F says, if people care about what they're breathing, why don't they care about what they eat? Yeah, right. The guy who's talking about chemtrails is probably eating a Big Mac, smoking Camels. All right, let's move on. We'll be back. Daniel Moore says, have you died from fluoride yet? No, I think chemtrail lung's going to take me out. And when it does, then I'll be sorry, but it'll be too late. And a lot of people say, look, he didn't listen to us. He didn't believe in chemtrails. All right, this is Fepe Akbar, Allergic to Bullshit, featuring Lean Dion. Thanks for the calls, comments. We'll be back tomorrow with a full 2 hours of open phones next time. I want to say thanks again to Upside Down Guy and others for supporting the think tank. And hopefully we'll have some updates here in a couple of days about the process server going after MG.
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang are stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real ones gonna get this. Fake ones don't accept this, they can miss some message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our records. Auto host and message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the opera's getting better. Oh, you're so effective, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a stutter. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yeah, it's honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no. Messing with the penguin, we're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin, messing with the penguin. Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty aliens.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just part of it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
Okay, we are live, 6/5/2024, Infinite Plane Radio. That is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms. Space is fake AF. Phones are open, 563-999-3664. I just turned on all platforms. We had the 24/7 stream on, and what I do is I just plug in and take over. So I have a few comments I want to go through on the YouTube channel, and we'll start with this one from Influence Freedom. He said John Hinckley Sr. ran World Vision, which is a known CIA Christian ministry front. Let's see, he was due to have dinner with Neil Bush the day after Reagan was shot. Okay, and just for background, we've been talking about John Hinckley and how he was inspired by Taxi Driver, which has Robert De Niro. So he was inspired by Robert De Niro, who's like an assassin in the movie. And then De Niro makes his recent world stage appearance at the Trump trial. And we mentioned how he was in Joker and he gets shot on TV. And Joker is based on Taxi Driver. See how this Joker, Taxi Driver, De Niro connection we've been getting into. And Taxi Driver inspired the shooter of Reagan, John Hinckley, who, again, side note, but it's relevant here, has the same birthday as JFK. But here's the thing, his dad, John Hinckley Sr., ran World Vision, a CIA Christian ministry front. And he was supposed to have dinner with Neil Bush the day after Reagan was shot. So Bush was having Reagan shot so he would get into power. That's the theory. And of course, this is from Influence Freedom, who says, quote, Bush was also involved in JFK's death, in the opinion of many, but based on many facts. Bush is a former CIA director, but he couldn't get in as president right off as people just weren't into him, so he got on Reagan's ticket. Also, Mark David Chapman also worked for World Vision. Now, is Chapman the one who shot John Lennon? And he had a copy of Salinger's book, Catcher in the Rye? Because that's intriguing in itself, because Catcher in the Rye and Taxi Driver here are both these motivators for assassins. Kind of intriguing here. It goes on, coming back now to Jodie Foster, I always suspected she was CIA, and hence why she helped with the bogus narrative that Hinckley was trying to impress her. Jodie Foster is also in Taxi Driver. Now this is interesting, because yes, Jodie Foster was in Taxi Driver, and there were love letters sent to her by Hinckley. Erotomania. He believed that they were in love with, that she was in love with him. You know how a lot of MAGAs have erotomania for JFK Jr. So there's that, and it's interesting that she later shows up in Silence of the Lambs and has this serial killer weirdly fixated on her. That relationship. But anyway, here, the connection is interesting because it's the Bush connection. And to slightly expand on this, on the 6th of July, 2022, the 42-year-old Georgia Guidestones were destroyed. And this is on George W. Bush's 76th birthday. So 7-6, 76th birthday, 42-year-old statue monument gets destroyed. All kinds of 42s, all kinds of references to the Skull and Bone Society, which we could get into. But the main one I think worth noting here is it may tie into this notion of the Bushes being assassins regarding JFK and possibly the other, the Reagan one as well. Because the Skull and Bone Society's logo is the crossbones with the head above it. And the Georgia Guidestones from above have these 4 pillars and then a capstone, which creates something of a skull and crossbones. And if you look at the way it was bombed that night, it would be commensurate with like a headshot. And this was 2 days before Shinzo Abe, or Abe Shinzo, former Japanese PM, friend of Trump, was shot. So we were just talking about at this time how prevalent the theme of Trump being assassinated was. And then this Skull and Bone Society affiliated monument gets damaged in a very specific way. Just kind of, someone says more volume. Let me see if anyone else has that issue, because oftentimes we get these trolls who pretend like there's a volume issue here, but I'll see what the commenters say. Elephant Tusk says, I imagine all these psyops are making normies go insane, but all of IPS is just sitting back. Yeah, look, if you're reaching for ammunition and not popcorn, then they have you. They control your mind. Like, they're not going to take your guns. They already control your minds. Travis Cloud says it's normal. Ollie Goering says good. Yeah, I don't trust newbies who've never been here before, who say that the volume is low. It's an old trick. Like, oh, you're buffering. That's another one. I used to use these tricks back when I was a troll in a past life. Okay, let's just get back on track. Phones are open if anyone wants to call in, and hopefully it's just not another irate chemtrail huffer. Chemtrails make people mad. It really does. Maybe they should drink some fluoridated water and chill out a little bit. They get really irate and triggered. And again, if you're triggered, it's because you're mind controlled. It's not because you're awake. Like, look at me, I'm awake. I'm so triggered. If you're not triggered, you're not paying attention. It's like, no, if you're triggered and paranoid, it's because you're programmed. The mark of someone who has achieved inner peace, who recognizes it for what it is their calmness. If anything, we're jaded, not paranoid here. Okay, let's move on. President Trump now has 11 times as many felony charges as Al Capone. What a time to be alive, from End Wokeness. A lot of his followers take pride in this. They really do. They think he has street cred. They think this is somehow boosting him his reputation. Now he's cooler or something. However you look at it, it's all just a show, as most of us here have been talking about. He's in his Biff Tannen stage. But this association with the Mafia Don is intentional. We've been discussing this as well. The character Trump has gone through several permutations, and he's in his Biff Tannen Mafia Don, soon to be Antichrist stage. All right, let's see who's in the chats here, just to get a heads up. All right, Woods Bear. Nice, we have a bear in the chat. Diana South, ears up. Elephant Tusks, already mentioned. Osher. Jungle Jim. Cosmic Pie, hopefully you can hear us. The HBIC. Okay, excellent. Elephant Tusk says Dr. Phil's doing a 2-hour interview tomorrow with Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Cool. Is he going to talk to him about his narcissism? I'd be really interested to hear this interview. Okay, let's get on track here. I had a lot of things earmarked in my minds.com. On the 2nd was the 7th birthday of our channel, or Hatch Day, of the channel mascot, the Emperor Penguin, Fepe Akbar. 7 years that we've been consolidating around certain ideas, represented by the penguin, weirdly. Or maybe not, when you really get into what the penguin represents. Like, if you take darkness as a symbol of ignorance, ice and harsh climates as a symbol of secrecy, banned areas, and then you look at the penguin as this perennial outsider. If the world is flat, if Antarctica is a ring, well then who would have that perspective? Who's at the, quote, edge of the world? If there is one. Or if there isn't, either way, it would be them. They are also the deepest diving birds, and so the deep dive into the sea of irrelevance in which the masses are submersed, and we don't get lost in it because we maintain a raft. The penguins raft up on the water and they float as a single unit, and so that's kind of been a consistent theme with us, the idea of the raft, as they pump more and more disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, and just delusional nonsense into the cyberspace, into our shared commons. It's really insane. I mean, it's by definition, our world is diagnosable. Okay, let's see. I'm going through comments joined by we. Oh yeah, by the way, phones are open if you have anything to call in on. Yesterday, someone had asked me to define mind aids. Lacking a mental immune system against mind viruses. Leaving the believer open to all forms of mal and misinformation. The result of a lack of skepticism. The general public is programmed and indoctrinated to accept an argument from authority. Like people have always been programmed when they're in cults. Accept the authority of this book, Dianetics, Book of Mormon, Bible, Quran, whatever your holy book is. And the argument just comes down to argument from God, argument from a divine source, unimpeachable, you must believe. And the argument from Big Brother is the one that governs this religion, the dominant world religion today, the argument from the screen. And if you accept that argument, then your mind is open to anything that it wants to download into you. If you don't have a mental immune system, If you're susceptible to any mind virus, then the best description for your condition, of course, is your mental space is compromised. So, MAIDS. And this is by design. They don't want people to be able to process information and to know correct from incorrect or fake from real. They want you to need them to tell you. So it's like once you've discerned real from fake for yourself, you no longer accept their argument. You're no longer programmable. They take you out of their closed system. It's kind of interesting. It's like Garden of Eden. You're not supposed to know the difference between good and evil. If you have any discernment, you're not exactly their target anymore. You're not programmable. And I think that's kind of the idea here. Sort of like the Village. I often talk about the movie The Village. Perfectly encapsulates this whole scenario. Like once you've understood here that people are programmed to accept this as an authority, it all makes sense, because when you take that away and you include additional information, then you recognize it's a closed system. It's a model of reality. A false one at that. I mean, it overlaps in so many ways that people don't recognize it as a model. And let me point this out. This is great here. This is a great example of how things work, because people often think that's too big to fake. How could they fake something so big? Somebody would have been hurt, 9/11, too many people involved. Check this out. This just happened. In preparation for Euro 2024, a hospital received victims from a simulated terror attack. This is in Berlin. 900 injured in simulated attack. So they just did a simulation for 900 people needing medical care, a mass casualty event. In preparation for Euro 2024, a hospital received numerous victims from a simulated terror attack, 900 injured. So they come out showing gunshots, wounds, burns from explosions, and they're all actors. Major crisis scenario. It says here, 900 injured, 120 falling into the red category, life-threatening injuries. These simulated attacks are part of a regular anti-terror and disaster control preparation. Now, this is intriguing here, because what we're looking at is the scale question being answered. How many people can they involve in a SIBE? Can you get 1,000 people involved in a flash mob news event, for example? And it's kind of eye-opening. 900 is a pretty high number. And you wouldn't need that many, but just think about the number of people involved in any of these events. These aren't closed sets with just a small group hoaxing the news. That's why I don't really care for the term hoax. It suggests an isolated incident, like a Jussie Smollett. No, this is more like a propaganda event that integrates with the rest of the media ecosystem in a way that is essentially, it's almost like a department of media. It's just like their hyperstition department. We need to insert this condition into the worldview, and this is how they do it, propaganda. But it's not just the stage itself. You got to think about the law enforcement involved, the fire department involved, the politicians involved. We had a conversation about 9/11 the other day, and someone's like, well, I don't believe anyone died, but maybe some first responders. It's like, no, they would be front lines, part of the operation itself, to fake the thing. All right, catching up on comments. Elephant Tusk says, people should focus more on the internal as opposed to the external, looking for answers. Possibly, but I don't think so. Because I think we live in such an immersive illusion that you can't actually arrive at a proper perspective until you've diagnosed it, until you've stepped outside of it. You have to go outside the Truman Show. Imagine if Truman spent all his time meditating, and if he never got in the boat and ripped a hole in the edge or whatever he did, if he didn't walk off the set, he wouldn't have seen the set as such. And what I'm positing here, by introducing skepticism towards media writ large, conceiving it as a monolith, is a separation from the world model itself and recognizing it as a model. That's the trick. They have people's face pressed up against the screen, the mainstream media view. And the conspiracy theorists, their head is all the way through it. Their frame of reference is even deeper into the immersive illusion. But you have to socially distance yourself from the screen. And a literalist says, can't fool millions of super smart people across the plane. Well, intelligence has nothing to do with it. I think the smartest people in the world are also dupable. It's actually one of the words here. And what prevents people from seeing this and therefore becoming unduped is their own big egos. Dupable, the capacity to be tricked, deceived, or made into a dupe. And we are all dupable. For example, if you're at a magic show and you stay in your seat, you're going to be tricked if they're good. And so that's generally the case. You won't know how they achieved it. But you're informed enough to know it's a trick. You don't go in there thinking they're doing real magic. Yet when people watch the news, they're fooled all the time because they sit in their seats and they look at the illusion from the perspective that the illusionist presents it to them from, and they're automatically assuming it to be exactly as it appears. That's a major philosophical crisis. That's again by design. Maids. Joined by Michelle Kastner. Thank you for joining. We have about, let me get the numbers here, because if you didn't know, we were doing the 24/7 live stream. I do replays of recent streams, and relevant archives are drawn out, and so we have 82 over on Twitch. We have about 45 now on the main YouTube channel, and about 30 or 40 on Odyssey, and I think just as many on the audio-only feeds. Total I have here right now is 129. And if you want to get in on the chats, just go to ips.monster, and most of those links will have a chat room. Or you can call in at 563-999-3664, and you can listen while you're on queue if you don't get through immediately. Now, Elephant Tusks suggests here, he says, I believe it all to be dreamlike experience influenced by my own consciousness. Like, I find this to be an interesting conversation, however. I think it's safe to say that belief doesn't create reality, that the mass belief doesn't directly correlate with the result that we get. Otherwise, moon landings would be real. You can fool billions of people. You can put billions of people into a false model. But can you change the objective model itself? And the answer is obviously no. Now, outcomes can be influenced by choices and decisions, sure, but the physical laws of nature aren't manipulated in the way that that it would suggest, like a dream, for example. Like there is a usefulness to looking at it. I mean, the models that people use today is like simulation, which is just a way of describing what people used to say is they'd use the language of dreams. And there's some usefulness to it, but my focus here is making a distinction between objective reality and the world as observably true and exist as we experience it versus the televised model. And the televised model has certain augmentations, and it's not just the mainstream version, but it's the spin-offs, it's the subsets, it's the conspiratorial view, it's the woke view, it's the view from the various paranoid factions that have their own spin. And these are all just perspectives, and I'm like, this is interesting how we have this big box of acceptable ideas, which I call MSM, and all these competing belief systems within, but none of them, not a single one of these belief systems, takes into account within its perspectives the fakeability of what is presented on the screens from official sources. And if you don't account for that, then you're blinkered, and you're essentially within an alternate reality game. I often cite the tagline from the movie War Games, which is strange game, the only winning move is not to play. And I think that's true. If you're playing this game, not only are you losing, but you're also made into a liar. And I don't think there's any truth in it. And not only that, but there's this assumed moral high ground of the agitated activist. Like, I'm mad because I'm paying attention. You're apathetic. You have a lower moral high ground. You're not waking up the sheep or doing your duty. This type of shaming of the auto hoaxers or of the sleeping normies. But I'm like, no, we skeptics have the moral high ground here and the intellectual high ground. And those who are deep in the weeds, who are triggered and trying to spread more information around, yeah, you're actually propaganda mules spreading bites of fear for people to, just that's all it really comes down to. You're enhancing the illusion on behalf of the power elite, and it's certainly not the position of anti-war. In fact, it's engaging in info-war. And I think that the info-war is the primary place where there is any war. And so if you're taking sides in it, you're actually part of it. You're part of the infrastructure. That's why I've also been suggesting that the real position we should take as skeptics is anti-anti. Like, it's good to be anti-pro, whatever, not necessarily in a knee-jerk fashion, but like to be informed about something and to reject it. But you can't just take the de facto anti-position, the reflexive anti, because that's where controlled opposition lies. Jim H. said, somebody told me I'm going to hell because said nobody died at Sandhoaks. What do you think about that? So you don't believe the news, you go to hell? That's a new one. I've heard that used for like Bibles and holy books. Like, if you don't believe what's in this book, you're going to burn forever. It's like, hey, you don't believe what CNN reported, you're going to hell. That's fascinating. That's all I can say. It's fascinating. Because the truth of it is, the Sandy Hookers are going to hell. All those liars are going to hell. Ironically, Robbie Parker is going to burn next to Alex Jones, if that's his real name. With all those fake dead kids. If they exist and they go along with it, they're going to be in hell burning as well, by those rules. Personally, I don't believe in hell. And hell is a scare tactic, and heaven is just a false promise. Future faking, a manipulation tactic. Space is also, in the same way, a place where they can project all kinds of utopian visions, things we'll never achieve. It's all a trick. Okay, let's see here. Sandy, look, the thing is, I don't even care about that one event because there's a forest of fakery. All these trees are fake. And here we are, IPS, clear-cutting this forest of fakery, hard at work. And we have truthers who are running in circles, chasing red herrings around big trees. And the media focuses on these to the exclusion of the entire forest that we are just leveling. My point of it is, that whole event, same with 9/11, you can talk about these things ad nauseum, but you have to remember that that's just the tip of the iceberg. And not only that, but all fake events, above and below, fake space and on the ground, take place within the same fictional universe. Fictional universe is like Marvel universe. If you're going to write for Marvel, you're writing in a fictional universe in which these things exist. These certain capabilities occur with some people. Like, you have certain dynamics introduced, and if you can obey those constraints, you can create fiction for that fictional universe. Like, you could write a Middle Earth tale. You just have to have sufficient background in it. It's like role-playing games operate on this. If you've ever experienced role-playing games or any video games that have spin-offs or movies with spin-offs, it's all about having this fictional universe that all the creators agree upon, these rules. And all the fake shootings exist within a fictional universe. And this fictional universe of fake events is superimposed onto reality. And it's the only thing they focus on. So I'm not in denial of murders and shootings and deaths. In fact, someone across the street from me just got murdered. And I'm like, okay, like the street gets blocked down, police and everything, but you're not going to hear about that. The names haven't been released. No crisis actors, no agenda, no press conferences with politicians talking about grabbing guns. It's not talked about because it's real. The real stuff doesn't get the attention. And that's because the news media is, it's interesting how it's like liars are, good liars don't lie with every breath, because then they would be bad liars. You wouldn't trust them. Good liars lie strategically. They just blend it in with the general truth that they tell, generally reflecting the truth. And that's how media operates. They have all kinds of useful idiots doing real reporting and journalism, and then you have the special groups that are connected to the mind war operation. Okay, catching up on comments. Jim H. says there are crisis. Look, the thing is, too, I wouldn't even focus too heavily on the actors. I'm more interested in the directors. And not only that, but the scripts themselves. Like, I'm not anti-government. I also want to say this. There's a bifurcation in every major position, in every psyop. It's always split down the middle. And so the left is pro-government, the right is anti-government. And I think it's important to take the position of anti-anti. You don't want to get lumped in with the QAnon shamans with the spears, or the MAGAs chopping people's heads off, or the conspiracy theorists setting themselves on fire. The Infinite Plane Society is more of a philosophical ivory tower organization, and we have to take that position, because there will be agitators who say, you're not legitimate because you don't want to go after the government. It's like, or you're a bootlicker because you're not anti-cop and you have a driver's license. And, really that's not where we're at here. And if the worst case scenario is true, you're better off becoming informed instead of just becoming triggered, which is just what tends to happen. Okay, let's see here. Elephant Tusk says, question about your experience of synchronicities. Isn't that proof your consciousness is influencing your physical reality? Not in the sense of changing it. It's like, for example, everybody in the world believes that we went to the moon. Doesn't mean moon landings are real, or something else. A sufficient number of people believe in dinosaurs. Does mass belief influence anything? And that's not really how it works necessarily, in my opinion. And when we talk about synchronicity, you also have to include intention, and of course, because it's not just right place, right time, but it also implies a connection between what one is thinking at that time, one's intentions. But is it proof I'm influencing it? No. If anything, it just suggests that maybe the results I achieve or the places I end up are indeed, I think, influenceable, sure. But I wouldn't say I'm influencing the physical reality in the sense that you're saying. Like, I'm not bending the rules. It's uncanny timing, right place, right time, within the realm of possibility. So nothing impossible is happening. It's stuff within the realm of possibility, as improbable as it may be. For example, I couldn't possibly have arrived at this particular situation intentionally. When you get into synchronicity, I guess what we're saying here is like, I'm not saying it's magical thinking or even law of attraction necessarily, or something that you could even quantify. But it does have to do with being aware, of course, aware of the significance of things. And then, of course, I think part of it has to do with choice. Actually, it all revolves around choice. But what I don't want to do, because there are so many people who just, it seems like their sole desire is to say nothing is real and everything's fake and reality's a dream. And it's like, if that's where you're at, good for you. Get me some of whatever you're taking, maybe. Because it sounds like LSD. It sounds to me like nihilism. Then it's like, well, nothing matters. Like, if I believed in the Mandela effect, I wouldn't care about the news. I'd be like, hey, this is too cool. We're shifting realities. Why would I care about the nightly news and what people think? Because it could change tomorrow. No, I'm actually an objectivist, and I intend to stand on that. And if you're a pure subjectivist, I'm wondering, what is your attraction to auto-hoaxing? If you're a pure subjectivist, your whole thing should just be transcending even deeper, not trying to fine-tune a distinction between what people believe to be real and fake. It's just an interesting position, because I think what I'd also add to it is that it's also a form of gaslighting, to just tell people point blank with no evidence, everything you think is fake, or everything you experience is a dream and not real. Like, that's not really a fair statement, in my opinion. It's tantamount to gaslighting. The religions have always used gaslighting to get people to believe bullshit, to make them malleable, to control them, to take them away from an objective position. Subjectivity is a position of weakness, a position of ignorance compared to the people who are manipulating it. So anyway, I am interested in it, but I'd prefer you call in, because sometimes I wonder if people really believe what they type. And I think if they have to get on record on the phone, they'd be less likely to say something they don't really believe. And I'm interested to hear if you really believe that everything is just a pure byproduct of your thinking or your thoughts. Okay, we have a couple of phone callers here on queue. Let me go ahead and answer. I guess I'm anti-mysticism in that sense, if it's not rooted in some kind of objective understanding of this place. Infinite Plane Reality, Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, caller. I
Yeah, is it me?
Yes. Okay. Yes, this would be you. You are first. What topic are you calling in on, if anything?
Oh, all right. So, cool answering person with a British accent. That was pretty good. Very classy. All right. So here,
Really?
the whole belief thing.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know that there was
But
a voice that
yeah.
answers.
Okay. So. We're talking about belief systems and cause and effect with reality, right? Because
Yes.
I think we've had some pretty extensive discussions about the one of the underlying reasons that people are being led en masse into certain beliefs was because it actually helps to steer our reality and creates it on a certain level. Now, do you not believe that? Because I was under the impression that that was your
that's the theory behind propaganda, marketing, persuasion. In fact, there's an entire catalog of techniques for manipulating people in groups, and religions have been doing it since time immemorial. I'm just saying that what the sheeple can be convinced to believe has no bearing on the world. We don't live in the world that Scientologists think exists, with Zeno the alien from the volcano. And there's a number of other examples where a lot of people are convinced of BS. Doesn't make the BS real.
Okay, that's confusing, Tim, because when people have certain belief systems, literally, I just lost it, dude. I had a little smoke. That's
Well,
not
like
good.
so what I hear, I'd ask you this:
Sorry.
which religion or belief system has somehow created some counterpart in the real world that validates its existence? Like religions are look. This is like I think it's just true. Religions are evidence free. That's just a general principle.
Yeah, it's supposed to be faith, right?
Yes, because they don't have evidence. Because they don't have evidence, they rely on faith, which is why it's a belief and not something that is known. And my issue here all along has been I'm at war with faith. We're in the age of information. We shouldn't be relying on our best sources who we just trust on faith. I think we need to be a little more proactive about getting down to what we know. And I'm separating from believers because we're in a world of believers with various belief systems that are all based in this subjectivist worldview. And so, no, I have no use for belief systems at this time.
It does, yeah, it does, and it creates those people's realities. And with the law of attraction, those types of people will tend to group together. But of course, that is the majority at this time. You know that. But and part of what you want to do is change the tides.
Well,
and maybe
in a sense, yes, but not like I don't want to wake the sleepers. I don't want to de-trigger the woke or the wokesters. In fact, I have no white knight tendency in me. What I'm trying to do here is simply create a platform for those who've already figured it out, so we don't have to play dumb and placate a lot of people who are just simply brainwashed beyond repair. That's their chosen religion, but there needs to be a place for this, and atheism doesn't cut it because they've adopted the God constructs of scientism. Objectivism doesn't cut it because
Okay, so you're attracting a certain group.
Yes.
You're attracting a certain group that has a certain belief system.
No, not a belief system, an operating system. You see, it's not about what we believe, it's about how we perceive. And we perceive the world in addition to the mediated view with full knowledge of what is deliberately excluded. So we're aware of the unknowns that most people don't calculate. And if you don't calculate for these things, then your starting point is wrong and subjective.
Okay, so you've got perceivers then. That's good.
Seekers, perceivers versus believers, yes.
Elephant Tusk, yeah. So what Elephant Tusk and I were talking about in the chat was the perception of the true nature of reality and how it's really working. Now, I don't know if that's a level that's too far up from what you're talking about and the kinds of things that you're involved in. It would seem to me like that would be the natural course for that stuff, but maybe that's too much of a leap. I don't know.
I guess maybe the issue I have with this is that nobody has provided that yet. And the best explanation for a total explanation is being for the best big picture we've been given is the dominant paradigm model I call scientism, nascitology. But if you don't accept that, what's your next thing?
Well, I don't know. The way that I see my personal experience is it's a personal experience, and every person has to experience it in order to be able to perceive reality that way. And it takes just a little bit of time to get yourself quiet. And like you're saying, get out of the belief system of the group, the norm, quote unquote. Because, and I think we all agree, I think people know they're being lied to on a certain level. They have to. So it's just a matter of when they're ready to see it, to open the eyes.
One of my.
But I know, and you're saying you're creating a platform for people that are already there at that point.
Yeah, for sure. Well, for people who have at least arrived at a certain vantage point. They may not have all the answers, or they may not have followed their questions through to the fullest conclusions and arrived at where we've arrived at. However, if you're capable of stepping outside the screen, looking at a bunch of people on TV crying because of a massacre, and if you're able to say, I don't think that's true, I need more information. If you're detached from the traumas that they're showing you, if you're not emotionally drawn into it, then that's the place you need to be considered off-world stage, if they can't get to you. And so that's kind of what I'm recruiting here. I'm not interested in people who feel like they have to run for the hills or wave a flag or throw bombs in the culture war because it's the current thing. This is really kind of almost transcendent in a sense. I mean, inner peace as an alternative to obligatory mind war, I think it's an attractive proposition, but most people won't go for it. I want to find the people who are already there, who aren't taking sides in the pro-anti-control dialectics.
Excellent. I'm glad you brought up the inner peace because that is definitely necessary. And so starting from this point of all mass media is basically propaganda, and you need to, look at it with a discerning eye and even just pretty much, I don't know, man. It's just like, I don't believe any of it.
Yeah, that's a good premise. What I say is this. Your media is not a window to the world, but it's a filter. But it's so clear, people mistake it for a window. And so that's what I mean. If you assume it's objective and it's a clear view and it's just informing you, then it will conform you. And that level of awareness.
Yeah, and a lot of what you do is to show people that that's what's going on with the media. So so that's like kind of you're looking at the bottom peg that needs to be put in order for people to move in a certain direction.
And we have to also separate from those who haven't moved this far along, because we could be in a room full of people and we can all be saying, hey, look, this is fake, that looks fake. And they'll say, oh, I know somebody who went there and somebody died, and now you're trampling on their memories. And I'm like, no, those are rubber dead kids. And so we have to break away from the people who are still believers because they think of media as scattered groups of organizations with different agendas, when no, actually at the level we're looking at this, at the events we're pointing at, it's monolithic at the level it operates. And so we have to also get to people who have already seen it. This is monolithic.
All right, I'm just going to say, just because this is my personal viewpoint and this is how I feel, and maybe I'm triggered, but the blatant way that you talk about, even just the two words together, dead children, is just like, dude, I mean, all right, in my opinion, it could be done more tactfully and just as effective, and maybe even more so.
Fake dead kids' lives don't matter. And if somebody's going to defend the sanctity of fake dead kids' lives...
I know, dude, but it's still just, I don't know.
Now, if you could just if you could turn that disgust towards the media, then we could get somewhere with this. Because I'm merely pointing out atrocity propaganda and describing it accurately, and you're like, wow, your description of what they're starting to be real that is actually terrorizing people is a little unsettling. And it's like, no, fake dead kids' lives don't matter.
Well,
you have to be irreverent.
There's a million ways to describe things accurately, Tim.
But not.
And you are extremely eloquent, and you have a massive vocabulary, which I'm very impressed by, right? So Just saying.
Well,
I just wanted to
appreciate
say
it,
it. It's just that's my opinion. Like I said.
there are various vectors that can carry a meme, and its triggerability is one. If you can offend 50 million people by phrasing it this way, then you should. And so when I say fake dead kids' lives don't matter, and someone wants to rush up to defend it, it's like, yeah, it triggers them, and it's like it should, because you're apathetic.
I think it actually has the opposite effect. It would seem to have the opposite effect, make people even more dedicated to protecting the children
The fake
and the
dead,
nurses.
yes, to hugging the propaganda, to
All of that
to
shit.
advocating for media, and I want that. We need that. We need that polarization, because what we're doing here, and this is right out of Alinsky, you have to create the polarization. So we have to define the parallel media as distinct. And in order for it to be distinctly defined,
Okay.
we have to challenge the dominant paradigm, because they're wrong. They have the moral and intellectual low ground. They terrorize children, the elderly, the general population. They are the terrorists and the source of all of the various mind war divisions, including, bigotries, racism, hatred, and all that. So it's like, my hands are clean. My conscience is clean here. And I'm going to use words as ammunition in
They
the
don't need
sense
to
that,
know them. Yeah.
yeah, and look, it's good. If people can be triggered, that's kind of like the attention economy's whole purpose is. You got to figure out what people's buttons are. And this is why I think the monolithic media wants to censor so everyone is that they don't want other people to have access to their sheeple's minds, to be able to throw in a meme and trigger them. They want to have a monopoly on their MK Ultra triggerables, because it is mind control.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever. I don't know. I think if they could have got that, they would have had it by now. Don't you?
They do have it. 2020 proved it. 9/11 proved it. Every day proved it. The fact that people think we're going to space proves it. We have been, as a species,
They do, but
conquered.
we're still having this. We're still having this discussion live.
I'm the only. If I wasn't here, who would be
It's
having this
fucking
discussion?
amazing, really.
This is a very marginal, small group of people. No, the multitudes have been conquered mentally and spiritually. That there's no question about it. There's no resistance, and any resistance is futile because it's a closed system.
Oh no! I like, don't say that. No, you know where that's from, right?
Where is it from?
It's from the Borg on Star Trek. Resistance is futile. It's like a famous thing.
It's true though. Strange game. The only winning move is not to play. The instant you become part of the resistance, now you're a liar. You're telling the counter lies to the
I
mainstream
agree.
lies. And so no,
I agree, but
resistance
dude,
is
what
futile.
does that involve? What does not playing involve? So you're just talking about as far as the media goes, right? Or are you talking about lifestyle? About like the whole thing?
It would include a lot, because the thing is, the nature of this system,
Yeah.
I believe, is like a big brother. If you could pathologize him, he is a raging narcissist. And that structure,
Right on.
the power structure, the dynamics, like the Kafkaesque nature of it all trickles down into the individual, into your personal relationships. And so I just think that what we're doing here, by detaching from being triggerable, from engaging in skepticism in general, is just a good practice. Because again, if somebody can just say something and trigger you, if someone can cry and get you to respond, well, then they control you, crocodile tears. And that's what, the whole crisis acting thing is really about, that, getting to the people who could be triggered emotionally. But we can't all be hit like that. See, I'm not hit like that. I laugh at those people. I mean, not that I'm being cruel, but it's just, it's a terrible performance art piece, and we're critics. And our ridicule of it is something they want to ban. I'm like, that's interesting. But anyway, my point is, I'm not moved by any of it. I haven't been triggered by a news story since, I can't even recall. Okay, here we go. Christchurch was the last one I entertained. It might be real for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's you. And you're, and some people can do that. I think it's good to keep in mind, and maybe to just say once in a while, because I know every once in a while you'll be, people are like, I've got nothing to do. I don't have anything to do with the media at all. Unless it pops up somewhere and I see it inadvertently. But that's just because I'm easily triggered by, I'm an empath, and I'm easily triggered by things that have to do with any kind of suffering at all. So, and so I think you and I are kind of on opposite sides of that scale in a way. And there's, everybody's in between. And so it's good for people to know their limits as to far as, because if you can't watch something without being, think that it's real and you can't let go of it, in my opinion, it's better off not to watch it. And it's better off for me to have peace of mind, I have to eliminate all of it from my life, because unless there's something positive, which it isn't. None of it is.
That's
So,
interesting as a
I'm just saying,
a
everybody.
lot of people feel this way. They put warning labels. They're like, warning. For example, the 1000 hoax shooting at the Borderline Bar and Grill. Wolf Blitzer's like, warning, graphic footage, turn away if you're at all offended by people being blown to bits by machine guns. So everybody turns their back on the screen because who wants to look at that? So everybody turns away. Well, I continue looking and I see nothing on the screen, quite literally. And I notice this is one of their tactics. If they tell you, hey, this is going to be terrible, you might not want to look, you might want to leave the room for a minute. If they tell you that, most sensible people don't want to look at grotesque stuff. And what happens then is now they believe
I
it.
don't know. I think the majority looked at it. Don't you think most people watch it?
No, a lot of people don't want to look, or they look at the censored version. For example, the guy
Okay.
burning himself. And what that
Okay.
does is it deprives them of the ability to analyze the evidence. So this is what I mean. They become believers by default. They trust them. They've been tricked by by being hyped up about how
Yeah.
horrific it is.
Yeah. Those are the people that are better off not watching it at all.
Well, look, if I didn't look at 10/7, like if I didn't look very closely at 10/7 and what followed, I might have fallen under some kind of a spell. But knowing what I know and having worked in the death care profession, I was able to immediately spot discrepancies with all these bodies lined up like sardines. I'm like, okay, this is completely wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. And if I was like squeamish, I would not be able to do this job.
Yeah, right on, man. Yep.
And that tells you one other thing too. That because there have been numerous studies on how people who consume a lot of news about the atrocities actually get PTSD. So it tells you too that the media is the terrorist. These events are all fake, but people can be given PTSD. And the fact that it's traumatizing for people is why I call it MK Ultra, which is about trauma-induced mind control.
See, that's excellent. That's like mass mind control, mass MK Ultra on a giant scale. Exactly. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
And we know it works in mass because they can push a button and everybody obeys. And this is why I talk about predictive programming so much. I'm convinced that decades of zombie movies was all to generate paranoia about the unvaxxed and to get into quarantine. Because all those movies are ultimately about quarantine. That's the whole purpose. Quarantine, quarantine, quarantine.
See, that you go too far on a certain level, dude. There's always been zombies. There's always been zombie stories. You can't say it's all just for that.
Well,
really.
no, I'm saying the ways that zombies have been popularized since George Romero and Richard Matheson, I Am Legend. I Am Legend was actually a vampire bat virus. But from the very inception, George Romero's movies, 1968, Dawn of the Dead, on forward, the whole premise...
68?
Yeah, that one was 68. But the premise of these modern zombie movies, 28 Days Later, has always been about the virus and about man tampering with nature or something. But the end result is you have to get into quarantine. You have to lock down. You have to make decisions about who you let in. Have they caught it? Are they carriers? That was a big theme in 28 Days Later because it took that long to show. So you didn't know if you were a super spreader. So in other words, it has been this reoccurring theme in a lot of movies that, to program us, to acclimate us to the idea of ubiquitous quarantine. And I'm just saying, I think that this is all done as part of building us up to something like 2020, so we all just move lockstep with the agenda.
So the more recent zombie movies, would you say within the last 10 years or the last 5?
Well, at least
The
the
ones
last
that kind of are doing that kind of stuff.
It'd even go much further back, like Strain. It'd be a bit further back, but when it took a decidedly, world zombie occupation, must get into quarantine angle. But the whole genre, kind of like climate fiction, there's entire genres that are just dedicated to advancing big agendas. And yeah, I would argue that the whole zombie genre was utilized for this particular purpose. And with 28 Days Later, the director of that gave us Civil War. And 28 Days Later was about a rage virus. Ironically, the apes caught it by staring at news clips of human violence. So a rage virus. What is that? It's a mind virus. And that's foreshadowing what we're looking at now.
Oh, wow. What year was that? When was that?
The movie 28 Days Later? Let me take a look here.
Well, the one the monkeys watching TV.
Yeah, that's 28 Days Later, and then Civil War just came out. And at the end of that one, they killed Trump. 28 Days Later. 2002. 2002. It might be worth a rewatch.
Okay.
It probably has stuff in there foreshadowing that we may not have even picked. I haven't watched it recently, but I was noting recently this movie because of who
Well,
directed
it's not only it's not only the 28-day thing, but it's the things learning aggression from things they're watching on TV.
Yes, which is ironic because they don't know it's
and,
fake.
And that's something that's ongoing.
The apes were all auto believers. But
yes, exactly.
But the theme here, though, is the mind virus because we've evolved. What they have done is they have used the physical virus as a pretext to acclimate us, to train us, to get us used to the idea, and then they transferred that using politics to the mind virus concept associated with the anti-vax right. There's this great movie series on Netflix called Hot Skulls about mind viruses, and people have to wear earplugs or they catch it, and the people who are talking without earplugs, they're called jabberers because they're always jabbing. And I'm like, kind of sounds like a anti-vax kind of slur, jabbers. But you see my point here. The mind virus was something the public was trained to accept. It doesn't exist, but now it does.
Yeah, I could see, and that's a very good example. That is like the perfect example to use for people. That makes it very clear and plain about what the mass media is doing, and Hollywood, all of that. So just media in general, can we say? I don't know.
Yeah, with rare exception. It's amazing to me how science fiction is always reinforcing the same general themes. It's just cliche. Anything you start on Netflix, start any science fiction series, and it always begins this preamble. In the future, after climate change wrecks the world, in a post-apocalyptic, post-nuke Holocaust world, this is where we begin. So every futuristic sci-fi movie begins with a premise that we screwed up right now, that we're already headed on a crash course, like with some kind of disaster because we're not changing fast enough, we're not progressive enough. So they all contain that premise, and that's always by design as well. They introduce that.
Yeah, I think that's, well, yeah, all right. So I guess that's been a general fear for the population for a long time, but also, cultivated obviously by the media.
I mean, I do look out for good science fiction that has some kind of idea that we've improved things into the future, and it's rare. It's rare to find something. It is. There are a few.
They're very rare. I know, you're right.
And I'm a fan of science fiction, even though I think it's funny. Like
what?
Well, I mean, I find like the space thing. Like I watch a lot of space science fiction, and what I find just the conundrums or the flaws, and I think this is by design too. With all these various outer space dramas on Netflix, they're always walking in their spaceships. They always have gravity on their spaceships. And like, why don't they just float around? Like with all these space movies, you think you'd have more people just kind of floating around. And I have a theory that this is part of the big mind control operation. They can't have people in movies floating around making NASA look dumb, because NASA's floating around is really kind of terrible.
Could be. It's possible.
I think so. I think, look, because I mean, ultimately, I don't think there's a meaningful separation between the movie business, big movies, of course, worldview shipping movies, and the news and the space program, which I would contend the space program is a movie for all intents and purposes. It's a reality TV show. It's a psychological operation in progress, designed and intended, and I think it successfully has done this, to merge the human race into a dream world, into a movie set, into an alternate reality game. They got us with the big picture. Everything else is almost inconsequential.
Well, I don't know. You know, NASA, you would think with their massive budget, they could afford better special effects.
Yeah.
Not sure what's up with that.
I often wonder that myself. And my best explanation is, since they're dealing with top secret, classified stuff that's just way above what the general people of NASA would know, that they only have a small pool of people they can draw from, and that they're not drawing from the best.
So.
Like,
Yeah.
So I think that's why Hollywood is so much better. You know, there's a movie coming out with Scarlett Johansson called Fly Me to the Moon, and it's about how NASA needs this big PR win, so they fake the moon landing. They're introducing this concept to the public.
Nice. Yes. You see, she's outing them. See, Hollywood does do some good things. I haven't seen it yet, but
I don't think so.
I'm going to just go there.
What I'm saying is that this has been a concept from the beginning of moon landing denialism, that, yeah, they faked the moon landing to trick the Russians, a big PR win. But the problem with that is, it's what I call a guardrail. It doesn't go far enough. It says space is still real, we still have satellites, but we just didn't do the moon landing. Instead of the whole thing is phony and fake. So I'm just saying here that this explanation also conceals the fact that all of the nations are colluding in deception. They all faked the moon landing.
It's baby steps, Tim. Baby steps. See, this movie is a bridge to you. It's not the actual.
It's damage control. No, it's damage control.
People get there.
It's damage control, if anything. And I have a higher opinion of people.
But it plants the seed of unbelief.
I'm not a seed planter. I don't believe in the Socratic method. I don't think so. I think you got to go for total paradigm shock.
No, it's not you. It's this movie. We're talking about this movie now, not you.
No, this movie would be, if anything, damage control for NASA. Damage control.
By saying that they faked it?
Yeah. By saying we faked the moon landing to trick the Russians to win the PR victory, to win the mines. So that's their explanation. And what I'm saying is,
so
that's
not
not
a legitimate excuse.
But that's not good enough, because that doesn't include the fact that all of the governments of the world are lying to all of the people in the world, and that space is a construct that doesn't exist.
That would have been better. Yes, that would have been better. I don't know if I could do that.
What I mean here is, like,
are there any movies that have come out like that, saying, you know, like Klaus is Satan or something?
Well, you know, this is an interesting thing, because
the UN,
like what you brought up here, like your reaction is I think what they want. They want us to say, like when Kubrick was kind of exposed as having revealed something about Apollo 11, they want us to think that we have somebody trying to wake us up, doing a little bit to nudge the masses. And that line of thinking, it seems right, but it's actually kind of nefarious and tricky, because what they're doing is they're making you think so. This is the nature of controlled opposition. It's what I call the guardrail. So you're going down the mainstream freeway and you start questioning things, and then you drift off and you're about to get off of it altogether, and then you hit this guardrail and it keeps you going down the same line, because it doesn't change the big story. It doesn't delete space, and it doesn't reveal the behind the scenes collusions with all governments against the masses. It hides the global nature of the deception as well.
No, I agree. I totally agree with you. That they came up with some like supposedly legitimate reason that they lied about it, rather than just black budget stuff and taking all the money and God knows what the hell they do with it.
Yeah.
Underground structure.
Underground. You know what? That's probably it. I'm actually willing to bet that would be it. If anything, it's probably deep space is code for what's underground. You know,
dude, you know, the years that Art Bell did his show, he did it for a really long time, and fairly frequently random people, eyewitnesses, whatever, for whatever that's worth, and you know, they can make it up, but they've got no reason to. They're anonymous people, and they're talking about things that they've seen. You know, gigantic equipment and crazy shit going on, rumblings under the ground, and you know, all kinds of stuff. It's been going on for a long time. So
yes.
I think they've got a pretty good structure.
There's a
going on
rumor
there.
that there's a underground highway connecting the Air Force Base where I'm at and Los Alamos, New Mexico, like all underground, which wouldn't surprise me. But I mean, it's rumored to be decades old, and like I find that to be more plausible.
Yeah.
Where's all the money going? But it's a mind control operation, and so ultimately, I believe that space is a metaphor for the minds, our mind space, and they give us the world view, and they provide all the psyops to control our minds.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was thinking they do have ways, underground tunnels that go to the air bases and shit like that.
Yeah, like what if the world stage is literally that? You have like beneath it, you have all the props, the special effects. I mean, I don't know how Truman Show this place is. I mean, mentally it's a Truman Show, but how much of this, physically is also a stage in that sense. And that's why I find the whole flat Earth question, because it's really a question of cosmology. What do you think this place is? And if your base assumption is that it's an object in space, then most of your question is answered. But if you question the existence of space, then it becomes a question of, well, how big is this? And if a plane, how far? Is there anything below it? It raises a lot of, I think, way more interesting questions all around. So I'm very interested in the question of worldview, because the worldview they give us is one that conveniently keeps us on a leash, more or less. Not just physically, because you can only go 12,500 miles and then you're back on your way around, but mentally, because in all the science fiction, you have this world here and then other worlds that are far away, but it's always vast distances. So there's this assumed distance between us and the nearest habitable land. So it's kind of interesting how they take a lot of what would be potential land if this place were bigger, and they replace it with emptiness. And then all of the sci-fi builds on this, starting with, from the very inception of science fiction and Star Trek and stuff. But it always builds on the idea of the isolated, small, finite world. And I think that's all, again, an assumption they want us to build into our general worldview. So that's why I think the question of cosmography is way more interesting than shape.
It's interesting, but it's fringe. It's like fringe, don't you think? It's a very small amount of people that even, and I think people are so overwhelmed with the way things are going right now. Things are so fast. There's so much coming at people all the time, and the lifestyles and all of that. It's something that is not going to be a big priority to consider for, I don't think, hardly anyone, really.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because like what I see is I see a void. Like for example, nobody really cares about objectivism. I don't hear a big demand for it. Atheists have made their points, but when you get down to it, they're ideologues, they're leftists, and they buy into the God constructs of the day. But my view here is that there is a void where those who would lean towards the skeptical perspective, who would choose to be objective in a world gone subjective, those who would be skeptical and who would even be atheists to the God constructs, or at least would be questioning the priesthood, there should be a place for that, and there isn't. And so I look at this void where people aren't even thinking because it's not their priority as something that once it's pointed out, there will be many, many, many minds to fill it. Like I think it's there's an unrecognized, untapped into market. So I use the term parallel media because when what we're doing is fully, I think, understood, I think the numbers are going to swell. Because there is a huge void for people who think and for people who don't want to be talked to like they're idiots. I mean, this is an intellectual revolt in a sense. If you're willing to admit that the media talks to you like you're a fourth grader or like you're a fool, a Truman in a Truman Show, if they treat you like you're a buffoon and they're buffoons all the way up, if we can accept that as a starting point, well, then we can all agree we should in fact revolt against it in some way.
So when all right, so I'm just going to say the way that the term parallel media sounds more like it would be media, a source of media where people could go instead of the mainstream media that they go to. It's a parallel, so it's completely different, but it's still an information source, but not. It doesn't seem like necessarily. It seems like a lot of what the focus is here is attacking and deconstructing the mainstream media. So but so it's
Not quite.
doesn't
That's what
seem
they,
like
the
it's
alternate.
parallel in a way. It seems kind of antagonistic in a
No,
way. Is
actually,
what
no.
it seems like.
The alt media is what you're describing. The mainstream media is going the same direction. Alt media attacks them. Alt media is the reaction, and alt media forms the counter narrative to
Okay.
everything.
So-
So they're anti-media. You got mainstream and the anti, the pro and the anti. When I say parallel, I mean we're separate, and we're not only are we separate, but we have a continuous timeline that tracks with them, but we're not directly interacting. I'm not trying to enter their world and get platformed.
Oh,
And not only
okay.
that, but our perspective here isn't regurgitating their lies and then trying to repackage them. We're merely labeling them accurately and putting them in their proper context. And
Yeah.
then, moreover, we're challenging the very infrastructure of lies. We're exposing how they construct this place, from predictive programming to the various influence operations we're always examining. So, no, what we're doing here is not the anti, not the reflexive, not alt media. We had to separate from that because those individuals who are still in that are part of the mainstream. The anti and the pro, like I said,
No, that was
if I'm anti-anti, that's a position we have to take.
Yeah, that's good, dude. It makes people stop and think at least for a second. No, that that your description of what you mean by parallel makes absolute sense.
If you go to parallelmedia.org, I have an entire manifesto posted up there.
Oh, sweet. Oh my God. Okay.
And that's because here's why: is that this this skeptical approach, auto hoaxing, this thing that we're describing, is so separate from the orthodoxies of Trutherville that I don't want to be mixed in with them anymore. They're a liability. They destroy the credit. And here's another issue too. Some people say, "Oh, can we just let the Mandela effect it in?" No, because there are tens of millions of them, and there's only maybe 100,000 auto hoaxers. And if you let in one group of non-objective MSM plus types who still are kind of one foot in Trutherville, you will just destroy what we're doing. So we're actually quarantining at this point. Like we will not platform or allow that in.
Yeah, that's good. That works.
Not only is it good, but it's honest. Like everyone else is, look, this is a world of lies, and I'm not afraid to call people liars. And a lot of people are unwitting liars. And it's like their feelings may get hurt, but the fact of it is, if you're saying this is such, and you don't know it to be true, but you feel it, you really have to question, I guess, for yourself, like, if you're trying to convince people, to be afraid of microwaves, for example, you're like letting people know, hey, warn your grandparents, don't touch the microwave, it'll kill you. At some point, are you really a truther just because you're scared and you're spreading that fear? And I would argue that no, what you're doing is actually very toxic, and it's what the media does, and it sows fear by design without evidence. And so anyway, my point here is that most truthers are actually propaganda mules, and they're carrying toxic information designed to harm themselves, people around them, and it's designed to alienate them from society, which has its own mental and physical side effects. I'm not here to alienate people.
I don't know if it alienates them. It's almost like most people are like that.
Truthers are castigated, impugned, and hated on by the media 24/7. The whole MAGA movement's a big smear. The cliche is that your truther uncle at Thanksgiving is going to spread some stuff, and now it's been conflated with hate and Nazism. So there is this schism they've created where the conspiracy theorists are looked at as threats. In fact, the FBI has, and even in, I think, Australia, they've been making these cases more and more that conspiracy theorists are the threats. That guy who incinerated himself was a radical conspiracy theorist. So this is how they're painting it up. And so what I'm suggesting is break away from that. That's a sinking ship.
Oh, wow. Wow, I didn't think about that. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, those individuals who are still a part of it have to relinquish the toxicity and exit the mind war, or they'll double down. And I don't care which, but I will ask them, to, if they're going to make claims, to stand by it. Like the people who say, chemtrails or 5G towers are going to destroy us in some way. It's like, I'm not just going to stand by and let these things get a pass if I'm going to question the lefties who say, this is going to kill us, or that. There's always these things that are just unquestionably accepted, and I think they need to be challenged.
Yep, I agree, 100%.
Anyway, I appreciate the call. We're
Awesome.
just kind of just killing some time tonight, just chatting. Nothing huge. I mean, the big news of the day is uh, The Apprentice season 34. Trump just got arrested, I guess. He's going to jail. Seattle's going to get nuked in 6 days. Oh, yeah. You don't know about Trump? He's being sentenced on 7/11. 34 felonies. I think there's 54 more to go. I think it's going to be 88. But yeah, he's going to jail.
Oh, they did it. They did it.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of
Wow, man.
celebration on the left, and the right's mad, saying it's rigged. But yeah, Trump's going to
Oh,
jail.
I thought of something. Well, we were talking about underground shit. I think I brought this up a long time ago, and I don't know if you've ever seen A Boy and His Dog. There's a very interesting section in that movie about this underground society. It's like post-nuclear, of course, you know. And so the above ground are like the barbarians, and underground is this freaking place called Kansas. Oh my God.
Okay, you know what? I'll take a look because we're talking about Fallout quite a lot. A Boy and His Dog. Okay, I'll take a look. Sounds fun.
It's an interesting movie, actually. It has a hilarious ending. It's not really it's not really graphic, but you know they imply graphic shit. But it's interesting. It's fun. The dog talks. You know, the kid talks to his dog. They're telepathic, and the dog's smarter. It's pretty funny.
Okay, I'll take a look. I mean, I actually like.
But the underground world is scary. It's like freaky, scary. Wow. I mean, yeah, you got to check it out.
Okay, I'll check it out. I mean, I do like a lot of dystopian stuff. I like sci-fi, and I've been recommending people watch The Humanity Bureau about humanity locked down. And Nick Cage is like working for the government, and Geiger counters are forbidden, so people don't know that they're locked down for no reason. It's kind of funny. Like that was like 2017. But anyway, I'll take a look because I'm just looking in general at a lot of Fallout stuff because I think we're being conditioned and have been for some time, but I think they're preparing us for Fallout as an excuse to lock down. And I think it's become pretty evident just with the recent releases from the Nolans. But yeah, I'll add that to my list of movies to watch. I am building a list of movies to watch and recommended movies.
That's a good idea, and that's good you see, that's the kind of information that people really need to know. So that just exactly what you're saying, Tim. And then when it happens, they're like, oh, there it is. Rather than, oh my God, let's go get into the basement or whatever.
Right, exactly. And
All right.
I think it's okay. Well, anyway, yeah, fear is the mind killer and all that. Appreciate the call and have a great night.
You too.
Awesome. That was We. Phones are still open. Boy and His Dog is good, says Upside Down Guy. Yeah, look, here's the thing I want to point out too, because I'm not just targeting truthers for no reason. The truthers are in a nightmare world, whereas the blue pillars are in a dream world. But the blue pillars believe all the crazy stuff. They believe in nukes. They think the world's going to end. But they're apathetic to it. They're really highly programmed, but I mean, it's almost like unconscionable how little they actually care, and they believe it. That's a far cry from us, who don't believe it and don't care. So I'm like, oh yeah, these fake dead people don't matter. And they're like, those dead people don't matter to me. So who has the moral high ground? The auto hoaxer saying fake dead kids' lives don't matter, or the true believer who says those dead kids' lives don't matter to me, and they believe it to be real? And then the truthers are just like, oh, they were killed by a black op, and it was SSRI's mind control killer to take our guns. So they're just deeper in the fear, and they still believe in the atrocities. So I'm just saying, you have the moral high ground when you get out of their mind war games. And not only that, but you do get the peace of mind of not having to reflexively react to every fake tragedy as though it's real. Michelle Casser said, it would be fun to choose a movie we all watch and share our thoughts. Yeah, that's a really good idea. In fact, let's do a short list here. So we're starting with A Boy and His Dog. I mentioned The Village tonight. That's a must-watch. In the Mouth of Madness and They Live are two John Carpenter movies that are must-watches. Free Guy. A lot of these have predictive programming as well. Oppenheimer, Fallout. Don't know if these are must-watches. No, I don't know. Here's one. Newsbenders. You have to watch Newsbenders. If you watch Newsbenders, The Village, and In the Mouth of Madness, you can figure out the whole world. If you just have those three. Truman Show, obviously. Truman Show also has the esoteric layers, which leads into conversations about the meaning of Sirius. And this is all really intriguing because I have elephant tusks saying, how much of this is dream, how much is real, etc. And the Truman Show, he lives on a movie set. So his objective reality is somehow a fraud. And he wakes up to it when the dog star falls. And that also is symbolic or significant in the symbolic systems, the dog star, and the idea of the star of initiation, or he wakes up to the fact that his world's a lie. So he's in a mental prison because he believes all the lies. But the mental prison keeps him locked in a physical prison because he doesn't know that he's on a stage. And so this is why I find the question of cosmography interesting. Because if we're given a false model that precludes the existence of vast distances of emptiness and space before the next real estate, then there's no reason to go anywhere. You're already on a leash. Yet, if you find out that the model is false, and then you test it, what would you find? And in the Truman Show, he found out that he lived in a small town, and there was an entire world outside, and he was basically a fool, his entire life. And he woke up by accident. It wasn't like they did him a favor. And they were controlling his world from the moon. And it was Christoph, who is the man in black in Westworld. So it's interesting to follow these characters. Jim Carrey, his connection to the dog star in all his movies. But then Ed Harris, who plays Christoph, who creates The Truman Show. And The Truman Show has other interesting connections. President Truman, the advent of the nuke. And in Newsbenders, they suggested that with the advent of the atom bomb, they brought us into the movie world. But Ed Harris shows up in Westworld as the man in black who plays this embodiment of Hades over the prisoners in the underworld, Westworld, the synths. But the archetype that he plays is the same, the demiurge, the controller, who you have to beat him to escape the Matrix. Truman had to beat Christoph. In Snowpiercer, he's the engineer they have to beat to get the train to stop. Just this reoccurring position for this particular character. He plays Kane in Top Gun 2, who's like the obstacle to Maverick, which is also interesting. All right, yes, Multi-C0 Dagger says, awesome call. Appreciate the support here. Man on the Moon with Truman. Oh, that's right, he did that. Dark City says Elephant Tusks. Okay, yeah, Dark City's a good one, which has the physical world being manipulated. Now, Dark City is referenced in They Cloned Tyrone, which is a combination of Westworld, Dark City, and I think you could probably add a few others into it, but it has this idea of like a movie set manipulated reality. A lot of Josie and the Pussycats. This movie it's kind of an amalgamation. It has a lot of great influences, but the Dark City connection is there, and they have Keith Sutherland as just a way of kind of reinforcing it. But yeah, Snowpiercer, by the way, is a follow-up to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. So Christoph would be Charlie all grown up, which is kind of interesting when you look at the role of Elon Musk. We may get into this in Hyperloop. It's a whole other element to that particular character. Tom Winwood says, Truman, Cable Guy, Programmed by TV, Man on the Moon, Fake, Real Events, good trilogy. Yeah, you have to look at their entire catalog as a whole because they don't just do these separate movies that are disparate and non-connected, but they're conveying certain ideas across multiple movies. And I picked this up when I was watching The Truman Show because I had just read Robert Anton Wilson's book, Cosmic Trigger. So I was already aware of a lot of the symbols that were in the movie, so I saw them. And this is what it means to have the initiated interpretation, because you have the esoteric and the exoteric. The masses are exoteric. They're paying for the movie ticket, watching a movie. They just see a funny slapstick comedy. But if you've been let in, if someone has shown you the light, if you've been clued into certain symbols and their meaning, then you watch it with a different filter, a different lens. Your hoodwink has been removed. So if you have the initiated interpretation of the Truman Show, you get a whole other story. And I got that story because of what I had just read in Robert Anton Wilson's book. So then I followed this up with watching the number 23, and the number 23, it doesn't say it explicitly, but it is obviously based on the book Cosmic Trigger. And these are both about Sirius, the dog star, the star of initiation, and the character in number 23, I believe he's even a dog catcher. But the colors, the numbers, the symbols, it's just very consistent across all these various aspects of these characters. And then Jim Carrey comes out on the world stage, and he's always talking about the number 33, and he comes off as some kind of an enlightened guru, which is probably not fake necessarily. He had this really interesting anecdote about how he wrote himself a check for $10 million and how he carried it with him, and then one day he had one, and he believed that he manifested that particular possibility. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I wanted to comment about the news benders. The first time I ever heard news benders was from a very unlikely place. I was heading back to my hometown for Christmas like 2 or 3 years ago, and I was listening to the Alex Jones show, and he played the whole entire movie. It's basically a 30-minute movie. He played the whole entire thing from start to finish, and I'm like, what? As soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh my God, no way. This is from when? And as soon as I got where we were going, I pulled it up on YouTube and watched it, and I couldn't believe it, dude. Like that was, and it really, to me, when I watched it, first of all, I couldn't believe that was on TV back then, and it was just so full of just in-your-face truth, and then the fact that Alex Jones was even playing that on there, which goes against most of the stuff that he talks about. He's constantly ramping up nukes and ramping up war and all this other stuff that he plays up that's obviously not going on the way that he claims it is. And it's funny because after he played that was one of the last times I ever just really was listening to the Alex Jones show. Every now and then I'll tune in. Most of the time I listen to clips from other places.
Yeah,
But
same.
it's really interesting that he played that, and I mean, that was a huge eye opener for me. And now I recommend that movie, that short movie, to pretty much everybody now. And if you go to fakotube.com, that's normally the very first video that pops up on there, which I'm glad.
Well, I recommend
But,
it as like required
yeah, I think
watching.
Newsletters.
It's required. I mean, Synchro
Oh,
Morpheus
dude,
did a breakdown.
100%.
Yeah, it's like it tells you, like it's a hypothetical, but it tells you how it would work, how it could conceivably work, and it even implies that there's a small number of people in the know. But Synchro Morpheus had done a deep dive onto it, and it has this part where he's talking about writing the news 5 years in advance, and there's this part where the shadow on the wall creates what looks like twin towers. So it even foreshadows 9/11, interestingly.
Interesting.
But when I saw that the first time, I thought, okay, this is showing a very plausible scenario. But then later, it really occurred to me, this would explain predictive programming. If you look at predictive programming as advertising, repeating an idea, a motif, a symbol, again and again, before you see it in the news to pre-sell you on it, then this would make sense. That if you wanted to write history, you don't have to strong arm your way through every event. You just write it in advance, and then you run psyops, which are pre-scripted events, and then you have the final editorial control. But yeah, I do believe we live in a news-bent reality, and the outcomes are always controlled.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude. I mean, when I
think caller just dropped. If you want to call back, that's fine. We still have another 8 minutes here. So yeah, the caller's talking about newsbenders, and you can find it on FacoTube apparently, which is great. I'll see if I can get that link. And here's the thing: many people are mystified by synchronicities, coincidences, which are always bewildering. But in media, you have many instances of eerie foreshadowing of significant news events again and again. Famously with The Simpsons, but there are just too many examples right on the list. But as a rule, this has just been called predictive programming, and it's said to be coincidences or evidence of some kind of higher power, AI. The whole idea here is that this is not like a standard operating procedure. It's just sort of like a mystical thing. They call it synchromysticism. And I think this explanation has been a barrier to understanding just how fake news is. That some will say, well, it can't all be scripted. Well, okay, well, can you not agree, or do you not agree that every single staged news event is scripted? Like the shooting at the Crocus Theater. Well, presuming it to be a hoax, there's a script, foregone conclusions, actors, rehearsals. They do a drill, present it as real. My point of it is, fake pre-scripted event on the news, and now it becomes part of official history. Now the rest of the news bounces off of that. So as long as the big dominant agenda setting stories are fake, everything else that falls under the umbrella gets a pass. But this is how they write our history in broad strokes. Like, this event happened, everything reacts to it as though it were real. This is the nature of their fictional universe. They give us these guideposts. And so what I'm saying is, we already have a basis for asserting that everything is scripted, or everything significant, rather. All the significant events are scripted. Not a questionable statement at all. Standard operating procedure. And that they write in broad strokes. 9/11 is planned before the buildings were taken down. The Trump campaign that we're seeing right now, every major facet of it, from his arrest, his arraignment, his arrest, what's happening now, all of it scripted decades ago. He's one of the most scripted characters in the world. And the space program is a story. It's a long-term space opera. It's going to play out over the decades to centuries. So my point here is, we can establish how they do it as a methodology. Newsbenders exposes this. And with that understanding, now we can understand how you could include predictive programming without inserting the supernatural. We can just show it as a form of getting us to believe stuff in advance through repetition, conditioning, and literally programming. Elizabeth says, Tim, I'm trying to understand you. You believe some evil people are getting us ready for a fallout scenario, predictive programming and such. Other things that could be carried out by evil, you don't. Yeah, I'm saying it's all mind war. And that they need a pretext for lockdowns. They need a pretext for shifting the balance of power, for maybe regulating the internet, because mind viruses by the alt-right, radicalized white nationalists, they colluded with Russia and nuked Seattle. Whatever it is. Yeah, I'm saying that the agenda of mind control is apparently, you could call it evil, or you could call this a benevolent dictatorship, which I don't think is a good thing necessarily. So what I'm saying is that, yes, it is nefarious that we're a mass mind controlled population. And the argument here is that they're so bad, why wouldn't they really do stuff? And it's like, well, I don't think they need to. I think what they want is a domesticated, calm, mind-controlled, compliant population who are crate trained. And 2020 proves that we are crate trainable en masse. And I'm just suggesting that they're not going to be able to pull that off again. It's too partisan. It's politicized. Nobody believes it anymore. No matter how many permutations, they can't get us to believe in another lockdown situation with that particular agenda. However, when they do the fallout, well, there's bipartisan belief in nukes and fallout. There's not going to be any political disagreement. Everybody's going to lock down. I think it makes way more sense. Climate lockdowns are a thing, but those too are partisan. And they're going to combine it, obviously, but I'm suggesting that no, they don't really do anything other than terrorize us. Doesn't mean the world's safe, but I'm just saying that the worldview they give us invents things, hyperstitions, like religions always have: fire and brimstone, hell, demons, goblins, whatever. This is how they control us, hyperstitions. This is an ancient technique. It's an ancient system for controlling the masses through psychodrama and the beliefs in various god constructs. I would call the atom bomb a war god, and I don't believe in it. I don't kowtow to that god. I will not duck and cover to it. But I think they also adhere to certain Machiavellian strategies. There are Linskyites, Rules for Radicals, number 9, says that the threat of the thing is more terrifying than the thing itself. And the idea here is that as long as they can scare you with hypotheticals, they don't ever actually have to produce it. And I think once in a while they have to give us a spectacle to scare us again. And I think they may have one planned. It's been a while since we've had some spectacle transfix us, because 2020 was just a creeper. It didn't have us all staring at the same thing all at once in the same way. Something else too. Duas and Paris says virus model is more universally permeable as a lockdown mechanism than nukes, though. Right, but here's the thing I think they would want to do. I think the agenda would be this. They'll do the nuke thing, partial blackout, everybody's upset, now we're at war, but now they have an excuse to lock down the internet and quarantine it from mind viruses. So we're going to have the 2020 equivalent of a lockdown, but it'll be like just like we had then, but it'll be on the internet. You'll have to mask your mind lest you spread some mind virus that radicalizes somebody into doing something so destructive again. And disease X, the hypothetical disease the WHO has been saying is going to be the one that takes us all down. Well, why assume it's a virus? Disease X is going to be a mind virus emanating from where? X. Elon Musk, the guy who released the Kraken. This is all by design. This is done publicly to create outrage so the public will clamor for the solution, which is again censorship. And this all ties in, interestingly, to Musk's world stage role as the new Constantine, as they're consolidating the worldview and converting your little handheld monolith into the Bible of this new world order religion, which is simply the acceptable worldview. They just have to get rid of certain ideas. Ban a few more heretics here or there. You know, by the way, I stopped paying for Twitter. I canceled all my blue checks because they banned me from recording video streams, live streams. I started doing live video. I was drawing, painting live, and they banned me. So I moved to my other account, bought a check. They banned me. I don't know. Well, I have a feeling. It's a little paranoid, but I do think I might be targeted. But anyway, my point is, let's say they do a hypothetical, just hypothetically, they pull off a nuking of Seattle or something. We'd have blackouts, we would have chaos, and then we'd have excuses for censorship. They would screw things up. And that's the whole point. That's the whole point. As far as the believability of it, I think it's crucial that they control all critics. And I think they're going to be able to really emphasize the control of the flow of information in this one if they're able to do blackouts. Okay, let's see here. 360 Pick says, I know the news is sad, but I remember when reality was happier. Interesting statement. It varies, I think. You know, to be honest, you know, we only have a certain amount of bandwidth. How many Fs can you give a day? And I think that the more I've detached from automatic belief and therefore reaction, and I've taken on the calm, dispassionate parsing of facts, and I respond, but I'm not reactive, I think I have achieved a degree of peace with the world. You know, I can't control my immediate surroundings all the time, but as far as the state of the world, I don't live in the end times. That's not a presupposition I wake up with every day. And that is, for mainstream believers in scientism, it is for all kinds of truther cultists, and the neo-eschatology of climate change ensures that the entire political left also believes that they are in the end of days. And I'm not there. So you could say that we're the vanguard of something of a neo-enlightenment, insofar as we've stepped outside of the cave and the alternative cave. Okay, Upside Down Guy says, did you verify your ID on Twitter? I think they stopped all unverified channels. Oh, I got to show my license. That's nice. I don't know if I trust them that much. You know, this is true, not paranoia. After we exposed Mousegate and went kind of viral, it was going viral, Starlink's chief of security started following me on Twitter. And it stood out because he was only following Elon Musk and me. I'm like, that's weird. So I messaged him and I said, tell Elon the IPS knows. Just trolling. And ever since then, I've been banned on everything. Tomino, says, if it's the end of days, give me all your stuff. Yeah, look, if you believe in climate change and you have beachfront property, you should be concerned about the ocean levels. So let's swap houses. If you believe the world's ending, like on September the 23rd, let me have your car. And introduce me to some of your friends. You won't need them after you're raptured. Like, I think a lot of you who are preparing to leave the world because you know the world's going to end, you should, walk the talk. That's what I expect. Like, I'll debate anything with anybody, but you have to bring your own evidence. Too many people are too quick to, just basically cheat. And it is cheating. You can't reference someone else's clip on YouTube. Otherwise, why would you make the claim? Okay, we're going to continue this tomorrow. I realize I have not sent out live stream notifications in the last couple of days. No, I'm sorry. I have, but I haven't sent out the archives. So I will do that very soon. A couple notes here. I said, the Flat Earth 2024, bottom line. The discussion should be inner world concept versus outer world in actuality. Is our belief about it accurate, and if not, why not? This should lead to an examination and possible challenge of the media itself. This is why I always talk about the ubiquitous monolithic presence of media. The Flat Earth question is not about science, but perception and how much faith we place in media. The glurfs who dominate the pro-globe side of the debates, they believe everything on the news. So they're reality impaired. Why would you even debate them? They want you to debate them about science, but what I'm saying is this is not about science. This is actually about perception and how it's filtered. Outside the purview of flat versus round, which never goes anywhere and never will, by design. Candace Owen says, the older I get, the more absurd the concept of dinosaurs roam the earth until a big meteor hit comes to me. There's at least one journalist lurking who wants to write up the headline, Candace Owens Dinosaur Denier. Oh, Dino Cost Denier. So here's the thing. Candace Owen, Stu Peters, and many other these alt-right types will occasionally glom onto good memes. They'll step into our turf and they'll say things that make sense from our perspective. And they mix it in with their calls to murder Democrats and tie nooses and run around with big Trump flags. So they just take our concepts that are valid or questions that are valid and they tamper with it by essentially polluting it, because these are people with millions and millions of viewers. This is why I said you can't let the Mandela affected onto the raft, or you can't let the chemtrail believers onto the raft, because we skeptics are outnumbered by both of those demographics. And you don't want to be drowned out. And this is why we had to leave Trutherville, because we don't want to be represented by these caricatures, these actors who are essentially parodies of extremists, pose. Okay, let's see what else here. Michelle Castor says you poked the Elon bear. Agreed. Elvin Tusk says I'll hit you up on there. We can finish this discussion. Yeah, we'll take phone calls. In fact, tomorrow should be interesting. Right now, as we speak, the rocket, the delayed Boeing Starliner, is orbiting the Earth, and then tomorrow it's going to go into the space station. So our question has been, with all the twin symbolism and the Boeing disasters in the last year, are we going to see some kind of a disaster with this launch that has been delayed? And so we'll see. Tomorrow is also 666. I guess if you add 2, 4, and add and don't look at the first two. Apparently, I mean, you can play games like this if you're a gematria calculator expert. But anyway, Ryan Garcia, who claims that he was abused at Bohemian Grove by, was it Andrew Tate? I don't remember exactly, but he basically said that he was a victim, and he later admitted that he was trolling to get a lot of people to watch his fight, which worked. He made millions and millions of dollars. However, he has also been saying for some time that there's going to be a nuke, an earthquake in Los Angeles on June 6th, which will be tomorrow. So, see here, Ryan Garcia says the big earthquake will hit Los Angeles. Ryan Garcia's ominous prediction: earthquake will strike LA and destroy Hollywood and Vegas, aka Sin City. Ryan Garcia goes viral for predicting something. He said the Holy Spirit speaks through him. So again, if you're in Los Angeles tomorrow, there's an earthquake. And if you're in Seattle on the 11th, which is going to be on a Tuesday, you're going to get nuked. Now, this isn't a guarantee, but these are just a couple of guesses. And look, Ryan Garcia is nowhere near as reputable a source, and his basis for making these claims are nothing close to what JL or what we talk about here. Just saying. Anyway, we will be back tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for the comments, calls, as usual. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. We'll be back likely earlier. I'm going to turn this back on over to the 24/7 stream on the backup YouTube channel.
I'm on auto hopes and it feels so good. You just auto believe. I am a joke. I contradict myself very well. I contradict myself. I am large. I am a multitude. I am a multitude. I contradict myself. I am a joke. I contradict myself very well. I contradict myself. I am large. I am a multitude. I am a multitude. I contradict myself. I contradict myself. I am a multitude. I am a multitude.
Okay, it is Witches Night. The eve of May Day. This is 2024. I guess this would be year 58. If you go by the calendar the Satanists use. Year 58 of the year of fire, or age of fire. There's so many ages and aeons and epochs and millennia, whatever name you want to call it, the new age. But they all kind of point to the same thing, this great transformation we're living through as they change the set design and paint over the old world order and call it the new one. If you look at the screen, there's an image of witches by moonlight gathered around a launching rocket with the pentagram on it. And that's pretty much the story of NASAtology. You know, it's not just a space religion like Scientology with better special effects. It's actually the facade. It's the facade for something that you might call a pagan or a mystery school. Yep, the Egyptian mystery schools have been rebranded and merged with science fiction, as has our reality. But it's important to keep in mind what's behind it all. I had an interesting conversation with Crypto K yesterday. Not a crypto scammer, Crypto Kubrology, as in Stanley Kubrick. And this is a channel that I followed on Twitter, and I thought, I reached out to him a while ago. And his Twitter account is described as a, quote, useful methodology for deconstructing cinema history and synchronicity. And if you haven't heard this, it's on the Infinite Plane radio channel, but I'm going to upload it into the archives. I've been getting some favorable feedback, and a lot of people do want to, in fact, hey, look, we're live on X. A lot of people do want to hear more from him, and I am going to reach out to him again after I've read through his Substack. We are live on X. The channel is IPS Think Tank. And right now you can see about 12 people live there. And I rarely interact with that. It's not my main channel. It's a backup channel, but I converted it into a live stream. So if you want to listen live on X, and I believe it also archives there by default. So there's another backup. The channel is IPS Think Tank. I'll have to make it a point to share that link later. Let me catch up on comments here. Oswaldo says, great convo. Okay, you were there. I did premiere it live. Now, what we talked about is what we talk about here, but and look, I didn't finish watching Asteroid City, and I'm disappointed now. I didn't go alone. And a lot of times when I watch terrible movies or movies that I'm just watching for propaganda analysis, I try to go alone because I have a notebook and it's homework for me. I try not to bring people who are hoping to be entertained, and I was not able to watch the whole movie. I had to walk out before it was done. And apparently Margot Robbie's in it, which would have added a whole new element to my interpretation. So I'm glad I spoke them. I have to watch it again now. And the movie is sort of directly about Kubrick and about how we live in a movie Kubrick directed that we refer to as the 20th century, that he is a top-tier meta-scripter, and our conversation kind of veers into this realm where it appears to be that there are elements here of genuine synchronicity or magic or some other element, and that's what we're working on. We're working on an explanation, the best possible theory, and for the time being, I have ruled out the supernatural. However, we have to keep in mind, that we're dealing with something that does incorporate that which we would refer to as magic, however you define it. So the conversation is interesting, and I hope to follow up on it with more soon. Okay, so we are joined here by the HBIC, Diana South, Thirst for Truth, Zin Bellis, Copaesthetic, Elephant Tusks. Diana South says, the last show last night was great. I hope there'll be a sequel. Yeah, we'll make it a repeated theme because, he's focused on Kubrick, but it's not just Kubrick. There are other meta-scripters and similar patterns. I mean, we were kind of touching on the subject of 113, the number all over Pixar. 311, 113, the significance there. Go into this for hours. And the movie Wall-E and the connection to 113, where it's explained, is very significant. But we're talking about how even in Wall-E, you have this conspicuous number that's kind of analogous to Kubrick and his 237, and the significance of the number 237 in all of this. But the movie Wall-E has a character called Otto, the autopilot AI that drives the spaceship, and it's analogous to HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Fascinating connections, and he makes this great link between John Dee and Stanley Kubrick and the monolith and John Dee's scrying mirror, which gets really intriguing to me because I think that the personage we know of as John Dee is extremely significant in, I think, the formation of our worldview. The term British Empire was coined by this astrologer, magician, spy, creator of this ritual magic that's practiced in the West. If you do Wicca, or if you're familiar with it, or even with any kind of ritual magic from Crowley or New Ageism, it ultimately stems from a very specific worldview, a methodology, the idea of man as a microcosm who can influence the realm. It really stems from John Dee's ritual magic. And what's interesting about his whole concept is that he describes the world as a plane with 30 tiers or levels or dimensions or layers. And it's a fascinating concept here because it almost seems analogous to a simulation theory or a simulation model. But he's also friends with and was corresponding with Gerardus Mercator and was an advisor on these English voyages of exploration. So I'm like, wait a minute here. Here he is connected to the whole process of describing the ball perfectly, cartography and advising in some capacity, which doesn't make sense. You've got some wizard in his tower advising you on your voyages. But at the same time, his own perspective on the world seemed to be completely different. But a fascinating character, still looking into it, and we'll continue to talk and develop on these various subjects because I haven't completely ruled out. I don't ignore evidence. I don't ignore facts. So I don't rule out what would fall under the rubric of magic, what you would term that. I'm not really quick to jump onto explanations that lean on the supernatural. But I do think that what we describe as magic is actually a technology that's yet to be properly defined, and likely intentionally, and a product of us not having the words to describe it. Language control. They control the language, which is how they control our minds, and programming is a huge part of this. And deprogramming means introducing new words and concepts to describe what we're really seeing. Joined by Rome, says I haven't caught a live in a while. Thank you for joining. This is where it's at. University protests. I don't get it. Seems very scripted. Yes, yes. This is just part of the college experience. This is what they're paying for. It's part of the immersive theater. And it's an obvious repeat of Occupy. The whole premise is, do you stand with the oppressed or the oppressor? Very basic, and I tend not to get involved. And the idea that the protesters are all victims of the police, I don't understand why people fall into it. It's not even about free speech at that point. You even get apologists. Protester apologists. It's bad enough that the left-wing media calls them peaceful. Oh, look at these peaceniks burning down a police precinct. Look at these peaceniks dragging people out of their cars and kicking them in the head. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not peaceful. But it's bad enough we expect that from the left because they are in Wonderland. They're in this like reverse inverted reality. But on the right, you would think, okay, we understand speech should be protected, but that doesn't mean you get to engage in intimidation and reckless destructive behavior and scaring people away from the campuses. But no, instead, their focus is, oh, look how mean the cops are. Sorry, the cops are doing their job. You know, take out the trash. You do what you have to do. You can't really argue with the way that they have to exercise it. But anyway, to me, protesters do not have the moral high ground, nor do they have the intellectual high ground. Look at the environmentalists, gluing themselves to planes, throwing soup at paintings, lying on the streets and blocking traffic. Like, that type of behavior is outside of free speech and free expression. There are designated zones for that. And this doesn't make me a fascist. I don't know why we are cowed by the irrational. Well, actually, I do know why. And it's because the mobs, the unthinking mobs, are the elite. The elite aren't just a small cabal at the top of the capstone somewhere. Nope. They are operating through every single programmed NPC out there. Continuing, this is where it's at. It says, I caught that interview. Good stuff. All the Hollywood A-list is so intertwined. Oh, yes. Yes, Angst G agrees. Great chat about crypto Kubrology. What's so intriguing about this is that Kubrick is one of the clearest examples of a metascriptor, a human hand involved in the direction of the mass mind, of history. In other words, and this is why I think it's not difficult to grasp, I really take newsbenders literally, that play about, oh, the news agencies are writing the news 5 years in advance. Well, that's the only way you could really truly steer history. And you just implement it on the world stage in a series of psyops, like a reality TV show. And then some will say, oh, that's crazy. There's no way that man could be scripting everything. Oh, really? Every single psyop is a pre-scripted event. Think about it. You know, it's pretty sophisticated. They've been doing this for decades. This is the principal weapon of mind war. It's time control. They control where we are in time. They can introduce people into the historical timeline. They write history. It almost doesn't matter how much we refute it because they know in the end their words are carved in stone. Ours are deleted. Elephant Tusk says Columbia and Columbine must have some sort of connection. Yeah, we've been exploring this connection in our servers. The Columba is the name of the dove that carries the branch to Noah to signify the flood has ended. And the dove is another phoenix symbol. It's a symbol of revolution. Burn down, build back better, flood it all, wash it away, build back better from the ark with a more purified version. The symbol of the dove, the symbol of the bat, the burning bat, the phoenix, various ways they represent it are all signifying the same thing. It's all about the transition into the new age, burning down the old structures, iconoclasm, raising up the new goddess. It's like, okay, we're done with Virgin Mary, let's bring out Barbie and Barbie feminism. But we're going to also get rid of the patriarchy, and masculinity is now toxic. The only male allowed is Ken, who's just a nub. And you know, at the end of the movie, he's still a nub. And she's a real woman and has to go see the last word. Look, the last word in the Barbie movie. Look at the script. The very last word. She's asking for she says, can I see a gynecologist? And that just underscores how the entire movie is layered in its meaning, but it's ultimately about the new goddess and the various euphemistic ways they talk about this. This notion of course, the Holy Grail, the goddess, the Whore of Babylon. It's all integrated into that movie. And it's not for children when you really get into the subtext and the real meaning of it all. But I would argue that Barbie, in that movie, Margot Robbie is Marjorie Cameron in the desert, 1946, Babylon, working the living portal through which the energies of the new Aeon are transmitted. And in the Barbie movie, it's all about the portal to Barbie Land, which I say is Babylon, and introducing it into the world through California. And the movie is all about the chaos created when Barbie Land merges with the world. And of course, I brought this up in my conversation with CryptoK, because the movie opens with a 2001 Space Odyssey-like scene, but instead of a monolith, it's Barbie. And as she looks on, all these children, these girls with their dolls, begin bashing the baby heads of their dolls against the rocks because they're told that motherhood is a drag and it's better to just, be a Barbie feminist. All right, let's continue here. This is where it's at. It says we're on a 24-year news cycle. They recycle these news stories. Yes, there are indications that everything is recycled, generational psyops, and there are patterns that we've picked up on that would suggest that there are reasons they do this. It's, for example, the new duck and cover is the school shooter. Same idea, duck and cover, submitting to the state. It's part of the MK Ultra processing of humanity. We've all been put through it. But we were noting many things. This is what led me to use the term metascript that seemed to be repeats. Now, you remember 19, the number 19, you had like C-19, the Atlas comet breaking apart, preceding COVID-19, and this was 19 years after 19 hijackers did the whole 9/11 thing. And 9/11 was preceded by a really terrible movie called Pearl Harbor with Ben Affleck, in which you saw planes crashing into stuff and people joining to fight the war, very patriotic. And then 9/11 happens, and it's called This Generation's Pearl Harbor. So Pearl Harbor movie, 9/11 happens, it's this generation's Pearl Harbor, and they really emphasize it. That's how you're supposed to interpret it. That's how you're supposed to process what just happened. So they use the movies to drive the propaganda home. And something else I want to point out about propaganda and predictive programming, because we've been arguing against this case that propaganda is separate from predictive programming, that there are some, actually it's the majority belief among truthers that propaganda and predictive programming are two different things, and anytime you see predictive programming, it's coincidence, it's synchronicity. It was put there by some divine inspiration or a higher power or an AI. So in other words, the predictive programming that we're constantly analyzing as just standard operating procedure is still mystified by many people. Many people say there's no way man could coordinate all of this years in advance. Now, the reason why it's significant to me to bring this up, it's important to bring this up, is that if you're ruling out the possibility it could be done by man, you're defaulting to the magical. Not only are you falling into the divine fallacy, but you're also exonerating the perpetrators. I've compared this to saying that computer hacking is beyond the capacity of man to do. It must be gremlins. Well, if you blame it on gremlins, you're never finding the hackers. And we're finding out who the reality hackers are, not attributing this to some kind of higher power. So when it comes to predictive programming analysis, you have to keep in mind that it's not just the entertainment that predicts this stuff. There are drills. Every single major PSYOP you can point to had a concurrent drill going along with it, whether it was at the same time, right before, a year before to the date. But you find this correspondence between simulating it and then it happens. So how do you explain that? Well, that's their pre-planned history. They're events that they're going to act out. They drill these things in advance. There were 88 drills going on 9/11, all of them pertaining to what happened on 9/11. There were easily 1,000 off-duty cops playing mass casualty victims on that day. So you can see that this is another indicator that there's nothing mystical about it. This is our history being acted out on the world stage. The fact that there are drills aren't coincidental alignments. It's not a coincidence there were drills that day. It's all integrated. And I use the word monolith. It's monolithic. And I do that as a nod to Kubrick. And Kubrick's movies predict a lot of the events in the 20th century, specifically 9/11, and it's not a coincidence that at ground zero on 9/11, looking over the dust, was the Hilton Monolith Millennium Motel. Hotel. The hotel that looks like a giant monolith. It's literally Kubrick's monolith at ground zero, which, as Crypto K points out, looks like the scene where the monolith is found on the moon. All right, let's continue here. Dewis Impera says he seems like a decently level-headed guy. Hope you'll have him back. Yes, and I hope you all took the links I posted, and that's why I have to upload it to my archives. I want to make sure everyone gets onto his Substack and Twitter account. Lean Dion says, I'm tired of beef in the Middle East. Shake my head. It's played out. Speaking of beef in the Middle East, when are they sacrificing the red heifers? Possibly the first non-nothing burger doomsday scenario. In Jerusalem, the red heifer... Okay, this is the right-wing extremists are going to sacrifice a red heifer outside some... Here it is. It's going to serve as an atonement for the terrible consequences of the Israelites worshiping the golden calf. And somehow this involves Texas because they supplied the red heifer. And it's going to involve the destruction of a mosque and the building of a temple. It's supposed to happen very soon, and some believe that they can make it happen sooner if they sacrifice the cow. This is where it's at. It says they want to drill it in your head. Yeah, this is the thing. Conditioning. Subconsciously, perhaps even loading you, getting you to accept something, some premise, maybe just giving you the experience in advance in the form of a drill. In your head, you're reenacting scenes. Perhaps you're even thinking hypothetically, how would you respond if buildings started crumbling and an aliens invading? And in the movie, of course, Independence Day, aliens invade, buildings fall, everybody looks to the president for leadership, and he assumes this, suddenly he's taken seriously, kind of like George Bush after 9/11. They use movies to frame your perspective for the next few years. That's why every single time a plane part falls or something blacks out, AT&T had the blackouts, or the dolly, the power went out and it hits the bridge. Every time this stuff happens, people say that's just like Leave the World Behind. And it is. And it's not just like Leave the World Behind, but it's like a lot of movies. And this is an intentional thing. And it's very specific. There is a continuous narrative thread that traces from that movie to the dolly hitting the Francis Scott Key Bridge and various things within the movie that explain the meaning of it, the symbolic meaning of it. And it's all symbolic. Not a coincidence, I don't think, that the boat's name is Dolly, the surrealist, because what are we looking at here? This is all art, it's all construct, and surrealism is also about symbolism and the language of the subconscious. But Francis Scott Key, National Anthem, has great significance to the present political climate, the dialectics between left and right, represented by 1776 and 1619, 2 years which were emphasized in the movie Leave the World Behind. Not a coincidence that at the Golden Gate Bridge there is a monument to Francis Scott Key that was vandalized by BLM, removed, and replaced by a monument to the 1619 arrival of White Lion. The White Lion carried the first group of transplanted, now enslaved Africans. And 1619 White Lion is referenced in Leave the World Behind because it's the boat, the White Lion, that loses power and crashes at the very beginning. 1619 is where the emergency signal is coming from. So the messaging there is very clear. 1619, America's reckoning, the boat crashing into the national anthem, is all told in the story of both the movie and in the crashing of the dolly into the Francis Scott Key Bridge. It's a continuous story. It's ongoing. Oswaldo says, can't use certain keywords together, it seems like. Just misspell them, double a letter. So if you're trying to write something that's banned, just add an additional letter. Very simple. I don't believe in censorship here, but they do. That's one of YouTube's main features, is guardrailing ideas. They were instrumental in this operation of training the public to fear thought crimes, mind viruses. All right, let's continue. I want to go into my notes. We just barely got started. I want to make a quick point. Brian Unslaved said to me regarding chemtrails, because I went out today for a hike, and I saw a lot of planes. Didn't see any trails. Is it because they weren't spraying today? And I realized, if you want to make a correlation here, there's definitely an indication that they only spray on humid days. They don't spray on days that aren't conducive to contrails. And my point being, of course, super clear sky, I see planes. What's more likely? That it's a weather phenomenon related to weather and climate, or that it's some pilot deciding when to push the spray button and when not to? Like, we've already figured this out. If you believe in chemtrails, that's the only thing you can do. You can only believe in them. You can believe in unicorns too. You don't know it to be true. And you know you don't know it. You know you're merely a believer. And we have to make this distinction as we break away from belief systems and move into an operating system, a philosophical posture. So we're breaking away from the sky phobia. Well, a lot of skyphobics don't like it, and I said this was going to happen. I said, look, there are chemtrails over Trutherville. There are no chemtrails in the off-world stage. We have clear skies and beautiful contrails. But a lot of people are going to leave based on that. And that's fine. We need that to happen. You do not want believers. Here's why. Knowers and seekers are outnumbered in this world, like 1,000 to 1 by blind faith believers. And if you say, we want a big tent, there's not enough auto hoaxers here, we're just a bunch of skeptics, but we could have a lot more if we just let some believers in. Okay, let's let chemtrail believers in. Well, now suddenly we're outnumbered. And we're outnumbered by chemtrail believers who fall for several logical fallacies, including arguments from, one, the appeal to motive, but more importantly, loaded questions, shifting the burden of proof, arguments from ignorance, appeals to ignorance. And so we can't have that, because that'll bring in all kinds of other related beliefs. And now suddenly we're squabbling again, and we're trying to reach a state of purity. So we're not going to break quarantine for anyone on these grounds. And here's an example of someone who can't handle me not believing what he believes. And that's how believers are. Believers will throw you out if you don't believe what they believe. So I have no problem. Like, it doesn't bother my conscience that we're not letting them on the raft, because they throw us off their little land whenever we contradict them really quickly. And look how quick this person is, as I'm saying. He said, "You're denying what your eyes can actually see, and it demeans every other word that comes out of your mouth. Stop outthinking yourself. This cool truth or narrative that tries convincing people to disbelieve the only thing they should believe is tiring. You're muted for life. Done." So I'm muted because I'm denying the evidence of my eyes. Now, what I want to say is that I'm not denying them. I'm just not mislabeling them. Nobody disputes the lines in the sky. Now, we're disagreeing on the cause. So that's one. But two, denying your eyes is actually a fundamental part of skepticism. You can watch a magic show and believe your eyes if you want to. What happens if you go to a magic show and you decide, I'm going to just believe my eyes? My eyes don't lie. Same problem that the Mandela effect would have. My memory can't be tampered with, can't be interfered with. There's no such thing as misremembering. My memory is perfect. Really? And then you're like, well, you misspelled dilemma. And they're like, I didn't misspell it. The universe changed. All the dictionaries changed. I have it right. They can't admit when they're wrong. And that's typical of hardcore truthers. They can't admit that they've got duped by themselves once they realized that the media was duping them. And that's what happens. Mainstream media are duped by the media. I mean, the mainstream believers, they're duped by whatever they see. But the alternative people reject that. but they still manage to fall into the same traps, and it's because it's like do-it-yourself brainwashing. That's what alternative media is. Like, oh, we are the media now. We are the people's media. No, you're do-it-yourself brainwashing because you're being fed content that constitutes a state-approved, controlled narrative, controlled opposition narrative. And I've made this case many times that chemtrails is right-wing climate change, like it or not. Now, my point here is this. You have to deny your eyes to understand how the trick works. Your eyes will say, plane went across the sky and now it rained. Plane caused the rain. Your eyes will say, I boiled vinegar in my yard and now the skies are blue 2 hours later. Like, okay, if you just go by that in sequence and take it very simplistically, you might draw these erroneous conclusions. But no, your eyes can be fooled, and you have to use your mind, and we are in a information war that relies on us falling for what I call sleight of mind. So sleight of mind is similar to an optical illusion. It's just the way they trick you based on your perspective or the premise they get you to accept, the loaded question. So anyway, Brian Unslaved has muted me for life because I've told him the truth. And he is stuck on a belief, and that's fine, no loss. Catching up on comments. Duas Impera says, was thinking though, how does skywriting work? Now they do it with drones. But, you know, people will mention skywriting, they'll mention cloud seeding. It's like, I don't believe in chemtrails. They'll say, well, you're denying cloud seeding. It's like, these are two different things. And it is interesting to consider, but one point is this. Skywriting means, or it involves releasing something into the sky. Contrails are not the same thing. They're not releasing anything into the sky so much as the heat from the exhaust is interacting and in certain climatic conditions will condense, but not on all days. Like today, there were no contrails. So am I supposed to believe, oh, they just didn't spray today because it's what's so special about today that they didn't spray? And it happens to be an exceptionally hot and dry day. The correlation between climate and contrails has been established for decades. So anyone arguing otherwise is arguing in ignorance of this fact, and that's unconscionable. If you're arguing in ignorance of an established fact and you haven't confronted the fact, then you're either afraid of being wrong or you're belligerently ignorant and you're no longer caring about truth. And that's the position of the average climate change believer who they have to change their lies because they're no longer believable. Do you remember when the ocean levels were rising? Nobody talks about that anymore. Why? Because it obviously wasn't happening. And they have to change the lie, move the goalpost. I mean, I admit it did go about, I think the oceans rose about a millimeter in 2020, 2021, but that was from 57 tons of PPE dumped into the ocean. Ironically, by the people who believe in global warming. That's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, believers in global warming, actually causing the ocean levels to rise in that way. Duas Impera says, is Brian Unslaved a minion of that boisterous and annoying Paul Unslaved? Well, they're both enslaved to fear. They're both enslaved to propaganda fears where now they're scared of the sky. And look, you're a coward. If you're a chemtrail believer and you haven't glued yourself to an airplane, if you haven't vandalized a priceless work of art, if you haven't laid down in the middle of the road to stop cars, if you haven't set yourself on fire at a tennis match, you're a coward. If you haven't obtained a large audience and cajoled everyone with how dare you for not believing, then you're a coward. Like, I'm just saying, climate change activists have a lot more to stand on than chemtrail believers because actually they're doing something about it. All right, let's continue. Thank you very much, Thirst for Truth. The IPS appreciates the support. Duas Impera says, I'm imagining research chemtrails written in the sky. Well, the whole chemtrail theory is very slippery, and I find it really entertaining because it's like a chess game, and I know their moves. So they're going to say chemtrails, and they'll point to regular airplanes spraying stuff, and I'll say, well, that's condensation trails, and they'll say, I wasn't talking about that. I meant the secret planes, the invisible ones that nobody sees but me, and not the regular contrails, but the ones that linger. So now they throw in all kinds of, I mean, it's like mental gymnastics. So now they've contorted it. So now they're gaslighting you and lying, actually. So it's curious to me what the incentive is for lying. So then you debunk that and they say, oh no, that's misinformation. I'm talking about the stratospheric aerosol injections that nobody sees. Okay, so now we're not even talking about airplanes. Now we're no longer talking about contrails. Now you're talking about something we don't see. It's like, how is that different than saying CO2 is killing Gaia? Same thing. And I was surprised today to hear Alex Jones talking about 5G towers. Like, we got to do something about 5G tower oppression. We're being oppressed by 5G towers going up everywhere, and we're dying because of it. And he just throws it out there, and nobody questions it. It's like, should I now be looking, sideways at 5G towers? There's one outside my window. Should I move? What do I wear? Should I wear a mask for chemtrails? Should I have a aluminum foil coated umbrella when I pass by the 5G tower? Like, there's just so much to be afraid of. Maybe I should just lock myself down. Maybe I should just go into the basement and watch Friends from season 1 all the way to the end, just like Rose in Leave the World Behind. And I'll behold the end war live on big screen, and I won't leave my house because of chemtrails and 5G towers. Upside Down Guy, phone line off. No, let me turn the phone on if you want to call in. Upside Down Guy has gifted 10 memberships. Portal Complex, AJ206, Enslaved by Truth, Ultimate TV 9000, It's Snoopy, The Gray Bush, Elephant Tusks, All Blue Wrench Lodge. Oswaldo says this gifting memberships is a hack for outing lurkers. Yeah, it really is. Okay, phones are going to turn on here in just a moment. Let me get the ringer turned on. Heads up, it's kind of loud. I'm going to do my best to mute it, but it's on my screen. So if you're calling in, I will see the signal here. Now, chemtrails is boring, but deconstructing psychological operations is not. And it's beyond just being right. We're not trying to say this is what you should believe, this is what you shouldn't believe. I'm suggesting that we should all be non-believers. Why would you want to be a believer in the age of information when you should be able to know what is knowable? We have to make that distinction because the world is drowning in dis, and malinformation intended to keep people disconnected from objective reality. Okay, phones are open, and I definitely appreciate the continued membership. Duis in Paris says 5G is yesterday's fear. 6G is all the rage now. And that's just going to move. And I've had people make these arguments like, well, you don't know that it's not harmful. Okay, well, if you're just taking precautions, then where's your helmet? Where's your chemtrail mask? Where's your aluminum foil or your 5G protective undergarments to prevent you from being sterilized? Because that's one of their fears. Like, where is there any evidence that you are taking precautions for the things that you're afraid of? And what they'll say is, well, I'm not afraid. Oh, so you're a brave person warning me about chemtrails. You're brave. But you're not brave enough to call the airlines and complain. You're awful passive. I would almost say cowardly. I would be embarrassed of myself if I believed in chemtrails and I didn't have the guts to protest at an airport, or at least to hand out pamphlets to tell people not to fly because they're killing their children. Like, if I didn't have the guts to warn my fellow human beings about this dangerous threat to their existence, I don't know. I would hang my head low. I'd be like, I am so cowed. We're being victimized. Just look up. But I'm not willing to go stand on a street corner and warn people. Like, that's pathetic. I'm sorry, but I'm losing respect for chemtrail believers because all they can do is tweet about it. Okay. New cannibal story. Murder suspect ate victims' eyes and ears after killing them. This is in Las Vegas. My favorite cannibalism story recently, I think, is the one in Los Angeles where the guy's just eating it raw. Someone gets hit by a train, and he grabs the leg, and he's on video eating it. Suspected murderer accused of killing another man at a bus stop near Las Vegas Strip, then eating parts of his face. So he was on top of him eating him 45 minutes later. 29-year-old Colin Check kneeling next to the victim with biological matter in his hair and mouth and clothing. The victim was later pronounced dead. Kenneth Brown. Okay. Interesting story. This is where it's asked, says gifting memberships may vet and drive out bots. Well, you know what? It's true, because what I can do in the future is I could quite easily stream on YouTube and put the settings so that only members can comment. So we can definitely implement that. We kind of do it anyway by handing out blue wrenches. Okay, so phones are open. It is Witches Night, 4/30, 2024. Tomorrow is May Day, International Workers' Day, major communist holiday. And communist, I use lower C, we're referring to collectivism, the elimination of private property, worship of the state, basically the ideals the left and incidentally the space program are leading us to. It really does end in space. You got to look at space communism. Red Star, 1908, must read. Dinah South says, protest Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, about chemtrails. Well, someone took chemtrails to court, and someone passed some bill just to placate their base. And it doesn't mean they're real. Like, that's the thing. They don't exist. Chemtrails don't exist. And if you're a chemtrail believer, and you're willing to say you believe in it, but you're not willing to stand on a street corner and warn people, then you're a pathetic excuse for a human being. I'm sorry to put it like that, but think about it. If you're asserting that we're being poisoned and you're not taking action, what's wrong with you? If somebody's house is burning, are you going to at least call 911? You see somebody getting beaten in a subway, are you going to be somebody recording it with your phone, or are you going to intervene? I just expect more out of people. And if you're saying that bad pilots are dumping poisons on the playgrounds, then you better call those airlines and do something. If you're not, then what's wrong with you? I really have a lot more respect now for the climate change activists. At least they act in concert with their beliefs, as erroneous as those beliefs may be. All right, let's move on. NYPD arrests 133 protesters at NYU pro-Palestine rally. So 133 stood out to me because the gunman killed 133 at Crocus City Hall. So 133, 133. And then I see this. Israel PM says Rafah attack will go ahead with... No, this is the headline. Ceasefire deal, 133 hostages in Gaza. So 133 hostages in Gaza. 133 killed in Crocus City. And then 133 protesters arrested. So 133, 133, 133. What is the significance here? I could point to a few things. Psalm 133 is the one that the Masonic Bible is open to during Lodge. 133 figured prominently around the whole Nipsey Hussle death hoax. 331, 133. So there's something there, but just pointing it out, there's something here worth looking at. Repeated numbers are one of the things we tend to pick up on. Something else, Time magazine has Trump on it, and Trump actually shared this one. It says, if he wins. And what do you notice here? Donald Trump has horns. Not a new thing. They do this quite often. Rome says, can you take a membership away or block a member if a troll somehow gets one? I'm certain that's possible. Okay, Ringer is on. It says you're calling anonymously. And I don't think I blocked anybody recently. It says no answer. Okay, look, it did ring. It just says no answer. It's me. I don't know what the deal is, but Skype is acting really funny. So I'm going to do an outbound call if you want to call me back, if it doesn't ring. So anyway, we're looking at this image of Donald Trump with horns. And then P. Trippa in our Gilded remarks that it reminds him of his favorite sculpture by Michelangelo. He says the Time magazine cover reminds me of my favorite sculpture, Moses, by Michelangelo. And Moses, of course, has horns, if you've seen this sculpture. And there's a couple different explanations for the reason why Moses has horns, which I've looked into this before. But one of the main things that stood out to me about this is that Trump has been compared to Moses recently by none other than Jim Caviezel from Sound of Freedom. Big QAnon guy. He played Jesus when he was 33 in the Mel Gibson film Passion of the Christ. Now, not only did he play Jesus during and act as Jesus during Passion of the Christ, but when he was delivering the Sermon of the Mount, Jim Caviezel delivering Sermon on the Mount as Jesus is on his 5th take. So the 5th time delivering this sermon, Jesus, aka Jim Caviezel, gets struck by lightning and he dies. So he died on the movie set, and they brought him back to life. That happened, 33-year-old JC Jim Caviezel. Then later he comes back with this whole Q thing. And this is part of why the Q movement worships Mel Gibson like he's some kind of savior. That he's some kind of Hollywood whistleblower. They have their own little interesting world, the QAnon universe. It's fictional universe. It has all its cast of heroes and villains and demons. But anyway, Jim Caviezel called Donald Trump the new Moses. And I remember thinking about this because on the 55th anniversary of MLK's assassination, Trump was being arrested. And so he's already being compared to Jesus. This was during Holy Week. He was actually mocked as Jesus on SNL. Last Supper. There's like a Last Supper scenario they played. My point is, they've already did this Christ typology. So we've already seen this sort of apotheosis of Donald Trump. But then on the 55th anniversary of MLK's assassination, he is arrested. Well, MLK has been compared in some ways to Moses with his conversation about the promised land and his final speech before he died, before he was assassinated there at Mason Temple. So we're looking at this parallel here between Trump and MLK, because at that time there were a lot of conversations, a lot of people in the media were talking about a Trump assassination. So Trump assassination was really hot last year, and some had remarked, and this even came from Charlie Kirk, that Trump may not live to see MAGA fully implemented. He may not live to see his MAGA, his promised land. So this connection between Trump and Moses had already kind of existed there. So it's just kind of interesting to see him here with horns. So here's from USA Today. This is the new Moses, Caviezel said. I mean, I'm still Jesus, but he's Moses. Pharaoh, let my children go free. Remember, save the children. Trump has often ranked himself among historical greats like President Abraham Lincoln. Fancy you'd compare yourself to someone who gets a headshot. And he's already compared to JFK by his diehard MAGA cult followers. Some believe he is JFK in a Trump suit. But hearing a movie star compare him to a figure of biblical proportions is something else. Okay, phones are open, 505-349-0420. If you're having a hard time getting through the phones, just download the Skype app. It's Infinite Plane Radio. Peter Territory says, Back to the Future Lone Pine Mall sign had 1:33 a.m. time. Good to know. And Back to the Future has plenty of predictive programming for 9/11. This has been discussed at length, but also for Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Biff Tannen, and the writer of Back to the Future consciously designed Biff Tannen off of Donald Trump. We're living right now in the timeline where Biff Tannen is basically in control of the world or whatever. He's in his tower. It's basically Trump right now. Biff Tannen. Oswaldo says wrench are confiscatable, unlike AR-15s. Yes. All right, there's something else that came up today I wanted to get into. It has to do with nukes. Because they're preparing us, obviously. They're preparing us. Here it is. This is it. So this was another comment by P. Trippa. He said, on public TV, the government is debating on space-based threats, nukes in space versus U.S. Now, I want to point out this was the story in the movie ISS, which came out on 1/19. Countermeasures, needs, concerns, etc. Mentioning it to you because they've used this phrase, quote, this is like the missile crisis in space. Oh, the Cuban Missile Crisis in space. That's how they're framing it. So they're framing this as another Cuban Missile Crisis. Quote, more data lending to a JFK connection. But who knows? For now, it's comedy. However, maybe there's some communication between governments to prepare for something. Interesting. Not sure what I'm trying to say makes sense, but how do they do a nuke from space? Just the whole thing, making it, detonating it, fallout. I ask that fully knowing it's fake, but I'm guessing at some point they're going to have to firebomb someplace and call it a nuclear explosion. How would they do something like this? Put some sort of explosives on a blimp or plane that's already high? Or is this like a way to simply say something's in space but nothing's really there? Okay, these are all valid questions. And you know, one of the things that I kind of lamented when I was a film studies major is how we were transitioning from real special effects, organic props, theatrical blood, pyrotechnics into the digital, which didn't have the same quality. And I thought this is a real bad decision here to sacrifice quality on a work of art that's meant to be timeless for these cheap special effects. You know, save time, save money, sure, but is it worth it? And at the time, I was really kind of dejected by the whole thing. I was not into the CGI, which has evolved over time, and it's certainly eclipsed what they've used before. So, to answer this question, I would have thought they're going to fake it with CGI, possibly, because that's just what they've moved us into. But then I thought Oppenheimer was done on IMAX film. And by the way, it was 11 miles long and weighed 600 pounds. Oppenheimer's film, the movie, 11 miles long, 600 pounds, 11.6. 11.6 and 6.11 are both positively correlated with the nuke in all kinds of predictive programming. Oppenheimer wore a badge that was K6. K is 11 and 6. So 11.6, very common. But my point being, this movie was filmed on IMAX, and they used real props. They didn't just do it all in CGI. And why is that? Why do they blow up Barbie doll houses? You know, why did they have to use real props? To make it realer. And that's because there is a qualitative difference in reality between the synthetic and, you know, these real props, miniatures, compared to just doing it all in the simulation. And I thought, well, maybe this is the strategy. Because the special effects guru for 2001: A Space Odyssey, Douglas Trumbull, who died a couple years ago, he was in an interview where he said that his special effects from 50 years ago have aged well, contrasted with CGI effects from 5 years ago that do not compare to the latest iterations of CGI special effects. And I thought, well, maybe what they were doing intentionally is dumbing us down visually by switching over to CGI, turning all these action movies into just basically comic books, animation, cartoon violence. Maybe this was a deliberate strategy to further divorce us from reality, so that when they want to fake something and make it believable, then they can bring out the old school special effects with props. So in other words, the Oppenheimer movie might be a clue that when they do it with nukes, maybe they're going to fake it with organic special effects, and they will do real firebombing. Maybe they won't just go cheap. But my point being here is that whatever they do, we don't have to see it. We're going to see it on TV, but I suspect they're going to make it as realistic as can possibly be to contrast with all the science fiction that we've seen, where it's clearly fake. I mean, even Fallout by Christopher Nolan's brother Jonathan Nolan, Fallout is clearly comic booky in its depiction. But now to continue, we're talking about nukes and how are they going to fake nukes. And one of the other things here to mention is how are they going to fake Fallout. And it got me thinking about this movie called The Humanity Bureau from 2017 with Nicolas Cage, where man is locked down because we had some civil war and there's radiation, there's fallout everywhere. And you're not supposed to have Geiger counters. Those are contraband. Well, someone gets their hands on one and they find out that they're locked down for no reason. An unbelievable script, obviously. They could never do that. But as far as this goes, what was brought up in our discussion was, well, if this is the case, then wouldn't we be able to prove it false? Like, hey guys, it's safe to come out. We have a test. We have a Geiger counter here. We can test for ourselves. Well, not so fast, because you can already see how they are preparing us by setting the stage and setting our expectations. Neil deGrasse Tyson was recently on Bill Maher's show, and they were talking about nuclear weapons. Tyson said, quote, "Modern nukes don't have the radiation problem. They're a different kind of weapon than Hiroshima and Nagasaki." When pressed by Maher, he said, "There's no radiation issue if it's hydrogen bombs." So they've already set the stage here for us to say, hey, this seems fake. Doesn't seem like there's enough, because there will be people who doubt it. Gables 10 says, major tornadoes in Oklahoma right now. Anticyclonic twisters shocking the meteorologists. Tornadoes moving almost standstill under 20 miles per hour. One tornado did a complete 360 on the radars live on TV. Now, I'm glad you brought this up, because when I watch these movies, like I recently watched Civil War, I go early so I can catch all the trailers. And that's because the trailers are usually part of the programming, and they usually reinforce it, or they give you more information. And one of the trailers that I watched was for a 2024 action thriller called Twisters. So it's a tornado movie, cli-fi, climate fiction. And I thought, wait a minute here, why are they releasing Twisters, a tornado movie, this summer? And I thought what they're probably going to do is like what they did last year with train derailments, or this year with planes. They will hyper-focus on tornadoes and blow it up, and they may even be able to fake a few. How would you know? So I look at everything on the news as questionable. There may be a tornado, everybody's locked down, and then you get some footage, some rare footage, that only a few people have seen, and you don't know if it's real. So could we have a CGI tornado to augment real bad weather? Absolutely. They can turn a spring rain into a hurricane if they have a reporter leaning into the wind. You've all seen these reports where these news crews are out there leaning over into the tornado or into the hurricane. And then you see these joggers in the background, or a couple holding hands, walking their dog, standing up vertical. Or you see a reporter up to his waist in water, and then someone else is walking ankle deep, and it's like, okay, this guy's obviously exaggerating in some way, crouching, kneeling. They will fake bad weather for special effects. They will have their camera shaking. They'll take it off the tripod, make it look more dramatic. So they're constantly, I guess, psyoping the weather. So when I saw that, I thought, well, watch, there's going to be a bunch of tornadoes suddenly hyper-focused upon. So in other words, tornadoes as usual, but now it's mainstream news, so it seems like it's a bigger deal than it is. Elephant Tusk says, have you watched Donnie Darko 2001 versus 2004? Apparently the differences are astounding. I deliberately didn't watch the second one because I thought it would ruin the first, but I will have to watch it now that you brought it up, because Donnie Darko is incredibly significant. I mentioned ISS coming out on 119, about the space station falling from the sky or breaking apart, war up above. Donnie Darko came out on 119 as well. and it's about a plane falling from the sky. The director's father is with NASA and worked on the Mars program for the Viking rover. So you have a NASA movie maker whose son makes a movie chock full of predictive programming for 9/11 and for 2020 for Donald Trump. If you didn't know, Donnie Darko in a subtextual way is Donald Trump, and it conveys a lot of interesting messaging. But more relevantly now, Leave the World Behind's character Rose, the one who goes into the bunker and watches friends, she's referred to derisively by other characters as Donnie Darko because of how weird she is. And I don't think that's insignificant considering that the movie had a lot of planes falling from the sky. A lot of overlapping themes here. There's a few overlapping themes. I mean, Donnie Darko has some Alice in Wonderland connections as well. He's a sleepwalker. There's a bunny that's telling him he's running out of time. Very, very interesting movie in itself. I'll have to revisit that. Oswaldo says, Batman showed us how to get rid of a nuke with no autopilot. Now, speaking of that, on Dark Knight Rising, you have the Batman burning bat symbolism, forecasting COVID. You have a character with no mask, and Batman says, put on your mask. It's not for you. It's to protect the people you love. Foreshadowing 10 years in advance Fauci's lines. But even in that movie, Batman says, count down to 5 and throw this. So he throws a smoke bomb after counting down from 5, and it makes a mushroom cloud. So Christopher Nolan foreshadows his own mushroom cloud movie years in advance. But there was a countdown from 5, which got me thinking, COVID, and then of course the smoke bomb was shaped like a COVID spiked ball. Countdown 5 years. So I'm thinking 2019, 2020, we're in that window where the fake nuke will be implemented within the next year.
May she rest in pieces. May she rest in pieces.
Okay, certainly one of the subjects we're going to cover tonight is going to be RFK's brainworms, and this is going to be on Infinite Plane Radio, which you can catch here at IPS Think Tank on Twitter. But the brainworm story stands out because we were just talking about the deer virus, which is in 33 states, which seems to be some kind of code. And Cubstard pointed out in our Gilded that this seems to be connected to perhaps the nematode parasite brainworm, which is common to white-tailed deer. And he's, of course, talking about RFK Jr. He's part of this Kennedy PSYOP family, and there may be some significance to this thing. And someone had pointed this out also in Discord. So I want to get into some of this. Here's something worth noting. His spasmodic dysphonia kicked in when he was 42. And that's a neurological disorder, brain disorder, 42. Just like, for example, his father was killed at 42, and JFK, the most famous headshot in the world. So there's some kind of a theme here that I'm finding to be kind of interesting. And I noted something similar just with the Bidens, looking at this 46, because, JFK was 46, Biden, 46th president, and we were noting, he's the second Catholic president. And his son, Beau, has a brain tumor and dies at 46. So we've been picking up on these connections.
these patterns between these world stage characters. And the Kennedys are just incredibly fascinating. Kevin Mooring noted JFK died at the hole in the brain, so this plays into the hole in the brain script. And something else interesting is one of the photographers who photographed RFK Jr.'s death as he fell to his death in 1968 was at ground zero on 9/11, 33 years later, and was the photographer who shot the, quote, falling man. And that photo is now in the possession of Rocket Man Elton John, who collects snuff films, apparently. But more on this RFK. There's got to be more to it than the brainworm, and someone had posted something.
Okay, I am cutting myself off. That was just a snippet from one of my Twitter spaces. If you didn't know, my main Twitter channel was banned from spaces preemptively, likely because Musk is a baby and their entire mind control operation is very sensitive to criticism. But my main account is blocked. My other backup is not. Same phone, same app. I'm not blocked on this one. And I stopped paying for premium because I was being denied the best features. So no big deal. If you go to my Twitter account, IPS Think Tank, not only can you listen live, but you can also get the archives there because they're recorded live, streamed live, and archived there automatically, raw. So if there's anything that gets cut off or clipped, you'll get the full version on X. So go to IPS Think Tank, and in the main newsletter, when I send out live notifications, there's a list of places you can go to listen live, and I added it. So there you go. And that was a conversation which we'll carry on about RFK Jr.'s hole in the brain, the brain worm. Unusual story, might be a metaphor for the mind virus that he carries, the anti-V mind virus. That's likely the subtext there. Thank you very much. We got a super chat from Thirst for Truth, keeping gas in the tank. I sent out a newsletter this morning about the path to victory. And the path to victory here, the legal victory, is pretty much paved. There's just a matter of going through the right process. And much of it is paperwork, which is not really my specialty. So the next steps to total legal victory were sent out on a newsletter. And I'll put a link if you want to read that. And I generated this image of a cyborg penguin in a tank in front of the courthouse, in front of the media, adjacent to a caged goldfinch. But the next steps, there will be motions filed to serve Goldfinch electronically, subpoenas sent, multiple requests to get email exchanges between Goldfinch and YouTube's legal department so we can find out who specifically was involved in fraudulently stealing my content, representing this other person as me. And I'm also going to be getting copies of all of my criminal complaints filed since 2018 to the FBI, IC3, DA's offices in several states, and all the police reports for cyberstalking. All of this is going to be presented to the other party and the court before the case management meeting in July. And then I have an ACPA case. This is Anti-Cyber-Squatting Consumer Protection. And I've already filed this before. I was just unable to serve him. But once he's served, I will have this refiled and I'll nail him with it. It's a 32-page complaint for a lot of basically property crimes, intellectual property theft. Cyber squatting, domain squatting is one of these things where if you can prove it's done in bad faith, you can win. And I have confessionals. So that's happening. But my point here is that between now and July, I have a lot of legal work to do. So any support that you show the channel is going to go into that because this is winnable. It's winnable, and I think that the better a case I build leading up to July, the more likely Google will settle with me and offer the head of Goldfinch on a charger to hand over to the FBI, which is the objective. We want victory. You know, we're not seeking dollar signs, we're seeking victory, because victory means this channel gets back to what it should have been were it not for government interference. And we have legitimately been targeted with censorship. Not the fake censorship from the fake alt media, but real censorship, which we have been pretty immune to. And that's solely the result of our collective intention of keeping this thing running. So I appreciate all of the support, and I'm really looking forward to this summer. I see this as a win. Portal says zookeepers got pinched for painting dogs to look like pandas. Yeah, I saw that in China. The people who think pandas are fake are going to have a field day with that. Joined by a number of individuals on YouTube, Jimbo Kimbo, Jungle Jim, Dua Simpera, Ted Stryker, Ollie Goering, Diana South, X322, Citizen Z. Diana South says head on a charger. Yeah, John the Baptist's head was on a charger, not a silver platter. Someone had corrected me on that. They're like, no, it's not a silver platter, it's a charger. There's a famous painting that shows this. Give me here in a charger the head of John the Baptist. And that's from Matthew 14:8. And that was Herod's daughter. Matt X has just rolled in. Okay, we have about 40 here in YouTube. And on all the other channels, a few dozen. So, okay, let's go ahead and start going over today's notes. I just uploaded a video to the main channel. Chemtrails don't exist, debate me. And that's where we're at. You know, I'm not going to sit here day after day reciting the same points. I think at this point, we need to move this forward. We need to move the conversation forward. And I'm making a promise here, a pledge. If a chemtrail believer can convert me, I will be the #1 chemtrail activist in the country. I will throw SpaghettiOs at priceless paintings. I will play in the freeways. I will glue myself to airplanes. I will not set myself on fire, but I will make a fool of myself on TV in some way to draw attention to the ongoing genocide in progress that's been going on longer than I've been alive, honestly. I've been genocided by chemtrails my whole life. Who knows what my lungs look like? So convince me that I'm a victim and that we're being attacked. Same goes for climate change activists. If you believe in climate change, convince me, and I will be more Greta than Greta, because I am a man of action, and I don't understand why people who believe in these things don't become activists. Where's your... Maybe it saps your motivation. Is that what it is? I used to hear this thing that, oh, they're putting fluoride in the water because it makes you apathetic and turns you into a communist. Well, maybe it's the same thing with chemtrails. Maybe they do exist, and it's some kind of pacification drug. Just pacifies us. Adaptivia joined us. Penguin Audio over there in Twitch. Aries1, thank you for showing up. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We missed yesterday, but I was neck deep in paperwork. Let me play this clip. This was sent to me by Mr. Trustworthy. Santos Bonachos returns. The Sheep and the Goats, 2024. This is good because he had a pretty good, or I won't say good. He had a terrible meltdown. I mean, I would hate to even describe the type of meltdowns this individual's had on live streams, violent threats against people in debates and that kind of thing. But he seems to have calmed down, and he's on this show called Killa Priest Podcraft, and I like a lot of what he says. Although he has his own spin on things. But apparently, at about an hour and 38 minutes in, he suggests that the Earth is an infinite plane. So let me go ahead and get to that clip. And again, thanks for sending this to me, Mr.
Beautiful
Trustworthy.
Dresden-type Romanesque buildings. How did that happen in about 40 years with horse and cart? I'd like to answer that question, please, because Melbourne was founded. It wasn't built. It was founded by the Masons, by the goat people, and Australia is the doorway to Antarctica. And once we realise that the plane we live on is infinite, then we will realise that we can have realities, we can go to other extraterrestrial tourist field planets.
Now, I like this idea that, yeah, you can go to Mars, you just got to get a boat or take a long walk to Saturn. I like the notion that you don't have to travel through space to get to extra land, more land. And I don't know how this would work. It's interesting to contemplate, but it's no more science fiction-y or speculative than mainstream science's concept of space travel, which is a new age concept. It's allegory. It's not science. And by the way, for all those who are still debating or on the fence about whether the moon landing was faked, man went to the moon. But it was movie magic that brought us there, not science. There are some things that we talk about quite often as being fake, but we have to emphasize that there's a reason why people believe in it, and it's because they're not factoring in movie magic and special effects. And that's almost an answer for anything. Special effects. If you're not including in your assessment of the world as perceived through the ubiquitous screens, through all the mediation, if you're not including lies, visual lies, then you're lied to. You're a carrier of lies, a believer in lies. And we're moving, I believe, at least those of us who are skeptical, towards a place of honesty. And part of this is, of course, stripping away the self-deception, self-gaslighting. And a lot of this stuff is reflexive. They program us to be self-gaslighting. But anyway, many people will hear this and they'll scoff. But, there's this question like, what's at the edge? And it's like, well, what's at the edge presumes that we're assuming that the world as we know it is all there is, and that you fall off. And I'm like, no, I don't know what's beyond. I don't trust the model, so why would I artificially presume there'd be an edge? But those who accept this model believe that there is an edge to the universe, more or less, but it's just way out there and it's expanding. But they have no answer. What's beyond the point where the universe expands? What's at the edge of the universe? No answer. That's no less ludicrous a question than asking what's at the edge of the earth if it's not a ball. The difference is those who believe in the establishment model have their questions conveniently placed light years away. And those of us who reject that model have our question marks a few thousand miles away. Antarctica, the North Pole, what's up, what's down, these are all question marks for me. And this is a place of agnosticism, which is far more defensible than the comfortable acceptance of establishment explanations, which are provably debunkable, questionable, and are derived from sources that are known for lying and psyoping and bending the news, bending everything. They bend our horizons. Dinah South says, make a fake commercial for lawyers for chemtrail lung settlement. Maybe we should start with that. I like that idea. Are you affected by chemtrail lung? We have to come up with a list of symptoms. And one of them could be sleeplessness, paranoia, whatever it is. We could attach it to a lot of things. We could probably raise a lot. Honestly, there's a lot of people who would suddenly start coughing. Thirst says, I blame Richie from Boston. He chem-boofed thousands while on YouTube. Oh, yeah. I remember how this spread, the belief in it. And it's word of mouth. It's proselytizing. And it's an appeal to ignorance, meaning if you don't know what causes it, then you are the target market for this idea, for this theory, this explanation, this false explanation. Let's see here. Duas in Paris says, poor Richie from Boston is upset because the end of the world is dragging out too long. Oh yeah, people have been predicting the end of the world for how long? And it's become the main feature of trutherism, calling it the end times. Jay Diggs says, Killah Priest was part of the Wu-Tang Clan, or Wu-Tang adjacent. It's a really good podcast. I mean, if you like astrotheology, and it's educational at a minimum, just learning a little bit about archaic worldviews and the pre-Copernican concept of the world. Duas in Paris says, they could have put stickmen on the moon, and true believers would believe regardless. That's absolutely correct. There's nothing they can't be made to believe. Nothing. They can insert it into the realm of possibility. It can become believable. And it's true for even the people who are against the mainstream lies. The seekers are constantly misled, and I'm finding people are just lining up behind various Pied Pipers and believing in the most ridiculous things. And I am a critic of religion, but not just mainstream religion, not just scientism, which is a religion, but I'm also a critic of, I would consider like cult type religions that spring up out of nowhere, that need to be analyzed and exposed for what they are. And I think it's very clear that the JFK worship is funded and financed by the same people that brought out the QAnon thing, and it's an intentional act of amalgamating evangelicalism, like the evangelical faith and New Ageism with Trumpism, but it's 100% a cult. And replacing Jesus with a dead president is insane. It's legitimately insane, but my thinking here, the more I look into it, this is an engineered religion, a paradigm that has been created for the purposes of mind control. And so I'm critical of it, and I'm seeing it blowing up. So it's pretty clear to me that both sides are being targeted with belief systems that further take them away from objective reality. Dewis Impera says, what a fascinating construct is that it expands our observation, renders reality, hence the infinite plane. Right. That's an interesting concept as well. That if reality is some kind of co-creation, then we're on some kind of plane. And that perhaps the areas beyond what we've been shown are yet to be manifested in some way, which is like Minecraft. Do we live on Minecraft? Well, I mean, that's more believable than NASA in a lot of ways. It's not a new concept either. Simulation theory is not new. It's just computer terminology applied to other concepts of our existence and what we are and what it is and what we are in it. And it's established science that we are evolved apes with big egos who cannot confront our own mortality, so we come up with constructs to explain the dead universe. Yeah, we all get that. We all swallowed that pill. We all understood that. We tested in our indoctrinations, and we've all accepted this is true. This is the establishment model. But I don't think it satisfies all of the available evidence because it discounts individual cognitions when it comes to synchronistic patterning that goes outside of linear causality, and it suggests that the experiencer of this realm is somehow intrinsically linked to it in a cybernetic fashion. And the more I look into media, and I wrote an article about this recently about where media and, quote, magic intersect, it seems like the entire mass media infrastructure, which is just an updated version of religion, is predicated on this idea. It's predicated on the idea that man needs to be constrained physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And by spiritually, I mean that part of us that is connected to the whole. And whoever is ultimately behind this zeitgeist building media infrastructure are templating it off of older stories, archaic myths. And ultimately, and this is why I'm glad that Santos Bonachos is putting out content, it's astrotheological. It's a story that is rooted in the stars. Clockwork says, is that Bonachos? Yep, that's him. Armin Rees joined us, HBIC on Twitch. David Hazel, thank you for joining, says, gravity on the moon is less than that on Earth, therefore Stickmin. I think they're already putting time zones on the moon, and they're getting ready to fight over it. But they're going to do everything on the dark side. We're not going to see it. Now, I don't know why they call it the dark side, but the head of NASA actually, said that the moon has a dark side. And that's just the side that we can't see from our perspective. Assuming you believe the establishment model. I mean, I'm kind of like, when I look at the moon, I'm sort of open to several possibilities, but I find it to be perplexing that it's both tidally locked and it rotates every 27 days. Like, how does that happen? It has to be one or the other. Either it's rotating or it's tidally locked, but it's somehow both. All right, let's continue. J. Dig says Washington State is spraying for spongy moth tomorrow, non-toxic for people or pets allegedly, but people are advised to stay indoors and it will leave a sticky film where it lands. Spongy moth, okay. I'm still waiting for the cicada infestations. That was supposed to happen during the eclipse. Linda Curtis says, what if this place is majority belief created? Yes, that's a good question. Let's say that is the case. Well, it's clear that the majority have been converted into matrix batteries, and they are manifesting the belief that reflects the interests of those at the capstone. that we've been hijacked. So it's interesting to, consider, what is the influence of the individual on the collective. And some may want to just rule that out and say, no, there is no connection. You're just an ape. And you think too highly of yourself, nothing means anything. Some people get off on saying that. It's like, what are you? Ministry of Love? O'Neill, he's torturing Winston, just explaining to him how he's a speck of dust, how he's meaningless, and how everything is ultimately under Big Brother's control. And some people seem to revel in that. Like, oh, look at you, you silly ape. You think that this means anything. Well, I have plenty of personal anecdotes, but I don't promote that as evidence that there is meaning to it. But if you don't experience this place as intrinsically meaningful and responsive to your thoughts, that's on you. But you can't just say it's apophenia and close a book on it without confining yourself to what I would consider to be a form of illiteracy. I talk about how the majority today have been rendered into visual illiterates. They can't tell real from fake. Well, that's the mental realm, where they put a blinders over your perceptions. But there's a spiritual blindness, I believe, that has been implemented as well. Actually, that's the design. The mystery schools, it's veiled, and they unveil it for the initiates. But if you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, not only are you inoculated against Mind War, but you have all the good insider information without having to be an official initiate. No NDAs, no blood oaths, no sacrificing chickens to Moloch. You just listen here, and you become the most informed audience on the plane, even more informed than most of the perpetrators in the Mind War, who can't even talk about it because they're compromised. We're uncompromised, unchained, unboxed, uncontrolled opposition. TikTok will automatically label AI-generated content. Why? Because people are visually illiterate. They have to be told, this is real, this is fake. We have to hold them by the hands because they will believe anything because they have no mental immune system, aka mind aids. And there is a cure for mind aids. It's called skepticism. It's called rejecting the authority of the screen. TikTok announced it will automatically slap labels on AI-generated content and videos to better inform users. TikTok has adopted content credentials, which attach metadata to posts to help platforms identify which posts are AI-generated. This will be rolled out on Thursday and in the next few days. So there you have it. They have to tell you real or fake because you can't tell for yourself. Welcome to the desert of the designated real. Dewis and Paris says, whether it's Minecraft or simulation or God's green earth, it's still our present reality and the only one we have presently. So it doesn't matter what we call it. To me, the question isn't shape. The question is open or closed system. And I think the artificial closing of the system is what we're really looking at when we're looking at the model we've been given. And again, it's not about shape. The blinders they put on you to turn you into a believer effectively close you off against arriving at the correct interpretation of things. You're never going to see a psyop, or you're never going to see propaganda or perception management operations for what they are, because you're wearing this digital hoodwink over your face, this digital veil. Until you remove it, you're going to be walking around as a dupe. It's absolutely the case. You are a fool. Truman, in a Truman Show. Until you, and this is not something anyone can do for you. This is why I don't think it makes any sense to try to wake people up. No one can tell you what to believe, if your operating system is trusting the screen. Then it becomes a battle of which authority do I trust, mainstream or alt? And if you're trusting alternative authorities, you're falling for the main trap that gets 99% of the freethinkers and gets them into the anti-position. Mr. Trustworthy says, Dr. Sebi cured chemtrail lung with a smoothie consisting of vinegar and 7 crows fed through the nose. Someone's going to try that. Diana South says, ferment those cicadas and make vinegar or wine. Joined by Howard Boyd, hey Timmy, grace and peace, good job, thank you for joining. And I'm going to read the comments on the main videos here in a moment. I upload videos on the main channel, and I'm trying to get those comments first. Stranger Day says the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds put on an amazing demonstration of precise control of totally natural condensation trails here as they roared over our city last weekend. Yeah, again, how many decades have you been inhaling chemtrails, and what effect has it had on you? Show me your chemtrail lung. Show me an x-ray. Show me where the airlines or the secret military jets or drones or unicorns or whatever is spraying the skies, show me where it has affected you. And show me where or how the chemtrail theory is more likely to be true than climate change. Because right now, climate change theory beats chemtrail theory if you're just going by argumentation. It's just the facts. The other, well, a major fact here to point out is that both chemtrail theory and climate change theory are both fake. They're both false. These are both psyops. Stranger Day says straw man much. No, I'm pointing out that chemtrails is a belief system. It's a belief that is attached to this boxed paradigm. It's the right-wing version of climate change. And all you can do is deny yourself any kind of information about condensation trails, about the upper atmosphere. And if you make an argument from ignorance, you may convince the ignorant. You can appeal to them. But those who know aren't going to fall for it. And my point here is that you can't win this debate without studying both sides. And so I'm hoping that one of you who truly believes that you're being harmed by, quote, chemtrails can maybe debate me on this and educate yourself about the contrail side and then debunk contrails. Debunk contrails. Debunk the globe. It's not enough to say the earth is flat and then never talk about the globe model. So you're going to say those are chemtrails, but you're never going to talk about contrails? Like, I'm talking about the measurable effects of hot air in the rarefied atmosphere above 20,000 feet. Like, why is that even controversial to say? Have you ever taken boiling water on a winter morning in freezing temperatures and thrown it into the air? Like, this is observation. You know, you can't just reject science. You can reject fake science, but science is based on observations that are testable, repeatable, and if you can find a way to predict chemtrails, you might have a case. But guess what? Contrails are predictable. Stranger Days asks if there can be a third option. Yeah, the third option is this. They don't exist. There's two options, chemtrails or climate change. Somebody's destroying Gaia, and man's doing it, but who do we blame? Do we blame consumers and capitalism or government? It depends on your political predilections, left, right, controlled opposition, and mainstream. The third option is agnosticism or, I would say, a realistic perspective. Both of these are psyops. Enslaved by Truth says the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds use smoke trails, not contrails. Exactly. Yeah, I read your long comment, Stranger Days, and I can read it. In fact, if everyone wants, who wants me to read it? Do we want to get into chemtrail belief systems? Because it's not based on knowledge. You're believing it. And one other point here, there's not unanimous consent. You know, climate change, people believe climate change is caused by CO2, by cows and cars. But chemtrail believers have like 50 different things they point to. Oh, it's HARP. No, it's stratospheric injections. No, it's invisible planes, it's drones, it's airlines. Like, which planes is it? And the fact of it is, there are like 50,000 channels on Twitter all day long spamming pictures of regular contrails. So there's no distinction there. You know, there's those who say that contrails are chemtrails, and those who say, no, it's some invisible stuff we don't see. So invisible gases destroying the Earth. Okay, I get it. That's what you're basically saying. And then there's the other thing. Is it poison? Is it setting up the atmosphere to burn? Is it killing the crops? Like, there's so many things that these things are alleged to be doing. But the only thing I can provably show that chemtrails do is they make people apathetic and unwilling to take any action. That's the only thing I can see. So Let's Go says, let's hear it. Okay, I'll go ahead and read your comments, everyone here, so we can see the best argumentation, which is worth hearing. But again, one more point I have to bring out here. The burden of proof is on you. You have to prove your chemtrails. Prove it. I don't have to prove contrails. Contrails exist. I could create them. You can't create chemtrails. So let's go ahead and go through this. I'll read it just because. Here he says, Tim, you did it. You caused me to stay up past my bedtime writing this long post. So here goes my take on the matter. Why the false dichotomy? I believe it was Duas Impera who suggested there may be a third option. I propose there certainly could be, maybe 4 options. Straw mans should have zero place in the debate. For example, stating if one believes something other than a normal contrail billows behind a plane, they must believe it's a deadly chemical concoction. That's a straw man. Now, is it a straw man? The reason they're called chemtrails is because for decades they have been called chemicals. That's not a straw man. That's using your own label. So don't call them chemtrails. Call them contrails. So it's not a straw man argument. It's you dodging the fact that for decades your cult, or what I'm going to call it, the chemtrail cult, has been calling it chemicals forever. So don't say that I'm wrong for calling it chemicals when it's called chemtrails. It's not a straw man. He says, what if it's not chemicals or metals? What if it's not organic? Yeah, it's ice, but, quote, if I told you there was an air show in my town performed by the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, and as they flew in various formations, white trails appeared behind the jets, and on occasions while they were circling, the trails sputtered off puffs of white clouds in an on and off manner. Does that have to be all natural and organic condensation trails, or is it metal, chemicals, cocktails, strontium, aluminum, and barium? What if it's neither? Maybe it's just smoke, like Skywriters used. Edit, I just read Skywriters use low viscosity, watery oil injected into a heater that vaporizes like a large electronic cigarette. Okay, Stranger Day says, for the record, I don't believe in chemtrails. Okay, so you're not even a chemtrail believer, and you're defending chemtrails. This is interesting. I don't know where to go with that. Like, who's the chemtrail that you're defending here? Or are you positing that there's something else going on? So we'll get to it. Let's continue with your very long post. Very well written. By the way, back in those days when I used to see Skywriters weekly, I never saw condensation trails persist and grow and spread to form odd oil stain looking cirrus clouds that eventually grayed out the entire sky. So here's a challenge. Here's a challenge. Because I get a lot of chemtrail believers who will say, I've seen these trails that spread out and cover the entire sky. Do a time lapse. There's nothing more observed in human experience than the sky. Like, the sky is one of the most observed things. We're always looking at the weather. Everybody sees the sky every day. And you're telling me there is not one single time lapse of showing one of these magical things graying out the entire sky? Find me one. Again, burden of proof is on you. Show me something unusual is going on that cannot be explained by conventional meteorology. Prove it. And if you prove it, look, here's the thing. If you can prove the existence of these things and debunk contrails, you will win the internet. Not only will I become your chemtrail champion, but I will make sure that we get a give, send, go, and we'll give tons of money to the lifesaver who managed to put a stop to the poisoning of our children and pets, or whatever it's doing. Goes on to say, I did see a lot of condensation trails, but those trails that dissipate within a few seconds. Okay, today I'm looking up at the sky, and the trails are dissipating in seconds, but that's because of the temperatures. Duas Impera says, I don't think he's defending chemtrails, he just doesn't want the box closed before it's properly looked inside. Well, no, that's not logical if he's not looking at chemtrails as one explanation and contrails as the other. He's ignoring contrails. And if you're not willing to look at the science of contrails, then you are not looking at this completely. Before you can look outside of the box, you have to look at what's in the box. It's like, I heard some noise in the woods when I was sleeping last time I went camping. Was it a raccoon? Was it deer? Or was it a Bigfoot? Well, I'm sorry, but that's a non sequitur. The Bigfoot hasn't been established to exist, so you cannot include that in your list of possibilities for what you heard while you were camping that night. Similarly, you cannot throw in something that hasn't been proven to exist without first looking at what does exist. So you hear a noise in the woods. It's a deer, or it's a raccoon, or a bird. It's not Bigfoot. Sorry, not Bigfoot. You see trails in the sky. Is it condensation? Is it jet exhaust? Or is it something that nobody has proven to exist? Sorry, you don't get your chemtrails and you don't get your Bigfoot as an option. They're not in the realm of possibility. So no, it's a non sequitur fallacy. We don't get to say, well, I'm just remaining open-minded. It might be invisible unicorns marking their territory. Sorry, doesn't work. He goes on to say, I was always into flight, even took some flying lessons in the early 80s. I observed jets and planes in awe, and all through the 70s and 80s, I do not recall seeing persistent contrails ever. Now, persistent contrails have been observed since the 50s, or actually since before that, but in the 50s, the Air Force came out with this chart called the Appleman chart, and they used this to predict contrails. Now, why do they predict contrails? Well, you got military jets. If they leave a trail, the enemies will see where they are. So how do you remain stealthy? Don't leave trails. Well, how do you not leave trails? You don't fly in those areas at those altitudes that will produce the trails. It's predictable. It's based on pressure, atmosphere, humidity. That's it. So the fact that it's predictable and there's a chart is something that you must confront. So you cannot make an intellectually honest claim that contrails don't exist. You have to confront that. Goes on to say, I'm not saying they didn't exist, maybe they did, but I didn't start noticing the phenomenon until the 80s. Yeah, they did exist. And a lot of people say, well, you're not old enough to remember. But when I was a kid, the sky was blue and the sun was yellow, and there were no trails. Not true. And I've heard that quite a bit. And the sun is green, by the way. If you want to, but I mean, the sun isn't yellow. It was never yellow. You'll see it maybe yellow or red near sunsets, but or the sky. Is the sky blue? Yeah, it varies. You can't make these blanket statements because it's always changing. But there's no qualitative difference between the sun and the sky from now and decades ago. And that's a argument that many people make. But to continue here, when I started seeing it, I thought it was odd, but I didn't get a whole lot of thought. Then a few years later, shortwave radio, Alex Jones and others started talking about the chemtrails. Could there be another possibility? Could it be a psyop? Could there have been a conspiracy by black operatives to spray inert gas and smoke, pick your non-poison, to start a conspiracy movement that would put division between us? No, it couldn't be that. No way, man. Nobody in government or the media or dark underworld of secret societies, intelligentsia could be so cruel and thoughtless as to conspire to gaslight the public with divisive theater, just like there are no conspiracies to present fraudulent nobody died events to the public, nor to conspire to create illusions of warfare. There are no conspiracies. Okay, now what you're suggesting here is that maybe chemtrails exist, but they're not harmful and they're not changing the weather, but they were put there to convince people that they're harmful and changing the weather. Interesting, but you still have to weigh that against condensation trails. And when you say condensation trails don't exist or it's a fake explanation, you have to go back to 1958's Appleman chart and debunk that. Portal says, remember, the parasitic elites walk among us. They wouldn't spray slow death trails and give themselves smoker's cough. Unless the parasitic elite are reptilians and they're making the atmosphere more hospitable to their kind. Enslaved by Truth says, this is an anecdotal trust me bro statement. Some airlines used to let you listen to airplane radio traffic. I was flying on a chemtrail day and the pilots were talking about the extra air traffic. Doesn't mean anything though. Well, that's the thing. The letter here that I'm still reading is suggesting it's not regular airplanes. So you can't even say it's pilots. This is what I mean. It's tricky. Look, it's very tricky. And the truth shouldn't be tricky. Like this guy says, oh yeah, it's being caused by commercial airlines. This guy says, no, it's not airlines. Then what is it? Let me continue to read your post here, but you've established, Stranger Days, that you don't believe in chemtrails. So what are you arguing for? Decorations? They're putting lines in the sky to create the illusions of chemtrails to create a chemtrail movement. Okay, why? If the whole purpose of it is to convince people that the sky is falling, they already have that with global warming. Now, you could say, well, maybe they're spraying the sky to make us think they're spraying the sky, to make us think they're changing the wet. I guess I'm trying to figure out where you're going with it. Let's continue. He says, let's have a debate and acknowledge that the topic is unlike the Mandela, which only has binaries. This topic is non-binary, not just Coke and Pepsi. Even the wokers can appreciate it. Another false dichotomy is that it must be Delta or the military, such as if you fly with Delta, you're killing mankind. How about maybe FedEx or UPS or CIA planes or Chinese planes? We have no problem allowing their balloons to fly. Okay, well, the thing is, the trails that everybody points to, and I'm talking every single chemtrail believer, they all point to commercial airlines. They look at the grids. Nobody's saying, yeah, a bunch of FedEx planes flew over, a bunch of UPS planes, and now there's grids. Nobody makes these distinctions. And if you're going to say there's a distinction, it's on you to prove it. And Slave says the easiest method would be putting additives in the fuel of select craft. Even with that explanation, you have to deal with predictability. So are they only putting the chemtrail juice in the airplanes on the days where contrails could be formed? Again, it's predictable. That's a problem. In fact, it's not a problem. It's a chemtrail killer. The Appleman chart killed chemtrails. They don't exist. Now, to continue though, if you're saying something is going on, some invisible gas is changing the weather, then please tell me, what is it? Are you just arguing for climate change? I have considered that possibly they do exist and that the chemtrail juice is what melted the steel beams on 9/11. Has anyone considered that? Maybe chemtrails can melt steel beams? That chemtrail juice? All right, continuing, he says, we seem to have no problem with the Chinese balloons, but couldn't it be Chinese planes? So if you say that we should protest in the streets against the PSYOP, who do we protest? China, the UPS? I seem to recall zoomed in photos of planes with no markings. How would I know who to protest against? Okay, there you go. So I'm reading your comments directly. I'm not putting words in your mouth. So you're positing here it could be unmarked planes. Well, where are these unmarked planes? I have to read these. I'm only doing this because they've taken the time to leave these comments, but we're going to debate it because this topic needs to be put to rest. So a follow-up comment. As to bringing a meteorologist to your side, I have to ask, do you assume that no so-called scientist would have a financial or political motivated agenda such as they would never lie? Now, that argument there is suggesting that all meteorologists are lying about chemtrails. Well, again, you have to deal with the charts. You have to deal with the inherent predictability of condensation trails. If they weren't predictable, you might have a leg to stand on. Spirit Jordak says, Tim has gone full pro-CNN, pro-NASA, pro-Wikipedia. Now, on this, I'm going to say you're wrong. Wikipedia, NASA, and CNN would all agree that water is wet. To be a truther now, do you have to say water is dry? That's ridiculous. That right there is a mischaracterization of my perspective. If anything, you're pro-CNN and you're pro-NASA if you believe in chemtrails. You're the one adopting a belief system that serves the power elite, because both chemtrail and contrail get you to accept the premise of anthropogenic climate change. You accepted that premise. Good for you. Spirit Jordak says, one of the most intelligent persons I've ever heard went totally in denial of his own eyes. I'm not in denial of what I'm seeing. I see the trails, and again, this Spirit Jordak has no agreement with Stranger Days. He's trying to agree with Stranger Days that I'm somehow a CNN show, but these two guys don't agree. Spirit Jordak believes that it's airplanes, and this other guy says it's not airplanes. So again, there's no agreement among chemtrail believers. Xanit Butane says it could be a pointless division, like the elites are creating random division among people. I think that is it. It is it. I think that chemtrail belief is put there as an umbrella conspiracy to get right-leaning free thinkers under their control, under their spell. So that's your comments. I read them, and again, I'm reading it to be, true. All those who have subscribed to the channel, if you're gonna leave comments, I will go through it. But we are going to debate this because dishonest at this point. It is a very dishonest proposition, and it's based on logical fallacies. And if you have to use logical fallacies to convince somebody of something, or if you don't even believe in it, you don't know what it is, but you're trying to come up with theories to explain it. Okay, cool. Let's talk about maybe UPS is dumping stuff in our skies. Maybe Chinese balloons are spraying our skies. Let's talk about that. Well, if that's the case, you have no evidence. So it's just conjecture. It's just conspiracy theorizing. But worse, it's doing so in denial of decades and decades of observational data. But I don't expect everyone to believe me. I want people to know for themselves what is knowable and what is merely conjecture, because there is an incentive to lie to you. I think we can all agree. There's a great incentive to lie to every single one of us. That's all the lie world order does. But the lies that blame the free market only appeal to the political left. The lies that blame government only appeal to the political right. It's a bifurcated psywar. Therefore, chemtrails will never be appealing to the right. But instead of having non-belief about eschatology and anthropogenic climate change, instead they're given an alternative set of facts. Oh, this is what's causing the changes that you're all seeing. And a lot of these people on X, these big chemtrail channels, they actually say this. They say climate change is real, but it's caused by airplanes. D's Nataz says, I always thought that if there are trails, they'd be sprayed by miniature drones to make them look like airliners, but smaller in scale and flying closer to the ground. So I've entertained that notion as well, but then what got me, I did talk to a pilot about this. Quincy calls in about it, and it's pretty clear that it has to do with temperature, that this is ice, and it's not going to happen at lower temperatures, lower altitudes, generally speaking, although you can find exceptions depending on temperature, but the phenomenon is explainable just by looking at temperature and altitude. Canabear says, I prefer normal clouds and normal contrails as opposed to the chest chemtrail looking contrails that are not chemtrails. Look, this is all confusing. It's all confusing. And my whole point here is just to make this argument. If you're not able to debunk contrails, you don't have a leg to stand on. And that's just a heads up for when we do these debates, because my position is going to be contrails exist. And your position is something's going on, including that or apart from that. Clump says it's a big fuzzy haze. Yeah, it's a big fuzzy persistent haze that's inexplicable, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. Okay, let's move on. I think we've done that to death, but it's worth talking about. It really is. The Unmediated Mind says, Tim, you may be interested in the syncretism of the noise in Leave the World Behind and the noise of cicadas. It's incredibly loud and has a quality to the noise, a similar quality. It does, doesn't it? Now that I'm thinking about it, there was this noise in the movie that had to do with drones passing over or something, and it caused one of the characters' teeth to fall out. Okay, I'm going to have to look into that. Thank you for that pointer there. You know, I'd watched that other series on Netflix called Three Body Problem, and it ends with cicadas. And the timing of these two cicada broods emerging at the same time hasn't happened in 200 years. Seems to be significant. And that one was about an alien invasion. Canavar says, I thought chemtrail people were testing heavy metals and stuff falling from the sky. Yeah, that was a thing for a while. And it was like, okay, they're dumping something on us. But I don't know what the answer is. I think there was a reasonable or a logical explanation for what was found in the soil. But yeah, again, the Unmediated Mind brings up the cicada thing. And the fact that it came out that cicadas were in this Leave the World Behind is highly significant, because in Third Body Problem, because the timing of it. You're going to have a movie on Netflix, which is all encoded with the mainstream news. It's concurrent, it's predictive, but you're watching something on Netflix and it ends with cicadas just as this cicada brood is emerging. Not a coincidence. Now, some people who are very, into this chemtrail theory, they ask me why I stay on it. And the reason why we're staying on it is because what we do here is we arrive at truth. We're eliminating truth or orthodoxies. And if there is any truth to it, we're going to be the ones to find it. If the earth is not a ball, who do you think is going to figure it out first? Who's going to find tangible information? Who's actually looking? There are so many people just following and believing. Very few seekers. And I'm noticing too, the word researcher is being heavily demonized by the media. Like Maxwell Azarello was a independent researcher in scare quotes. But it requires further research, not just further entrenchment into your beliefs, but stepping outside of your beliefs and seeking more information. That's what we should be doing. So if you're and I was a chemtrail default non-believer. Like I was like, yeah, okay, fine. And I realized that my error. I thought, okay, well, my argument was the power elite are so screwed up. They mess with our minds. They screw with our subconscious. They manipulate us in every single way. It's just this big narcissist in the center of all of our lives. Big brother, always just cajoling, screaming at us, manipulating us. And I thought, why wouldn't they dump poisons on us? Like, it makes perfect sense. And that argument doesn't actually hold any value. It's a appeal to motive. The bad guys are so bad, conditions are so bad, then this belief is justified. And it's kind of a bias thing. But once I realized that that's not a valid argument, I stopped using it. And I looked up this argument because a lot of people would say this to me. Like, look, I hear your perspectives. You make a lot of sense. But are you telling me that the bad guys actually don't hate us? Are you telling me that the cabal loves us and they wouldn't spray us? And at first I was like, how do I counter that? That's a good argument, or is it? Then I figured out it's not. Stranger Day says, trust the meteorologists. They'll tell you if the earth is flat or not. No, okay, here's the thing. You can't just reject science. If the meteorologist tells you that the sky is blue, are you going to say, oh, nope, you're a liar? No. What you're doing here, and this is an issue that I see with truthers in general, is they say science lies, so I don't trust scientists. No, I'm sorry. Science doesn't lie. There's a point where when something is outside of our realm of direct observation, where you're required or you're expected to put faith in scientists, and that's where you can't trust them. But when it comes to observational data, why would you just say, well, we're going to just reject all of that? No, I'm not anti-science. I'm anti-fake science. I'm not anti-journalism. I'm anti-fake news. Some news is valid. Some isn't. Some observations are valid and some aren't. And the observational data used to keep military planes undetectable since the 50s is valid. And if you can't confront that, then you have no leg to stand on. And again, I would ask, what are you trying to convince us of? If you're not saying it's chemicals, are you saying they're manipulating the weather? Are you offering us a climate change explanation? What is your position? What is your position? My final question on this. What is your position on what these so-called trails do? Enslaved to Truth says, is the atmospheric data needed to use something like the Appleman chart made publicly available daily? Yeah, the chart's decades old, and there is a site by NOAA, which none of you will trust, but all it does is it tells you what the pressure is, what the humidity is, and you can actually predict based on this the likelihood of condensation trails. But look, this is all stuff that we can take to the debate table. Dewis and Paris says, yep, I think that's the crux of it here, Tim. We should keep in mind that just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not trying to get you. Just not sure of the nature of the getting. Yeah, and this is a paranoid thing. But look, if you can laugh at if you can laugh at Greta or Al Gore, like you look at these two clowns, you know they're clowns. You knew that a long time ago before you even, a lot of us have already debunked climate change as an eschatology, as a cult, as a way of scapegoating the free market. Like, we can take that apart all day. You can mock the notion that cow flatulence is causing polar bears to drown. You can laugh at their science. And you can say that's ridiculous. There's no evidence for climate change. Really? Well, a lot of people believe it. But when you look at your own position, how are you presenting anything different than what they're presenting? I'm saying that contrails exist. Chemtrail theory is a false explanation for it. And that if you're a chemtrail believer, you may as well be a climate change believer. But I would like an answer on that. What are you saying these trails do? Because they didn't kill you. You were alive before they started spraying the skies with these persistent trails, and you're observing it decades later. What has changed? Has the color of the sky changed? Has the weather changed? Has the climate changed? Has it affected you physically? And if you can't make the case that has done anything, then what are you exactly positing here? And I think one of the reasons why this one is so persistent is that unlike every other conspiracy theory, this one has evidence right in front of your face every day. You can't point at reptilians, but you can point at the sky. And it gives you a lot of, I guess, reasons to see that maybe Alex Jones is right. Because you're like, look, nobody cares. Everybody's dumb. Everybody's a zombie. Nobody's looking up. I get people saying, oh, you just don't look up. Maybe you should leave your basement. You know, I spend a lot of my time outdoors. I observe the skies all the time. I may make a more systematic study of the skies here now that I'm on this issue, but it's not for a lack of observation. You know, and people are just basically gaslighting you if they're telling you that don't trust your senses or you're not really looking closely enough. Well, maybe you are. Maybe there's nothing to see. It's a big nothing burger. Enslaved by Truth says, well, we need a lot of data to use those charts. We need to know the altitude, airspeed, fuel, engine specs, and atmosphere. We have all that. That's the point. We have all that information. All right, let's move on. I believe we're going to move on. We're not going to get an answer. I'd like an answer from Stranger Days. I read your letter. If you could answer one question, what are you positing these trails do? And again, I'm not saying the trails are from airplanes. I'm not saying they're from drones. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, what do these trails do? He says, what do they do? Look at the divisiveness it's causing. I'm the only person making any division over this, so you can't say it's that. You can't say they've been dumping this fake stuff on us for 40 years so that IPS could raise hell about it in 2024. You have to realize I am the only person in this entire truther realm that doesn't believe in chemtrails, that speaks about it. It's an orthodoxy. I'm the only person using this as a divisive tactic, and I'm doing so intentionally because there's no chemtrails off world stage. There's no climate change there either. Upside Down Guy says you just don't know the correct way to look up. Or I'm getting paid by Delta Airlines. Like every day that I put down this notion that they're dumping poisons on us and I calm everybody down, they cut me a check. But anyway, we're going to do a debate. And I would like to know what these things are doing. And he says causing divisiveness. You're right in one main sense. Climate change. What is the whole purpose to climate change? It's to turn people against capitalism. What does chemtrails do? Turns you against government. You realize that's the bifurcated nature of this thing. And if you're falling into any psyop that has a partisan belief, like if you're on the left, you can say this. If you're on the right, you say this. You are looking at a psyop. I'm looking at our modern day political landscape as an intentionally designed political horseshoe. Political horseshoe theory is not a theory, it's a fact. It was designed this way. And what happens is people who see through the mainstream, who are reflexively and even understandably paranoid and distrustful, are led into the controlled opposition that keeps them focused on one thing, the middle, waking people up. Harmon wants to open phone lines. Yeah, I'll open phone lines. And look, I don't accept anecdotal. Anecdotal evidence is as good as lies. If you're going to say that you've seen trails and they're special and they're different and they're qualitatively different and they've changed the weather, show me video. Don't tell me you don't have a camera. Isn't it funny that in the age of the smartphone, nobody's presenting us with evidence of UFOs? There's this big UFO story in Vegas right now. The guy's calling the cops, talking about these things, describing them. Oh, they're 8 feet tall, they're humanoid, they look scary like aliens. Like, well, why are you calling the cops? You should be recording these things. Cops don't do anything. And I'll get into it, but that family that saw this alien in their backyard has gone further to say that it's a demonically haunted house now, and that upside down crosses are floating around, Bible pages are flipping around. It's insane. Stranger Day says, you obviously haven't seen the back and forth arguing ad hominems on Twitter about chemtrails. No, I follow it. I see ubiquitous, unanimous, 100% total agreement. Show me one person that doesn't believe in chemtrails on the truther side. They all believe in it. The only person offering any kind of resistance is me. And I comment at these big channels, and they ignore me. They don't address me. So no, chemtrail belief is 100% a government-funded psyop. No different than climate change. And again, there is no consistency on what it's actually doing or who's doing it. So it's not even a coherent theory, and it's done in complete ignorance of the existing scientific data on the formation of condensation trails. So you're dealing with a mystified, confused set of conspiracy theories to explain a very well understood phenomenon. You'd be like, what are those white things up there? They call them clouds. Could be cotton. No, that's not cotton. Those are life forms. It could be aliens. No, those are ghosts. You know, when we die, we go up to the stratosphere and we just sort of hang out there. We turn into this fog. Like, we wouldn't sit here all day debating what clouds are. But when it comes to condensation trails, we do. We act mystified. If I were to come out here and say, those white things up there, I don't know what they are, you would say, well, look at the science on it. And then Stranger Days would say, oh, no, that's what CNN says. You're just going to be a CNN NASA shill? We don't know what those things are. Oh, we don't know what they are? Okay. And we can't trust the... No, those meteorologists, they're being paid to lie about the big balls of cotton in the sky, telling us that it's clouds. How funny. Oh, it's moisture. It's ice. It's cold temperatures. Now, that's a bunch of science mumbo jumbo. Obviously, there's a more magical and mystical explanation for clouds. Can't just believe what they tell you. See, there's a point where contrarianism replaces the actual seeking of an alternative explanation or seeking more answers. Knee-jerk contrarianism, just rejecting it all, is not a good place to be. So again, explain to me. Oh, phones are open, by the way, 505-349-0420. Got a caller. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, there you are.
Hey, what's up, Harmon? Good to hear from you.
Yeah, on that, years ago I got into that, what do we call them, contrails? Not contrails. What do they call them?
I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't know what to call them now. Honestly, I don't know what to call them. Chemtrails? Chemtrails, not
Yeah,
chemtrails?
chemtrails, that's what I was going to sound. Well, they're definitely not poison. And come on, people, get over that. That should have been gone out of your head by 2010. Poison is such a dumb thing. But I did study into it, and I learned, and when I first started reading about 2012, is between 28,000 feet and 32,000 feet is what the science books at the time says that the condensation trails are developed and at a certain temperature. And then they do produce them, and it said between 28 and 32,000 feet. I said, I don't know how high up these things are. But I also started looking at when my little granddaughter and grandson, they're talking about there's 10 types of clouds now. So I'm looking at their school book. He was in health or science, and they got 10 clouds now, and they're naming those clouds that we call contrails. So they've actually changed the names and added them to clouds. So we used to have 5 clouds, 6 clouds. Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember given a course, or we took a class on the different types of clouds, cumulus, cirrus. And the thing is, what contrails are technically called are anthropogenic cirrus clouds because they're formed at the same place as cirrus clouds. It's when it's basically ice, but they're man-caused. So it's man-caused cirrus clouds. They're literally clouds. It's not a spray.
I just got through reading their books and stuff. It just says it's natural, nature. That's what they're teaching the kids coming up. And of course, it only takes 12 years. After they finish, everyone behind them, they're going to be believing what they say. That part I don't know about because they're actually doing that in the school.
It's natural in the sense that it's a observed natural phenomenon or aspect of it. Isn't okay if you take boiling hot water and you go into your front yard
I understand.
on a cold winter day.
I saw that video years ago.
You throw the hot water. What it does is natural. When it freezes in the air, that's
natural.
natural.
Man intervened in that though. It's not. It didn't just happen. No.
No, but
it's not natural.
Well,
you can try to make it sound natural all you want, but it's man's intervention that caused it.
It's a quality of nature. It is within the laws of nature to explain why boiling water thrown into the cold air would freeze like that. That's not unnatural.
Show me where that's at in nature.
Well, it's not unnatural. The effects, water.
Show me where's it natural? Where's it in nature?
Water puts out fire. That's natural. You blow on candles.
Where is what you did just throwing the boiling hot water? I wasn't even going to argue about this part. When you brought something up so simple as throwing water in the air, where's that in nature?
What I'm saying is it's not. Is it unnatural for hot water to react in freezing temperatures in that way?
Well, I would like to see hot water in nature that's in freezing weather.
Okay. That shouldn't be hard to find, but here's an example. People throwing boiling water into freezing air. Now, what I'm saying is that boiling water freezing in the air is not unnatural. It's a natural phenomenon. The fact that man is doing it is immaterial. This is expected. It's understood. It's repeatable, observable. We know what will happen in certain temperatures when you throw hot water into it. It condenses into essentially
steam. Does that exist in nature?
Yes. Man is part of nature.
Where does it exist in nature?
Find a hot geyser on a cold winter day. I mean, this is.
And it's going to do the same thing, you think?
Yeah, actually.
You don't know.
Wait, let me find.
You don't know
yet.
Wait.
Wait. You're making an argument here that it doesn't exist because you don't know. That's an argument from ignorance.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I'm asking, do you know?
Well, let me look it up for you. Let me look it up for you. Okay, so hot water in cold air. Let's look up geysers. We'll try that, or something like that. We'll try to find some example. I mean, I can do this research on the fly for you, but I want to point out that you're not making an argument against it. This is a change in the state.
No, I just don't like that you threw hot water in the air in an area that wouldn't have hot water. So that's all I was saying.
Linda Coder says fog can freeze on the roads. What does that mean to you?
What is fog? It's just the mist. It sure can, but it's not hot. Is fog hot? Since when would fog ever be hot?
Let's stay on this topic.
England for many years.
Let's stay on this one topic. What happens to boiling hot water when you throw it into the freezing air?
Show me that in nature.
Okay, I'll put up a video. Now, here's the thing.
Not someone throwing water in the air. Show me in nature.
Anytime in nature, boiling water is confronted with cold temperatures, it's going to do this.
Show me boiling water in nature.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure how to satisfy your question there, what the right answer is.
Well, let's say man did not boil water on a stove or outside fire and throw it in the air. That would satisfy me. Anything but that.
Okay, well, you're not denying that this happens, though, right? You're not denying that boiling water in freezing air...
It's manipulated by man. Man introduces another element into an element that it doesn't belong in.
When an airplane at a high altitude with hot jet exhaust and some condensate flies at this high altitude, what happens then is a natural property of high altitude rarefied air with jet exhaust. It's a natural consequence. That's what I mean by natural.
Putting it in there.
Okay, we can say it's man-caused.
There's nothing natural when it's man.
Okay, the term then is anthropogenic cirrus cloud. It's an anthropogenic cirrus cloud.
Why didn't they teach us that in school?
They probably did. I mean, it depends on...
No, they didn't. I've been studying that. I went back and looked at the school. I graduated in 1977. No, they did not teach it. They had, I think, 5 or 6 clouds, and that was it. And storm clouds,
if you had specialized in meteorology, I mean, I can't remember specifically, but I went on a field trip to Sandia Labs, and that's here in Albuquerque. And I remember distinctly a course where they were showing us all these different types of clouds, different altitudes, and I couldn't memorize them all. So I do recall this, but no, I was never specifically taught about the formation of condensation trails. And so the ignorance there made me, I think, vulnerable to believing that there's something nefarious going on. So when someone says, "What are they spraying?" I'm like, I don't know.
See, I'm not arguing on the side of your chemtrails. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying you telling me you throw hot water into the air. That's good. I said, show me that in nature. That's all I said.
Okay. Well, let me look. If somebody in the 777 says, if water freezes in the air and no one is there to observe it. Good question.
No, be quiet. Yeah, if worms had machine guns, birds wouldn't mess with them either. Yeah, okay, good question. Anyway, so I was looking into this. I was studying it. And so if you look up and type in, lady complains in Palm Springs about vapor trails. And that's from 1959. I went way back looking for all this stuff when I was into it like years ago. If you type that up, that still will come up today, where the general answers her that they're just vapor trails. They used to call them vapor trails in the 50s and 60s.
Okay.
And if you type that up, it'll come right up. Lady complains about vapor trails in Palm Springs.
Now listen to this. This is the Appelman chart. If you look it up, you can find articles here, how to use the Appelman chart for planning. And interestingly, it says how to read this chart to predict contrails. And it breaks it down here, and it says, in 1953, a scientist named H. Appelman published a chart that can be used to determine when a jet will or will not produce contrails. And it's based on
right,
a
I've
chart.
read it. It's between 28 to 32,000 feet. I told you, I read all that stuff. I'm not arguing chemtrails.
Right,
but I also studied and tried to find anything about other clouds until the last about 2007, where they started making up all these other clouds that were in my grandkids' school books. So yeah, that I until you find in 1965 those clouds mentioned anywhere.
Okay,
And I tried,
okay,
but, you know.
The classification of clouds into types was first proposed by Luke Howard in 1802, and we use the same: stratus, cumulus, and cirrus. So they have these three categories from 1802, and then they've gone into subcategories and additional 10 basic clouds. As far as when these different were introduced,
That's what I just told you.
I'll have to check the different years that they were introduced, but 3 to 5 terrestrial clouds in descending order, and then you have various.
And then they've added to all these others. Don't say they can't add to it with just to very confuse people more, because I know they weren't the clouds. I was so into cloud seeding and stuff in the 80s. I was watching what they were doing in Oklahoma and everything like that, you know, and they stopped them. The government took it over.
Well, the clouds haven't changed. The skies haven't changed. There's been no qualitative difference to the sun in the last 100 years. There's no.
I'm not talking.
No, what I'm saying
you're
is
going to
that,
parts
what
I'm not even arguing about. I agree with you.
There may be more nuanced definitions for different types of clouds, but that doesn't mean that science is dishonest. It means they're getting better at defining things more precisely. The Appelman chart.
They did not have those clouds.
It's not a
They
Mandela
weren't there.
effect.
They're starting to say they're natural. Okay, no, I don't believe in that crap either.
What I'm
Come on.
saying is like, no, you can research it and find out when these different clouds were identified and labeled as such. But I think what would have limited it was our own ability to get to certain altitudes. And as observations increase, we have more data. We come up with better explanations. That's what science is. It's not closed. It's not a belief system. It's a methodology to arriving at a better
You
understanding.
already said that the airplane up there, it's not a natural phenomenon. It's not natural. It's man interjected it into it, and it causes it then. Without man, it wouldn't happen.
Yeah,